Chapter 2. Riven Nicholas Weasley in the Magical Realm. April 1st, 1978, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Though Arthur Weasley was no novice father by any means, the peculiarities surrounding Molly's pregnancy were extraordinary. Her magical outbursts occurred frequently, causing kitchenware to fly about chaotically. This peculiar situation had allowed Bill to practice his reparo charm with remarkable proficiency. Though true restoration still relied on Molly's own efforts, strange occurrences continued as a phoenix visited their humble abode daily, offering a single tear of phoenix essence. Goodness, there hadn't been any records of intermarriage with the Dumbledores in their lineage for centuries. For various reasons, Molly chose to reside at St. Mungo's a month prior to her due date. Although the hospital primarily treated injuries from dark magic, the few drops of diluted phoenix tears that remained after Molly's hydration were sufficient to impress the headmaster. It was merely a minor inconvenience that house elves had stealthily managed to smuggle in a troll. Trivial matters indeed. After entrusting young Percy to the care of Amos Diggory, a colleague and neighbor at the Ministry of Magic, Arthur accompanied 80-year-old Bill and 6-year-old Charlie to the hospital, patiently awaiting the arrival of their new family member. A midwife briskly exited the delivery room, who was the relative of Molly Weasley. Arthur set down his 2 children and approached swiftly. "That's me, my wife." Before he could finish, the midwife interjected. "Your wife is fine, and congratulations. You have 3 newborn boys. However, one of the children is rather unique. Please come with me at once." Upon hearing that Molly was safe, Arthur felt a wave of relief, but the latter part of her condition cast a shadow of concern over him once more. Following the midwife into the delivery room, Arthur first beheld his utterly exhausted wife. Upon seeing him, Molly's anxiety subsided, and after giving him a reassuring wink, she succumbed to slumber. With a gaze filled with affection, Arthur looked at his wife, realizing how much she had endured. He gently squeezed her hand before directing his attention to the nearby crib, where 2 wrinkled infants lay before him. Confusion swept over him. He thought there were 3. Was there not? The physician gestured towards a glowing orange mass in the crib, pulsating in harmony with the breaths of the 2 infants. It dawned on Arthur that this was not merely a light. This luminous entity was also a child. His mind momentarily froze as blood rushed to his head. Upon closer inspection, the translucent orange figure indeed possessed features, but its body radiated a brilliant orange glow with each breath, causing this detail to be easily overlooked. Arthur regretted not having studied more diligently at Hogwarts. He was utterly perplexed by this being's form. Had the physician been privy to Arthur's thoughts, he would have smirked knowingly, for even he had graduated with 12 OWLs without understanding such a phenomenon. With a sense of professional duty, the physician spoke. "This child is indeed yours. I have never encountered such a peculiar life form. It resembles a ghost, yet exhibits unmistakable signs of life. Without protection, it will soon fade away. Fortunately, the phoenix tears have preserved its soul, but this safeguard is not everlasting." Arthur snapped back to reality, paternal instincts overwhelming him. As a father, all he desired was to save this child, who had already been nearly declared dead by the finest hospital in the world. He urgently inquired of the physician, "How can we obtain a physical form for him? Would it require another 10 months of gestation?" The physician shook his head with a weary sigh. "Given the current medical technology, this issue is exceedingly difficult to resolve. However, since this child exists due to the phoenix tears, I believe it is imperative that you contact Professor Dumbledore." Arthur's eyes brightened. Yes, the phoenix. Both he and Molly were ministry employees and were well acquainted with Dumbledore. Previously, they had corresponded with him regarding the matter of phoenix tears. Although Dumbledore's reply had clarified that the phoenix in question was not his fox, perhaps with Dumbledore's connections, a solution to save this child could be discovered. Fast forward a decade. Devonshire, July 7th, 1991. The number 7 holds magical significance for wizards, a belief firmly held by many renowned sorcerers. Thus, for those in the magical community, today was deemed an auspicious day for travel. Noon sunlight cascaded onto a desk. An elderly alchemist, residing in Devonshire, struggled to wield his wand, directing his faceless homunculus to tidy up his abode. It was not that there were no more efficient spells, but for an alchemist, this was cool. Dark steel ingots to storage C3, rose crystal powder to E5, block mist compounds. To K67, the old alchemist muttered. As an aged researcher, he recognized that tidying up was ultimately a fruitless endeavor. Not only did it consume time, but afterward he would need to retrieve cauldrons, beakers, starfall minerals, and charged quartz crystals to continue his experiments. Yet, there was no alternative. A long-lost friend was visiting, and necessary etiquette must be observed. After all, he could not afford to lose face in front of the English. Well, that should suffice. After arranging the sitting room, The elder approached the desk beneath the bay window, retrieving a message sent by his friend the previous day from the fax machine. Nicholas Flamel. My dear old friend, I shall visit tomorrow afternoon. July 6th, 1991. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Folding the letter, he placed it tremblingly into an inner iron box, alongside other correspondence. Ice freeze. The iron box was instantly sealed by the freezing charm, and the homunculus stored it away in the safe. Reclining on a velvet sofa, the elder poured a bubbling black beverage into a cup, the straw extending to his lips. Though he had lost his sense of taste long ago, the sensation of bubbles bursting in his mouth remained delightful. The taste nerve stimulation is nearly complete. Soon young Riven shall truly savor the flavor of this happy water. In this long-awaited moment of leisure, the old alchemist found himself lost in thought. He then drifted back to his current projects. Sizzle. The black bubbly liquid sprayed onto his face, bouncing and forming a string of letters in the air. Albus Dumbledore is visiting. Nicholas Flamel, or Nicholas Flamel, finally returned to his senses. He fished out 20 dice from his pocket, rolling them repeatedly. The protective alchemical array surrounding the estate flickered to life and then faded back into the air. The door swung open, the handle brushing against the guitar fixed to the ceiling, producing a melodious chord. Led by the homunculus, Albus Dumbledore entered. In this age, it was unlikely that anyone would be unfamiliar with him. Tall and slender, with silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and most notably, a crooked nose. This visitor was well aware that for his 600-plus-year-old companion, rising to greet a friend was quite taxing, so he unceremoniously took a seat across from the old friend. Taking a sip of cola, he burped a cherry-flavored belch and glanced at the antique guitar overhead. The foremost white wizard of the age was the first to speak. It seems that the child has had a profound impact on your life, Nicholas, both personally and in your alchemical endeavors. Nicholas Flamel remained non-committal. Perhaps one day, when you become a father in your old age, you too will undergo a transformation akin to mine. Although I merely provide him with a vessel, it signifies that I am, in essence, his father, and this place is his home. And what of you? Since the last time you sent Raven over, you have not graced this place with your presence, have you? After all, that little fellow has revamped the fax machine, and we can now communicate directly without worrying about the owl getting lost due to the fidelity charm. A slight breath escaped him. This statement was rather lengthy for an alchemist who seldom spoke. Dumbledore chuckled softly before responding. First and foremost, I have come to deliver the enrollment notice. I recall you mentioning at the beginning of the year that Raven's form was nearing completion. He no longer requires the daily absorption of the Philosopher's Stone's magic to maintain mobility. Since the owl cannot locate this place, as his future headmaster, I must come here in person. Flamel huffed softly. My child, my student, must certainly receive his education at the finest magical school in France. I have already arranged for him to attend Beauxbatons for his first year since last year. Dumbledore blinked. Thus, what I bring is the notice for his second year, my old friend. His name has already been inscribed in the Book of Admission. Hogwarts has his brother Percy, who is soon to become the head of Gryffindor. He will have his siblings by his side, although those two rascals can be quite mischievous. His youngest brother Ron will start this year, and his youngest sister Ginny will enroll next year. Completing their education alongside their siblings is indeed a precious experience, is it not? Flamel fell silent. Dumbledore, as a longtime friend, understood the sentiments of the immortal, having lost the privilege of indulgence to the Philosopher's Stone. Truth and emotion were the two most cherished aspects of Nicholas Flamel's life over the past 4 centuries. Flamel remained silent for a moment. What a persuasive fellow you are. I concede he will enroll like a typical English wizard. Flamel relented. Secondly, I must borrow the Philosopher's Stone from you. Nicholas Flamel wore a puzzled expression. You know the Philosopher's Stone is not. Ultimately, rumors circulated in the magical community that Dumbledore had acquired the Philosopher's Stone to create the elixir of life. Well, it certainly was not a rumor spread by Master Potion Maker Snape. He was always tight-lipped. Flamel manner. It appeared identical to the alchemical homunculus, but donned a cerulean Beauxbatons uniform, with short red hair, and most importantly, possessed facial features customizable, as Raven deemed this quite significant. The alchemical homunculus boy was sipping a delightful potion infused with Philosopher's Stone powder while engaging in light conversation with the old alchemist. So, in 2 months, I shall return to Hogwarts, correct? Flamel, engrossed in tinkering with his experimental concoctions, replied without turning. Indeed, and you ought to use the word back that is your home. Raven responded non-committally. Well, yes, it has become second nature to me. You know, I have rarely ventured out since my birth. My parents, Bill, Charlie, Percy, and George, Fred, little Ron, and Ginny, they all say the manor is quite vast. It must be rather cramped at home. I think I should bring some magical materials to set up an undetectable extension charm there. Raven extended his hand, retracting the 3 metallic fingers that had popped out due to being called upon. Flamel seemed to have completed his previous task, holding out a candy as he approached Raven. Here, place it on your tongue, it will automatically install itself, and soon you will savor its flavor. Furthermore, I hope you remember that utilizing the undetectable extension charm requires a written application to be submitted to the local magical enforcement office. Raven complied, although he had to keep his mouth closed during the installation. The vocal apparatus was set within his throat, thus not hindering his speech. I suspect Grandpa Newt played a significant role in this. Teacher, do you think I will feel uncomfortable once the flesh and blood curse is completed? The alchemical body is quite convenient. I can drink while speaking. Uncertain, the old alchemist replied candidly, his expression unchanging. As the sensory nerve functions reached their peak, the long-lost sweet signals flowed into Raven's alchemical processor through the imprints of alchemy. This cherry-flavored cola has not been discontinued? Quite delightful, Raven mused. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. The rain blurred my vision, and every year I yearned to return home. The dizziness brought on by the key was disconcerting. Raven hummed a tune that others could not comprehend, struggling to maintain his balance as he followed Nicole in pushing open the door of the leaky cauldron. The interior was dimly lit and somber, the bar top marred by grease and scratches. A one-eyed bald man, an old man with matted hair, and a witch with only a few yellowed, decayed teeth were gathered around a small table. Old Aberforth, the part-time bartender, mechanically polished glasses, indifferent to the new patrons. At this time of year, many Muggle parents frequented his establishment en route to Diagon Alley. However, it was evident that these two were not Muggles, and he felt no need to caution them further. Even the black wizards lurking in the alley recognized that such ancient figures were not to be trifled with. Surely, they had lost much vitality in their pursuit of dark magic. Few truly aged wizards made it to such an advanced age. Those who lived long enough for their beards and hair to turn white could easily flick away 3 or 5 aurors with a mere finger. Counting 3 on the trash can, then 2 horizontally, he tapped 3 times with his wand. It seemed he recalled the cause of the previous wall repair. The bar owner, nearly bald and resembling a shriveled walnut, finally spoke. Last time, that old fellow from the Weasley family, unaware of the recent brick placements, had caused a tremendous explosion that reduced the entire wall to rubble. He was still a distinguished member of the German Waisengemot. In the end, he merely paid a fine. The process of restoring the wall's magic consumed an entire month of the bar owner's time. Raven removed his hat and bowed to old Aberforth, who was a renowned figure in the wizarding world. Apart from Madame Maxim and Fleur, this was the first character from the books he had encountered in his life. He then led his teacher toward the backyard. Though the place was chaotic, Nicole was a neat freak, having enchanted both the manor and his clothing with disinfecting spells. Come on, there must be rats here. I absolutely detest rats, old Nickel urged with a look of disdain. Raven understood the reason. PTSD from the Black Death. The only survivor in the world. Talp, talp, talp. The tip of his fingers illuminated with magical brilliance as Raven tapped 3 times on the designated brick. The wall began to rearrange itself. The clamor of the magical world surged toward the duo like a tidal wave as Merlin revealed his beard. The dancing cauldron emitted a series of chimes. In front of the Quidditch shop, a group of young wizards pressed their faces against the glass, marveling at the newly released Nimbus 2000. The Owl Emporium echoed with the hoarse calls of owls. The air was thick with the peculiar scent of potion ingredients. The last time he experienced such a ruckus was in his previous life when he first started school, Raven reminisced. In this life, he had mostly traversed between the school and the manor. In his previous life, he found himself in the 5th grade, where he inadvertently killed Lonlock with a cabbage, quelled the fairy rebellion, monopolized ancient magic, extensively raised magical creatures, and eradicated poachers. The swift progression led to a rather mundane graduation, prompting him to venture into the realm of the deceased. Recently, he was summoned back to reality to experience a second life. This time, he was determined to truly savor the essence of a normal wizarding existence. He then produced a grand tome bound in sheepskin, its cover emblazoned with a prominent Hogwarts crest. Titre Practical Combat Guide. Originally intended as a remedial text from Vice Principal Weasley, it had been transformed into a legacy for future generations after he claimed ancient magic for himself. The holder could collect pages akin to gathering Dragon Balls, enhancing their level and talents to become a legendary sorcerer. However, since he had been persuaded to live anew, Raven showed no reluctance. He swiftly transcended his sleepy infancy and, through a soul bond, summoned his phoenix, Phineas, to retrieve it from the restricted section of Hogwarts. Eager for enjoyment, he had no intention of utilizing those overpowering abilities that would disrupt the gaming experience. The little artifact he retained was sufficient for him to thrive in this world. Moreover, it served as the key to his own base. According to Phineas, the magical creatures he had previously collected were faring well within the base, though the number of short-lived puffskeins and nifflers was somewhat excessive. Old Dyko had his work cut out for him. Silently, he felt a pang of concern for his house elf, but continued undeterred. His right hand swiftly flipped through the pages to extract the admission letter wedged within the practical combat guide, handing it to Nicodemus. Old Nicodemus, with the letter in his left hand, transfigured his wand into a quill, scribbling and sketching while inquiring about Raven's needs. Did you bring a pewter cauldron, telescope, and scales? What about clothing? Do you need any? Raven pondered briefly before responding. I require undergarments, as my previous attire was conjured through alchemical means. The outerwear is unnecessary. I have prepared that already. Old Nicodemus nodded in acknowledgement and resumed reading. Let me see the textbooks. We have those at home. They were sent by the publisher and authors in their initial editions. They may be a bit outdated, but the content remains the same. There seem to be no strict requirements for revised editions, so we shall use what we have. He folded the admission letter again and handed it back to Raven. Looking at Raven, Nicodemus continued. Next, we shall procure your wand, for a wand is a wizard's second life. There is no need to rush for the owl or undergarments. At this remark, Raven displayed a look of surprise. Professor, did you not commission a wand from Grigovich? He holds high hopes for the pure mineral wand crafted from magical stone powder and misty essence, as the former owner of the Elder Wand. He eagerly anticipates the day his creation surpasses the Deathly Hallows. The afternoon breeze scattered Nicodemus's thoughts, reminiscent of that afternoon conversation with Dumbledore. He then retrieved a neatly wrapped metal box from his voluminous robe, presenting it to Raven with the words, Indeed, with this powerful wand, you could vanquish the bearer of the Elder Wand, should you so desire, and perhaps even within a matter of years. However, that would be rather mundane. I hope you will experience more ordinary days before you become extraordinary. Observing the hopeful expression on old Nicholas's face, Raven pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. Is this what Dumbledore advised? Dumbledore is indeed a formidable individual, managing to persuade you while simultaneously convincing me from afar. Accepting this gift, capable of effortlessly rewriting the fabric of an era, Raven solemnly assured Nicholas Flamel, I will wield it only when absolutely necessary. I promise you, my mentor. The master and apprentice approached a dilapidated display window, within which lay a wand, nearly faded with age. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Pushing open the door of the antiquated shop, Raven began to survey his surroundings. Despite having relocated, the shop retained its diminutive and worn charm, Raven mused. Rows of boxed wands were arranged upon the shelves, neither chaotic nor particularly orderly, with several boxes accumulating a fair amount of dust. In his previous life, he had chosen his wand from Ollivander S. in Hogsmeade. It seemed that due to the Goblin Rebellion, their descendants had moved the establishment to Diagon Alley. The tinkling sound from the back room indicated the arrival of new patrons, prompting the proprietor to set aside his half-finished wand and approach the front. Good afternoon. The shopkeeper's previously gentle voice rose several pitches in surprise. Welcome to Ollivander S., Master. I am Garrick Ollivander. I have seen your portrait in my family S records. My grandfather had the honor of being guided by you. Overcome with excitement, the shopkeeper became almost incoherent. Indeed, the legendary alchemist. The sole alchemist to have completed the Philosopher's Stone. A 600-year-old alchemist. As a craftsman of magic, encountering Nicholas Flamel is akin to meeting Merlin himself. Chapter 4. The Wand. It is an immense honor for you to grace my humble shop. How may I serve you? I shall spare no effort in fulfilling your request. After calming himself, Mr. Garrick Ollivander no longer appeared as anxious, though the thrill of meeting his idol remained palpable. He dared not approach Nicholas Flamel too closely, as he was a legend to be revered, particularly given how fragile this legendary figure seemed. Modius Ollivander. I remember him well, Nicholas mused, turning towards Garrick. He was a gifted wandmaker, and his insights on the invisible connection between materials and their wielders greatly inspired me. A genuine smile spread across Garrick's face. Is this merely verbal praise? This is the acknowledgement of the legendary alchemist towards the Ollivander family. To his knowledge, none of the three esteemed wand makers in Europe had ever received such commendation from the venerable elder. This was indeed a matter of family honor. Once the necessary pleasantries were exchanged, Raven expressed the purpose of his visit. Mr. Ollivander, I am a new student enrolling this year, and I have come here with my instructor to select a wand. Only then did Garrick divert his gaze from the idol, scrutinizing Raven for a moment, revealing a look of astonishment. You see, at Ollivanders, we have always believed that wands choose their wizards. Therefore, we conduct a thorough assessment and understanding of the wand's purchasers. Might you be a Weasley? Raven tugged his face slightly and replied, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, we are triplets. Due to certain peculiarities, I do not resemble them exactly. But I bear a striking resemblance, do I not? Garrick's expression turned awkward, clearly indicating that the owners of those two names had left him with less than pleasant memories. However, out of courtesy, he continued the conversation. Indeed, not long ago, your parents accompanied Mr. Charlie Weasley to procure a new wand as a gift for his becoming a dragon tamer, a wand with a core of unicorn hair. It is quite a challenge to persuade those colossal beasts, is it not? The wand maker pondered. I recall that your triplet brothers purchased their wand a year ago. A combination of dogwood and unicorn hair. Perhaps you should consider that. He then turned and retreated to the back room, seemingly indicating that wizards with the favored quality of dogwood were rather rare, as none were available at the front desk. A clattering sound echoed from behind. Before long, Garrick Ollivander emerged from the back room, looking somewhat disheveled. Here, he said with anticipation, presenting a wand measuring 9¼ inches long, with a spiral grip at the end. Raven did not hesitate. He pointed the wand at an empty box in the corner. Leviosa, a splendid display of wandless magic. Ollivander remarked, since Hogwarts removed the levitation charm from the curriculum in favor of teaching the more advanced floating charm, Wingardium Leviosa, it is seldom that one witnesses young wizards employing this spell. In my opinion, practicing the former greatly enhances understanding of the latter. Raven thought, how absurd. Is he mocking me? A surge of irritation began to brew within him. I did not anticipate that a wand of the same material as your brother's would be so resistant to you. Nevertheless, for others within the school, this may indeed be a fortuitous occurrence, Ollivander murmured, seemingly to himself. The subsequent wand trials proceeded rather smoothly. There were no shortcuts to be taken, and thus they adhered to the established process. Raven, accustomed to wielding his wand with his right hand, had already demonstrated this. He then measured Raven's physical attributes. Though a suitable match had not yet been found, at least the wands had responded. 20 minutes later, Garrick declared with utmost seriousness, this one will surely suffice. I firmly believe this wand is the most suitable combination for you. He presented a box containing the wand to Raven. Upon receiving the box, Raven extracted the wand. The moment her hand made contact with the handle, an inexplicable intuition surged within her. This was the one. There was no haste in her movements as she meticulously scrutinized the wand in her grasp. It was a wand of acacia wood, a warm brown tinged with gold, precisely 10 inches in length, a number pleasing to the perfectionist's eye. The handle was exquisitely shaped into a flawless pentagon. This time, Raven refrained from casting any spells. She merely waved the wand aimlessly. Yet, as the tip cut through the air, it left behind a trail of shimmering light. It was as if the atmosphere congealed into a series of interlaced hexagonal crystal prisms, intertwined with radiant hues of 7 colors. The voice of Ollivander drifted to her ears, expounding on the properties of acacia wood, which would remain loyal to a gifted master, while the dragon heartstring would yield to the might of the powerful. You shall become an extraordinary wizard, he proclaimed. A glance at the satisfied expression on Nicodemus's face prompted Ollivander to add, indeed, this is only fitting. Raven felt no inclination to refute Mr. Ollivander's flattery. Old Nicodemus imparted a piece of wisdom to his young admirer. He was aware that the wand-choosing theory of the Ollivander family contained elements of prophecy. Yet even the seers of the Trelawney lineage would hesitate to guarantee accurate interpretations of their own prophecies. Thus, it was wise not to place too much confidence in one's interpretations. Ollivander was not surprised by Nicodemus's knowledge of the family's magical secrets. After all, this was a man who had garnered the laurels of alchemy, and wand-making was merely a branch of that discipline. Raven graciously accepted Nicodemus's counsel and readily accepted the 10 galleons bestowed by her idol. It would indeed be an insult to this affluent figure to allow him to treat her. She would honorably receive the coins and cherish them as a familial heirloom. However, Raven had no intention of departing hastily, for she had 2 more matters to attend to. I am curious about your connection to Garrick Ollivander. He once operated a wand shop in Hogsmeade a century ago, Raven inquired. Garrick Ollivander appeared taken aback, regarding the young witch with astonishment. He was my great-grandfather. How do you know that name? Raven, of course, could not divulge the truth. She could not very well say that the old man had once crafted a wand for her. Instead, she continued, I once encountered a wand focused on ancient magic while perusing records of the last Goblin Rebellion, and it was crafted by this Mr. Garrick. If he had created a backup, I would greatly appreciate it if he could contact me via owl. Mr. Ollivander showed no signs of surprise, as an alchemist, it was understandable to delve into various peculiarities. He nodded in acknowledgement. According to the wand-making knowledge passed down by Ollivander, wands focused on ancient magic were highly sensitive. Such wands would scarcely function with the spells we commonly employ, and if a backup exists, it would likely be rendered entirely inert due to the complete loss of ancient magic. I shall diligently search within my family's wand repository, he assured her. With the primary objective achieved, the second matter at hand was a trivial one. I intend to gift my brother, Ron Weasley, a wand which, based on my understanding of his character, should be crafted from willow and infused with unicorn hair. Soon, I will arrange for my family to bring him to select one. Raven retrieved 10 galleons from his pocket and handed them to Ollivander. The excess funds will be deducted from the ancient magical wand purchase, Raven remarked. With matters settled, Raven and Nicodemus made no further delay. There remained numerous tasks on the school supply list awaiting completion. Chapter 5. Glimmering as they exited the dilapidated shop. The midday sun bathed the bustling Diagon Alley in warm light. This is the wizarding world, while the Muggle Street was still drenched in rain. Perhaps a weather charm? Given the imminent start of the school year, many adults could be seen accompanying their children to procure supplies for the upcoming term. Among them were middle-aged Muggle parents dressed in polished attire, complete with waistcoats and ties, alongside wizards clad in somewhat archaic robes, a silver-haired man grasping a civilized wand. Indeed, it was Lucius Malfoy. His son and wife were entering Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. While he appeared to be engaged in conversation with an acquaintance from the Ministry of Magic outside the door, clearly uninterested in the discussion at hand, Lucius listened to Ludovic Bagman's complaints while surveying the street with a detached gaze. His languid demeanor indicated that his companion was of little consequence. Everyone in the ministry knew Bagman was a gambler, a pauper, a charlatan. As the ministry's designated benefactor, Sir Lucius had no obligation to extend his dignity to one who sought to borrow from him. Lucius harbored his own troubles. Each year, a substantial amount of galleons filled Cornelius Fudge's pockets. One alchemical talisman after another was donated to the Aurors under Rufus Scrimgeour. Yet, these glittering tokens did nothing to elevate his status as the head of the Malfoy family or the pureblood Malfoys. The ministry's bureaucrats merely regarded him as a cash dispenser, failing to acknowledge him as a figure of significance. Now, even a lowly figure like Bagman dared to cast a shadow over him. Lucius pondered how much gold he would need to part with to dismiss this gambler, ensuring that he could maintain his dignity while keeping this nuisance at bay, a basic skill for any Malfoy. Just as he was about to reach for his purse to offer alms, Lucius's attention was captivated by an elderly gentleman accompanied by a student. The moment he recognized the identity of the elder, the figure before him transformed from a frail, pallid old man in a white robe into a magnificent statue radiating brilliance. He was acutely aware that beneath this revered figure lay the bones of many who had coveted his power. Thus, he felt an even greater reverence. He casually tossed a handful of galleons at Bagman, his pocket barely secured, and swiftly approached the pair of teacher and student. "I salute you, master. I am Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family." The Malfoy family hails from France, demonstrating a keen interest in the magical realm of their homeland. They are well aware of the appropriate demeanor required when engaging with the legendary alchemist. Lucius removed his hat and, without advancing too close, bowed from a distance. Upon seeing Nicholas nod, Lucius approached as if granted permission. "Greetings, Malfoy," Nicholas simply stated. To address him solely by his surname may seem rather impolite. However, Lucius felt no offense. To this master, the entirety of their family's enterprises amounted to little more than a trifle. The mere fact that the master acknowledged his greeting was, to Lucius, of considerable value. With a warm smile, Malfoy spoke, exuding an air that belied his past as a former Death Eater. "The last I heard of you was in Paris, where you thwarted that dark wizard's nefarious scheme, an event that transpired decades ago. It is a surprise to see you here." Raven displayed a peculiar expression. Was this the sinister Lucius? Wasn't he supposed to be the cheerful brother, Matthews? The term dark wizard could still escape his lips? Alas, as an Anglo-Saxon wizard, the Malfoy family found themselves somewhat distanced from the English pureblood circles. Maintaining their current standing relied heavily on their connections forged through gold galleons. Yet, before this alchemist, their galleons paled in comparison, and their network was dwarfed by his. Not only was he superior in his field, but he also excelled in areas where they faltered, leaving them thoroughly outmatched. Moreover, it was recorded that this gentleman once possessed a rather tempestuous temperament, often invoked by goblins to frighten their unruly offspring into submission. It was wise to display humility, a survival skill passed down through generations of Malfoys. Nicholas gestured towards his student, introducing him. This is my pupil, Raven Nicholas Weasley, currently a second-year student at Hogwarts. Including the full name? Coupled with the recent rumors surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, was this immortal weary of life? Was this Weasley the heir of Nicholas? Such fortune for the Weasleys. Lucius felt a twinge of envy, yet he maintained the facade of a cheerful middle-aged gentleman, at least for the moment, extending a greeting to Raven. The Weasley name is revered in the British wizarding community as the light of pure blood, a noble and ancient lineage. And it seems this glory has found an exceptional heir. My child is in their first year. I would appreciate it if Mr. Weasley could keep an eye on them. Soon, he would have to encourage his little dragon to address Arthur and his dear family more amicably. What a remarkable fellow this was. Shouldn't he be referred to as a pure-blood traitor instead? I recall that your brother learned from you, right? Raven, feeling a bit overwhelmed, could only smile in response. I look forward to meeting you at school, fellow Malfoy. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Nicholas feigned a departure, and Lucius, understanding the cue, stepped aside. Raven was not one to possess a shrewd and calculating demeanor. He had never been so, even before his travels, and in his previous life, he was rather self-centered. However, since the other party has signaled such intentions, perhaps it would be wise to treat the esteemed Draco with a bit more kindness in the future. If Lucius could return and provide some guidance to his son, the inherited wisdom of the Malfoy lineage would ultimately prove effective. Raven momentarily set aside her inherent disdain for the Malfoy family, which had arisen from the discord between Arthur and Lucius. A gentle breeze brushed past, dissipating the surrounding commotion, as the teacher and student made their way towards the towering white edifice in the distance. In truth, I harbor a certain aversion to the mercenary nature of the Malfoy wizards. Yet, in this era, within the British magical community, one must navigate the complexities of survival, discerning the type of friendships to cultivate and the adversaries to confront. It is a choice one must make independently. I would not wish for my attitude to sway your decisions, for I am on the brink of death, the old man had conveyed to Raven. Rest assured, dear teacher, I shall engage them thoroughly in this game, Raven replied. Time did not linger for the duo, who resembled both father and son, as well as teacher and student. Before long, a resplendent bronze door appeared before them, guarded by sprightly goblins clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, standing tall and alert, saluting each patron who entered or exited. Yet, it was not until the pair had passed through the first grand entrance and approached the second that the captain of the Goblin Guards grasped the gravity of the situation. Panic came too late. Cries of alarm were belated. Flight was futile. Without hesitation or doubt, they adhered to the protocols outlined in the Goblin Guard training manual. Upon the arrival of Nicholas Flamel at Gringotts, a Level 1 alert must be issued to inform the Goblin staff of the area. When Nicholas Flamel enters Gringotts, they are instructed not to attempt an attack or resistance, but rather to remain still and avoid causing further damage to the structure. Chapter 6, Gringotts and the Goblins. The second door was silver, inscribed with the following words: Enter, stranger, but beware, for greed may lead to dire consequences. To take without labor shall incur the harshest penalties. Thus, if you seek to extract from our subterranean vaults a fortune that never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Standing before the open second door, Nicholas Flamel did not rush to enter. The grotesque little creatures within were in a state of disarray. The goblin staff of Gringotts London had never encountered such a spectacle, although the goblins of Gringotts Paris had not seen Nicholas Flamel in the flesh. They had trained extensively with several golden goblin managers as instructional tools, rehearsing for the occasion of his arrival. A few hushed exclamations from the goblins quickly quelled the anxious staff. Under the guidance of their superiors, 100 or so goblins lined up in orderly fashion. At that moment, old Nicholas, accompanied by Raven, stepped inside. Raven gazed upon the bustling assembly of grotesque beings before him, a chilling smile involuntarily stretching across his lips. Old acquaintances, so familiar and endearing, a long-lost urge to cast something forth surged within him. Yet, he restrained his emotions. The moment was not yet ripe. The goblin general manager of Gringotts exhaled in relief, oblivious to the fact that something far more terrifying than Nicodemus had infiltrated their midst, merely sensing that this day, the wizard was in high spirits. Since Nicodemus had not barged in uninvited, it was customary for Gringotts to extend its professional services to this walking fortune. Nicodemus strode past goblin staff clad in elegant, gold-embroidered uniforms, adorned with name badges of various metals and goblin supervisors. His alchemical-enhanced magical sight captured every nuance of their expressions. Initially, there was a residual panic, The first level alarm echoed with the blood and tears of goblin experiences. Then came greed. Over his 6 centuries as a wizard, Nicodemus had encountered countless avaricious souls, and he himself was a seeker of truth steeped in greed. However, he held a particular fondness for the goblin's insatiable thirst for wealth. Such unadulterated fervor was pure. Emotion, after all, is a form of magical power, a fact proven during the Goblin Rebellion a century prior, and goblins made for excellent fuel. Suppressing their greed, the goblins presented Nicodemus with expressions of delight, which soon morphed into vigilance. He discerned several goblin supervisors, adorned with golden badges, casting furtive glances at one another, akin to famished beasts of prey that had simultaneously spotted their quarry. Each desired to monopolize the fees for this service. It appeared that these colleagues were somewhat bothersome today. Disregarding the elite goblins, the old Nicodemus approached a weathered goblin dressed in a patched suit, lacking a name badge, whose facial creases could snuff out a fly. The younger generation of goblins had been significantly influenced by wizards, lacking the industrious spirit of their predecessors. You see, Nicodemus remarked, when it comes to valuable matters, I possess more patience than I do for Lucius. Regardless of whether the goblins desire the value of this research, these youngsters, the oldest of whom is scarcely a century, I genuinely welcome the prospect of them breaking free from the shadows of our past. The goblin general manager, with murky eyes, regarded Nicodemus with a mixture of respect and defiance. At 214 years old, he was among the rare few goblins to have lived so long, and for him, transforming into gold to educate the younger goblins was a worthwhile endeavor. Should the Philosopher's Stone be entrusted to Dumbledore, and the old coot lose his ability to transmute gold, then the goblin general manager would consider it a loss. Of the past, how audacious of the goblins to speak so boldly in my presence, Nicodemus mused. Will you take offense to the liquid in your flask? He would not. He had come with his own business to attend to, and once accomplished, the treatment of these experimental subjects would fall to Raven, for who could blame an old man preparing for his end? I hereby transfer the warehouse numbered 555 that I own at Gringotts in London to my disciple, Raven Nicholas Weasley. A parchment and a golden galleon floated before the goblin manager. This serves as both contract and proof, declared old LeMay. The goblin manager nodded towards the goblin bank president standing to one side. The goblin president, dressed like a muggle businessman with a gaunt face and sharp features, hurried off to the back with the eagerness of a house elf. Moments later, he returned, briskly carrying a jewel-encrusted box. The box was adorned with large chunks of turquoise, sapphires, and opals, haphazardly embedded in the surface of an indeterminate black material. The goblin president carefully opened the box, revealing its contents, which were set against red silk. To the elderly goblin, the goblin manager, with his elongated nails, pinched the sole item within the box, another golden galleon, and casually passed the contract to the goblin president. The old goblin retrieved a magnificent eyepiece with a golden handle and ruby lenses from the pocket of his suit. Placing the eyepiece before his eyes, the goblin manager compared the 2 galleons, endeavoring to discern any differences. Regrettably, none were found, aside from the coin's surface bearing the likeness of your visage. These 2 galleons were indistinguishable from the galleons in terms of appearance, metal composition, and even magical properties. Indeed, there is no difference whatsoever between the 2 galleons. Such formidable craftsmanship, the elderly goblin remarked. Yet, the cost of creating them is far less than that of a galleon, added LeMay. To unravel the magical legacy that has supported the societal standing of goblins for generations is quite an extraordinary feat within his 6 centuries of existence. During the years when he was at odds with the goblins, there were decades when they expended tremendous resources to reclaim and remnant all circulating galleons. After several attempts, the goblins ultimately abandoned this fruitless endeavor, having learned a valuable lesson at great expense. Never oppose a legendary alchemist in the realm of metals. Now please follow me. We must proceed to the underground warehouse area to finalize the transfer of actual ownership. Having completed the verification process, the elderly goblin remained professional in providing service to his guests. He turned towards the minecart, with the master and apprentice following closely behind. The sharp-featured goblin president lagged momentarily, then turned to glare at the goblin supervisors standing in the hall. Another goblin expletive escaped his lips, prompting the supervisors to swiftly return to their posts, with some weighing scales and others using eyepieces. A bustling scene unfolded once again. Seeing his subordinates back at work, the goblin dressed like a muggle tycoon finally adopted a sycophantic expression, scurrying to catch up with the group that had reached the minecart. Then, with a sense of purpose, he retrieved the headlamp from beneath the driver's seat and settled into the driver's position. A soft hiss echoed as the steam valves released their pressure. Guided by the locomotive at the front, the mine cart gradually departed from the opulent and resplendent hall, venturing into the shadowy underground realm. Chapter 7, Artifacts. The cavernous darkness of the subterranean world seemed boundless, with only the sound of the cart's wheels grinding against the tracks breaking the silence. The cart carried 4 passengers, delving deeper into the abyss. Raven's gaze extended along the tracks, clearly discerning numerous small chambers where the railway intersected with the rocky walls in the distance. These were the upper vaults, possessing a lower level of security but offering convenience for access. Typically, wizards with respectable occupations, such as employees of the Ministry of Magic, would deposit their family savings here. There were also members of well-established wizarding families who rented vaults for personal use, managing their daily expenses. As frequently traversing the family vaults below was not only cumbersome, but also fraught with the risk of losing one's tokens. The sound of rushing water suddenly broke the stillness, starkly contrasting with the vast emptiness of the underground railway system. As the mine cart advanced, the sound of flowing water grew increasingly pronounced. Ahead lay the thief's waterfall, which would wash away any magical effects on the passengers. Any anomalous behavior would trigger an alarm. And resistance was ill-advised, the ferry conductor reminded. Whoosh! The mine cart swiftly traversed the watery expanse. 2 fairies were doused in alchemical potions. In the passenger compartment, old Nico remarked to Raven, "That is quite a creative touch." Noticing that the 2 fairies bore no signs of dampness, the now slightly flustered ferry conductor eased the speed of the cart, casting an inquiring glance at the elder fairy, seemingly awaiting his guidance. The aged fairy general merely shook his head. It was evident that these 2 individuals possessed magical effects, yet they neither washed away nor triggered the alarm system. Only the original source could accomplish such a feat. Thus, the mine cart continued its descent, perhaps finding the silence of the journey excessively protracted. Old Nico seized the opportunity to converse with Raven. "To be honest, today as fairies have somewhat surprised me. They are no longer as fearful of me as they were 3 centuries ago. Now, they might regard me, this soon-to-be departed soul, with a hint of trepidation, fearing that I might deliver a grand surprise before my exit. However, I suspect that after my demise, they may turn their attention towards you. They dread the emergence of another Nicholas Flamel, even more so a youthful version." The ferry conductor remained steadfastly focused on the path ahead, while the elderly fairy appeared drowsy, feigning ignorance of the conversation, merely a reflection of the service industry's decorum. Raven assessed the 2 fairies for a moment before fixing his gaze upon the face of the conductor, responding earnestly. "The race of fairies is one that I am quite familiar with, having once had a fairy friend who imparted much knowledge upon me. They are an intelligent magical race that can exist independently of wizards. However, the resources within the realm of magic are evidently finite. Thus, they must learn to coexist with the most formidable magical beings, namely the wizards, ultimately choosing to serve the wizarding community. Nevertheless, as an independent race with a rich heritage, they possess their own ethical perspectives, which serve as the principal source of conflict with the wizards. For instance, when a wizard pays for equipment crafted by a fairy artisan, the wizard's ethical viewpoint dictates that it belongs to him. Conversely, in the fairy's eyes, the wizard has merely rented the creation, with ownership remaining with the fairy. My intention here is not to highlight the differences between wizards and fairies, but rather to emphasize that both races share a concept of ownership and possess similar values. There exists a commonality amid their discord: greed, sorrow, fear, and anger. Fairies experience emotions that are by no means inferior to those of wizards, as demonstrated by the historical figure Lancelot. At the mention of that name, a barely perceptible expression flickered across the face of the fairy leader, quickly suppressed by the weight of a lifetime filled with dark and enigmatic experiences. However, since earlier, Raven's gaze had not wavered from the profile of the fairy leader, an unnatural fixation that did not escape his notice. Delving into Raven's words, old Nico felt that his disciple's insights might provide him with a technical revelation. Purity, fear, inspiration seemed to shimmer just beyond reach, yet he found it elusive. Nonetheless, he understood Raven's intent clearly. I had invested considerable effort into this matter in my youth, squandering much time in pursuit of truth. If you wish to employ this solution, I recommend utilizing the swiftest method. Old Nico's words were not as straightforward and bloody as they seemed. Being an elder of the French lineage, he still required an air of sophistication. Raven, on the other hand, was reminded of his practical guide, thinking of the emblem that represented the potency of his base's magical supply, overflowing. He reached for his tome through the wrapping, stating, "Perhaps this time I need not spend additional time." It had become customary for Nico to feel this way ever since he had equipped Raven with a vocal mechanism. He could no longer enjoy the role of a solitary enigma for his disciple. Heritage, this too is a form of legacy. Old Nico entered a contemplative state, emanating an aura that suggested he was not inclined to converse. Thus, only the sounds of the wind and the friction of the tracks remained, finding the atmosphere somewhat tedious. Raven began to provoke the fairies, who had merely served as ornamental figures throughout their journey. Mr. Leader, he began, earlier you spoke of the ethical perspectives of fairies. I wish to pose a hypothesis to you. If, and I emphasize if, a human wizard were to use fairies as raw materials to craft an artifact, according to your fairy ethics, to whom would the ownership of that artifact belong? A devilish question indeed. The gaunt, sharp-featured goblin bank manager maintained a professional smile on his face. Before he could speak, the goblin general manager, who had been feigning sleep throughout the journey, interjected. I can answer that, Mr. Weasley. My father was once the manager of the French Gringotts, after he was transformed into gold by Mr. Flammel. The Gringotts headquarters not only compensated my family with an unexpected insurance payout and workers' compensation, but also acquired the ownership of that artifact with an equal weight of galleons. Thus, I am fully aware that ownership rightfully belongs to the family of the original material. The goblin, who had previously made a mockery of the situation, found it amusing and pressed on with further inquiries. Hypothetically, if I were to store such an artifact in my Gringotts vault, how would you handle it? This time, the goblin bank manager, who was driving, responded. At Gringotts, we employ exceedingly stringent anti-theft measures. The thief's falls is merely the most basic layer. If you, dear customer, remain unconvinced, you may follow the example of those ancient families and implement your own security measures in your vault. We also offer services for the installation of such security, which is included in the lower vault contracts. A harsh grinding sound interrupted the conversation as they arrived at Vault 555. The goblin manager disembarked first, assisting the passengers down. He then retrieved a container from his pocket, opened it, and a dazzling light flew out, affixing itself to the lamp base. The illumination revealed the entrance, which bore a simple design, a groove, and a pentagram pattern. Each point of the pentagram was marked with special symbols: earth, wind, water, fire, and ether. Chapter 8, The Vault. The elderly goblin general manager extracted a golden lamy from his pocket and placed it into the groove. He inserted his grayish-white nail into the pentagram's recess, and, as he traced the lines, the pentagram began to emit a soft glow. Soon, the runic symbols at each point of the star lit up in succession: yellow, blue, green, red, and white, intermingling beautifully. The pentagram then began to rotate, and the lines that formed it started to converge, being drawn into the groove. A series of mechanical clicks emanated from behind the door. Once the sound subsided, the old goblin gently pushed the stone door. The vault opened to its long unvisited master. I expected a treasure trove, but it seems your vault isn't anything special, Professor. Raven gestured towards the old goblin. If we disregard the galleons within, this vault is indeed quite empty. No precious magical gems, no ancient alchemical tools, nor highly valuable contracts and shares, only galleons. Yet there's so many that one could fill a pool for a dragon with them. So many, in fact, that unchecked usage could inflate the entire wizarding economy to the point where bread becomes unaffordable. The old goblin, unperturbed by his apprentice's teasing, simply smiled. Today, I have actually acquired this position from your parents, partly to witness your journey into education, and partly to allow you to grasp firsthand the individuals and matters you will confront in the future. For the past 12 years, you have resided in my estate, with only Madame Maxim being aware of our relationship. Today, you have also observed what kind of individuals make for friends, which families can be allied with, and what races may present as adversaries. Witnessing their attitudes towards me will undoubtedly provide you with significant insights regarding your future choices. Old Nicholas continued. This vault symbolizes the truce I once forged with the fairies. They acknowledge the monetary value of the galleons I possess, and in exchange, they are stored here. When I require them, the fairies will either dispense them or perhaps destroy or melt them for other purposes, knowledge they have gleaned from muggles. You may regard this vault as a trove of spoils. Soon, the fairy general manager approached, holding a parchment of goat skin, standard from Gringotts. Gentlemen, the inventory is complete. The vault contains 276,947,455 galleons. If there are no objections, please sign this indomitable oath agreement in my presence. 2 streams of magical energy swept across the document, revealing no curses or traps. The fairies were not foolish enough to ensnare the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flammel with magical devices. Thus, The names of both teacher and student were inscribed upon the agreement, with orange-hued magic swirling to signify the establishment of an unbreakable oath. The ownership of the vault was then transferred to Raven. He displayed a mischievous grin, clapping his hands to garner the attention of others. Since this is the repository of my teacher's spoils, I shall also place an artifact here. Teacher, do you recall the tale of Middle-earth? The dragon Smog, nestled atop a mountain of gold. How could such a wealth of gold be without a dragon? With that, Raven produced the practical guide. Pointing his wand, a distorted shadow materialized in the air, magnifying into the form of a metallic dragon before his eyes. The dragon measured an impressive 200 feet in length. With an even more exaggerated wingspan of approximately 330 feet, its body adorned with a classic silvery metallic sheen. The impact craters and deep bite marks covering its torso, along with the tattered wings, seemed to narrate the fierce battles it had endured and the terrifying foes capable of hunting such a monstrous beast. The once smug smile of the fairy bank manager vanished, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Even the seasoned fairy general manager, accustomed to tumultuous events, felt a stirring in his heart upon recognizing the dragon's composition as fairy silver, his wrinkled visage betraying a hint of unease. Seeing his collection astonish the two fairies, Raven continued with satisfaction. This masterpiece before you, I have named the Lonrock Dragon. The fairy dragon Lonrock, the leader of the fairy rebellion that erupted a century ago. Utilizing the ancestral art of fairy magic silver control, dangerous figures have emerged, commanding dragons and giants to establish a fairy dominion. Although Lonlock does not possess the notoriety of the two previous Dark Lords, Nicolim perceives his threat to be equally formidable, evidenced by the ominous aura emanating from his corpse. Such remains ought not to be in the hands of others. The president of the Fairy Bank revealed a complex expression, his face stripped of the previous obsequiousness. Despite the shock, he remained cautious with his words. No mention, no reference. Any indicative term could provoke a judgment, and any negative sentiment in his address could summon the fearsome Tooth Angel. This curse is more terrifying than the one Voldemort cast upon his own name. A new shadow looming over the fairy race for the past century, marking Landlock's greatest sin. He has introduced an unimaginable adversary to the fairies. And while fear may not dissipate, it merely shifts. And what is more alarming is that the new generation has unreservedly bestowed positive sentiments upon that. In response to the fairy president's inquiry, Raven merely posed a counter-question. You are Landlock's child, are you not? You bear a striking resemblance to him. In truth, they had encountered each other a century prior. Thus, according to your fairy ethics, the ownership of this dragon's remains should rightfully belong to you. I have secured it within this vault. What will you do? Whether to reclaim your father's body, or to seize this colossal fairy magic silver form capable of subjugating the entire magical world. Surely, you have ample justification to retrieve it from my vault. The fairy president was rendered speechless by Raven's retort, his mind incessantly weighing the pros and cons ethically. He held ownership of the dragon's remains. Personally, it was his father's body. From a broader perspective, it represented a vital asset for the resurgence of the fairy race. Nevertheless, he was an employee of Gringotts, the president of the London branch, and the protector of wizarding property, the sole rationale for the Wizarding Society's acceptance of the fairy race. He could not act in a personal capacity, he mused. It seemed Raven had glimpsed the determination in the fairy president's eyes. The fairy general manager eventually spoke. Loxon, the fairy president, Landlock's son, would not act against professional ethics. Upon hearing the elder fairy's pronouncement, the fairy president Loxon turned to the general manager with a pleading expression, asking, why not? Yet the elder fairy resolutely shook his head. It was he who had sheltered Landlock's child after the latter's failure. Otherwise, Loxon would have been devoured by those fairies fortunate enough to escape the Tooth Angel's grasp. It was he who had safeguarded Loxon's life. He believed that, upon reflection, Loxon would make the right choice. That young wizard merely wished to witness their misfortune. He could not leave the dragon unguarded, and thus, he could not allow Loxon to suffer further humiliation. Indeed, Raven declared that he would personally arrange the guardianship. And under the watchful gaze of the fairies, he retrieved a series of flower pots from the parchment book, subsequently sowing seeds within them. With the catalyst of magic, the diminutive biting cabbages soon emerged, causing the two fairies to freeze in place. Their instinct for survival instantly obliterated all coherent thought. Raven then inspected the development of the cabbages, revealing a satisfied expression. He subsequently produced a vial of liquid, pouring it onto the roots of the cabbages, which eagerly consumed it, thriving in their growth. Casually placing the flower pots at the entrance, Raven followed the fairies outside. From the moment the biting cabbages sprouted, the two fairies were paralyzed with fear, and although they eventually regained their composure, they dared not look at Raven, numbly closing the door, getting into the vehicle, and driving away to see their guests off. They could not afford to think or gaze too long. The sharp-toothed angel was a symbol of that. They were now certain that the young wizard had not fortuitously acquired the Lawnlock dragon, but rather inherited that. For the Lawnlock was indeed associated with that ancient. No, they must not think. If the fairies recalled that, while harboring negative emotions, a biting cabbage would undoubtedly materialize beside them, tearing apart all fairies within a 50-meter radius. This was a curse that the new generation of fairies had come to accept as commonplace. If avoidance was impossible, they had to mentally refer to that while concentrating to ensure no negative emotion surfaced. This was a principle derived from the sacrifices of a significant portion of their population. It was only after the teacher and student exited the ancient spirit hall that the two fairies exhibited expressions of having survived a calamity. They were not to be trifled with, absolutely not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Raven pondered over the energy source crystals detailed in the combat guide and what they might be crafted into. Fairies truly were excellent resources. He longed to utilize them to nourish the cabbages. Chapter 9. Family. In the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, one of England's few remaining traditional wizarding communities, wizards coexisted with muggles. The wizarding families residing here number no more than 10, and among them, only the Weasleys. Along with the Diggories and the Fawcetts on the other side of the village, and the Lovegoods residing in the hills, had school-age wizards. Those who preferred not to partake in the muggle hunting activities chose to conceal themselves among the muggles. As an Eastern saying goes, the great conceal themselves within the market. Ron was currently clearing the weeds that had been sown by the goblins. Despite having just cleared them a week prior, the goblins residing in the garden utilized the wings of collected fairies, mixed with fluffy dung, to create fertilizer that accelerated the growth of the weeds. They consumed this as their sustenance. Ordinarily, they would wait for harvest time, stealthily reaping these plants by night. However, Molly had sent Ron outside to tidy up the garden because today Raven was to be returned home by his teacher, and naturally, the house could not be in disarray. Ron had known from a young age that he had an older brother living away with the old man. In his youthful innocence, he believed that if George and Fred were to reside with the old man outside, they would surely torment each other, enduring great hardship. However, this naive notion was dispelled when, at the age of 5, he moved into the Nicomere Manor with his family during Christmas. Jealousy was absent, for Raven treated his family with great kindness, often sending delightful gifts through Phineas. For instance, the rare-colored plush toys in Ginny's room, gold, silver, green, and white, along with the golden unicorn hair scarves that adorned each family member. It would have been even better if Raven were not so fond of borrowing his brother's arms. Little Ron, could I borrow your arm for a day? I promise to return tomorrow. I need it for an experiment, as my alchemical sensitivity is somewhat lacking. Ron distinctly remembered Raven's casual demeanor at that moment. At merely 5 years old, and enchanted by the exquisite French snacks, Ron, in his days, simply nodded in agreement. He felt no discomfort as Raven utilized special scissors, snipping and attaching with a series of clicks, rendering the borrowed arm functional. Later, Ron, with a pair of iron arms, wailed in search of his mother throughout the manor. If it weren't for the sight of George and Fred taking turns having their arms borrowed and returned by Raven over the following days, they would have been more anxious. Ron even feared that his arm might suffer lasting repercussions. Reflecting on George and Fred's peculiar expressions during the incident, Ron came to the realization that Raven, despite appearing to be a gentle and reliable elder brother, was fundamentally mischievous, much like George and Fred. Beep beep. The sounds of car horns and engines filled the air. Molly called for the children still studying in England to gather at the door. A small sedan with a white roof and a blue hydrangea body materialized from the air, slowly descending onto the lawn. Arthur opened the car door and assisted Nicomere out. Meanwhile, Raven hurriedly opened the door and rushed to the trunk to retrieve the prepared items. 2 owls, one for Percy and one for Ron. The Hogwarts community was well aware that the twins' messenger was a phoenix named Phineas, sharing a name with the most detested headmaster of Hogwarts, Phineas Black. Due to his upbringing alongside Raven, Phineas had a natural affinity for George and Fred, often visiting them at Hogwarts to play. Their bond was excellent, and running errands for each other was a common occurrence. However, the responsibility of delivering messages for the rest of the family still fell upon Errol, the old gray owl. Bill and Charlie, residing abroad, utilized their company's communication system. Thus, the only family members in need of an owl were Percy and Ron, not to mention little Ginny. Handing the cages to Percy and Ron, Raven playfully tousled his sister's hair before quickly slipping the reservation receipt for Ayus Owl Shop in her hand before she could express her displeasure. I inquired with the shopkeeper, and it appears that the owl we have reserved is from the same lineage as Harry Potter's snowy owl. We will be able to bring it home next year, Raven added. Ginny's cheeks flushed, yet her hands did not falter. She treated the precious creature with the utmost care, safeguarding it as if it were a rare treasure. Of course, she did not neglect to plant a light kiss on Raven's right cheek, before Raven could fully enjoy the satisfied smile on her face. 2 elbows were draped around her neck from either side. The accusatory words of George and Fred reached her ears, one from each side. You should look just like us. Yet you secretly made yourself more attractive. Is this what you call competition? Are you trying to outshine us both? Percy, Ron, little Ginny have gifts, while we as brothers are left with nothing. Raven, you are a scoundrel. Raven, your end is nigh. Before George and Fred could enact their righteous vengeance, both received a swift slap on the head. Molly, having concluded her pleasantries, finally turned her attention to her son, whose path had been fraught with challenges from Molly's perspective. My poor child, having left your parents at such a tender age, it is all your mother's fault. As Molly spoke, she embraced Raven and began to weep, her words becoming indistinct. Arthur approached gently, wrapping his arms around his wife and child, joyfully declaring, "Welcome home, my child." He then surveyed the scene, urging everyone, "No more standing around. Let us go inside and converse." Thus, the gathering laughed and made their way towards the burrow, toward their home. Just before entering, Raven seemed to recall something and stated, confused by those 2 troublemakers, "I almost forgot. The owl is merely a household item. This is the true gift for everyone." She then retrieved a small, portable parchment book from her waist, opened its pages, and extracted a stack of documents, brandishing them triumphantly. The British Ministry of Magic has stamped these documents, granting us authorization for the undetectable extinction charm. We can now reside in a grand house. At this proclamation, George, Fred, and Ron were the most elated. Percy was somewhat indifferent, having experienced the days when their home was spacious enough. Fred, having grown up squeezed next to George, had to yield a significant area to Ginny. Ron, being just a year older than Ginny, was assigned to a small room on the 5th floor, sharing space with the ghoul in the attic. Today, their humble abode was filled with 3 howling monkeys. September 1st, 1991. King's Cross Station. Platform 9. Molly held Ginny's hand, urging her little monkeys forward. "All right, Percy, you're first." Percy pushed the cart, steadying the owl, and dashed towards the 3rd pillar between platforms 9 and 10. "Fred, you go next." Molly gestured to the monkey lagging behind. "He is not Fred. I am." The one closer to Molly interjected. "Madam, you still dare to call yourself our mother," the one behind chimed in. "My apologies, George. Off you go." Molly pointed helplessly behind her. "Sorry, Mum, but I'm actually Fred." Fred sprinted forward, crashing into the wall just before the iron fist of maternal love descended upon him. Meanwhile, another, after a momentary transformation that rendered him slightly more handsome, addressed Molly. "Apologies, Mother, it was a confundus charm." George ran off with Percy long ago. The mischievous Raven, reveling in the thrill of the moment, dashed into platform 9. The antics of his 3 brothers were indeed a spectacle for Ron. He realized Raven was far more outrageous than the other 2, having resorted to a confundus charm. Just as Molly was about to greet him, a timid, unfamiliar voice interrupted. "Excuse me." The speaker was a slender, small boy with black hair and round spectacles, struggling with his luggage and a cage, appearing somewhat helpless beside platform 9. Upon noticing the snowy owl perched on a luggage cart, Molly recognized him as a young wizard, though she pondered why he was alone. Sensing his lack of confidence, she took the initiative to speak. "Are you looking to get to the platform?" "Don't worry, dear. This is Ron. He's also traveling to Hogwarts for the first time. You simply need to walk through the wall ahead. If you're feeling nervous, you can run through. Go on and good luck." Molly encouraged him. Chapter 10. The Hogwarts Express. On Platform 9, the Hogwarts Express stood at its designated spot, awaiting the new cohort of young wizards to board. It was an archaic steam train, numbered 5972. Were it not for the Hogwarts crest and an inscription reading Hogwarts Express adorning the front, one might easily mistake it for an artifact from a Muggle train museum. Had the Ministry of Magic not maintained this train over the years? A century had passed, and yet this old relic continued to operate, Raven pondered. Not having had the opportunity to ride the Hogwarts Express to school remained one of Raven's regrets. At best, he had only flown alongside it on his nightmare, pursuing the train through the skies. However, he was in no hurry to board, as he awaited someone. In fact, he had just spotted the legendary savior, Harry Potter, an unexpectedly created Horcrux, and an animagus concealed within the Weasley household for over a decade. After a brief wait, he would share a carriage with Ron, allowing him close proximity to these 2 invaluable specimens. The researcher within Raven stirred with excitement. What fascinated Raven most was the animagus. For the Horcrux represented an immature form of magic. As a modified spell of a Horcrux, several had already been stored within the Nicodemus Malfoy manor. Those discarded alchemical figures were manifestations of such advanced magic. The research value of Harry as a Horcrux lay in his accidental creation, offering a more direct insight into the connections between soul, body, and death. As for the animagus, it represented an independent system of transfiguration magic. Although it involved potions and spells, it neither included the elemental components of the potion system nor the idealistic elements of the spell system. It resembled a form of ritual magic, an intriguing system concealed within the annals of history. For Raven, nothing holds greater significance than amusement. Regrettably, due to Nicole's aversion to rodents, he has not had the opportunity to interact with the peculiar creature, Peter, over the past 12 years. Recently, however, he found himself in a position to make such an acquaintance, though the cramped quarters were far too populated for any violent experimentation. The antiquated steam train above exhaled a plume of white smoke as it departed. Everything unfolded according to Raven's plan, for thus far, he had yet to secure seats for himself and Ron. "Excuse me, may we sit in this compartment? There are no available seats in the others," he inquired. Spotting his target, Raven turned to Harry, who sat alone in the corner, gazing curiously out the window. This must be the lad's first solitary journey into the not-so-friendly wizarding world. "Of course," replied Harry, his ill-fitting checkered shirt indicating his unfamiliarity with this world. "I am Raven Nicholas Weasley, and this is my brother, Ron Weasley," Raven introduced, gesturing toward Ron. "I'm Harry Potter," the dark-haired boy said, glancing at the two newcomers. Ron's expression turned inquisitive. After all, this boy had long been a figure of legend. "Is it true? Do you really have?" Ron attempted to confirm the details he had heard. "What?" Harry asked, a look of confusion clouding his features. As if recounting a horror tale, Ron cautiously scanned their surroundings before whispering the word, "Scar?" Harry pushed aside his messy fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped mark upon his forehead. Raven was all too familiar with it, a product of the killing curse. He had once toyed with the notorious three-piece set of green. Of course, that was in a past life, bolstered by ancient magical prowess. This alchemically crafted body, animated by a flesh-and-blood curse, bore no innate talent. Aside from a larger capacity for magical energy, it was indistinguishable from that of any other young wizard. Soon, Ron and Harry were engrossed in conversation, while Raven utilized his wand to inspect the cage containing the peculiar creature. The creature, a rat named Scabbers, had come under Ron's guardianship. As no one else in the household was willing to tend to the aging rodent, Raven had little concern, knowing he could always reclaim the creature from Ron later. The owl, Pigwidgeon, was officially registered under Raven's name, though he would not employ it. Otherwise, the jealous old phoenix would surely stew the poor little owl. At that moment, a vendor wheeled a cart into the compartment. "Would you like something to eat, children?" the elderly lady inquired. "Absolutely. Let us have 3 of everything," Raven exclaimed. Even in the absence of taste, he would not deprive himself of indulgence. With one hand grasping a cherry-flavored cola and the other shoving a freshly unwrapped chocolate frog into his mouth. Raven had once attempted to share the delightful experience of the fizzy drink with his companions. However, both young wizards, whether raised in wizarding families or muggle households, declined his generous offer. Cherry flavor? Even a dog wouldn't drink that. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost one. A girl, clad in her school robes, her hair in disarray and with 2 prominent front teeth, pushed open the car door. She then pointed in horror at Raven's mouth, where 2 black frog legs were still twitching. Just as Raven was about to respond, he found himself choking, having forgotten that he had transformed into a creature of flesh and blood. Regaining his composure, Raven bit down forcefully, severing the frog legs, and displayed their cross-section to the girl before him. Chewing on the chocolate frog's body, he mumbled, "Chocolate frog, would you like some?" The girl, hailing from a family of dentists, displayed a flicker of interest on her face, but upon noticing the 2 frog legs still bouncing in Raven's palm, she politely declined. With a misunderstanding resolved, the girl, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her earlier reaction, hesitated to introduce herself. Instead, she surveyed the surroundings before approaching Harry and drawing out her wand. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a cleaning charm, restoring the tarnished bronze hue of Harry's old glasses. Gaining confidence from her scholarly demeanor, she lifted her chin, resembling a little penguin, and began to introduce herself. Hermione Granger. "And you?" This time, it was Ron who introduced Raven. Hermione displayed mild surprise at Harry's name. Although she had read about him, she had never lived in the wizarding world and was not fully aware of the history behind the name. Meanwhile, Raven examined the future Minister of Magic with keen interest, not out of any peculiar obsession, but simply because he found the little beaver charming. Regaining her composure, Hermione was not one to forget her purpose for being there. She needed to assist Neville in finding his toad. Standing up, she addressed the three of them. "We're almost there. You'd best change into your uniforms." With that, she exited the room. Wingardium Leviosa, Raven incanted, producing his wand from Ollivander, summoning his suitcase emblazoned with the initials HP and RR, and opening it. He did not require a change of outerwear, for the attire he currently wore had already been re-enchanted with the qualities of herbology. To enjoy the benefits of magic, Raven had been donning a simple black robe, cleverly disguised through a layering spell. After all, he was aiming to emulate George. If he were to change clothes, it would be impossible, as he possessed only this one set of enchanted garments. Before returning to Hogwarts to establish a base, he could not conjure a substitute. This was not due to any other reason, but because the materials required for crafting herbology traits necessitated Phineas to venture into the Nightshade Marsh to procure catfox fur, which he would then deliver. That place was the domain of the Banshee, and the old Phoenix had little fondness for such an environment. Chapter 11. The Sorting. The steam train, which has been in operation for over a century, came to a halt at the station of Hogsmeade. This wizarding village, as recalled by Raven, bore some differences from her memories, and one could only speculate how many renovations it had undergone since. As the sole settlement composed entirely of wizards in England, it has faced numerous adversities, frequently mentioned in the annals of magical history. With the emergence of colossal Muggle cities in the 20th century, wizards mingling within Muggle society increasingly preferred to venture to Diagon Alley in London for their purchases. After all, using flue powder incurs an expense. And for wizards residing in London, utilizing apparition to reach the Leaky Cauldron is a more expedient choice. Consequently, this wizarding trading hub, which dates back to before the 19th century, appeared somewhat dilapidated through Raven's century-spanning gaze. Beneath the pedestrian bridge spanning the railway, a towering figure held aloft an oil lamp, beckoning the disembarking young wizards. This figure, standing an impressive 127 feet tall, was clad in a deep brown moleskin coat, with wild hair and a scruffy beard. Due to his height exceeding that of the bridge's surface, he had to stoop slightly, a somewhat comical gesture that alleviated the unease of the young wizards. As the giant prepared to address the young wizards, lamp raised high, he suddenly reconsidered and lowered it. It was uncertain why Professor Dumbledore had instructed him to call out this year. Muttering to himself, the giant reached into one of the many pockets of his coat. After rummaging through several, he finally produced a note, placing it beneath the lamp as he read aloud to the young wizards. "First-year students, please follow me. Board the boat quickly." "Harry, good to see you again," exclaimed Hagrid, as Harry hastened to his side, greeting him enthusiastically. "Ah, Harry, you've arrived. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. Professor Dumbledore made some last-minute arrangements." Hagrid apologized. Meanwhile, the instigator, Raven, was explaining the sorting ceremony to Ron, detailing the weaknesses of trolls and how to provoke their wrath. The professors would determine the sorting based on the first year's performances. Those who excelled would be coveted by the heads of houses as their apprentices, while those who merely coasted would find themselves sorted into Hufflepuff, destined to serve the exemplary Slytherins by cooking for them, and even washing Professor Snape's hair. Each year, young wizards would succumb to the trolls, and Headmaster Dumbledore would solemnly collect their remains, offering his condolences. That foolish Ron, now 11 years old, still falls prey to the antics of George and Fred. As his elder brother, it is my duty to bolster his resilience against their nefarious tricks, Raven thought, humming a tune of righteousness. She and Ron soon arrived at Harry's side, the Black Lake now in sight. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards boarded the boats in succession, each vessel equipped with a magical lantern. The lantern illuminated the path as the boats glided towards the dock of Hogwarts. As the Hedwig's theme resonated, transforming into a majestic orchestral arrangement, the imposing silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, with its pointed turrets akin to a colossal fortress sprung from a tale, materialized before the young wizards. Each of them set aside their apprehensions prior to the sorting, casting eager glances towards the campus where they would reside for the next 7 years. The small boats docked at the wharf, and Hagrid guided the young sorcerers along the staircase from the base of the hill towards the heart of the castle. Professor McGonagall awaited them at the final step of the staircase. At the entrance to the Great Hall, upon noticing Professor McGonagall was about to address them, Raven lowered his wand, silencing the music that had accompanied them. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley." Professor Minerva McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement towards Raven. After all, they had accepted Weasleys into Gryffindor, and this one appeared considerably more composed than his two siblings. perhaps due to the presence of 2 dragons and a juvenile phoenix. The lady's expectations for Raven were surprisingly modest. After briefly introducing the 4 houses and the sorting system to the new students as the deputy headmistress, she needed to arrange the sorting for this batch of young wizards. Thus, Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall, instructing the children to wait at the entrance for further announcements. Levi shattered the silence, emanating from a round-faced, golden-haired, chubby boy who had lost his toad, which had been inadvertently kicked onto his face by someone. Rather than being upset, this seemingly not too bright boy expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Raven, indicating his fondness for the creature. Once the stillness was disrupted, the young sorcerers began to stir. After all, they were merely a group of pre-adolescents. A slender boy with silver blonde hair approached Raven, extending his hand without an entourage. "Hello, Brother Raven. My father sends his regards." He introduced himself. "I am Draco Malfoy." Raven graciously accepted the goodwill from the Malfoy family, extending his hand in return and inviting Ron and Harry to join them for introductions. It appeared the rumors from the train were indeed true. Harry Potter had come to Hogwarts. "Welcome back to the magical world. Welcome to the pure blood family, Potter," Draco said, shaking Harry's hand. Before Harry could inquire about the meaning of pure blood, Professor McGonagall emerged, gently tapping Draco on the neck with her scroll. The new students began to file into the Great Hall. The floating candles illuminated the hall below as if it were midday, while the ceiling mirrored the darkness of the night outside. In the Great Hall, students from the 4 houses, adorned with black velvet-pointed hats, were seated at 4 long tables. From left to right, they were Slytherin, with a green emblem and a serpent as its symbol; Hufflepuff, represented by a yellow emblem and a badger; Gryffindor, with a red emblem and a lion; and Ravenclaw, distinguished by a blue emblem and an eagle. Each student had a set of exquisite tableware before them. However, at that moment, no one paid heed to the lavish feast that would mark the commencement of the school year. All attention was directed towards the incoming young wizards. Professor McGonagall summoned the new students to the long table, instructing them to wait briefly as the headmaster prepared to address the young wizards regarding important matters. At this moment, Raven observed the professor seated at the high table. The slick-haired Severus Snape, mounted upon a creature named Quirinus Quirrell, was gazing at Harry with an air of menace reminiscent of Voldemort. Filius Flitwick, a half-blood with an elfin charm, was also present. As Raven returned his attention to Dumbledore's speech, he caught snippets of conversation from the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, words that hinted at an impending adventure. Then, Professor McGonagall unfurled a scroll, calling forth the names of the new students in alphabetical order to sort them into their respective houses. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. The surname Abbott naturally led her to the Hufflepuff house, unless, of course, one were to add a punctuation mark before the name. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Each time a student was sorted, cheers erupted from the older students at the table, welcoming the newcomers. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. The sorting hat announced Malfoy's house without so much as a pause. Ron Weasley. The brim of the hat obscured Ron's forehead, enveloping his fiery locks. A Weasley, of course, belongs in Gryffindor. Raven was poised to step forward, yet the next name called was not his, nor was the last. Once the first year's sorting concluded, Dumbledore tapped his goblet, rising to speak. "This year, we have a special new student, a second-year transfer from Beauxbatons. It has been a century since we last welcomed a midterm student. As per tradition, sorting will occur first, followed by placement in the appropriate year, contingent upon the approval of the head of house. Now may Mr. Raven Nicholas Weasley please step forward to be sorted." Under the watchful eyes of the Weasley family, Raven ascended the stage, obediently taking a seat as Professor McGonagall placed the tattered hat upon his head. The old hat felt a surge of panic, for it stood before a person while being merely a hat without eyes, unaccustomed to perceiving humans. Within its mind-eye appeared an image of a man with dark hair, donning round sunglasses, and dressed in khaki trousers and a deep crimson waistcoat. His cloak was a long black robe adorned with intricate gray and white vine patterns, gold threads outlining the designs, with the hem embellished with golden leaves and an acorn. On the back, a badger stood majestically amidst the vine motifs. This was the relic uniform of Hufflepuff House. The old hat recognized this individual. He was the very transfer student Dumbledore had mentioned from a century ago. Later, certain factions would refer to him as the Dark Lord, for he monopolized ancient magic, and Hogwarts served as a bastion of such arcana. The hat had suffered at his hands. That same man had once cast it into a muggle washing machine, subjecting it to countless cycles, perhaps 900 or even 1,000. Such harrowing memories were ones no being would wish to recall. The old hat was bewildered by the peculiar hallucination it experienced today, as memories of that individual resurfaced, shaking its brim in an attempt to depart. It recalled a certain little wizard who had not been sorted. Suddenly, it felt a firm grip on its pointed tip, accompanied by a familiar voice that echoed as if it had been tossed into a washing machine. Sorting you, understanding, now be silent, comprehend? The dark-haired man spoke vehemently to the sorting hat. The old hat understood, truly understood. The mischief maker had returned. Within the Hogwarts Great Hall, time had not elapsed significantly. Raven was awaiting Professor McGonagall to place the sorting hat upon his head. This time, the hat, now draped in red hair, appeared less resolute, carrying a hint of inquiry. Hufflepuff? Raven imperceptibly nodded, prompting the hat to settle into a contemplative silence. How terrifying! The stimuli were overwhelming. It requires a moment of introspection. Chapter 12. Hufflepuff. The hall fell into a brief silence, soon followed by a raucous cheer from the Hufflepuff table. To their astonishment, a Weasley had been allocated to their house. The upperclassmen were particularly elated, for the Weasley children were exceptionally talented, each possessing remarkable skills. William Arthur Weasley had served as a prefect, the head of the male student council, and achieved outstanding in 12 subjects on his OWLs, making him a prodigy even among Ravenclaws. Charlie Weasley, a recent graduate, was well known, a true practical wizard, a physical marvel compared to his academically gifted siblings, dubbed the troll of the Quidditch pitch. It was said that this formidable lad was now raising fire dragons, a dream for these hormone-driven young witches and wizards. Percy Weasley, still at school, was clearly the next bill. As for the twins, oh no, the second of the triplets, everyone believed these two would undoubtedly make their mark in the annals of magical history, or perhaps find themselves on an arrest warrant from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. After all, in just one academic year, they had managed to lengthen Hogwarts' list of prohibited items considerably, prompting Professor Dumbledore to specifically caution newcomers against venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Honestly, which first year is so audacious? Even the upperclassmen would not dare to tread there. Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, was deeply intrigued. She yearned to uncover what Hufflepuff qualities lay within this Weasley. As for point deductions? The noble Hufflepuff had never concerned itself with such trivialities. Besides the genuine joy emanating from the Hufflepuffs, even Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, felt a twinge of peculiarity, secretly relishing the thought of not witnessing her house languish at the bottom. Dragon and Phoenix, you are most wicked. They exchanged knowing glances towards the Gryffindor table, disregarding the astonishment of their peers. Raven descended from a platform, making his way towards the Hufflepuffs. The Hufflepuff students had already graciously cleared a space for him, designated as the second-year area. As soon as I settled down, my classmates on both sides eagerly began their self-introductions. The first to speak was a Mexican boy with a bun hairstyle and dark hair. He stood tall, with a rugged face that suggested he was at least 14 or 15 years old. However, to my surprise, he spoke with a distinct London accent. With enthusiasm, he extended his large hand. Hello, I'm Jack Wells. My family emigrated from Mexico to the Haywood community in London, where I was raised. My mother runs a bar called the Wild Wolf there, and my dream is to become a master brewer in a magical world. Vodka with ice, lime juice, ginger beer, and a sprinkle of love, Jack Wells. This introduction style seemed oddly familiar, like something I had encountered before. Were we about to follow Kakashi-sensei to practice treading water on Black Lake? Why was he the only one not wearing a hat? And surely, like the rest of us, he must be 12, right? ISNT aspiring to be a master brewer a bit premature? There were numerous points to critique, but my internal monologue did not hinder my actions. I reached out my hand and shook Jack S., but before I could begin my introduction, the girl to my right spoke up. Papi Sweyn. I carry the name of my great-aunt, the renowned Black Dragon Witch. As a native British wizard, the Sweyn family has a magical creature sanctuary in a valley in Bulgaria. We regularly collect materials from magical creatures that have shed or died naturally to sell to other wizards. My dream is to befriend all magical creatures and become a master of magical beings like my grandfather Newt. What kind of master? The type with 8 titles? You might need to find an electric rat as your companion first. Of course, I recognize this girl, or rather her great-aunt. A century ago, the Sweyn family was known for poaching, but Poppy was an anomaly. Our shared interests allowed us to bond as good friends. Later, when I was clearing out poachers, she requested to handle the Sweyn family affairs, which indicated that the Hebrides Black Dragon had assisted her significantly. Raven. You all probably know my background. I'm the twin brother of those 2 knuckleheads in Gryffindor's 3rd year. My dream is to be Hokage. I wish for every day of my life to be filled with fun adventures. After meeting my classmates, I followed their format and introduced myself. Soon, Dumbledore rose to announce the commencement of the feast. The food began to materialize on the table, and I knew it was sent up from the kitchen below. The dinner was indeed lavish. The roasted turkey was merely a decorative piece. Americans had long suffered from turkey fatigue. However, the remaining dishes, such as prime rib and tender lamb stew with peas, were skillfully prepared. The main dish, the Dissy pie, was also quite commendable, even surpassing its taste from a century ago, living up to the recipe passed down through generations. A cup of sweet iced tea served as a fitting conclusion, and Raven contentedly wiped the corners of his mouth before following the prefect to the common room. The Hufflepuff common room is located one floor below, just a left turn after exiting the auditorium. Descending the stairs at the statue of the Hogwarts architect, one arrives at a corridor stacked with numerous wooden barrels. By tapping the bottom of the second barrel in the second row in accordance with Helga Hufflepuff's rhythm, the lid will automatically open, revealing a passage that, while not particularly spacious, serves its purpose. Of course, a misstep in rhythm would result in an unpleasant drenching, and unless one is particularly eager for dumplings, such mistakes should be avoided. The entrance to the common room exudes a warmth distinctly different from that of other houses. Copper cauldrons dangle from the ceiling, some filled with cascading vines, while others bloom with flowers. Approximately 20 to 30 of these grand vessels adorn the lounge. The wall-s paint has nearly peeled away, revealing a rustic assembly of red bricks that harmonizes beautifully with the wooden structure. Each piece of furniture is complemented by verdant plants. Even the standing lamps are not exempt. The coffee table is laden with an assortment of fruits and pastries, while teacups are scattered across various surfaces. Accommodations have been assigned, and, as a transfer student, Raven finds that there are no extra dormitories available for a second-year student. Thus, he has been granted a small single room, slightly smaller than a 5-person dormitory, yet ample for his solitary needs. In truth, Raven does not require sleep. His alchemical form is perpetually energized, needing only occasional moments of distraction to allow his mind to rest adequately. He could easily linger in his base, which is situated within Hogwarts, but he still requires a dormitory for the sake of discretion, and this single room suits him perfectly. Moreover, a significant advantage lies in the proximity of the kitchen, which is adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. Though claiming it to be a mere 2 steps away would be somewhat exaggerated, in reality, it is no more than 6 steps. Raven has already devised a corresponding plan for modifications and improvements based on the dishes served at the recent dining table. It is time to provide some lessons for the house elves. Chapter 13, Nocturnal Ramble. At 11 o'clock at night in Hogwarts, the Hufflepuff common room is enveloped in silence as the young wizards have long since retired. The ghostly figure of the fat friar has also drifted away through the walls to some secret chamber. For apparitions are not often seen in the depths of night at Hogwarts. They possess their own social circles. Raven is well aware of this. Thus he moves with an ease that belies the hour, as if it were still daylight. Upon exiting the common room, a brazen torch flickers in the corridor, illuminating the walls adorned with paintings. These canvases depict both objects and figures, and perhaps some characters have ventured into other artworks, leaving only their backgrounds behind. As Raven approaches these portraits, those not engaged in such excursions regard the young wizard with curiosity, intrigued by how he has so swiftly uncovered the secrets of this place. Disregarding the curious gazes, Raven strode directly to the grandest fruit painting, which depicted an overflowing bowl of fruits. Skillfully, Raven scratched the pear within the artwork, and to her astonishment, the pear sprouted facial features and began to smile. The fainting pear transformed into a doorknob, which, when turned, revealed the kitchen of Hogwarts. Upon entering the kitchen, the first sight was an enormous cauldron, so vast that a circular wooden staircase was constructed around it, allowing the chefs to toss ingredients into the pot. Though it was the dead of night, the flames beneath the cauldron continued to dance, simmering a hearty breakfast for the young wizards. A house elf on the night shift was busy tidying up the kitchenware, surprised that a young wizard would visit at such an hour. Given the lavish dinner that had been served, the young wizards should have been sated. Could it be a young wizard of giant or troll descent? Pondered the house elf Sada. Greetings, young wizard. How may Sada assist you? The house elf timidly inquired, holding a cloth. Raven nodded, offering a kind smile. No need to be anxious, little Sada. I wish to know, who is your team leader? How old are they this year? Sada was perplexed as to why the young wizard would inquire about the age of their house elf leader. However, as a dedicated employee of Hogwarts, he felt compelled to oblige the young wizard's request and replied truthfully, Our current leader is Old Googer, who is now 140 years old. House elves have lifespans comparable to that of fairies, around 200 years. Thus Old Googer was indeed an elderly elf. Today's DC pie was made by Googer, wasn't it? He has always excelled at this dish, and it is quite delicious. I actually came to ask you to relay a message to Guger. Guger was one of the house elves trained by Raven many years ago, and he was indeed a gifted chef. Please, go ahead. I shall convey it without fail, Sada responded. Raven nodded and said, at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, could you please prepare a Cantonese dim sum and deliver it to the Hufflepuff long table? Sada looked at Raven, puzzled, as he did not comprehend the term Cantonese dim sum. A century ago, a renowned professor of magical creatures named Howling adored such breakfasts. Guger will teach you how to prepare it. Additionally, please use this package of phoenix tea, Raven explained. Although still uncertain, Sada accepted the tea leaves offered by Raven and assured her he would communicate her message to old Guger. Afterward, Raven surveyed the kitchen once more. This underground space was reminiscent of the Great Hall in size, situated directly beneath it. In the center were 4 long tables, identical to those in the Great Hall, arranged in their corresponding positions. During mealtime, the house elves would lay out the food on the kitchen tables and, upon receiving the headmaster's command, would collectively perform magic to transport the meals above. The remaining space in the kitchen was filled with colossal pumpkins, sinks, stoves, and cupboards brimming with utensils. Soon, Raven's gaze fixated upon several adjacent tables, which, despite the late hour, were laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. An idea sparked in his mind. Under the watchful eye of Sada, who seemed hesitant to speak, Raven gathered all the cakes, pastries, and candies. Ignatius William Smith. Had this loquacious fellow been dismantled? The current state of Floo powder networks was indeed quite inconvenient. As Raven ascended the astronomy tower, he reminisced about the ease of travel in days gone by. Ignatius William Smith, the inventor of Floo powder, had carved his likeness into stone, fashioning a plaque adorned with a small brazier beneath it. A sprinkle of Floo powder into the brazier would facilitate swift travel. The statue of Ignatius William Smith had once been ubiquitous. Hogwarts alone boasted more than a dozen, scattered throughout various locations. Young witches and wizards could teleport within the school for merely 2 sickles and a spoonful of Floo powder, albeit while enduring the inventor's incessant chatter, that which was quite the chatterbox. And now, Floo powder could only be used for travel between fireplaces, forcing Raven to climb to the 8th floor on such a late night. This predicament was also due to his own circumstances, for although the Phoenix Phineas could transport him directly to the entrance of the room of requirement with a snap, he would inevitably carry the scent of the Phoenix, which old Dyko would undoubtedly detect. He wished to surprise old Dyko, after all. Raven approached the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnabas and took out his portable version of the practical guide, restoring it to its original form. The tapestry of the troll beating Barnabas absorbed magical energy, and the cover of the parchment book emanated a soft blue glow, a hallmark of ancient magic. The glow coalesced along the book's embossed patterns, forming the crest of Hogwarts. With the book in hand, Raven paced back and forth before the tapestry 3 times. Yet, instead of the room of requirement manifesting, a silvery ripple arose from the ground. As the ripples subsided, it appeared as though a mirror had been placed upon the floor. Raven approached and stepped into the ancient magical realm beyond the mirror. This base had indeed once been part of the room of requirement. But during his research on Hogwarts as an ancient magical stronghold, Raven had separated it, creating a parallel ancient magical space. Unlike the room of requirement, which relied on Hogwarts for energy, this base drew its power from the practical guide in his possession. This effectively established a conduit between the guide and the base, allowing the holder to enter the base's domain, a feature inspired by Newt's suitcase. However, while the passage had been created, the base remained locked, and unfortunately, this lock did not employ a soul recognition mechanism. This was the primary purpose of Raven's nocturnal excursion, to obtain formal authorization for this body from the base. What constituted a formal channel? It meant overcoming his own trials and reclaiming his base. Chapter 14, The Trial. As Raven firmly established his stance, he found himself enveloped in a realm of darkness, with only the mirrored surface beneath his feet visible. An icy, electronic voice resonated from the surroundings. Greetings, host of the Supreme Mage System. Welcome to the trial space. Complete the 3 trials of sorcery to pass the examination and receive exceedingly generous rewards. Please select your first trial. As the voice faded, a luminous screen materialized in the air, resembling a pop-up window in Win 10 format. Trial of Magic. My magic will rend you to shreds. Trial of Matter. I will tear you apart. Trial of Heart. I will shatter you. Shame? What is that? Raven felt no such emotion, especially with no one else present. This so-called Supreme Mage System was merely a name he had whimsically assigned to the combat guide after tinkering with it himself. After all, His initial intention was merely to indulge in some eccentricity for amusement. This title was designed to fully embrace the thrill, regardless of whether anyone would inherit it. His base would develop well under Old Daiko's management. Even if Old Daiko were to pass away someday, there remained the Phoenix Phineas. Not even it knew the natural lifespan of their race. Thus, as a byproduct of his temporary eccentricity, this system was not overly complex. The expansion of magic, or the allocation of talent points, formed its core. Once an heir reached a certain level, they would receive a notification, such as, activate the combat guide using ancient magic. Then trigger the wish-granting house to undertake the trials as the heir of the base. However, according to the original settings, this information would only be triggered after the heir activated 10 talent points. This was because these trials could be rather challenging for an ordinary wizard. Yet, Raven brimmed with confidence. It was not that he had any shortcuts. He was acutely aware of what lay behind these trials, and for him, employing clever tactics would allow for an effortless completion. Without hesitation, Raven opted to proceed in order, placing his hand upon the trial of magic. My magic will rend you to shreds. A cold, aloof female voice echoed from the dark expanse. In an instant, the floor beneath him transformed from the mirror-like surface to a stone hexagonal floor. The oppressive darkness was replaced by a vast expanse, with a solitary island suspended in the air. Connecting Raven to the island was a crystalline bridge, essentially a single glass panel. The trial of magic assessed the contestants' magical reserves. Each allocation of points would augment the young wizard's total foundational magical capacity. The talent known as spell knowledge could directly double the young wizard's foundational magical total. This talent could be activated 3 times, meaning that even without considering the enhancements from other allocations, a wizard inheriting the combat guide could possess 4 times the magical power of their peers. Such a talent should not rightfully be termed spell knowledge, but rather magical amplification. Yet who truly cares? This is merely a name for a game talent appropriated by Raven, altered to his own liking. As Raven stepped onto the crystalline bridge and ascended to the floating island, at the very moment he set foot on the island soil, a dueling platform materialized at its center. A middle-aged wizard with black hair and a goat-like beard, clad in a fitted green jacket, stood at one end of the platform. Phineas Nigellus Black, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, a quintessential Slytherin wizard. The reason Raven chose to name his Phoenix Phineas was to subtly reference his beloved headmaster. The figure before him was not merely an insubstantial illusion. It housed the memories that Raven had extracted from the portrait of Phineas Black. Let me see who this is, he mused. Haven Nicolas Weasley? A Weasley, indeed. Phineas Black, or more colloquially, the Birdman Black, began to extract information from the trial records. With an air of haughty arrogance, he addressed Raven. Second year, Hufflepuff. Goodness, a Weasley attending Hufflepuff? The Weasley family harbors such a waste? This fellow has replicated my thought form, confined here for a century. And this is the first time I have seen someone enter. Now, Weasley, step forward, draw your wand. The trial entails a magical contest against me. As a predecessor of your forefathers, I shall graciously allow you to strike first. Fear not, I shall be gentle, at most. You will merely find yourself incapacitated for a week. Listening to the Birdman Black's arrogant tirade, Raven merely smiled, choosing silence. He did not wish to reveal his identity, and thus diminish the amusement of the encounter. Quietly, he moved to the right side of the dueling platform, observing Raven's smile. The Birdman Black seemed to recall some unpleasant memory and hurled another taunt at him. Your smile is quite ghastly. I have changed my mind this time. Headmaster Black shall ensure you spend a full month in the hospital wing. Raven did not respond to the Birdman Black's bluster. Instead, he retrieved another wand from his attire, the wand of the mist of the Philosopher's Stone. At first glance, this wand did not exude elegance. Its granite-like surface was adorned with faint golden specks resembling a starry sky. The texture alone imparted a heavy sensation. And why did it not resemble a typical wand? Because it was as thick as 2 fingers. With a length of 10 inches, if it were sturdy enough, even a Muggle knight would falter under its strike. Though the Birdman Black had never encountered such a wand, he was not oblivious to the surging aura of magic emanating from it. His expression grew slightly serious as he bowed slightly, performing the dueling salute, to which Raven raised his wand in return. Regardless of being a senior, a former headmaster, or a Slytherin pureblood, he could not afford to lose his dignity in the presence of this young challenger. Disarm your weapon. On the left, Blake unleashed a crimson disarming spell. Simultaneously, standing on the right, Raven opted for a spell that was relatively easier to wield due to the weight of his wand. Avada Kedavra, he exclaimed, drawing a lightning bolt downward, the most effortless method indeed. A spell of verdant hue, as thick as a bucket, surged forth from his stone wand. Raven could feel the texture of the core, infused with magical stone powder, resonating with the magical essence within his own being. Without any delay, it extracted power from his body, violently flooding into the wand crafted from mist and fine dust, continuously merging with the incantation that had already formed. At that moment, Raven felt immense gratitude for choosing this wand. Had he wielded the prism wand, he would have surely been incinerated by the turbulent flow of magic. Much like the projection of Blake that had been scattered by the magical current, a harbinger of horror as it dissipated. After all, that was merely a projection, an object. The killing curse could hardly eliminate him. In this current vessel, Raven was aware of the vast reservoir of magical energy within, yet since his corporeal embodiment, he had not had the opportunity to unleash it in full force. After the recent display, he calculated that his total magical capacity was roughly equivalent to that of Dumbledore. This was not entirely surprising, given that a significant portion of the magical stone belonging to Nicholas Flamel had been absorbed by Raven. The Flamel couple had utilized it to extend their lives by over a millennium, during which old Nicholas had conducted numerous experiments, resulting in a consumption rate that paled in comparison to Raven's. Thus, he rationalized that his magical reservoir was indeed justifiable, an equivalent exchange, after all. Chapter 15, The Burial Princess. Congratulations, Challenger, on completing the first trial. Please select the next trial. The notification window reappeared before Raven's eyes. Trial of Magic. My magic will shred you to pieces. Trial passed. Trial of Matter. I will tear you apart. Optional. Trial of Heart. I will rip you to shreds. Optional. This time, Raven chose the Trial of Matter. The scene transformed once more. The sound of water rising from beneath his feet. As the waves surged, the floating island morphed into a true island, and the bright midday sun faded into the hues of dusk. The island's original rocky formations sank away, completely transforming into a flat expanse of land. The dueling platform dissipated, and a colossal door emerged from the ground. From this door strode a towering figure, standing 16 feet tall, known as the Ancient Magical Guardian. These sentinels were typically crafted from enchanted clay, ranging from 6 to 16 feet in height, each size cloaked in varying metallic materials, thus categorizing them into several tiers. Raven, not lacking in resources, had sculpted this one clad in the highest grade of O'Hara steel armor. Its dark blue patterns adorned a complete suit of intricately designed O'Hara steel armor, not only boasting an exquisite appearance, but also granting the Guardian formidable magical resistance, even immunity to control spells. Raven had additionally imbued them with a self-repair enchantment. However, in this instance, the self-repair function was disabled. The entrance was spectacular, yet the exit was rather abrupt. The original combat process was quite intricate. The Inheritor was required to employ ancient magic-enhanced spells to attack the Guardians, compelling the release of their more potent ancient magic, which could then be controlled to vanquish the Guardians. This was a measure of the combat emotional intelligence of the trial takers. However, Raven was acutely aware of the weaknesses of the Guardians used in this trial. The original Guardians had evaded the flaw of being forced to release magic upon damage by utilizing a self-repair function. Yet, the Guardians here were not the original. Their physical defense was notably poor. This was not to say that the layer of steel was fragile, but rather that O'Hara steel was primarily designed to mitigate magical damage, leaving it merely as steel against pure physical assaults. Consequently, Raven resorted to his most formidable physical attack method. He hurled the man-eating cabbage, these colloquially termed cabbages, upon transforming into magical plants, exhibited ferocity. Raven merely needed to toss the pre-cultivated man-eating cabbage on the ground, causing them to unfurl their outer leaves, revealing their razor-sharp fangs, and then swiftly pounce upon the enemy in a spinning, rolling fashion. If that were all, they would merely be aggressive cabbages. However, it should not be forgotten that Raven donned a set of enchanted gear imbued with the botany trait. Under exponential amplification, even a colossal dragon like the Lonlock would meet its demise. The Guardian before him did not last more than 3 seconds, as 6 cabbages reduced it to 7 fragments of statue. Thus, the trial of strength concluded abruptly, and congratulations were in order for the trial taker. As the trial of the heart was about to commence, an electronic sound once again reverberated, this time offering no choice to Raven. In truth, the trial of the heart was the most significant assessment of the inheritance base. For to Raven, the so-called inheritors were far less important than the residents of the base. There was no way he would relinquish his reliable steward and beloved pets for such a frivolous endeavor. The trial of the heart was akin to an interview. Without the unanimous approval of all interviewers, the practical combat guide would erase his abilities and related memories, relegating him back to the bookshelf of the Forbidden Zone, awaiting the next fortunate soul. This was a rule set by Raven himself, yet it held no sway over him, as he had long reclaimed the highest authority through a pre-established backdoor. As the space shifted, Raven understood that the interviewers were now in position. He wondered who the first would be. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a nocturnal scene, as if he had entered the Forbidden Forest. On either side of him stood statues of male and female wizards holding lanterns. Stepping beyond the warm glow of the orange light, he found himself on damp, muddy ground. This was the Nightshade Marsh, a haven for magical creatures that thrived in moisture and nocturnal habits, home to purple giant toads, moonstruck beasts, fur bandits, and night steeds. Before him stood a night steed, a creature visible only to those who have witnessed death. In ancient times, wizards regarded night steeds as embodiments of death itself. They appeared as skeletal steeds, unlike other winged horses, for the night mare boasted a pair of enormous bat-like wings and a head reminiscent of a mighty dragon. The night mare before Raven was not adorned with the typical black fur, but rather a hue of slate gray. Its mane cascaded to one side. For male night mares do not possess manes. This was a female. She was the sovereign of this marshland, the Lady of the Tomb. At this moment, the Lady of the Tomb reclined upon a relatively thick meadow, scrutinizing the challenger. The night mare's eyes were pale and devoid of pupils, capable of gazing directly into the soul. Abandoning her previous languid posture, the Lady of the Tomb unfurled her four hooves and rose, intent on drawing closer for confirmation. After all, that individual was dead. Once departed, the deceased cannot return to life, a truth well known to their kind. Thus, Raven extended his arms, gently approached, and embraced the Lady of the Tomb around her neck, resting his face against her draconic visage, as he had always done. I have returned. The familiar intimacy, the well-known words, the recognizable soul, and the scent of phoenix, to which the Lady of the Tomb was particularly sensitive, underscored the stark opposition of life and death, more absolute than light and darkness. With a gentle nudge of her nose, she toppled her now diminutive master, reduced to the age of 12, onto the meadow. Then, she crouched, resting her chin upon his abdomen, preventing him from rising. Even in anger, it was to be as it once was. Uncertain when this irresponsible caretaker might flee again, the Lady of the Tomb wished for him to repay the debts accumulated over the past century. Raven scratched her neck, his fingers weaving through her mane, untangling the knots. The Lady of the Tomb understood he was soothing her. Each time he groomed her, he made requests that displeased her. This time, I shan't leave for a while. Once the base is certified, I can come and play with you whenever I wish. The Lady of the Tomb remained unresponsive. Tomorrow, we shall go for a ride, circling the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. Finally, she relented, shaking her head in mild discontent, emitting a low rumble before allowing Raven to rise. Before he could utter a word, the Lady of the Tomb seized the opportunity, nudging him once more, and he fell again, this time not onto the meadows of the Nightshade Marsh, for here the sky was that of dawn, in the dawn pasture. Within the Nightshade Marsh, the Lady of the Tomb snorted. Although night mares could fly swiftly, they were not a species enamored with soaring, having evolved within the marshy woods. However, the prospect of flying such a vast expanse tomorrow, granting her 2 hours of undivided attention from her master, was an enticing condition. Chapter 16. Hazel the Old Purple. The dawn pasture was the most suitable place within Raven's base for relaxation and repose. The soft golden rays of the sun were not overly blinding, and the terrain was rich and varied. In the distance loomed a towering mountain, its snowline clearly visible in the morning light. The pasture was nestled beside a river formed by the melting snow of the mountains, enveloped by a plain interspersed with patches of red pine forest and exposed rocky hills. In this enchanting realm, Raven has constructed a quaint manor where she leisurely indulges in afternoon tea, despite it being situated within the confines of Dawn Ranch. She delights in stroking the plush bellies of her furry companions, playfully wielding a cat toy to engage with the feline creatures, or observing the golden-haired unicorn foals as they playfully nudge each other with their tiny horns. Meanwhile, the lord of this land, Hazel, discreetly conceals herself within the red pine forest. Hazel's relationship with Raven differs significantly from that of the Morning Princess. Raven serves as the caretaker to the Morning Princess, while the latter is a companion to her. However, Hazel and the Elder Violet were persuaded by Raven to relocate to her private estate due to their rarity, merely paying a nominal rent. After all, the lords can traverse between the Forbidden Forest and their respective domains, rendering Hazel indifferent to the identity of the future owner of this land. The The fact that the mourning princess entrusted this heir to her signifies her acceptance of this young sorcerer. As long as the heir commits to maintaining harmony and refrains from interfering with the growth of the young ponies in her clan, she is willing to offer her combat prowess when necessary, an obligation befitting her status as the lead mare. Sensing a gaze upon her, Raven turned to find Hazel, while attempting to conceal herself, appeared rather out of place in the forest. Hazel is an exceptionally beautiful unicorn, standing an impressive 7 feet tall. Her horns shimmering with a translucent glaze, adorned with intricate natural patterns that weave across her body. Upon spotting an old acquaintance, Raven cheerfully waved, prompting Hazel to approach with graceful strides, scrutinizing her closely. It became evident that this young sorcerer was indeed peculiar. Surprisingly, Hazel harbored no aversion towards Raven. This was the most curious aspect, as unicorns are traditionally only ridden by pure maidens. Yet here stood a male sorcerer before her. There was no sense of intimacy between them, as if he were merely an object rather than a person. Despite Raven's eagerness to reminisce, the presence of several others awaiting her attention urged her to act swiftly in gaining Hazel's trust. Thus, she produced a whistle capable of summoning a bound creature. With a gentle blow, the ground rippled like water, and an adult golden unicorn materialized. It appeared as though it had just been frolicking, still clutching a devil's vine in its mouth, its tendrils playfully flicking against its equine visage. Shea, the golden unicorn, is typically golden in its youth, often shedding this hue upon reaching adulthood, though exceptions do exist. Raven mounted the golden unicorn and provocatively challenged Hazel to a race to the foot of the mountain, giving the unicorn a playful slap on its flank to spur it forward. And then, Raven found herself tasting a mouthful of sand. Was it not merely a few drops of dragon's breath pepper sauce on Shea's horn? This was far from her first attempt. How could that tattooed, speed-loving elder mare have reacted so fiercely, resorting to kicking? Who claims this is not a prop contest? Truly, one does not learn from experience. Raven, while rubbing his sore backside from a recent kick, surveyed his surroundings. The sun blazed down upon the cliffside beach. Indeed, this was the noon coast. One might wonder why it is devoid of cliff-like elements. This is due to the residents perched upon the cliffs, hippogriffs, magnificent creatures of a 3-star danger level, proud and free by nature, merely leaving their offspring behind. Even his steeds, the Swiftwing and the Darkwing, are reluctant to remain within the confines of the base, despite the fairy folks' unanimous support, which has expanded the base to the size of county. Yet, for these haughty Pegasus kin, the skies they could traverse within 3 days are insufficient to contain their spirits. Thus, Raven permits them to roam freely outside, reserving only a designated living area and the right to return at any time, for they have previously taken turns awaiting a summons. Hence, the coastline bears the name favored by the Lord, the domain of the purple-horned beast, Old Purple. The purple-horned beast, a magical creature that has been extinct since 1991, boasts a population of 40 to 50 within Raven's base, standing an average of 12 feet tall. Their lion-like physiques are encased in skin akin to rhinoceros hide, adorned with 6 symmetrical rows of spines along their necks. Their leopard-like heads are crowned with a pair of sharp horns, though they lack the whiskers that adorn a leopard's upper lip. The purple-horned beast, a predator of evident high status within its ecological niche, typically refrains from congregating unless a formidable leader can assert dominance over the group. The challenge presented by Old Purple will not be easily overcome. A confrontation is likely. Raven mused, recalling how he had to subdue Old Purple after rescuing him from poachers to bring him away. Yet, this species thrives on the principle of strength. Old Purple eventually became his steed. It seems a mere repetition of history. With this thought, Raven retrieved 2 dormant carnivorous cabbages from his pocket, tossing them in his hand as he strolled toward the shore, knowing that Old Purple relished sunbathing. At the beach, a particularly formidable purple-horned beast lay upon the sand, allowing the waves to wash over its body. Old Purple, in a drowsy stupor, was roused by a youngling announcing the arrival of an heir. After checking the base's records, it appeared to be true. Thus, Old Purple delivered a swift kick to the sandy ground, rising to face the newcomer. Upon seeing the 2 peculiar items in Raven's grasp, Old Purple felt a jolt of apprehension. Having witnessed foes reduced to shreds by that group of green cabbages, Old Purple often reflected on the folly of his past challenge to his keeper with trepidation. What could be worse than a gruesome death? A disgraceful one, indeed. To be slain by cabbages would be a source of great embarrassment. Yet, a foreboding sense washed over him. His former keeper could control this band of cabbages to prevent them from turning him into shredded meat. But this newcomer might not possess the same prowess. Surely, it would require an exquisite level of skill. Old Purple seemed to glimpse the ominous star of death, shimmering brighter than the sun above. Alam, hat gleam, bang, bang, bang. At such a critical moment, the little rascal was still frolicking with a ball. Huh, a ball? Raven observed the creature before him, dancing joyfully and tossing 2 balls, before flailing wildly for a moment until he grasped its meaning. Do not waste food with cabbage. If the ball hits me, you will be in trouble. Chapter 17. Inheritance. Something felt amiss. 1/10 1,000 was certainly incorrect. Raven casually found a stone to sit upon, dismissing the flickering ball bird that flitted about him. Had Old Purple truly become timid? Was my pride, the land battle vehicle, afraid? That shouldn't be the case. I had recruited him precisely because of his formidable presence. A creature with such a fiery temper should have engaged me in combat, thereby acknowledging my status as a successor and passing the trial. How could merely playing with a ball signify my success? It seems he was indeed expressing the sentiment against wasting food. Ah, it appears my teachings have borne fruit. Reassuring himself, Raven resolved to return to serious matters. After all the commotion, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Dinner had long been digested. Although theoretically, he could endure without food, he could not accept the emptiness in his stomach. Thus, he pinched his thumb and middle finger together, producing a sharp whistle. With a crack, a warm creature landed atop Raven's head. It didn't feel particularly heavy. He reached up and grasped the creature, bursting into laughter. While laughing, he did not forget to inquire through their soul link. Phineas, have you just been reborn? What has transformed you into this state? This was the mountainous region of the Dusk Highlands, home to peculiar avian creatures such as the wicked old bird, the soundless bird, and the ball bird. Naturally, the lord of this domain was Raven's phoenix, Phineas. However, the state of this lord seemed far from optimal. In fact, it was rather comical. In Raven's mind, a phoenix typically resembled an eagle, adorned with vibrant red plumage and elongated golden tail feathers, possessing a beautiful golden beak and claws. Yet at this moment, Phineas bore only a couple of feathers, exposing its pink skin, resembling a parrot stripped of its plumage. Although Raven's voice sounded normal, as a sole contract partner, Phineas could sense Raven's emotions, which were laden with ridicule. Enraged, he stood up in Raven's palm, flapping his bare wings and attempting to bite at Raven's thumb, all the while emitting a series of clucking sounds. Raven laughed even harder. No wonder I haven't seen you seeking out George Friedrich to play since returning home. It seems you have undergone rebirth again. Only when Raven finally ceased his laughter would Phineas settle down in the palm of his hand, ready to converse. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The previous state was not particularly antiquated. There is no need to hasten the process of rebirth. Coo, coo, coo. The reason for my actions was my reluctance to accompany Ron's rather old mouse, which is why I registered his little piglet, the name of Ron's owl. I did not truly wish to summon the little owl. Coo. No, Phineas, do speak rationally. What do you mean by my oath? Do you not trust me at all? Your suspicion complicates matters. How am I to procure items now? I might indeed have to rely on the piglet for deliveries. Coo, 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 coo. What? You have undergone your own rebirth, and now expect me to procure phoenix fire from Dumbledore for you. Is Fox not in need of it as well? The phoenix must also utilize it to transcend its juvenile phase. Coo. Phineas, with his featherless wings, covered his head, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Very well, I shall assist you. I will go and ask for it shortly, but first, release me so that I may converse with old Dyko. Upon hearing this name, Phineas seemed to momentarily stiffen, springing from Raven's grasp, and with a flap of his wings, he propelled Raven out of this space. Sunlight streamed through the dome, filtering through the gaps in the vines, penetrating the translucent glass, and cascading onto the wooden floor of the room. This was Raven's favorite sunlit garden ambience. Nearby, the loom continued its work autonomously. Without a master to issue commands or provide magical materials, it would yield no output. The globe, borne upon the back of a majestic dragon, and the marble-carved purple unicorn sculpture gleamed spotless, while the coffee table and sofa were positioned in Raven's preferred corner, offering him a commanding view of the surroundings. However, old Dyko was not present. The sounds emanated from the planting chamber. Following the source of the noise, Raven approached. The ancient magical sentinels, crafted of mithril, lining the corridor, showed no additional reaction. As Raven entered this space, he automatically acquired the requisite permissions, having already bound himself to the base. Descending the wooden corridor, Raven spotted a house elf clad in tattered red and green checks, muttering curses while burying something in the soil. There lay a heap of singed, toxic tendrils. Stupid bird, wicked bird, foolish bird. As he drew nearer, Raven discerned the elf's words, and he understood where Phineas had undergone his rebirth. Naturally, Old Daiko sensed the arrival of a long-absent visitor and turned to address him. "Greetings, heir. I am the steward here, Daiko, and it is my pleasure to serve you. Allow me to introduce you to this place." Just as Raven had been advised in his previous life, Daiko refrained from revealing that his authority as steward surpassed that of the heir. This was merely a safeguard established by the master to protect their members from potential betrayal by the heir, should the heir not jeopardize their interests. Old Daiko would continue to serve him as he served the master, even though, in truth, he wielded greater authority than the heir within this domain. Riven finally beheld the visage of Daiko, and in stark contrast to the longevity of magical creatures, whose lifespans often extend for centuries, humans and domesticated house elves are undeniably short-lived. To night steeds, unicorns, purple-horned beasts, and phoenixes, a century may seem lengthy, yet it remains but a mere span. However, for the aged Daiko, half a lifetime has swiftly passed. Riven reminisced about the former Daiko, who was already in his twilight years back then, his hair and the whiskers at his temples a shade of gray. At present, Daiko appeared even more frail, his skin sagged, and wrinkles clustered around his features. It seemed he might become the first friend to witness the decay of age. Riven was overcome with mixed emotions. "Old Daiko, did I not gift you a suit before my departure? If you cherish this place, you may remain here, but you shall always be free." The words of the successor left Daiko bewildered, questioning if he had misheard. He struggled to lift his drooping eyelids, his murky, bloodshot eyes failing to discern the face before him. Yet, it was precisely because he could only vaguely make out a silhouette that he noticed the striking similarity in posture and demeanor between this figure and his master. If it were indeed his master who had returned, he would surely stand in this very manner, speaking with such emotion. Thus, as if to affirm something, Daiko applied for permission verification at the base. His request fell into silence, and it was the boy before him who spoke. "Indeed, I have reclaimed the authority. May I confirm now, Daiko?" The young wizard extended his hands. Daiko stepped forward, embracing his master's waist, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Old Daiko, never did I expect to see my master again, yet I find myself too old, far too frail. I am of no use. I was mistaken." Daiko was engulfed in guilt, yearning still to serve his master, yet his age rendered him barely capable of movement. At that moment, Riven's voice resonated. "Fear not, old Daiko, for I have a new task for you." Chapter 18, Morning Tea. At 5 in the morning, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, at the Hufflepuff long table, Riven was indulging in morning tea. After decades without wizards partaking in morning tea, the selection was rather limited, dishes requiring ingredients seldom used in Britain, such as steamed phoenix claws and glutinous rice chicken, were regrettably absent. Nonetheless, a modest spread had been assembled for Riven. He leisurely sipped his tea, savored shrimp dumplings, relished steamed ribs, and took bites of siumai. Riven's philosophy regarding breakfast was that if one were to partake, there was no need for haste. Hence, he began his meal at 5 o'clock, mindful that classes awaited him. As a student, he had obligations to fulfill, though the choice of classes was rather discerning. At that moment, Riven was perusing the course schedule provided by the headmaster. Throughout this academic year, he could opt to attend any first-year class from any house or continue with the standard second-year courses of Hufflepuff. The reason for granting Raven such considerable autonomy lies partly in the fact that he was directly recruited by the headmaster, and partly due to the discrepancies in the educational methodologies between Beauxbatons and Hogwarts. Certain subjects may have been covered in the first year at Hogwarts, while Beauxbatons has scheduled them for the second year, thus providing Raven with the opportunity to fill in any gaps in his knowledge, which is indeed a responsibility of the institution. As Raven pondered, he attempted to grasp a piece of pumpkin pie, only to find his fork met with emptiness. Raising his gaze, he discovered Dumbledore before him. Judging by the remnants on the table, the old fellow had been dining for quite some time. Raven gestured towards the teapot, which promptly soared into the air, bowing before Dumbledore and refilling the vacant teacup. "Here, headmaster, have some tea. One can easily choke on an empty stomach," he remarked. Dumbledore, unperturbed, crammed an entire slice of pumpkin pie into his mouth, then reached for the teacup, savoring a delicate sip before continuing to select another custard bun. Raven maintained his own rhythm, contemplating the classes he intended to attend that day, while bringing a plate of rice rolls closer to himself. Eventually, after the table had been nearly cleared of its offerings, the two set aside their utensils and commenced a more conventional dialogue. Dumbledore was the first to speak. Dear young wizard, indulging in too many sweets at night is ill-advised. You ought to leave a morsel for those poor, hungry souls wandering to the kitchen. Indeed, I concede that this meal has been a rare delight. I never anticipated the Hogwarts kitchen would harbor such culinary talent. Now, might you share your thoughts with me?" Dragging an old man out of bed before dawn must surely imply you have something of significance to discuss. Dumbledore never regarded Raven as merely a child. After all, he was the one who had sent him to France. In truth, when the Weasley couple initially sought his guidance, he found himself at a loss on how to rescue that soul-bound child. He was acutely aware that he was not the omnipotent wizard they envisioned, and entrusting the child to Tom might have proven far more reliable than placing him in his care. After all, Tom had ventured further down the path of the soul and possessed the expertise to rival his own. However, events unfolded unexpectedly as his phoenix, Fawkes, introduced him to a kin, a phoenix sharing the name of the former headmaster Black, with Fawkes serving as a translator under the persuasive suggestion of the phoenix named Phineas. He resolved to send the infant to his old friend Nicholas Flamel. It was only after some time that he recognized something amiss. Since that day, the portrait of Phineas Black had vanished. Each headmaster typically left a portrait in the office, serving both as a mark of honor and a means to advise successors. Hence, such portraits rarely departed from the headmaster's chamber. After inquiring among other portraits, he eventually located Phineas at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Yet, regardless of his inquiries, the former headmaster offered no further insights, and before he knew it, he had returned to the midst of the portraits in the headmaster's office, with no one aware of when he had reappeared. No further news came from old friends. It was merely heard that this child possessed remarkable talent, even inventing a magical fax machine that allowed Dumbledore and Nicholas to circumvent the protections of the unbreakable vow and communicate. Nonetheless, Dumbledore had not relinquished his scrutiny of Raven. Additionally, there was an incident from the previous academic year. The Weasley twins entered Hogwarts without bringing any pets, yet astonishingly, they had a phoenix messenger. Upon Dumbledore's observation, this phoenix turned out to be the very one he had negotiated with years ago. Thus, he covertly investigated and gathered information about this phoenix, uncovering several peculiarities. It did not display the same sophistication as during their initial negotiation and frequently mingled with the two mischievous Weasley boys. Compared to his own Fawkes, this phoenix exhibited a temperament more akin to that of a child. Considering these details, Dumbledore began to speculate. If it were true that Headmaster Black had refrained from disclosing something due to apprehension, was he attempting to convey to Dumbledore that the phoenix was the root of all matters? Upon further verification, Dumbledore confirmed that this phoenix indeed harbored issues, indicating the presence of another individual behind it. Was Headmaster Black cautioning Dumbledore to beware of this unseen figure? Although no definitive evidence existed, it seemed as though everything pointed to the conclusion that Raven was not an ordinary young wizard, and indeed, Raven had never concealed this fact. Fortunately, Raven genuinely embraced this identity, believing wholeheartedly that he was a child of the Weasley family and a student of Nicholas. Thus, in engaging with such a wizard, Dumbledore was inclined to demonstrate his sincerity, opting for a more egalitarian approach in their discourse. Chapter 19, The Rat. At this moment, the sky began to brighten slightly. While the young wizards remained asleep, Raven had ample time to discuss matters with Dumbledore. Since Dumbledore had been invited by Raven, he refrained from adopting a pretense and presented a pressing issue straightforwardly. An animagus had infiltrated the school, an illegal animagus, who had lived at Hogwarts as a pet alongside Percy for 4 years, and now he was registered as Ron's pet. The rat is Scabbers, Raven recounted. As you know, my teacher harbors a severe aversion to rats, which is why I have never encountered him until this recent time at home, when I discovered this unsettling element lurking within my household. I must capture him. Upon hearing Raven's words, Dumbledore seized his nonchalant demeanor and grew solemn. He had always served as a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, and even after becoming headmaster, he continued to undertake teaching duties for a time until he brought in Professor McGonagall, allowing him to relinquish this responsibility. In the entire magical realm, no wizard wielded greater authority in transfiguration than Dumbledore. This is not an exaggeration, but rather a statement of fact. He was acutely aware that a wizard proficient in the intricate art of animagus transformation could unleash devastation far beyond what the average person could fathom. The presence of an unidentified, clandestine animagus lurking near a young wizard was indeed a source of trepidation. Should he inflict significant casualties at Hogwarts, the untimely demise of this emerging core of future magical strength could potentially jeopardize an entire generation of the British magical community. How can you be certain? Has he resided with the Weasley family? Dumbledore inquired gravely. Indeed, on one hand, my eyes are enhanced with reconnaissance magic, Raven indicated, gesturing towards her eyes. On the other, the manifestation of an animagus is my forte, without question. Moreover, Ron mentioned that Scabbers has been with us since just a few months after his birth, and he has persisted until now. What does this time frame suggest to you? Although posed as a rhetorical question, Raven's implication was unmistakably clear. This illicit animagus was linked to Voldemort. Tom then? Dumbledore murmured, as if recalling something significant. He then addressed Raven. We must act swiftly to subdue him. We cannot allow such a perilous wizard to roam freely within Hogwarts. Raven concurred with Dumbledore's assessment, adding, this apprehension must succeed on the first attempt. Otherwise, like the idiom favored by Eastern wizards, we might stir the grass and frighten the snake. We must seize him at the moment of his complacency. Dumbledore perceived a deeper meaning in Raven's tone and queried, you already have a plan in mind, correct? Do you require the school's assistance? Raven nodded candidly. The specific timing will depend on Professor McGonagall's class schedule. A hapless student struggling to transform a pet into a cup during Transfiguration class might approach the professor for clarification, only to stumble upon the two headmasters discussing matters, both masters of Transfiguration, who would readily identify a scheming animagus and capture him with ease. Wouldn't that scenario be foolproof? The most effective way to restrain a wizard is to include a stronger practitioner within the same discipline. Even if the matter were to leak, it would not cause a stir. After contemplating Raven's words for a moment, Dumbledore expressed his satisfaction. You could even extricate this unskilled wizard from the situation while concealing your true prowess in Transfiguration, correct? The spell you just performed, causing a teapot to bow and pour water, though fundamentally a first-year charm, combined with Transfiguration, was executed wandlessly and silently, an ability not typical of a mere student. Speak freely. You must have additional requests, for capturing such a wizard without alerting others would not pose a challenge for you. Raven, unreserved, allowed a shy expression to surface on her face. Indeed, I have my suspicions regarding the identity of this illicit animagus. If my conjectures hold true, he cannot be discreetly dealt with. First, I require the school to provide a truth serum, although I have never deemed such rudimentary substances necessary in my dealings with faculty. Should my predictions prove accurate, revealing astonishing secrets to the outside world will necessitate its use. Naturally, this revelation must be publicly acknowledged by the school, while I remain concealed in the shadows. Furthermore, I wish to collaborate with the professors on researching this animagus and hope, dear headmaster, that you will assist in concealing my identity while allowing me to join this endeavor. As for the first request posed by Raven, Dumbledore was non-committal. He understood Raven's perspective well. Fame could be a double-edged sword for a researcher, which is precisely why Nicholas chose to feign death and retreat into obscurity on several occasions. Dumbledore envied this aspect, as he could not afford such luxury. Without his public suppression of those restless individuals, Hogwarts might very well have succumbed to their infiltration, rendering Voldemort's demise a fruitless sacrifice. I may perish, yet I have triumphed, is a notion Dumbledore could never accept. Regarding the second point raised by Raven, Dumbledore contemplated the matter and recognized its research potential. The audacity of an animagus to maintain an animal form for an extended period, reaching the life limit of that species, begs the question, might the creature evolve into a magical being? Or could the aging of the animal form impact the wizarding form? Perhaps a fusion of both forms occurs? No previous animagus had dared such a feat. His courage is remarkable. The curiosity ignites a desire for study. Dumbledore's enthusiasm for research was rekindled, especially with the emergence of such a rare specimen in an area where he excels. He could hardly contain his eagerness to apprehend this cunning individual. Thus, Dumbledore swiftly acquiesced. Very well, I accept your proposal. I shall confirm the specific course arrangements with Minerva, and I will have Fawkes deliver the message to you. Observing Raven's hesitation, Dumbledore, despite his advanced age, was well aware that this individual harbored further requests. Do not hesitate to voice any additional needs. Raven's historically unconventional approach gave Dumbledore confidence in allowing him to express his desires, knowing they would likely be reasonable. I require a cluster of Fawkes' eternal flame. My phoenix has just undergone its resurrection, Raven admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. As a fellow phoenix owner, Dumbledore understood all too well the peculiar state of a phoenix post-resurrection. The eternal flame he had painstakingly nurtured was intended to obscure such an amusing condition from public knowledge, preserving his dignity. Given that Fawkes had no immediate use for it, Dumbledore nodded in understanding and waved his hand. Not a problem. Chapter 20. The First Lesson, September 2nd, 1991, Monday. Dumbledore had been gone for some time. After all, the feast upon the table had nearly been consumed. Matters have been settled. Thus there is no need to continue idle chatter with Raven here. In a short while, young wizards will begin to arrive in the hall, perhaps hurrying to complete assignments or engaging in conversation with their significant others. At such a moment, if the headmaster is seen conversing with a new student at the table, it would certainly appear rather peculiar. However, Raven has not taken his leave. He is indulging in dessert. Where did the dessert come from, one might wonder. Naturally, it is from the provisions left over by Dumbledore from the previous evening. Perhaps Dumbledore possesses exquisite taste, or perhaps the stolen food is particularly delectable. In any case, these desserts are quite delightful, considering the curriculum for first and second years, with the first-year timetable sourced from the comprehensive summary by the illustrious student from a neighboring school. Raven resolves to make certain concessions regarding his subjects. Some classes are deemed dispensable, such as herbology and history of magic. This is not due to a lack of respect for the headmaster. In fact, it could be said that herbology is perhaps Raven's forte. Initially, Professor Garlick, enamored with the subject, frequently sought his counsel, exhausting the professor's repository of knowledge and cultivating a unique assortment of enhanced species intended for combat. Thus, at least during this academic phase, his understanding of herbology suffices. He may occasionally consult Professor Pomona Sprout to discuss the optimization of the magical plants at hand. For Hogwarts professors tend to show particular favor to promising specimens. As for the history of magic course, it is because the history taught at Hogwarts is a comprehensive account, subject to scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic, whereas he has already perused the original texts on the history of European magic at LeMay Manor. He has also attended Professor Bin's classes at Hogwarts, only to discover that many details have been omitted from the Hogwarts textbooks. Consequently, Raven decides to commence his return to Hogwarts with the second-year charms class. As Raven enjoys his meal, he awaits the arrival of the companions he met yesterday. Around 7:30, young wizards begin to trickle into the hall for breakfast, including those he is waiting for. "Good morning, Jack." Raven waves at Jack Wells. "Hey, brother, good morning. I went to your room to find you, only to discover you had already left. You are up quite early." At this moment, Jack is still in a state of reluctant wakefulness, his voice lacking vigor. Raven then retrieves a cup of black coffee from the breakfast table. With a flick of his wand, he casts a spell, Ice Freeze. In an instant, a layer of frost envelopes the cup, which he then hands to Jack. "Here, my secret for invigoration, a true gem." Jack recognizes it immediately, accepting it without hesitation and taking a hearty sip. The icy Americano jolts him awake, causing him to shiver momentarily. "Thanks, brother. I feel much more alert now. Your freezing spell is truly invigorating. The temperature is just right." Having been forcibly roused, Jack opts for a breakfast of ham paired with melon and a European roll. Before long, Poppy also arrives at the long table. As the young wizards typically rise at a regular hour, making it unsurprising to encounter another familiar face in such a brief span. Jack, while brandishing a fork, enthusiastically extolled the virtues of black coffee to Pabby, raising concerns about whether the melon on his fork might tumble off. "Pabby, would you care for an iced Americano?" Raven's freezing charm is renowned for its finesse, guaranteeing the most suitable temperature. Pabby politely declined, for as a child raised in a traditional English wizarding family, her preference leaned toward the classic English breakfast: buttery scrambled eggs, baked beans, black pudding, grilled tomatoes, a croissant, and a cup of English breakfast tea. Raven, priding himself on being a gourmet, was eager to sample various culinary styles. His choice of morning tea was merely an opportune chance to indulge after having assembled his taste components, coincidentally available at Hogwarts. To be fair, the English do excel in the realm of breakfast, with a significant portion of the bounty from the Age of Exploration derived from spices. It is indeed the main courses that have skewed the average culinary standards of European nations, coupled with a few renowned dishes that have earned the title of a gastronomic wasteland. Thus, Raven sought to join the fray once more. The trio ambled down the corridor. Raven engaged in light conversation with Jack and Pabby. "Everyone's portion sizes seem rather similar, yet I alone feel utterly stuffed," Jack remarked, casting a perplexed glance at his seemingly unperturbed companions. "In truth, I consumed significantly more than you," Raven refrained from voicing, instead commenting, "I digest quite rapidly and seldom feel hunger. You too, Pabby?" Pabby nodded in vigorous agreement. "It's a gift. My great-aunt possessed the same talent. But to think Raven shares this ability? It's the first time I've observed such a trait in a wizard outside of my family. Perhaps our ancestors from some generation intertwined? Of course, I've merely borrowed an old friend's gift." Raven jested. "Perhaps," he mused, withholding further elaboration. Upon arriving at the threshold of the charms classroom, they found a number of young wizards already settled in, all adorned in Ravenclaw uniforms. Speaking of Ravenclaw's academic prodigies, it is worth mentioning that Raven had retrieved his four-house relic uniforms from a base, but did not hastily don them over his regular Hufflepuff attire. He intended to reserve these garments for future endeavors, a matter to be discussed later. As the students gathered, Professor Phileas Flitwick ascended onto a chair and began the lesson in a methodical manner. Good day, students. It is a pleasure to see you all in this new term. Today, I shall teach you an offensive spell. Remember, it must not be used in secrecy, as violations may result in a fortnight's detention. Additionally, I notice a new face among us today. Mr. Weasley, should you have any questions, feel free to approach me after class. Raven nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Today's incantation is Incendio, known as the fire-making spell. I will demonstrate on a dummy, so please observe closely. Chapter 21, Charms Class. After the professor demonstrated the effects of the Incendio spell, both the young wizards from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw exhibited considerable excitement. This marked the first offensive spell they had learned, a notable advancement from the Lumos and levitation charms studied in the previous semester. For wizards of their age, mastering such a magical incantation was a source of pride that they could boast about for quite some time. The decision by Hogwarts to impart this spell to second-year students was not without its rationale. Primarily, the spell poses minimal harm to wizards. Any burns inflicted by young witches and wizards could be easily treated with a vial of invigorating potion by Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. However, fire is a perilous element for non-magical beings within the wizarding world. Thus, equipping young witches and wizards with such magic enhances their capacity to confront threats within a magical realm and provides them with a broader array of spells for their defense against the dark arts lessons. The subsequent focus was on the teaching of incantations and wand movements. Professor Flitwick, the esteemed head of Ravenclaw, meticulously detailed the nuances of pronunciation and wand technique. His wand movements were not merely textbook examples. Rather, they incorporated his personal finesse, which he imparted to the young wizards. Raven observed that Professor Flitwick's wand style was more discreet and executed with greater swiftness. This implied that, in practical scenarios, he could potentially outpace his opponents in casting spells by a fraction of a second. Such is the essence of a dueling master. Beneath his refined exterior lies a practitioner of practical spell casting. Imagine a cinematic portrayal, a middle parting, a charming mustache, and a dapper suit, epitomizing the coolness of an elegant duelist. Raven was thoroughly pleased with his course selection. The charms class indeed offered him unique insights. Following his explanation of the spell's intricacies, Professor Flitwick encouraged the young wizards to form pairs for practice. As the incantations filled the air, he descended from the podium to promptly correct any errors. Raven gathered with Jack and Poppy, emphasizing the importance of stressing the syllable Incendio while coordinating it with the upward motion of their wands. He had no intention of casting spells to earn points for Hufflepuff. Rewarding the young wizards was justified since it was their first encounter with this magic. He had mastered these concepts many years prior and found it unbecoming to exploit his advantage over younger students. Instead, he opted to offer them guidance and explanations. Very well. Miss Trelawney, you have earned 3 points for Ravenclaw, announced Professor Flitwick. Following the gaze of his peers, Raven spotted a girl with short, tawny hair and a melancholic expression, her face adorned with smoky makeup. Her name was Misty Trelawney, and like him, she hailed from the Haywood district. Her father, Old Victor, was a well-known veterinarian in their area. However, unlike Raven, her family belonged to a lineage of wizards, being related to their divination professor, Sybil Trelawney. Upon noticing the girl, Jack Wells took the initiative to speak first. Raven, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped Jack's intent. Children today are indeed precociously insightful. You like her, Raven asserted with certainty. Jack's face flushed crimson, yet he did not refute the claim. Instead, he responded with a bashful yet earnest demeanor. Yes, I like her. Raven patted Jack on the shoulder, encouragingly remarking, You must strive for her affection. She is quite remarkable. With that, he resumed guiding the two classmates. As the class neared its conclusion, Jack and Poppy successfully cast the fire spell. Given that several other students had already achieved this feat, Professor Flitwick awarded each of them an extra point. Well done, everyone. Your performance today has been commendable. The fire spell can be practiced in class or in an open space. But please remember to avoid crowded areas and refrain from using magic in corridors or public venues. Furthermore, I must reiterate that using this spell on classmates privately will result in a minimum detention of 2 weeks. Is that clear? Very well, class dismissed. Mr. Weasley, please remain for a moment, Professor Flitwick announced as the young wizards filed out orderly. He called Raven to stay behind. Mr. Weasley, I noticed you did not cast the fire spell during class, yet you assisted 2 Hufflepuff students in successfully performing it. Could you share your thoughts on this? Raven articulated his perspective, albeit omitting certain details. In truth, I have already mastered the fire spell, so for me to gain points from its use would be quite unjust to those encountering it for the first time. With that, Raven extended his right hand, summoning a plume of flame that danced and morphed at the whim of his fingers. Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in astonishment. Even among adult wizards, few could manipulate the fire spell to such an extent, certainly not more than 30 in his experience. To possess such mastery and then compete for points with novice wizards was indeed beneath him. That was an extraordinary display, without a doubt. You are a prodigy beyond what others could imagine, Mr. Weasley. Hufflepuff receives 5 points, not for the spell itself, but for your sense of fairness, Professor Flitwick praised. Then, a touch of resignation crossed his features as he added, given your proficiency with the fire spell, Mr. Weasley, I fear there is little more I can teach you. Excluding wand-waving and incantations, the curriculum at Hogwarts over 7 years primarily focuses on control and understanding. You have already transformed your talent into skill in these areas. In truth, Raven wished to continue attending the charms class, so he reassured, Professor Flitwick, I do not feel I am at a loss in this class. On the contrary, your integration of dueling techniques into wand-waving has greatly benefited me. When discussing his area of expertise, Professor Flitwick exuded a sense of confidence, showing no doubt that Raven was merely flattering him. Raven, being well-versed in magic, could certainly grasp the nuances of wand work during his demonstrations, which undoubtedly indicated genuine progress. Raven further elaborated that wandless and incantation-less magic indeed represent advanced techniques. However, such methods, which bypass essential elements, inherently sacrifice certain magical effects. In contrast, the wand techniques imparted during your teachings preserve the potency of magic while enhancing speed, signifying a markedly different approach. Flitwick nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was precisely what duelists aspire to achieve. Casting spells with wands ensured their efficacy. A shared understanding among practical wizards and a universally acknowledged truth among victors in the magical dueling arena. With this realization, Flitwick understood his next course of action. He ascended the spiral staircase at the classroom entrance, entered his office, and rummaged through his belongings until he finally unearthed a weathered notebook. After placing the original back into the box, he descended the stairs with the copied notes in hand. Mr. Weasley, here is a copy of my insights on dueling. It may provide you with some inspiration. Professor Flitwick earnestly handed the notes to Raven, continuing, there is no need for modesty. You will undoubtedly be the most suitable master for it. Should you succeed in furthering its legacy, it would bring me great joy. Additionally, I would like to invite you to my seminar on spell theory, where we delve into uncharted territories of the subject rather than merely studying established knowledge. Every Tuesday and Thursday evening, I host these intimate gatherings in my office, where members can join at their convenience. No need for formal leave if other commitments arise. Would you like to be a part of such a gathering? Given the opportunity, Raven readily accepted Professor Flitwick's invitation, subsequently bidding farewell to the esteemed headmaster as he proceeded to his next class. Chapter 22. A memorable scene witnessed the time had come to Tuesday afternoon, and Raven had been oscillating between classes in spell theory, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts over the past few days. Of course, Professor Pomona Sprout was already aware of this arrangement, as Raven had previously discussed his solid foundational skills with her, assuring that he would pass his herbology exam with flying colors. Thus, Professor Sprout allowed him the freedom to pursue this path. In her discussions with Professor Flitwick regarding Raven's potential transfer to another house bore no influence on their decisions. During these days, Raven also took the opportunity to gather pages from the practical guides hidden within Hogwarts, sufficient in number to elevate his level and earn a talent point, which he undoubtedly decided to invest in the fertilizer talent. This talent would enable Raven to create multiple entities with equivalent offensive capabilities using magical plants, with a number of entities and their duration reliant on the ancient magical energy he invested. Shifting focus back to his classes, the reason Raven was able to persevere in defense against the dark arts was due to the genuine knowledge he was acquiring. Professor Quirrell was not as inept as anticipated. He simply appeared timid and stammered occasionally. Completing the fundamental teaching tasks posed no challenge. It was likely due to the genuine Professor Quirrell's backing of a young wizard Raven. When Raven posed several questions that strayed beyond the syllabus, he received quite commendable advice. The legend may indeed hold some truth. There are whispers that Voldemort harbors a peculiar obsession with the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Perhaps Raven's inquiries became somewhat excessive, arousing Voldemort's suspicion. After addressing Raven's third question, Quirrell advised him that young wizards should not aim too high, thereafter refraining from answering any more of Raven's advanced queries. As for Transfiguration class, Raven did not shine as brightly. In the realm of social interaction, one's persona is paramount. Currently, Raven's persona is that of a talented young wizard who struggles with transfiguration yet strives diligently. Today marked the first transfiguration lesson for the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Upon seeing Raven attend class again, Professor McGonagall felt a wave of relief that this child was not from her own house. Teaching transfiguration to students from her own house, especially with a muggle born in the mix, would have been quite daunting. As she prepared to teach her housemates, Professor McGonagall understood the need to project an authoritative presence to command the rambunctious students. Thus, she early assumed the form of a tabby cat, perching gracefully atop her desk. However, an unforeseen incident occurred, one that took all present by surprise, except for Raven, who was aware of the plot. The renowned Gryffindor students, Harry Potter and the esteemed Ron Weasley, arrived late. Even Slytherin dared not misbehave in the presence of this deputy headmistress. Ron and Harry stealthily entered through the back door, with Ron foolishly exclaiming, "Can you imagine how displeased old Professor McGonagall would be to see us late?" As he spoke, Ron caught sight of his elder brother, clad in Hufflepuff robes, sat awkwardly at a table with Malfoy, creating an incongruous atmosphere in the classroom. He noticed Raven giving him a thumbs up, only to see that thumb drawn across the throat. Trouble was brewing, Ron thought, yet he remained unaware of the impending calamity. Suddenly, the tabby cat on the desk transformed into a human form. Quick-witted, Ron expressed his astonishment, preemptively complimenting, "How impressive." Accepting the praise with poise, Professor McGonagall responded, "Perhaps I should turn you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches so that you arrive on time, Mr. Weasley." Perhaps it was the diligent demeanor of another Weasley present that moved Professor McGonagall, or perhaps she genuinely believed, as Harry had explained, that Hogwarts can be quite disorienting. After a brief reprimand, she instructed them to take their seats. For these fledgling wizards, who were only on their second day of school and unsure of how to wield their wands, it was simply impossible for them to perform the transfiguration spell. Even by the end of the academic year, a significant number of young wizards would struggle to execute the spell flawlessly. In this lesson, Professor McGonagall primarily aimed to captivate the young wizards and elucidate the fundamental principles of transfiguration, particularly the laws governing Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. After transforming her lectern into a pig, the students' enthusiasm for transfiguration soared, and their eagerness to memorize the basic laws became palpable. Professor McGonagall held a firm belief that if any of the young wizards could sustain this fervor until Halloween, they would surely manage to successfully perform the transfiguration charm for the first time before Christmas. After class, Raven asked Ron and Harry to wait for him so they could dine together. He then delayed Professor McGonagall under the pretense of establishing his reputation, truly wasting her time, as his carefully crafted persona prevented him from posing any profound inquiries. For the sake of the purity of the Gryffindor students, the headmistress had to make certain sacrifices, especially with a greasy, unsavory middle-aged dark wizard lurking in the Gryffindor common room. Upon returning to the classroom, Raven was astonished to find Draco Malfoy waiting for him. Initially, he had intended for Malfoy to keep his distance, as he planned to join the Gryffindor table for dinner, being a Weasley and all. It would be unusual for him to sit with Gryffindors. However, bringing Malfoy along would indeed be quite peculiar, prompting Raven to alter his original plans. In the Great Hall, at the Hufflepuff table, Raven invited Gryffindor's Harry, Ron, and Hermione, along with Slytherin's Malfoy, to deliberate on a mischievous scheme. Observant classmates, such as Pansy, had already noted that Raven had not attended a single potions class, and today they understood why. This Hufflepuff was indeed enlisting the help of a Slytherin and 3 Gryffindors to strategize how to target Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, during their first potions class on Friday morning. Chapter 23. Mischief. I am Draco Malfoy, and at this moment, I am feeling rather anxious. Like an outsider, Malfoy listened as Raven orchestrated the plans of the 3 Gryffindors. It dawned on him that Raven's earlier decision to isolate him was not intentional. Rather, the topic at hand was simply inappropriate for his involvement. After all, they were plotting against their own headmaster, who happened to have a favorable rapport with his father. The Malfoy family assisted Professor Snape in procuring potion ingredients, and Snape compensated them with rare and masterful potions. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, and if the headmaster were to discover Malfoy's participation in such mischief, it was an outcome he dared not contemplate. Yet, since he was already present, he feigned ignorance, adopting a focused expression as he savored a delicious meat pie, ignoring the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. Raven continued to elaborate on the topic with the trio from Gryffindor. Allow me to elucidate my reasoning for directing my attention towards this particular headmaster. It is primarily due to his long-standing bias against Gryffindor, while my brothers, who are rather illustrious figures within the house, have consistently found themselves under his scrutiny. From Bill to George and Fred, they have not been spared from the professor's peculiar favoritism over the years. Thus, it has become my undeniable duty to restore our honor. However, truth be told, aside from his antagonism towards Gryffindor, this professor possesses remarkable pedagogical skills. When Bill and Percy sought his guidance on various matters, he displayed no ill intent. Hence, I have summoned you here with the hope that you might assist me with a few minor tasks, while I shall handle the specifics myself. Raven, by doing this, you're not treating us as friends. How could you possibly exclude us from matters concerning you and Ron? Wouldn't you agree, Hermione and Draco? Harry, ever the loyal companion, immediately sought to rally his friends to affirm their allegiance. Yet Hermione, covering her eyes, could not bear to witness the unfolding scene. Harry, I can tolerate your actions, being a Gryffindor myself, but how could you allow Draco to join us? Professor Snape is their head of house. Have you not noticed his persistent silence as he indulges in his food? Malfoy, with tears welling in his eyes, felt understood for the first time, gazing appreciatively at the valiant Hermione, before stuffing another pie into his mouth and feigning indifference. Harry cast a disdainful glance at this ungrateful individual, poised to voice his criticism. However, Raven interjected, redirecting the conversation away from Malfoy. Professor Snape has a penchant for questioning the more prominent members of Gryffindor. In previous years, it was Weasley, and this year, it is likely to be you, Harry. Raven then turned to Hermione. Potions class is scheduled for Friday morning, so we have 2 days to prepare. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in helping Harry study for this term's material. Hermione patted her chest, assuring him, do not worry. I will devise a swift learning plan for Harry. Raven nodded, choosing to overlook Harry's constipated expression. He would proclaim to everyone that Harry is a loyal and commendable lad. Harry, you may rest assured. Additionally, on the day of the class, please reserve a seat next to you for me, so I can offer my support. The 3 Gryffindors readily affirmed their commitment. Once the matters were settled, Raven could finally indulge in his dinner, as he disliked engaging in other activities while savoring his food, for such distractions would detract from the attention that should be devoted to the culinary experience. Sipping lightly on some orange juice to soothe his throat, Raven reached for the platter containing the delectable Dixie pie, only to find his grasp empty. His gaze then fell upon Malfoy, whose mouth was stuffed to the brim. Draco Malfoy. Ultimately, the evening concluded with old Gudgeon working overtime. Malfoy had learned a valuable lesson from Raven. One must approach food with sincerity, for mindlessly gobbling it down is a sheer waste. As for the tuition fees, oh dear. As Friday dawned, Raven was fully prepared. Today's morning tea was to be delivered to the Gryffindor long table, where he would await the arrival of Harry and his companions. As for his bothersome brother Ron, Ron's task today was simply to keep his distance, for Raven intended to attract all the animosity directed towards him. Ron certainly did not wish to find himself noted down by Professor Snape. At 7 o'clock, several early rising young witches and wizards had already arrived in the Great Hall. These early birds sensed something peculiar about the hall, yet the overall harmonious atmosphere led them to dismiss it. When Harry and his friends entered the Great Hall, they found no sign of Raven at the Hufflepuff table. How strange. Was T. Raven the one who always rose exceptionally early? Could it be that anxiety had kept him awake, causing him to oversleep? Ron speculated. Just as Harry was about to voice his thoughts, a call echoed from the Gryffindor table. Someone was shouting their names. As they approached the source of the voice, the trio struggled to ascertain the identity of the person before them. Are you George or Fred? Ron inquired, only to receive a playful slap on the head. The familiar force belonged to none other than Raven himself. Is it really you, Raven? I thought perhaps George or Fred were masquerading as you, Ron remarked. That robe you're wearing is just, wow, it's utterly Gryffindor. Hermione chimed in, completing Ron's description. The robe was harmoniously attuned to the Gryffindor spirit. Save for the black hem and cuffs, the entirety was woven from deep crimson fabric, adorned with a diamond-like pattern reminiscent of scales. Most strikingly, embroidered in gold thread on the back was the image of a proud lion, while others donned robes of black. Raven's vibrant red garment allowed him to blend seamlessly at the Gryffindor table, eliciting no surprise from those around him. It was, after all, a relic of Gryffindor's heritage. The reason Ron failed to recognize Raven was simple. Clad in this robe, Raven exuded an aura of confidence and flamboyance, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of poise and wisdom. George and Fred often engaged in identity-swapping tricks, and Raven's visage was an enhanced version of their own features. He appeared handsomer than the twins, sporting medium-length hair while maintaining their shared likeness. It was no wonder Ron mistook him for one of their pranks. Raven, are you really going to wear that robe to class? Isn't it a bit risky, considering you are Hufflepuff? What if Professor Snape picks on you? Hermione asked, Raven smiled confidently, assuring her, "Do not worry." Chapter 24, Potions Class. In my class, wands are strictly prohibited. Bruin honor. Should anyone feel overly renowned, attendance is optional. Harry felt a jab to his elbow as Hermione interrupted his note-taking. After a couple of days of remedial lessons, Harry discovered that he did not actually despise potions. In fact, he found rare joy in the learning process. Although Professor Snape possesses a rather dismal reputation among Gryffindors, Ravenclaw's assertion of his competence in imparting knowledge leads Harry to believe that, as long as he applies himself diligently, he should not be overly targeted. Thus, he continues to regard Snape as merely an ordinary professor. Harry finds the professor's opening remarks, intended to assert authority, rather impressive, and he duly notes them down. However, he did not anticipate that Snape would immediately begin to seek fault. Feeling a sense of unease, Harry wonders if this man is truly a qualified educator. "Mr. Potter, the star of Gryffindor, what do you obtain by adding daffodil root to wormwood juice?" Snape fixates his gaze on Harry's eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Harry, momentarily anxious, quickly regains his composure and responds based on the knowledge he has recently acquired. The draught of living death, also known as the elixir of life, is a potent sedative. Observing Harry's ability to answer his question, Snape is uncertain whether to feel pleased or displeased, though perhaps only Ravenclaw notices the subtle curve of his lips. "Very well. What is the origin of Cowbane?" Hermione raises her hand eagerly, unwilling to miss such an opportunity to demonstrate her knowledge, as the information found in textbooks is merely a means for her to excel, given that she has already memorized it. Yet, Snape continues to fix his unwavering gaze on Harry, seemingly disregarding Hermione entirely. Noting this, Harry's friend Ron boldly chooses to respond to Snape's inquiry instead. Perhaps Hermione knows the answer as well? In that moment, it appears Snape is reminded of a nemesis, and his expression darkens considerably. It becomes evident that while Snape had been calm moments ago, he is now genuinely irate, like a cobra poised to strike. Snape's eyes lock onto Harry, words dripping with venom. "It seems our celebrity does not know. How unfortunate." Harry retorts immediately. "One can extract Cowbane from a ram's stomach. It can neutralize most toxins." He emphasizes the last two words, mimicking Snape's tone. "What is the distinction between Wolf's Bane and Monk's Hood?" Snape presses on without hesitation. Harry, undeterred, replies, "There is no distinction. They're the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." Having deftly answered 3 consecutive questions, Snape refrains from further haranguing. "Why do you not commit these to memory? Do you possess the luxury of squandering your talent like this esteemed gentleman?" Snape returns to the lectern and picks up a quill, adding, "Due to Mr. Potter's distraction during class, Gryffindor shall lose 3 points." At this moment, Hermione yearns to defend Harry, for she is well aware of what he has written, sitting right beside him. Ravenclaw, too, is cognizant of it. Thus, Ravenclaw intervenes, casting the spell Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm, without wand or incantation. Raven had diligently compiled a considerable number of notes on potion-making over the past 2 days and delivered them to Snape's desk. He hoped that Mr. Weasley had arrived in my classroom with his wits about him. "I believe I made it abundantly clear upon entering that my class does not permit the waving of wands." Raven rose, adjusting his robes to reveal the handle of his wand at his waist. "It seems you wish to showcase your wandless magic tricks in my class," Snape remarked coldly. Consequently, Hufflepuff loses 10 points due to Mr. Weasley's failure to comply with the school's uniform regulations. "Perhaps I could assist you in submitting a transfer request to Professors Sprout and McGonagall." Raven, still confident and poised, replied, "When did it become the responsibility of the potion's master to act as a gatekeeper? Furthermore, I contest your punishment, as my attire does not contravene school regulations." As Raven uttered the word contest, the golden trim on his red robes shimmered momentarily. Snape was momentarily taken aback by this unusual occurrence, yet nothing transpired. Just as he was about to unleash his venomous retort at Raven, a paper crane fluttered through the classroom door and landed on Snape's lesson plan. The crane bore an enchanted emblem of the Hogwarts crest. As a professor and head of house, Snape recognized that this seal originated from the headmaster's office, signifying that this document was an official communication from Hogwarts, with its authority acknowledged by the school. "Professor Severus Snape," the note began, "you have just deducted 10 points from Hufflepuff for the alleged dress code violation of Gryffindor heir, Raven Nicholas Weasley. The Gryffindor heir has contested this decision. The school's findings are as follows. The Gryffindor heir, Raven Nicholas Weasley, is attired today in the relic uniform of Gryffindor House. As the heir of the house, he automatically attains the corresponding house identity, and he is recognized as a member of Gryffindor. The school has determined that the contest is valid. The punishment is hereby nullified. This is to inform you. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. The relic uniform was something Snape had never heard of, yet he was aware that in the past, Hogwarts did not enforce a uniform standard across houses, but rather maintained different ranks. Since a particular headmaster's tenure, the distinction among uniforms had ceased. Returning to the letter, it certainly did not bear the hallmark of Dumbledore's handwriting, but resembled more the script of an admission letter. This implied that the relic uniform was perhaps part of a system linked to the entire school since Hogwarts' inception. Snape quietly tucked away the letter, planning to confront Dumbledore regarding this matter. As for Raven, unsure of how to handle the situation, Snape decided to let him take a seat and continue the lesson. However, Raven had no intention of letting the matter rest, and spoke up. These are Mr. Potter's notes. Perhaps you should examine whether he was merely distracted or genuinely recording matters of interest to him. If this incident leads a young wizard to develop an aversion to potions, resulting in the suppression of Mr. Potter's innate talent, it would be a lamentable loss not just for me alone. Sensing the underlying tone in Raven's words, Snape perused Harry's notes and observed the ink stains of fresh annotations. His previously austere demeanor gradually softened. He also noted the passage he had just recited, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. The script was fresh, the ink barely dried, and the final strokes appeared somewhat hasty. Snape became momentarily lost in thought, the air around him thickening with contemplation. Yet, he eventually spoke. Harry Potter, correct answer, Gryffindor earns 4 points. This time, his voice bore an uncanny emptiness. Chapter 25, Aftershocks. Due to the first-year wizard's limited knowledge of the Slytherin head, they remained unaware of the significant impact today's events would have on both Gryffindor and Slytherin. These two houses had always attended potions class together and were acutely aware of Snape's merciless approach towards Gryffindor. The lesson proceeded, as per usual. Snape's class remained theoretical, focusing on the names of potions and their requisite ingredients. Potion ingredients were quite costly, although Hogwarts could supply some herbs and materials from magical creatures. Certain potions requiring long growth cycles would still incur consumption. It was imperative that the novice wizards did not waste them. The hourglass on the lectern had flipped itself, yet no sand flowed forth, indicating the class had concluded. Snape announced the end of the lesson, seized the letter in the form of 1,000 origami cranes, and with a flourish of his cloak, strode out of the classroom. Raven knew he was headed to the headmaster's office. The Gryffindor wizards encircled Harry, bombarding him with questions. Harry, you were incredibly brave. If Snape looked at me like that, I wouldn't be able to utter a word, Neville exclaimed. Harry was taken aback that answering Snape's question had earned him the label of bravery. He replied to Neville, Snape isn't that frightening. I was startled at first, but I quickly regained my composure. I believe Raven is the truly courageous one for daring to argue with the professor. Raven promptly waved his hands, signaling the Gryffindors to continue directing their inquiries toward Harry. Beside Raven stood only Hermione and Ron, who had been squeezed away from Harry's side, while Malfoy had long since fled with his 2 cronies. He dared not approach Raven in this moment, knowing their head was in a foul mood. Associating with him might lead to confinement starting tomorrow, a fate Malfoy hoped Raven would comprehend. Meanwhile, a young witch was concerned about the points deducted from Hufflepuff and inquired of Raven. Raven, you deducted 10 points today. Hufflepuff only had 30 points to begin with, and now you have reduced it to merely 20. Will there be any consequences? Ron remarked, you haven't donned your Hufflepuff robes today. You look like a Gryffindor. I wonder if Dean Pomona Sprout might expel you on the spot. Perhaps we should seek out Percy, the prefect, and have him discuss the possibility of your transfer with Professor McGonagall. Listening to the concern from the 2 young wizards, Raven found himself both amused and warmed by their camaraderie. He reassured the 2 little ones, fear not. Let us proceed to the Great Hall for lunch. The scoreboard awaits us there, and as we pass by, you will see that no points have been deducted. The scoreboard, located at the right side entrance leading to the hall, was pointed out by Raven for added credibility. This is no ordinary robe. It is a relic of Gryffindor, endowed with certain privileges. A relic robe? I believe I have encountered something similar before, perhaps in a book I came across during my leisure hours at the library. I shall investigate further, Hermione mused thoughtfully. Abandoning Harry, who was still ensnared by his admirers, Raven hastened toward the Great Hall with Hermione and Ron. He had arranged for a special dish of beggar's chicken to be served at the Gryffindor long table, and he was determined that it would not be squandered by those mischievous imps. However, just as they approached the scoreboard, before even entering the hall, Raven felt his legs ensnared. We have heard of your admirable deeds, Raven. How delightfully audacious to defy the old bat. We also heard you possess a particularly splendid Gryffindor robe. As a traitor to Gryffindor, that robe rightfully belongs to us. After all, What's yours is ours. Aren't we all friends here? Emerging from the throng were the twin tricksters, George and Fred. Hermione had already darted off to inspect the scoreboard, while Ron gleefully observed the ensuing quarrel among the triplets. George and Fred flanked Raven, attempting to forcibly strip the robe from his shoulders, their voices clamoring. Let us wear it for a day, Raven. Do not be stingy. Yet, the robe remained steadfastly affixed to Raven's form. Oh no, it's not that it one T budge. The golden threads embroidered upon it shimmered momentarily, sending George and Fred tumbling to the ground. Raven innocently spread his hands. I assure you, it was my doing. This garment is soul-bound. Only I can wear it. After entangling with you for so long, it retaliated automatically. However, inwardly, Raven added, it was I who deliberately activated the counterattack function. George exchanged a glance with Fred, saying, Raven must have done that intentionally. He seems utterly unfazed. Fred reflected for a moment before confirming, I too sense he anticipated this. We can feel each other's emotions. He was certainly deliberate. Then what were we waiting for? Let's seize his chicken. That beggar's chicken he has prepared at home must have been his choice. Raven admitted to feeling a pang of panic. Otherwise, how could he have inadvertently petrified his own twin brothers? Oh dear, my hand slipped. He lamented while dragging the now petrified twins toward the Gryffindor long table. As a consequence, these two mischief-makers could only watch as he relished his meal. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Snape instructed the gargoyle at the entrance to inform Dumbledore. Who could possibly remember those peculiar passwords? At this hour, that old fellow was surely in the headmaster's office. He never adhered to the habit of having an early lunch. Shortly, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, confirming Snape's expectation. Dumbledore was dozing off inside, much like the portraits of former headmasters lining the walls. Snape placed the origami crane letter upon Dumbledore's desk. The clattering sound startled not only Dumbledore, but also the portraits of the previous headmasters. Severus, what has transpired to provoke such ire? Dumbledore inquired, shaking off his stupor, still maintaining his languid demeanor. This letter bears the seal of the headmaster's office. I wish to ascertain whether it received your approval, Snape replied, extending the letter to Dumbledore. The headmaster donned his spectacles and scrutinized the contents. Objection effective, punishment nullified. Hereby notified. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore read each word aloud, ensuring the former headmasters were apprised of the situation. It seemed nearly 2 centuries had elapsed since a professor had quarreled with the heir. It was quite nostalgic. It certainly brings back memories, remarked Dolores Umbridge, an esteemed headmistress from the 18th century, known for her remarkable skills in healing. After all, the heir's objections required Hogwarts judgment, a verdict that the professors largely endorsed. I have experienced disputes, yet all agreed that Hogwarts' decisions were sound, never escalating to the headmaster's office. However, it does seem that it has been 2 centuries since the heir was mentioned. Does anyone here possess knowledge of this? Pray tell, what exactly is the heir? Why have I never heard of it? Interjected Armando Dippet, the former headmaster who had been silent until now. Instantly, all eyes turned to the portrait of Headmaster Dippet, who hastily added, my predecessor did not brief me on this matter. Thus, the collective gaze shifted to the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. Chapter 26, Headmaster Neophor. Under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous portraits, Phineas Black maintained his characteristic air of arrogance. Nonetheless, he did not refuse to respond. The reason I did not convey this information to Headmaster Dippet is that prior to my departure, the 4 house relic uniforms vanished along with their shared master. Hence, I standardized the house uniforms, eliminating the multitude of styles. Impossible. Several portraits of headmasters from Phineas's era exclaimed simultaneously. The house relic uniforms are bound to the school. They automatically return to the house, chest upon their master's graduation. Did all 4 heirs depart from the school at once? Or did they leave in succession? Why were we oblivious to such occurrences? We have been present in the headmaster's office all along, lamented the portraits of former headmasters. Phineas Black's portrait sighed, ultimately, we are but mere images entrusted to the legacy of Hogwarts. At that time, my original self was still alive, so I remember it vividly. That individual erased all memories of himself from you. However, as his principal, I retained this fragment of memory. Principal Armando discovered Huadien. You employ that term? Could it be that a sorcerer simultaneously took possession of 4 relics? Indeed, he singularly passed through 4 trials and simultaneously garnered the recognition of the 4 relics of the Academy, asserted Principal Black with conviction. The portraits of the principals stirred restlessly, clearly challenged by such revelations. At this juncture, a portrait of a female principal, who had been listening attentively, spoke up. The Academy's relics are intricately woven into the magical mechanisms of Hogwarts Castle. which itself is a colossal ancient magical stronghold. According to your description, a sorcerer managed to prevent these 4 relics from returning from this ancient magical bastion. The difficulty of such an endeavor is tantamount to engaging in direct combat with this magical stronghold. Indeed, principal neophytes, Gerald, such a level of ancient magical prowess is beyond the capabilities of all 4 of you guardians. Even during your tenure as principal, such feats eluded you. However, what if one could seize all the ancient magic in existence? Clearly, Principal Black was not unfamiliar with this female principal. Neophytes, Gerald, you are aware of me. In my recollections, I have seldom engaged with you due to my disfavor of your ideologies. Yet you speak of guardianship so freely. Has my memory been altered as well? Is it that ancient magic usurper? Principal Neophytes grasped the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the portrait of Principal Black rubbed his goatee, his expression turning peculiar. Indeed, and that individual is no mere wild ancient magic sorcerer, but one chosen by you 4 guardians. How does it feel to be betrayed? In truth, when we 4 guardians chose to steadfastly guard this secret, we were uncertain of the righteousness of our decision. Now it appears that our successors have opted for a different path with rather favorable outcomes. The wizarding world has not deteriorated due to the loss of ancient magic, perhaps proving that our initial course of action was misguided. Principal Neophytes bore a melancholic expression, reflecting, then seemingly recalling something, he continued to inquire of Principal Black. How did he achieve it? I find it utterly unimaginable. Principal Black retorted with irritation. How should I know? I am not one of you ancient magic sorcerers. I have merely encountered records of such magic in my family's archives. That fellow expelled everyone from Hogwarts and sealed the school, isolating himself for research. 3 days later, the barrier vanished, along with those 4 relics. According to my then deputy headmistress, Ms. Weasley, some items also disappeared from the room of requirement, including a house elf named Dyko. In truth, you might consider consulting the Sorting Hat, which has remained at Hogwarts all this time. One can surmise that it would not easily relinquish its insights. When the Hat noticed the attention of the gathered crowd, it weakly replied that it could not divulge information, lest it face dire consequences. Observing that the esteemed heads had provided ample information, Dumbledore gently clapped his hands, reminding the portraits that 2 living beings were present. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey that if the first relic of Gryffindor House has indeed surfaced, it is highly plausible that the so-called usurper has left these 4 relics behind at Hogwarts, bequeathed to a young wizard, Dumbledore articulated. Is it possible for us to retrieve them back to the school? Snape earnestly inquired. That is impossible, replied Headmaster Neofor. Once a house relic has been inherited, it can only return to its respective house's chest upon the heir's graduation. During this interim, no one can wrest it from the heir's possession. I must also caution you that the ancient magic we safeguard is exceedingly perilous. If indeed a wizard has commandeered all ancient magic, I would advise against any thoughts of targeting his heir. I believe Headmaster Black would concur with such counsel, interjected Black, wearing a rather befuddled expression. Though that fellow is formidable, he is not inherently malevolent. He simply acts with a degree of impetuousness. No one can deter him from seeking amusement, and those who attempt to do so often face dire consequences. Furthermore, he is quite fond of having contingency plans. The implication was unmistakable. Do not entertain notions that ought not to be pursued. However, Snape, having been thwarted, was not one to concede easily. He broached a topic that piqued his interest. What privileges accompany the identity of the house heir? He sought to thoroughly comprehend his adversary. The response came again from Headmaster Black, who had already spoken extensively, so a little more would not be amiss. The house heir possesses no extraordinary rights. Firstly, the heir is regarded as a student of that house, a fact I only learned today. Secondly, the heir has the authority to contest a professor's deductions, to be adjudicated by Hogwarts. Therefore, there is no cause for concern. To a competent professor, the house heir holds no significance. Snape's expression darkened as he pondered. This is troubling. I have become a target. Chapter 27. The web of magic. Dumbledore led Snape out of the headmaster's office towards another tower, where the book of admission and the quill of acceptance were located. Severus, this matter concludes here, Dumbledore stated. According to the portraits of the headmasters, the identity of the so-called heir will not disrupt our house order. That child from Ravenclaw, I was the one who sent him to Nicholas. I possess a certain understanding of him. I shall return to converse with him. Your involvement ceases here. Snape's face betrayed a sense of discontent, but there is no need for hesitation. There exists no significant grudge between you. From my understanding of him, he merely seeks to vindicate his brethren. The fault lies with you. The roots of the issue with me. I wish to compensate you, yet it should not come at the expense of other students. I shall have a thorough discussion with Raven, ensuring he no longer targets you. Let's allow this matter to pass. The familiar warmth had vanished from Dumbledore's countenance, replaced by a tinge of solitude. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at their destination, a loft with an exceedingly intricate lock. However, as the visitor was none other than Dumbledore, endowed with the privileges of the headmaster, the magical lock offered no substantial resistance and opened readily. Ascending to the loft, they encountered a modest writing desk, upon which the admission book bore the names of numerous new young wizards, awaiting their enrollment in 11 years. The acceptance quill floated in the air, poised for new tasks. This chamber had endured the passage of 1,000 years. The murals upon the walls faded beyond recognition. Yet the metallic candelabras shaped like lions, eagles, snakes, and badgers stood sentinel, though dimmed and devoid of luster. Severus Snape caressed the pages of the admission book. Feeling a familiar texture, he possessed another sheet in his hand. Dumbledore rummaged through the room, and indeed uncovered a collection of letters formatted similarly to those addressed to Professor Garrick. What one might wonder, had this successor done to Professor Garrick? Dumbledore could easily envision the gravity of replacing Garrick with Severus Snape, contemplating the strained relationship that would ensue with Raven. Ultimately, the burden of resolution would fall upon his aged shoulders. He resolved to address this matter decisively. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to extend his magical perception. This place could be considered the very heart of Hogwarts, the core of this ancient magical edifice. While Dumbledore lacked innate talent for ancient magic, he was indeed a legendary wizard, and with the authority of the headmaster at his disposal, he managed to discern a web, a magical web, if one must label it. This web radiated outward from Hogwarts, and Dumbledore grasped that it was a segment of the greater magical network, its full extent unknown to him. Beneath the Hogwarts magical web lay even higher nodes, part of a grander magical tapestry. The distance transcended the limits of Dumbledore's perception. He attempted to infuse his magic into this network, only to find it shattered and severed from his connection. In that moment, Dumbledore comprehended the significance of what Headmaster Black had conveyed about monopolizing ancient magic. Though ancient magic persisted, it had been subsumed by the magical web, denying access to other visitors. Even newly initiated ancient magic wizards would find that the moment their magical essence departed their bodies, it would be consumed by this very web. What if this devourer of magic desires to monopolize modern sorcery? He dares not envision such an outcome. Yet, as Headmaster Neophor wisely stated, the world cannot deteriorate further. The devourer has not obliterated the magical realm, and opposing him may, in fact, yield adverse effects. After much contemplation, Dumbledore retrieved his ancient wand, pressing it against his temple. He extracted a fragment of memory and dispersed it into the ether. Observing Dumbledore's actions, Snape posed a question. "Do you remember what you intended to do?" Dumbledore responded with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, but it serves as a reminder to refrain from such pursuits." Arriving with a quest for clarity, he departed with even greater bewilderment. Snape felt that misfortune shadowed him that day, attributing it all to that raven. Meanwhile, Raven's spirit soared. The events of the morning had rippled through the student body, even reaching the ears of the professors. "Mr. Weasley, why aren't you donning your crimson robe? The Gryffindor students hold your attire in high regard," came the commendation. Such praise would have been delightful had the time and place not been during the second-year Hufflepuff Transfiguration class, and if the speaker had not been Professor McGonagall, the esteemed head of Gryffindor. "Perhaps I shall attend herbology classes a few more times next week," Raven mused. "It is only fitting to honor my house's head." The splendid weekend unfolded between the comforts of home and the allure of camping. Raven chose to embrace both, opting for a camping experience in his own backyard. What? Does your family not possess a backyard? The scent of dawn is always a balm to the spirit. Raven instructed Old Dick to enlist a few industrious lads to prepare his estate at Dawn Ranch. He also bestowed upon Old Gug a hefty bag of galleons to procure ingredients with the culinary class. Subsequently, he penned invitations to friends and family for a gathering on Saturday. "Raven, why did you have Phineas deliver a message to us, and why this particular location? Are you finally considering a transfer? I've heard our headmistress holds you in high esteem," Percy jested. It was no wonder Percy was puzzled. Raven's actions were indeed perplexing. He had Phineas the Phoenix deliver a letter to Percy, instructing him to bring George, Fred, Ron, Harry, and Hermione to an empty classroom. Were it not for the pentagram seal on the letter, Percy might have suspected it was a prank by those two rascals. Upon entering, Percy's astonishment grew, for several young wizards were already present. Hufflepuff's Jack Wells, Peabody Swinton, and Slytherin's Draco Malfoy. Percy recognized them as Raven's acquaintances. Glancing at the clock, Raven noted it was 11 o'clock. "Come in, explore, and then we shall have lunch before engaging in afternoon festivities. It is all part of the plan." The invitation was merely to invite them to his secret hideout, as Raven proclaimed. His companions, however, had not forgotten the embarrassing incident from the previous day's lunch, when they were cornered at the dining table by their own brother. No way, can this shabby classroom truly be deemed a secret hideout? Some individuals summon us over merely to have us assist them with trivial tasks, do they not? Raven cast a glance at the two conspicuous bags before retrieving her practical guide and enlarging it. She then addressed them, challenging them not to follow her. With the practical guide, now the size of a suitcase, placed on the ground, she pointed her wand at its cover, and as she opened it, a staircase descending appeared within. Indicating for everyone to follow, Raven descended first. Chapter 28, The Gathering. As the group followed Raven down the staircase, they arrived at an attic. Wow, Raven, is there truly such a spacious room within that book? Exclaimed Harry, who, as a resident of the staircase, found it quite normal to marvel at the contrast with the meager accommodations of the ghoul, Mr. Filch. However, Ron disagreed with Harry's sentiment. This book has been with Raven since my earliest memories. If it were indeed crafted by Grandpa Nicholas, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a manor outside this attic. Raven found herself uncertain whether Ron's assertion held any truth. Not wishing to prolong the suspense, she pushed open the door to the attic and descended from the manor's loft. The second floor was a lounge comprising a study, a billiards table, a ping-pong table, and a square dining table. Raven, may I peruse the books and study? Inquired Hermione. Upon hearing this somewhat audacious request, Malfoy was about to caution the young witch from a muggle family, as wizarding families wielded power through knowledge, and for wizards, knowledge was never freely shared. However, before Malfoy could speak, Raven granted permission. Of course, there are several books I highly recommend, such as Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Magical Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean and Their Properties. These are splendid extracurricular reads. If you can't finish them, you may borrow them. But do remember to return them to me. They are first editions gifted to me by my professors and hold significant sentimental value. Just as Hermione was about to inquire further about a word that piqued her interest, Jack Wells pointed at a square table and asked Raven, I know billiards and ping-pong, but what is this square table along with that box? Raven glanced at the mahjong Jack indicated and pondered briefly before donning a serious expression. This is also a muggle game, albeit one imbued with captivating allure. In the Eastern magical community, it is referred to as mahjong. Percy, upon hearing Raven's words, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Raven, true to her lineage as the twin of George and Fred, was adept at teasing others. And the most intriguing part was her blend of truth and jest, making her more elusive than the legendary heroes of lore. Their family played mahjong during their yearly retreats to the Lemaine Manor, where it was indeed quite popular in the Eastern magical realm. It was not inaccurate to say it possessed an enchanting charm. Their mother even had Raven craft 2 sets for home use. As with so many children, it seemed a pity not to engage in a game of mahjong. Of course, the key was to keep George and Fred apart. If they sat at the same table, others would find it impossible to partake in the game. Raven led everyone to the living room on the first floor, where many items were so enigmatic that even Percy could not decipher them. For instance, in front of a row of sofas sat a black box, upon which rested a crystal ball. Hermione, however, had her suspicions about the black box. Is this a VCR? My father wanted to purchase one, but my mother disapproved. In the realm of muggles, dentists held a respectable position, and Dr. Granger, having his own dental clinic, could certainly acquire a VCR without issue. Conversely, Jack's family owned a pub, yet they were not particularly affluent. Indeed, I have modified the VCR. The crystal ball enhances the clarity of the images. I possess the series of The Godfather, Blade Runner, and Star Wars. I wonder if they might tickle your fancy. The little wizards from wizarding families were oblivious, yet Jack displayed great enthusiasm, eagerly explaining these muggle tales to George and Fred. Raven then retrieved a variety of Sprite, cola, and juice from the refrigerator. Alas, no one was inclined to share the cherry-flavored cola with him. Although a freezing charm could easily achieve such a feat, it needed no maintenance. The array of muggle appliances elicited gasps of astonishment from the children of wizarding families. Thus, Raven instructed Jack to elucidate what a refrigerator and an air conditioner were to these young wizards. After finishing a can of cola, Raven clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Having explored the house, shall we venture out for lunch? Upon hearing his words, the group began to head back. Raven, placing a hand on his forehead, realized he had forgotten to clarify. I did not mean to go to the hall. Rather, we shall step outside. Follow me. Raven swung open the grand door, revealing an expansive expanse of grass. Gazing ahead, one could see a river winding through the landscape, while majestic snow-capped mountains stood silently in the distance. Wow, The collective reaction, whether vocal or silent, was one of awe. George and Fred seemed to have a thought, sprinting ahead for about 200 meters before returning with a handful of grass. Riven, is this all real? Where does it end? We thought the scenery outside was merely a magical illusion. Of course it is real. Do not be surprised. Did not Mr. Newt Scamander possess a similar suitcase? You have heard his tale. The latter remark was kept to himself. Then this little unicorn is real too? Poppy timidly pointed at the golden unicorn, peeking curiously at the entrance of the estate. Is it this little fellow? Zoltan, come here, come here. Do you want to try some chili sauce? Riven beckoned to the unicorn. Upon hearing the term chili sauce, the unicorn immediately forgot all caution and galloped over, albeit with a slight wobble. Riven produced 2 bottles of Dragon's Breath chili sauce, which he had prepared in advance, handing one to Poppy and one to Hermione. Now, you two can feed him, but remember, do not let your skin come into direct contact with the chili sauce. It may cause a pain akin to second-degree burns. Hermione gasped, having made an indelible contribution to the warming of the Dawn Ranch. I recall my father mentioning that tooth extraction equates to a level 2 pain. Is it wise to feed such fiery peppers to a young unicorn? What would its guardians think? As the daughter of a dentist, Hermione was acutely aware of the excruciating nature of tooth extraction for muggles, unlike wizards who merely swallow a potion to alleviate their discomfort. Raven also perceived a twinge of pain from the dental work. Guardians? Surely, his parents would be eager to partake in such delicacies. In truth, little Zoltan's father is my companion, Shea, who has a penchant for dragonfire peppers. Whenever I apply chili sauce to his horns, he zooms off at breakneck speed. Zoltan is still a babe, yet to shed his baby hair. It would be better to directly feed him than to apply the peppers on his horns. Chapter 29, Dawn Ranch. With a resounding pop, an elderly house elf clad in a well-fitted suit appeared before the gathering. He bowed slightly and addressed Raven. Master, lunch is prepared. Raven nodded and beckoned everyone towards the dining area located on the eastern side of the estate's lawn. This is old Dyko, my butler. Do any of you have food allergies? Today's theme is seafood. It would be unfortunate if someone were allergic, but I have arranged for the chefs to prepare some meat as well. Raven casually inquired, not expecting anyone to raise their hand. Jack had a peanut allergy, and Hermione was allergic to bananas. As for the young wizard hailing from a wizarding family, what could he possibly be allergic to? Well, I shall inquire with Chef Old Guga at the dining table later. The culinary team had returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the students, but their head chef, today's principal cook, remained, as there was nothing else requiring his attention. The kitchen? Apart from Percy, who had heard of it beforehand, the other young wizards were as if they had stumbled upon a new world, their gaze fixed on Raven. Of course, there is a kitchen. Just step out of the Hufflepuff common room, walk 5 paces, and you arrive at Hogwarts kitchen. Otherwise, Jack, what do you think I procure the midnight snacks I bring you? Indeed, indulging in too many late-night snacks can lead to weight gain, and Jack, who had already gained some noticeable weight since the start of term, wore a perplexed expression. I thought you had a place where you prepared your own food. I assumed your nightly escapades were solely for the purpose of gathering provisions. And you say the kitchen is right at the Hufflepuff entrance? Poppy and I were completely unaware. Poppy also seemed to be hearing this for the first time. All right, I will take you both there tonight. In truth, my nighttime excursions primarily consist of reading here, playing with these magical creatures, and occasionally visiting the greenhouse to tend to my adorable plants. The food is all set aside by the kitchen staff. There is someone on duty every night, and I have even encountered Professor Dumbledore and once met Professor Silby. The path to the dining table is not far, as a quintessential garden restaurant unveils itself before the guests. A long table, draped in white cloth and capable of seating 20 to 30 individuals, stands adorned not with flowers, but with an array of exquisite dishes. Indeed, as Raven remarked, the focus today is on seafood. There are no fewer than 3 varieties of lobster, while the shellfish selection is beyond enumeration. A large cut of roasted meat is being automatically sliced by the utensils on the grill. Mr. Gudgeon, these 2 students are allergic to peanuts and bananas. I trust today's menu contains none of those? A house elf, his hair already tinged with gray, yet still exuding an air of competence, materializes from the ether, clad in a tattered gray and white Hogwarts pillowcase. Its colors so faded that the house is indistinguishable. Very well, sir. I shall remove the bananas from the post-meal fruits, and 1 dish contains peanut oil, which I will ensure is taken away from Mr. Jackwell's. Thus, Raven beckons everyone to take their seats, and the old gudgeon vanishes once more. The house elf service principle is one of invisible assistance. Even when performing tasks for young witches and wizards, this philosophy remains unwavering. Old Gudgeon is indeed a chef of remarkable caliber, nurtured under Raven's guidance, and even the affluent Malfoys find delight in the offerings. The culinary prowess of house elves varies in quality. However, one young, which appears preoccupied with her meal. Hermione, a champion of intellectual freedom and indifferent to material pleasures, is lost in thought. Raven discerns her contemplation, issues of house elf rights. Yet, he refrains from imposing his thoughts upon her, wishing instead for Hermione to reflect independently, progressing to a point where he can guide her toward deeper insights. This endeavor aims to reshape Hermione's reading habits. Presently, she, like many others, approaches a book as if it were an absolute truth. In reality, the threshold for authorship is not particularly high, with many writers failing to excel in their fields, and works by successful individuals sometimes ensnaring readers in malicious traps. Reading should be a process of intellectual collision between one's own thoughts and those of the author. It is through careful refinement that one may uncover true gems, for countless individuals painting on the same canvas yield only scraps of paper. At this moment, Hermione is still young, and Raven harbors hopes for her growth. As for the reason, some may be skeptical, but Raven genuinely holds goodwill toward most matters in the world and would not mind nurturing that which captures his interest. Meanwhile, a small faction of individuals whom Raven opposes must endure the brunt of his disdain. Doesn't that seem balanced? Lunch concluded, the guests engage in their preferred pastimes around the estate. Jack is engrossed in the 8K version of The Godfather, a marvel for 1991, illustrating an impressive leap in cinematic quality. Hermione, naturally, is nestled in the sunroom, devouring a book, while George and Fred occupy themselves with billiards. Percy has departed early, a development Raven understands, as Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw, is currently enamored with him. Pabby was spending time with the little unicorn Zoltan's family, and Shea, being an exceptionally rare adult golden unicorn, was cherished by Pabby. At that moment, she was braiding the mane of Shea's companion, Bysure. Observing that everyone had their tasks, it was only Malfoy who lounged in the sunroom, doing nothing but attempting to sunbathe himself into a dried fish. Raven called him out, urging him to step outside the manor and head towards the riverbank. Draco, I have a favor to ask of you, Raven said to Malfoy. However, this time, you might have to play the villain and stir things up a bit for Harry. Malfoy's face displayed a conflicted expression. To be honest, after spending some time together, he did not wish to antagonize the three little lions. Raven added, don't worry. I'll help you explain things to them afterwards. Malfoy nodded reluctantly, still somewhat hesitant. All right, but you must remember to clarify things with them, he replied. Raven then revealed his true intention. I recall that Slytherin and Gryffindor have flying lessons together on Thursdays, right? I need you to make things difficult for Harry during the lesson. What? Why would you want to make things hard for Harry? Did he offend you? I can make him apologize to you. Listen to yourself. Is that really what you expect from your esteemed brother? However, for his own agenda, Raven continued. My brother Charlie was once the star seeker for Gryffindor's Quidditch team, but he graduated this year. George and Fred are already the team's beaters. So they need a new seeker, and I believe Harry has that talent. A large question mark appeared on Malfoy's face. Are you just mooching off Hufflepuff? Gryffindor is your true home? Of course, he dare not voice that thought. Chapter 30, Flying Lessons. On Monday, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, young wizards would send letters home over the weekend, sharing the amusing happenings of the first week of the new school year. They would also receive replies from home along with various parcels on Monday. Therefore, Raven made sure to have breakfast early that day, to avoid having it toppled by some clumsy owl from someone else's home. Bill, Charlie, and Percy were all victims of Errol, the old gray owl. Thanks to Raven, the letters for George and Fred upon their enrollment were handled by Phineas, which was not a secret at Hogwarts. Thus, when Phineas dropped a heavy bundle of packages in front of Raven, most students were not particularly surprised. Wow, this phoenix looks so small. This must be your Phineas, right? Did he undergo a rebirth before the school year started? For Pabby, who adored magical creatures, it was indeed a rare opportunity to get up close with such a unique species. However, upon hearing Pabby's description, Phineas was displeased. Goo, goo, goo. A gentle tap from Raven on his head was met with a protest from Phineas, who had grown to a size comparable to a normal phoenix parrot. Where did you learn such foul language? Who at our school keeps pigeons? Goo, 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 goo. Watching the exchange between the girl and the bird, Pabby was left bewildered, but she quickly realized that the bird had just insulted her. Did I say something wrong to make him so angry? Pabby inquired cautiously of Raven. As Raven twirled the phoenix, he elucidated, your recent comment describing Phineas as part of our family angered him. For Phineas is my personal contract partner. George, Fred, and the others were born alongside me, which is why Phineas occasionally helps them run errands. He is quite sensitive about this matter. Pabby understood. It seemed the notion that a phoenix follows but one master in its lifetime held true. Phineas raised his head proudly, making a soft, cooing sound. Meanwhile, Raven sorted through the packages he had received. A dusty wand box, 2 letters, one from a teacher and another from home, and a copy of the Weekly Prophet. The wand within the box was familiar to Raven. It was the ancient magical wand he had wielded in his previous life, a backup from those days. The letters contained no significant news. Old Nick expressed curiosity about the afterlife mentioned by Raven, but chose to trust him, affirming he would adhere to Raven's guidance. The letter from home included mundane updates, such as Bill's promotion in Egypt, where he had become the captain of the curse-breaking team, and Charlie's successful adaptation to his new life in Romania, aided by the alchemical trinkets Raven had given him, which made his dragons quite obedient. After carefully storing the wand and letters in different compartments of the practical guide, Raven opened the Weekly Prophet. He mused that perhaps the title Prophet Weekly would suffice. Yet these wizards insisted on releasing a separate edition. The magazine's cover featured a familiar face, an elf. The Gringotts Vault 713 had been robbed. Oomph. The fish have come to the nest. Master Lockhart's new work, A Break with the Ghost, had been published, and there was a near stampede incident at the Leaky Cauldron. Pureblood families at odds. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had parted ways unceremoniously. Lies. Marcus Belby claimed that werewolves could be cured. After a brief glance through last week's magical happenings, Raven noted that none of these events seemed to impact the Academy at present. He cast a glance at the Gryffindor table, where Neville's memory orb had turned red. All key elements were now in place. It was time to observe Malfoy's performance. At that moment, Malfoy was not in high spirits. 2 of his lackeys had defected to Pansy's side, leaving him feeling rather isolated within Slytherin. However, his father had written to inform him that within a week, those who had betrayed the Malfoy family would come crawling back, seeking his forgiveness. Draco recognized that severing ties with those 3 was a wise move and was advised to maintain a good relationship with Raven. Before long, Thursday arrived, marking the second flying lesson for the first-year students. However, like the other professors, the first lesson consisted of theoretical knowledge and safety precautions, leading to an eager anticipation among the young wizards. Regrettably, not everyone possessed the gift. Up, up, up. I command you to rise. Such frantic voices are not uncommon. However, a wizard as gifted as Harry, who can summon a broomstick directly to his hand, would find it difficult to comprehend such anguish. As Madame Hooch elaborated, the young witches and wizards eagerly mounted their broomsticks. At that moment, Neville was still the timid little chubby boy. He accidentally kicked off from the grass and soared into the air. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic his movements, leading to a muddled crash that resulted in a fractured wrist. Yet, in the wizarding world, fractures are merely minor injuries. A quick extraction of the broken bone and a potion of bone regrowth, and in a matter of hours, his wrist would heal. Perhaps the most painful part of the ordeal was consuming that potion, specially concocted by Professor Snape. Unlike the myriad peculiar flavors available on the market, Snape's version of bone regrowth has consistently topped the list of least favored flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans for a decade. Seeing an opportunity, Malfoy picked up the fallen memory orb and tossed it in the air a few times to draw the attention of the Gryffindors. As expected, 3 little lions, who were on friendly terms with Neville, approached. Draco, hand me that memory orb. I'll take it back to Neville's room, said Harry, extending his hand to Malfoy. Malfoy, however, tucked the orb into his robes and replied, Harry, do you know about the golden snitch? Let us play a game. With that, he kicked off the ground and soared into the sky. Harry, emulating Malfoy, followed suit. Malfoy performed a few aerial maneuvers, which Harry mimicked, thinking it was merely a matter of having hands. When Malfoy deemed Harry's skill sufficient, he produced a glass orb from his pocket, showed it to Harry, and then, locating the window where Professor McGonagall was, he hurled it with force. Harry quickly darted after it while Malfoy descended leisurely. Before Hermione and Ron could voice their objections, Malfoy willingly handed the memory orb to Hermione, offering a French salute. This is the truth, don't blame me. It was all Raven who told me to do it. Hermione and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, confused by the mention of Raven. Explain yourself. What is going on with Raven? If I find out you're lying, Malfoy, you'll regret it. Hermione barked. Malfoy, not daring to hesitate, quickly relayed the messages from Raven, assuring them that they could discuss it with Raven after class. Chapter 31, Quidditch. So, it was truly your doing? You had Harry captured by Professor McGonagall? Hufflepuff had just concluded a second-year charms class when Raven noticed 3 first-years standing at the door. Hermione, accompanied by the white-haired and red-haired companions, cornered Raven at the classroom entrance, demanding answers. Raven gestured for Jack and Poppy to leave first, as he had a charms club to attend later that evening. Huh? Didn't T. Draco explain it to you? I was supposed to take Harry to the Quidditch team, Raven said, looking quizzically at Malfoy. Malfoy, with a pained expression, replied. I did explain, but they didn't believe me. They said my explanation was too far-fetched. Raven shrugged. Very well. I shall escort you to a certain location, and we can converse along the way. With that, he altered his course and took a different path. The seeming implausibility arises from your insufficient information, Riven elucidated. I conferred with Charlie, and only after confirming its feasibility did I assign Draco to the task. Ron exclaimed, Charlie is involved too? But he has already graduated. Why is he still overseeing this? Compared to Riven, who was only able to engage with his elder brother during the annual holidays and who shared his berth with George and Fred, Ron naturally held greater trust in Charlie. Moreover, due to Bill's relatively carefree and unruly disposition, Charlie, who was more nurturing, resembled the elder brother among them. Ron believed that if the younger siblings desired a dragon egg, Charlie would surely contemplate a way to procure one after careful consideration. Had Riven been privy to Ron's unspoken thoughts at that moment, he would have vigorously nodded in agreement, for he had already made arrangements with Charlie. Given that his younger brother possessed the capability, the means, and the resources to raise a dragon, why would Charlie refuse? It was precisely because Charlie had graduated that he felt compelled to oversee matters. With only 7 members on the team, and 3 having just graduated, Charlie, having played Quidditch for 6 years, was reluctant to see Gryffindor's team crumble in his absence. Riven recounted the background to the young wizards. Indeed, it was Charlie's responsibility. But it was merely because he had mentioned James Potter in his letter that Charlie remembered there was another Potter to consider. This credit, Riven decided to keep to himself, opting for discretion. And what does this have to do with you allowing Draco to toy with Harry? Professor McGonagall has taken Harry away, and he has yet to return. Hermione, unfamiliar with Charlie, did not share Ron's immediate faith upon hearing the name. This is precisely the reason I brought you here. Allow me to introduce you to the trophy room of Hogwarts. The trophy room, located on the 7th floor, housed not only trophies but also banners, medals, and more. However, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, or perhaps this was precisely where they were meant to be. Oh, George, look who has arrived. Little Ron, Hermione, and Draco, along with our good brother Riven. Have you come to assist in polishing the trophies after hearing about Fred and me being here? George inquired hopefully. Riven feigned ignorance, even contemplating littering the floor. He had heard tales of these two launching dung bombs at Professor Quirrell, nearly striking him in the head. Fortunately, Quirrell's head had an eye at the back, allowing him to evade the attack, or else those two might have faced several Avada Kedavra curses, and their survival would be a testament to their fortuitous luck. Unaware that they had just narrowly escaped from the brink of death, the two were enthusiastically presenting the honors, trophies, and medals that they had polished to a brilliant shine. Upon reaching the area designated for Quidditch medals, the duo pointed to a plaque and introduced it. Quidditch Honors. James Potter, previously the finest seeker at Hogwarts in the last 50 years. Oh, why didn't Harry join you? This James Potter is indeed his father. Wood is still concerned about finding a seeker for the team. Perhaps they should just find someone to fill in this year and bring Harry in next year. George and Fred, exchanging banter, are determined to ensure Harry's clear placement. However, they did not anticipate that Raven would get ahead of them. Malfoy, who has endured much since the flying lessons, can finally clear his name. Raven is not without preparation. Before I tossed the ball, I demonstrated several flying maneuvers to Harry, and he learned them effortlessly by mimicking me. I confirmed his capability before releasing the ball, and Raven mentioned that he had a backup plan. Raven nodded, as he had indeed instructed his companion to keep a watchful eye on Harry. Should he accidentally fall from his broom, his companion would catch him and safely place him on the ground. That evening, in the Great Hall at the Gryffindor table, Hermione and Ron finally reunited with Harry, who had been taken away by Professor McGonagall. So, just as Raven planned, have you become Gryffindor Seeker? Hermione inquired, while Harry appeared bewildered. Huh? What does this have to do with Raven? Hermione and Ron proceeded to explain the series of events to Harry, from Charlie's letter to contacting Malfoy, and the conversation in the trophy room. Harry listened in confusion. It turns out everything was orchestrated by Raven. I thought it was due to my own merit. Why didn't Raven let you, Ron, be the Seeker? You're clearly his brother. That hurt, mate. I've been so concerned about you. Ron nearly teared up. Although Raven promised him a delightful compensation for Christmas, Ron still felt a twinge of discomfort before receiving his gift. Raven said my talent lies elsewhere, and he would return with something even more entertaining. Harry, realizing he had misspoken, quickly attempted to clarify. Ron, that's not what I meant. I was merely worried that I might not fulfill the Seeker role well. You, on the other hand, have such remarkable talent in your family. Upon hearing this, Ron felt even more disheartened. The renowned figures need no introduction. Even George and Fred grasped Raven's alchemy on the first try. while he felt like the most ordinary in the family. And Ginny? She's still just a child. Ron chose to withdraw, filling his mind with pies. Hermione emerged as the savior, redirecting the topic away from Ron. Harry, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Your father, James Potter, was the finest seeker Hogwarts has seen in the past 50 years. Didn't you forget Charlie? James Potter was the best seeker before Charlie in the last 50 years. Percy, who had been listening intently, wore a strained expression but refrained from correcting the young witch's statement. To restore confidence to the newly appointed seeker, dear brother Charlie, you must make a small sacrifice. Percy was keen to avoid a joint consultation with Professor McGonagall and Oliver Wood, the two most fervent Quidditch enthusiasts in Gryffindor. Chapter 32, The Carpet. Saturday, Hogwarts, the Great Hall. Today, Ron and Harry rose early, for the Gryffindor Quidditch team had a half-day training session scheduled for Saturday morning. A customary practice among the houses, granting each team the right to use the pitch for half a day on weekends, unless specifically approved by a professor. Thus, the team's early arrival was quite remarkable. At this hour, the Great Hall was sparsely populated. Even the ever-diligent Hermione opted for a bit more rest on weekends, claiming it would enhance her study efficiency. However, Ron was taken aback to see Malfoy up early as well, striding towards Ravenclaw with two cylindrical packages taller than himself. A copy of the latest Daily Prophet clutched in his hand. At that moment, a gasp echoed from the Gryffindor table. Eating breakfast while reading the news was indeed a long-standing tradition among the English. Goodness, Ronnie, you must see today's newspaper. How could your father allow such a thing to happen? George and Fred exclaimed, slapping the Daily Prophet onto Ron's table. Ron began to peruse the article with great interest. The Ministry of Magic was easing certain restrictions on wizarding household flying devices. Flying carpets were now legally available for sale. The Chudley Cannons had triumphed over the Puddlemere United team, featuring the Firebolt, developed by the Fong Company of Wizarding Household Flying Devices. Intrigued, Ron read on about the enigmatic Fong Company, the Malfoy family's significant French shareholder, Ali Bashar. Ron had heard of Ali Bashar, an Arab merchant of flying carpets, who had made several visits, all of which were rebuffed by Arthur. The decision to keep flying carpets beyond the reach of the British wizarding community was not solely Arthur's. It was supported by the substantial broomstick companies like Comet and their pure-blood backers, including Harry, the last of the Potter line. Rejecting flying devices other than broomsticks aligned with the interests of all families involved. Yet what was this newly emerged Fong Company? Was the Firebolt a new model of broomstick? The wizarding world now had a company selling not just broomsticks, but flying devices. Ron was astonished, but as a Quidditch enthusiast, he felt elated that his favorite team had triumphed over a traditional powerhouse with a new broom. He could not help but cheer, only to be silenced by Wood's piercing glare. Oh dear, he had forgotten that Wood was a staunch supporter of Puddlemere United. What was the story behind the Fong Company? It was undoubtedly financed by Gringotts, with Malfoy providing the distribution channels and Ali Bashar supplying the production lines, while mysterious French shareholder contributed the technology. The behind-the-scenes investor had finished their morning tea. According to their vision, the plan was to establish the Firebolt's reputation in the British Quidditch League, securing recognition for the Fong brand as a premier manufacturer of flying devices. Subsequently, Lucius Malfoy would leverage his stake in flying carpets to exchange shares with the major broomstick companies of the wizarding families. With the Firebolt series performing strongly, clinging to the old broomstick companies would merely lead to depreciation. Old Malfoy graciously offered to treat everyone to soup. There was no need to refuse his kindness by dining alone on cabbage. As for the backlash from the broomstick manufacturers, it is non-existent. Lucius merely needed to present them with an improved version of the Firebolt to illustrate his point. If the current iteration of the Firebolt were to emerge on the market at an exceptionally reasonable price, the broomstick companies would certainly be aware of the consequences. After all, they built their empires on such tactics, leveraging technological and cost advantages to undermine established firms. Raven had no intention of competing with them in the household broom market, and they ought to be grateful for that. Of course, this also ties into Raven's plans to sell flying carpets at a premium. In that scenario, ordinary wizarding families with a few galleons would opt for the sharper flying carpets, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome for all. Truly a win-win situation. At the Quidditch pitch, while others were training, Oliver would introduce the match balls to Harry for the first time. Wood was a man of action, firmly believing that a mere hour of discussion was no substitute for 10 minutes of practice on the field, which is why he had previously refrained from discussing the team with Harry. The quaffle was simply a ball, with 3 chasers tasked with throwing it through the opponent's goalposts, earning 10 points for each score. As for me, I was the team's goalkeeper. Wood gestured toward a red ball as he explained. He then pointed to 2 locked black balls that would indiscriminately attack players on the field. Two beaters were responsible for striking these balls toward the opposing team while protecting their own players. George favored offense, while Fred focused on defense, making it easy to distinguish between the two on the pitch. Then, Wood opened a small locked box and retrieved a golden ball. The golden snitch flitted about in Wood's hand, eager to escape. "This is your responsibility, Harry," he said. "The snitch is small, agile, and incredibly fast. Capturing it earns 150 points and signifies the end of the match. Your task is to catch the snitch before the opposing team does. Do not concern yourself with the score. That is the responsibility of other positions. Your focus must be on offense, and more offense. Do you understand?" Wood's explanation began with a relaxed tone, but grew increasingly fervent. Harry nodded, somewhat bewildered. And so it began. Wood was off again. "Hey, Wood, don't scare our new seeker," teased George, while Fred chimed in. Wood, unperturbed by their jests, had grown accustomed to the antics of the two brothers, having trained with them since last semester. Charlie, too, had often found himself exasperated by their antics. Taking a deep breath, Wood shouted at the duo, "Instead of mocking me, why not focus on training? If you fail to take down Marcus Flint in the next match, you can expect extra practices from me." After venting his frustration, Wood felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With Charlie's departure, the burden of the team now rested squarely on him. He could not allow the team to collapse as soon as the former captain graduated. Otherwise, what purpose would his own participation in the sport serve? But who are the illustrious talents of the Dragon and Phoenix? Can they truly be deceived by the likes of Wood? Nevertheless, they departed, for their dear companion Phineas had arrived. As Raven's pet, this was Phineas's first encounter with George and Fred since the commencement of the term. After all, the opportunities to remain close to his master were scarce. While frolicking with those two rascals was indeed delightful, his master's pocket was Phineas's eternal refuge. Does that sound a bit like a cad? With Phineas present, Raven was surely nearby, prompting George and Fred to instinctively search. Soon, they discovered Raven, accompanied by Malfoy, burdened with a parcel. They were on the grass, where Raven appeared to be searching for someone, and upon spotting the two, his eyes lit up as he approached with Malfoy in tow. Chapter 33. The Fong, the Firebolt, and the Flying Carpet. "Ah, you two have arrived just in time. This morning is your house team's training, correct? I come to borrow the field, and, while at it, to show you something splendid. Draco, keep up." Raven made his way towards George and Fred, who were clad in training attire and wielding a baseball bat. "It is impossible for you to borrow the field. We would never disrupt the weekly training schedule. Based on our understanding of him, even under the influence of a soul-binding curse, Wood would not relinquish the pitch." Cluck, cluck, cluck. "Oh dear, a genuine phoenix has infiltrated the ranks of the Dragon and Phoenix duo." Raven shrugged. "Trust me, he will not refuse this fine treasure." He gestured towards the parcel Malfoy was carrying and waved from afar to Wood. "Hey, Wood." Wood's notorious temper only flared in matters pertaining to Quidditch. For anything beyond that, this gentleman of the surname would maintain a demeanor befitting a true British gentleman. He nodded at Raven, having heard of him from Charlie, who had mentioned him in jest while lamenting George and Fred's antics. A brilliant alchemist, residing in France under the tutelage of a renowned instructor. "Good morning, Raven. You may call me Oliver. Do you require my assistance?" Raven wasted no time, instructing Malfoy to unveil the parcel, revealing a brand new broomstick before their eyes. The handle, crafted from ebony and polished to a smooth sheen, presented a streamlined design, adorned with iron rings inscribed in goblin script. At the top of the ebony grip, the inscription NO000001 gleamed. Raven elaborated, "This is the Firebolt, a competitive broomstick developed by the Fong Wizardry Household Flying Apparatus Company. Did you catch the news this morning?" By this time, Wood had leaned in closely to admire the pristine broomstick. The enchanting aroma of the ebony wood was to him akin to the most potent love potion. Yet, with its owner nearby, he felt hesitant to touch it, relegating himself to the role of an appreciative observer of this masterpiece of broomstick craftsmanship. However, Wood's mouth was far from idle as he gulped and began to speak. "Indeed, it is true. The Charlie Cannonball team may be at the bottom of the league, yet they managed to triumph over the formidable Puddlemere united with this very broomstick. Is it not so?" Ron yearned to voice his defense for his beloved team. Admittedly, the Charlie Cannonball team once basked in glory, but for the past 50 years, they have indisputably languished at the bottom. "Yes, it is indeed the one. What do you say? Shall we take it for a spin? I intend to sponsor a broomstick for every team's seeker, excluding Slytherin." With that, Raven instructed Malfoy to hand the broomstick to Wood. "Is it permissible? Are you giving this firebolt to Harry?" Wood cautiously accepted the broom. As the captain, he was quite competent. Despite being an ardent Quidditch fan, upon receiving the firebolt, his first thought was not to take it for a flight himself, but rather to consider his team's seeker. Of course, it wasn't just Harry. Ravenclaw's Autumn Seeker, and our own Hufflepuff Cedric Diggory would also receive my sponsored firebolt. Suddenly recalling something, Raven added, "Of course, this does not mean that Slytherin will be excluded. It depends on when their family decides to relent to Draco's father." Wood, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the wizarding family's rivalries, was entirely focused on the firebolt in his hands. Raven sensed that it was not the right time for a conversation. So he said, "Go ahead and try it out. I need to speak with Harry about something." Wood did not linger with pleasantries. With a push off the ground, he soared to a speed of 150 miles per hour within 10 seconds, executing various tactical maneuvers in the air. As Wood flew off, Raven turned his gaze toward Harry, who was beside Ron. "Oh, Ron, you're with Harry too? Perfect. That saves Harry from having to bring you along. I've been here the whole time. Since breakfast, I've been with Harry. Have you both been ignoring me?" Ron's face flushed a deep red, nearly matching his hair, but upon noticing the teasing expression on Raven's face, he realized he had fallen victim to more of Raven's antics. Brothers, after all, are meant to be teased, aren't they? Wouldn't you agree, George, Fred? Before Ron could organize his thoughts, Raven instructed Malfoy to open another package, revealing a blanket. The blanket was a vibrant crimson, and under the influence of magic, it appeared to ripple like a flowing flame, adorned with golden patterns that danced within the fire. "This is a flying carpet developed by the Fong Wizarding Company, a custom edition for the Weasley family. Here you go, Ron. Don't say your older brother doesn't look after you." Ron's anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a look of astonished delight. "Is this really for me? This must be quite expensive, Raven. I know old man Nicholas is wealthy, but is it not extravagant to gift me such a thing? Perhaps you should return it." As the most unremarkable child in the family, Ron felt a pang of insecurity and instinctively wanted to refuse the gift. Raven ruffled Ron's fiery hair and said, "Return it? The Fong Company is owned by your brother and me. These are all commemorative batches sent by the company, without any expense incurred. Feel free to enjoy them." Reflecting upon the grand estate owned by the esteemed Nicholas, coupled with the gifts that Raven has presented to his family over the years, Ron found it unsurprising that Raven possessed considerable wealth, rendering the flying carpet rather modest in value. Consequently, he gave the carpet a flick, allowing it to hover 3 feet above the ground. The 3 first-year wizards took their seats, leaving a space for Raven, inviting him to join. Raven repeatedly gestured to decline. "Did you not notice that I have refrained from touching these flying devices?" he remarked. "I have a jealous guardian who forbids me from engaging with them. And I have had countless brooms dismantled." Observing the bewildered expressions of the 3 young wizards, Raven continued, "You go ahead and fly. The carpet is rather leisurely. I shall catch up with you shortly, and we can converse while in flight." With that, Ron took control of the carpet as it ascended. One must admit that as a globally acclaimed mode of transportation, the technology of flying carpets has matured significantly, being user-friendly and comfortable, with the only drawback being their expense. The fiery carpet lifted the trio into the air, while Raven patted the combat guide at his waist. A moment later, a grayish-blue knight steed with flowing white mane appeared beside him, Raven's flying mount, the Morning Mare. The Morning Mare, with its dragon-like visage, nudged Raven's chest, prompting him to mount securely in the saddle. "Catch up with him," Raven commanded, pointing towards the flying carpet. The Morning Mare spread its wings, coiled its hooves, and took off on the ground, sending leaves spiraling into the air. A piercing wind echoed in Harry's ears. This was not the sound of the carpet, as it was protected by enchantments. Soon, Harry noticed Raven's figure aligning parallel with the flying carpet. "Raven, what are you riding?" Harry inquired. "Raven, how are you flying?" came the voices of Ron and Malfoy in unison. Chapter 34. Joining the Sharp Fangs. "Ron, Draco, can you not see? Raven is riding a rather peculiar flying horse," Harry questioned, puzzled as he glanced at his companions. Ron and Draco shook their heads vehemently. "Not seeing it is quite normal. This is the Morning Mare, my flying mount. Its breed is the Night Steed. You will learn about night steeds in the 3rd-year care of magical creatures class or through extracurricular readings such as Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. In simple terms, night steeds are magical creatures that can only be seen by those who have encountered death." The 3 young wizards fell silent, each lost in thought. Harry, of course, had witnessed death. Aside from Lily Potter, that mysterious figure perished on that fateful night as well. Noticing the first-year silence, Raven proactively shifted the topic. "Harry, I wish to discuss the flying carpet with you," he began. Harry looked bewildered, accustomed to such confusion. Raven, the riddle master. As Ron puts it, he relishes in watching others struggle to comprehend his words. "A flying carpet? What relevance does it have to me?" Harry asked. "Certainly, the Potter family holds shares in 3 major broomstick companies, Sweeper, Comet, and Nimbus. I now wish to exchange my shares in the Fong Wizard Home Flying Vehicle Company, specifically the Carpet Division, 4 shares in the Potter family's broom manufacturing company. I understand this may be perplexing to you, but it is of no consequence. I recommend you consult with Professor Dumbledore, as the exchange of shares is conducted based on market value. The longer we delay, the less favorable the exchange will become. Moreover, he is the guardian of your family's estate, and without his consent, you, being underage, cannot engage in such a substantial transaction. Harry nodded, affirming that he would indeed seek out Professor Dumbledore for a discussion later in the afternoon. With Harry's matters settled, only Wood remained. Raven gave a gentle tap on the neck of his mount, signaling towards the direction where Wood was soaring on the firebolt. Let's catch up with him, Raven urged, and the mount quickly accelerated toward Wood. She had long been displeased with the broom that darted through the sky, and carrying Raven. She not only caught up with the speeding firebolt, but also circled around Wood. Wood, finding himself in a predicament, halted and glanced at Raven, then gestured towards a section in the stands. Although he felt he hadn't flown enough, it would be a waste for a single keeper to utilize such a premier broom. It would be far more beneficial for Harry to acclimatize to this exceptional racing broom. Thus, Wood led Raven to the stands. As Wood set the broom down, a gust of wind suddenly struck his face. This was undoubtedly not the wind pressure caused by the broom, a fact Wood could attest to from his Quidditch career. It was likely due to Raven riding that nightmare. As a fifth-year student, Wood was familiar with such magical creatures, known for their remarkable speed. Raven dismounted from the saddle of her mount and turned to Wood, inquiring, "How does it feel, this firebolt?" Having enjoyed the exhilarating flight, Wood felt slightly lightheaded and, unable to maintain his balance, sat down to respond. For the next century, it seems unlikely that any racing broom other than the firebolt will grace the league. It is not merely swift, it far surpasses the latest model from the Nimbus series, the Nimbus 2000, in both technology and concept. Raven was pleased. As this was the insight into Quidditch competition she sought from Wood, she settled beside him, with her mount resting at her feet. Indeed, in the coming decade, the firebolt model would dominate the Quidditch League, yet as a reserve for technological advancement. Other models had already been crafted and would be gradually released at a measured pace. There was no rush. Wood was taken aback by the implications in Raven's words. To him, the firebolt was already a flawless racing broom, and the notion of further refinement was astonishing. However, what truly mattered was the purpose of Raven's visit. I had assumed you came solely to see Harry. It appears you have matters to discuss with me as well, correct? In response to Wood's inquiry, Raven replied with poise. Indeed, you were absent earlier, hence you missed the conversation. I am, in fact, the actual controller of the Sharp Fawn Company. However, due to certain circumstances, I require an agent to oversee matters concerning the competitive model flying broom. Among the 3 other shareholders of Sharp Fawn, I harbor distrust towards the fairy. Malfoy is already tasked with the carpet business, and Ali Bashir is merely a vendor who can be easily dismissed. Therefore, I wish for you to represent me in this aspect of the work. Upon hearing this, Wood appeared perplexed. Noticing his confusion, Raven felt a surge of delight. May I inquire why it is me? I am merely the captain of the Hogwarts Quidditch team, having recently taken over from Charlie. Surely, there are numerous candidates in the wizarding world who could fulfill this role more suitably than I. With her spirits lifted, Raven patiently elaborated. Charlie recommended you to me. He has always placed his trust in you, and thus, I do as well. Among those I trust, you are the most skilled in Quidditch, and, among those skilled, you are my foremost confidant. Hence my inclination towards you. Of course, as you are currently a 5th-year student, it would be impractical to have you assume direct control of the company's operations. During the forthcoming 2 summer vacations, you will be learning how to manage a company under Lucius Malfoy. Upon your graduation, you will directly take on the role of head of the Flying Broom Department, with a 6-month internship followed by a transition to a permanent position. You have this weekend to contemplate your decision. After absorbing Raven's explanation, Wood chose not to deliberate further. After a moment of reflection, he extended his hand. I agree to join Sharp Fawn Company. It is my honor. Raven grasped Wood's hand and inquired, "Do you not wish to reconsider your decision?" Wood resolutely shook his head. "I am a keeper. A keeper can never afford to hesitate." Raven felt as if he had discovered a treasure. He was thoroughly pleased with Wood's response. This was precisely the agent he needed, professional, trustworthy, and decisive. Charlie truly is a commendable brother for nurturing such a worthy successor, which now benefits Raven immensely. Chapter 35, Lewis. Come forth, my dear. In the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts during the late hours, Raven was in search of the pages from the practical guide. The pages from the trophy room's practical guide were not particularly essential, as he had already mastered the spells contained within. However, considering the time, he realized it was nearing the moment planned with Dumbledore. Activating additional ancient magical abilities could yield unexpected results, thereby facilitating smoother forthcoming endeavors. As of now, Raven had elevated his level to 5, acquiring 4 talent points. In addition to the already activated Fertilizer talent, Raven had also activated Energy Absorption, Armor Protection, which allowed him to absorb adversarial spells, thereby enhancing the strength of his protective armor shield. Furthermore, he activated Swiftness, which augmented the authority level of spatial movement spells, rendering the Disapparition charm ineffective against him. Elusive Presence. After casting the illusion spell, one is able to sprint while significantly diminishing their presence. Additionally, Eldra's Potion efficacy enhances the Eldra's Potion, reducing its effects to within 20 seconds and activating it, during which the user becomes impervious to attacks. The world is vast, and one can roam freely. Cough, cough. It is not Raven being cowardly. These talents were originally prepared for an heir, focusing primarily on survival and foundational skills in the early stages. These 4 talents have been painstakingly chosen by Raven after much deliberation. Due to the practical guide possessing a certain degree of awareness regarding the pages, it allows the holder to sense the approximate number of pages within the vicinity. Raven knows that enough pages can be found at Hogwarts to elevate him to the next level. Although the pages do not scatter randomly, they tend to congregate around ancient magical nodes, making the search rather cumbersome. Thus, Raven has no intention of venturing beyond the school grounds for the time being. A soft meow, distinctly resonant in the tranquil night. A brown tabby Maine Coon with golden eyes has arrived at the spot where Raven just passed, sniffing around. Raven discreetly dispels the illusion spell and gestures for Lady Loris to keep quiet, then recasts the spell. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, the somewhat clumsy caretaker struggles to keep pace with Lady Loris. I shall catch you, little wizard. Since the beginning of the term, there has been a little wizard wandering the academy at night. Filch is aware of this, yet he has yet to catch a glimpse of him. He has apprehended several mischievous night owls, but he is certain that the most elusive, the one most adept at nighttime escapades, remains at large. In truth, Raven is standing still, watching Filch in a state of exasperation. Hey, getting anxious, are we? Raven chuckles to himself. Lady Loris knows that Raven has not left, yet she refrains from alerting Filch. Recently, her physique has become more robust, and her fur is now glossy and tangle-free, all thanks to the specially formulated feline canned food that Raven provides, which is indeed highly nutritious. Furthermore, Raven's affection for her has rendered her utterly enchanted. So let Filch be angry if he wishes. As Raven's fingers extend beyond the illusion spell's coverage, in Filch's visual blind spot, he signals a 2 to Lady Loris, who comprehends instantly and dashes out into the corridor, dragging Filch along with her. Good kitty, I shall add another kin tomorrow. Raven's decision to remain is not merely for the amusement of observing Filch's plight. Rather, the recent manifestation of his true form triggered a magical response, producing a ringing sound from a nearby room. The corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. Oh, this is the place. Raven recalls that Professor Dumbledore mentioned there were valuable treasures here at the start of the term. He has been so occupied since the beginning of school that he hasn't had the chance to enter. Alohomora. Raven pushes open a decrepit wooden door. As expected, within lies a sleek, black-skinned, 3-headed dog occupying a significant portion of the room merely by lying on the floor. This is Hagrid's pet, the 3-headed canine, Fluffy. The noses of the 3-headed dog began to twitch. The leftmost head kept its eyes closed, while the other 2 had opened theirs and were surveying the surroundings. Their gaze soon fell upon the head that remained shut. An awkward silence ensued as the 2 alert heads emitted a series of low growls, preparing to pounce. Sensing impending danger, the 3rd head jolted awake, panicking and glancing around, only to find itself under the watchful gaze of its 2 siblings. Upon realizing that the 3rd head was now awake, the other 2 decided to temporarily spare it, continuing their assigned task. However, their efforts proved futile, as they could not locate Raven, who was currently veiled by the disillusionment charm. Did Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell not know the charm? Certainly not. Rather, the disillusionment charm merely cloaked one like a chameleon, making detection challenging, but scent and sound remained detectable. Thus, to pass through undetected, they would have to confront Louis directly. Yet Raven had the advantage of possessing the talent for invisibility. Presence is an enigmatic concept, something that one can perceive, yet simultaneously choose to overlook. As a master of ancient magic, Raven could effortlessly adjust his presence, enhancing his visibility in the eyes of Madame Loris, while diminishing it in Louis's perception was merely a fundamental application of ancient magic for him. Raven, however, had no intention of toying with the enormous canine any longer, opting instead to reveal himself. Hey Louis, I'm a friend of Hagrid. Louis regarded the suddenly materialized young wizard with a scrutinizing expression, refraining from immediate aggression. Hagrid was Louis's master, and Louis was a good dog. Good dogs do not attack their master's friends. Loyalty is an unquestionable principle among canines. Look, Hagrid even asked me to bring you some rock cakes. Raven produced the small treats he always brought back from Hagrid's visits, as outlined in the combat guide. Louis's 3 heads sniffed the offering carefully, confirming the absence of any peculiar additives. It was indeed a product straight from Hagrid. The middle head seized the largest piece, while the left and right heads grasped the edges of the cake, tearing it apart with gusto. Each head then began to gnaw on its respective portion. For these hefty beasts, Hagrid's specially crafted rock cakes were excellent chew toys, and Raven himself would often break them into small strips to enjoy. Speaking of Hagrid, it was only natural that Raven and he had become friends. Raven had promised to take his companion, Zhongji, for a stroll on the very first night of the school year, first flying around the Black Lake, and then circling above the Forbidden Forest. He also intended to let Zhongji accompany him to visit his other 2 flying companions that he had raised in the Forbidden Forest, 2 hippogriffs named Darkwing and Swiftwing. As long as Raven did not ride them, Zhongji would not feel jealous. Thus, Hagrid spotted the young wizard riding an unusually colored nightmare, while Raven noticed Hagrid attending to the pregnant Swiftwing. The Darkwing and Swiftwing typically lead solitary lives, hunting in the wild while entrusting their young to the care of the purple-horned beasts along the Noontide Coast. However, during the breeding season, Swiftwing requires additional nourishment, and the Noontide Coast is notably deficient in sustenance, especially when tasked with feeding 40 or 50 purple-horned beasts, which makes it challenging for Darkwing to procure enough food. Serendipitously, Raven became acquainted with Hagrid, discovering that they shared common interests and that Hagrid was a formidable individual capable of creating remarkable new species like the exploding snail. Under Raven's initiative to engage in conversation, their discussions delved deeply into the realm of magical creatures. Chapter 36, Preparation. At last, Raven earned Lu Wei's trust and seized the opportunity to invite the dog. Lu Wei, would you like to go out and play? The allure of such a proposition is immense for a dog. While the heads on the right and in the center remained composed, the head on the left eagerly extended its tongue towards Raven. The youngest felt quite aggrieved during this period. When he was smaller, he enjoyed playful tussles with Yaya. But as he grew, Yaya no longer included them in her games, and Hagrid's home became too cramped for their trio. Occasionally, they would frolic in the Forbidden Forest, only to encounter the fearsome, 4-legged man, returning to Hagrid for a stern reprimand. Now, their situation had become dire. They had been confined to this dark little room for over a month, with Hagrid only visiting at regular intervals to bring them food. With Hagrid's friend inviting him out to play, hesitation was unwarranted, and they were eager to join in. However, the youngest fate was determined by the oldest sibling, who had a firm grip on his neck. Did the eldest not wish to go out? He did, but Hagrid had assigned him a task, and a master's orders are not to be disregarded. Thus, the middle dog's head gently tapped the floor beneath him. Raven understood. Were they to observe something? Old Dumbledore's den, perhaps? Raven compassionately addressed Lu Wei. Wait for me a moment. I shall fetch a few companions to cover for you. With a swift turn, he vanished into thin air. Raven arrived at the Noontide Coast, locating the venerable Old Purple, who was still basking on the beach. With a series of resounding roars, Old Purple lifted his neck to the sky and let out 3 powerful calls. The ground trembled slightly beneath him. A heavy yet rapid sound of footsteps approached Raven, heralding the arrival of a robust young purple-horned beast, slightly smaller than Old Purple, who lowered its head to a height comparable to Raven's own. The creatures in this domain were aware that Raven was the master here, and the purple-horned beasts owed their loyalty to him. With his objective accomplished, Raven chose not to disturb Old Purple's well-deserved retirement, leading the 3 purple-horned beasts to a spacious stretch of sand where they could wait while he returned to find Lu Wei. Why not take the purple-horned beasts with him? He feared that their presence would overcrowd the small room, given their size. A portal opened, and Raven mounted Lu Wei's neck, stepping into the realm of the Noontide Coast. Lu Wei, allow me to introduce you, he announced. From left to right, this is Z, this is Zier, and this is the Cosmos Daisy. They are the offspring of the domain's esteemed ruler, Old Purple. 6 pairs of eyes turned in unison to gaze at Raven. The purple-horned beast, affectionately named Cosmos by Raven, was quite pleased. Her name sounded far more melodious than those of her 2 brothers. The canine heads fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances amongst themselves. Woof, they chorused in unison, imploring Raven. Huh, aren't you all named Louis? Why do you need separate names? Very well, the eldest shall be called Darlong. Raven patted the head of the middle dog, who seemed quite content. The second shall be named Erlang, a name of considerable renown. Raven then patted the rightmost dog, who felt assured by Raven's words. As for the third, you shall be named Kevin. The original bearer of this name accomplished remarkable feats, Raven declared while patting the leftmost dog. Thus, under Raven's witness, the transition proceeded smoothly. The purple-horned beasts understood that they must not allow anyone to descend from the platform, nor truly consume the little wizard. That evening, Louis reveled in the long-awaited freedom. The vast space allowed for swimming, playing in the sand, and fishing, accompanied by companions of similar stature who could endure a good tussle. Louis adored this place. However, later, Raven heard from Harry about some monstrous lion with an octopus face, and a chill ran down his spine. Surely it wouldn't disturb Dumbledore's sanctuary? Yet, Raven was not overly concerned. After all, with his good friend Hagrid's discretion, Harry and the others would inevitably discover that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden underground, a fact in which he had complete faith in Hagrid. The following week unfolded relatively peacefully, teaching the house elves in the kitchen the specialties of various regions, acquiring a new batch of biting cabbages, and concocting a batch of elixir of Adrus. If one were to note any differences, Raven began attending a herbology class each week, donning the stylish relic uniform of Hufflepuff House, determined to bring honor to his headmaster. As Raven commenced enhancing his potion-making talents and began utilizing potions, it became essential to prepare some fresh herbs. The ones bought from outside could never compare to those cultivated by Professor Pomona Sprout. Take mandrake, for instance. The mandrake grown by Old Dyko could render Phineas unconscious for 10 seconds, whereas the mandrake cultivated by Professor Pomona Sprout was even more vigorous, emitting a far louder cry capable of incapacitating Phineas for 12 seconds. It is worth noting that Old Dyko's strain had been selectively bred for 100 years, yet it paled in comparison to that grown by the head of his own house. This merely underscores the reasons why wizards have become the dominators of the magical realm. Thus, Raven aimed to significantly enhance his standing before his headmaster, hoping the latter would assist in improving the seeds of the biting cabbage, as it was indeed his fateful plant. In summary, Raven was preparing for the arrival of Peter Pettigrew. Though this individual appeared grotesque, cowardly, and lecherous, reflecting on his past deeds compelled Raven to ensure he was thoroughly prepared. He was an animagus. A single spell had obliterated a Muggle street, resulting in countless casualties. Had it not been for Raven's foreknowledge of events, this wretch could have lived as a rat for 13 years, subsequently venturing into the Albanian forest to resurrect Voldemort. One should not judge a person by appearances, but rather by their accomplishments. Undoubtedly, Peter is a capable individual, and Raven is not one to underestimate him. A week later, Raven received a letter from Fox. Professor McGonagall would commence her lectures on transforming animals into objects for second-year students in the second week of October. Raven planned to borrow a speckled creature in the second week and intended to pose inquiries to Professor McGonagall after class in the third week. Once the timing was confirmed, Phineas would deliver the response to Dumbledore, who, upon reading it, incinerated the letter. He extracted a handful of Fox's phoenix fire from the brazier to present to Phineas, who chirped with delight, leaving a certain similarly named yet unrelated Headmaster Black feeling somewhat affronted. Recently, Professor McGonagall noted a significant transformation in Raven, as his proficiency in transfiguration seemed to have flourished, not quite reaching the level of genius, yet steadily catching up with his second-year peers. Professor McGonagall felt pleased, relieved that Raven had not squandered her time. Chapter 37, Gryffindor Common Room. Hello, heir, please state the password. The fat lady, guarding the entrance to the Gryffindor Common Room, addressed Raven. Today, he donned the relic uniform of Gryffindor House, hence the fat lady referred to him as heir. Without hesitation, Raven replied, as Percy's password had nearly become a legendary phrase in its own right. Incorrect password, heir, that was last month's. However, you may enter. Despite the error, the fat lady stepped aside. Raven was well aware that he did not require a password to access the Gryffindor Common Room. After all, returning to one's own home hardly constitutes a privilege. Behind the portrait lay a circular passageway leading directly to the Gryffindor Common Room. Unlike the low, cozy ceiling of Hufflepuff's Common Room, which resembled a warm cellar, Gryffindor's was lofty and grand, more akin to a portion of a castle. The overall ambience was that of stone walls, yet the Gryffindors had draped large sections of brick with crimson curtains, adorning the space with portraits and trophies. Raven even spotted an unfamiliar young witch dancing above the fireplace, a true testament to Gryffindor spirit. No one paid heed to Raven as he entered, a red-haired wizard whose face was unmistakably familiar, for the Weasleys had become a hallmark of Gryffindor. Scanning the room, Raven finally located his target. Ron sat at a table near the fireplace, engaged in a game of wizard's chess. It was the time just after dinner, nearing curfew. when young witches and wizards indulged in their activities. Percy, for instance, was over by the bridge on a date with his girlfriend. Raven had witnessed their daily rendezvous on several occasions. He had deliberately chosen this moment, knowing it was likely Ron would be here, and indeed, he had caught him. Chariot to d5, checkmate. Ron confidently directed his pieces, shattering the opposing wizard's queen and successfully delivering check. The rival wizard stormed off in frustration, while Ron leisurely stretched. The sound of pieces clattering echoed across the board. "Why isn't Harry with you?" Raven inquired as she continued to set up her pieces. After completing his stretch, Ron stared in astonishment at his opponent, reaching out to feel the fabric of their robe. Just as he was about to pinch Raven's cheek, he received a light slap on the head from her. One odd reaction. Have those two truly taken to imitating me? Raven speculated, a hint of realization dawning upon her. Ron's expression grew even more perplexed. The first time George tricked me, and the last time Fred did the same. They both uttered those very words. Goodness, their tricks have evolved. Those two are playing far too cunningly. Come on, let us play a game, and you'll see for yourself. But you still haven't said, where is Harry? As Raven removed a rook and a knight from her side of the board. She persisted with her questioning. Seeing her willingly relinquish two pieces, Ron was nearly convinced, retaining only a shred of doubt out of respect for George and Fred. This child has been thoroughly played, Raven sighed, observing Ron's lingering skepticism. How could they not include him in such a delightful game? They must face consequences for isolating their own brother. Harry no longer plays chess with me. Every time I bring out the board, he claims he has to study potions to evade my timing. He has already completed the first-year curriculum on his own. Knight to c5. Ron lamented to Raven while still commanding his pieces. Bishop to d7. Have you perhaps bullied him too much? Raven preferred to move her pieces before engaging in conversation. Perhaps a bit. I did allow him a queen and two knights, and he lost terribly. Rook to f6, capturing that pawn. The sounds of pieces being placed and shattered filled the air, attracting several onlookers. Yet, they seemed accustomed to Raven's persona, indicating that George and Fred frequently impersonated her. However, George and Fred were well aware that to impersonate Raven outside the Gryffindor common room would invite the wrath of her legion of plush companions, leaving even Phineas vulnerable to their ire. Phineas, poor bird. Castling, checkmate. Now, I have come to discuss something serious with you. Let us retire to your dormitory. The crowd erupted in cheers, for at last, someone had managed to defeat Ron in the realm of wizard chess. Ron's expression remained unchanged. He was accustomed to it. It was Raven who had lured him into this passion, a practice she termed training. In such a competitive game, battling against a novice would only diminish one's skill. I need to borrow scabbers. We'll be using pets in our transfiguration class. As Raven ascended the staircase alongside Ron, he spoke of an agreement made prior to the commencement of the school year. It had been decided that George and Fred would utilize Percy and Ron's owl, while Raven would employ the services of the venerable Crookshanks. Arthur and Molly expressed that providing educational resources for the children was fundamentally the responsibility of their parents. Despite Raven's considerable wealth, they would not use his funds to procure school supplies for other children. This was not Raven's obligation, nor should it fall upon him. George and Fred already had Phineas as their messenger. Purchasing a pet solely for the purpose of a transformation spell was an extravagance for the Weasley family. Upon entering the room, they found Harry, who was indeed engrossed in a book, specifically Magical Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean and Their Properties. Hermione had read it first, and if Ron chose not to read it, Harry would return it to Raven as per their agreement during their dinner gathering. With Raven's prompt, Snape, while still delivering his characteristic sarcasm towards Harry, did not hesitate to commend him in the realm of potions, bestowing points upon Gryffindor due to Mr. Potter's talent. This phrase had become a mantra among Gryffindors. The prodigious talent of the master potion maker was inherited from his mother, Lily Evans. Snape harbored the hope that future generations would remember that girl in this light, rather than allowing her to fade into obscurity like so many wizards of that era. He wished for others to take a genuine interest in this history, to explore and ultimately discover that the true savior who ended that age was not Harry Potter, but rather his mother, Lily, who vanquished Voldemort. This was Snape's expectation for Harry. Chapter 38, Wormtail. Ah, Harry, engrossed in your reading, I see, Raven greeted, to which Harry responded with a look of skepticism akin to Ron's earlier expression, one of doubt, scrutiny, and inquiry. As a close friend of Ron Weasley, Harry had inevitably been affected by Ron's antics, for who could escape the chaos wrought by George and Fred? I'm not even sure how to prove my identity to you, since you might think this is yet another of George and Fred's tricks, right? Raven queried. Harry vigorously nodded, then shook his head emphatically. Ron interjected, when Fred impersonated you for the second time, He said something quite similar to elicit sympathy. Raven felt a surge of resolve. He pondered whether allowing these two to run amok in the Gryffindor common room was a misstep. His mind was already concocting a scheme to deal with those two who delighted in using his name to torment others, so he refrained from further explanation. Ron, where's Crookshanks? I intend to take him with me. Ron retrieved Crookshanks' cage from beneath his bed, where the feline had been peacefully slumbering. Over the past 11 years, Wormtail had transformed into a creature resembling a mouse. However, Raven was acutely aware of the inherent danger posed by this individual and had silently donned his protective armor. Should any malevolent spell be hurled towards him, it would be quietly absorbed and become part of his shield. Taking the cage from Ron, Raven did not engage in further pleasantries with the two little wizards. As Ron and Harry accompanied Raven downstairs, he suddenly pulled 4 large dung bombs from his pocket and tossed them to the ground. At that moment, Raven's face underwent a transformation. His hair shortened, and his features morphed into those of George and Fred. Yet he seemed oblivious to the change. Ledo da favilo, exclaimed, "Ah! Enjoy the dung bombs, you bunch of rascals," and dashed out from the common room. Cough, cough, cough. The potency of the dung bombs was overwhelming, filling the room with an atrocious stench. At this hour, the hall was bustling with people, and more than half of Gryffindor was caught in the chaos. Damn it, I'll kill him. That was Raven from Hufflepuff, right? A young wizard seethed. No, wait. I saw his face transform into George and Fred S. Another young wizard interjected, having witnessed Raven's final transformation. Yes, I saw it too. His face changed from Raven to that of George and Fred. These were the younger wizards who recognized both Raven and the twins. Who on earth is it? Is it Raven or is it George? One exclaimed. I must inform the headmaster. Just then, a senior boy stepped forward. That was a polyjuice potion. It's part of our advanced potion lessons. They must have used a faulty potion to disguise themselves as Raven. In light of the recent trickery by George and Fred, who had continually impersonated Raven, and taking into account Raven's impeccable reputation, the young Gryffindors transformed into detectives, piecing together the clues that pointed towards the twins. They resolved to stake out that night, determined to catch the two if they dared return. No one paid any heed to Ron and Harry, who had just been standing with the culprit. Ron and Harry covered their noses, enduring the foul odor as they ascended the stairs and entered their dormitory, shutting the door behind them. The stench lingered, yet it was a welcome relief compared to the outside air. Phew, 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 the two young wizards breathed deeply. After a couple of minutes, as Harry began to recover, he turned to Ron and asked, was that Raven or George and Fred? Ron shook his head. I don't know. Harry was taken aback. He had not expected such an answer from Ron, who was their brother. Ron elaborated, initially, I had a 90 certainty that it was Raven, as George and Fred cannot best me in chess. However, there remains a 10 chance that they might have cheated with something else, surpassing me. Given what I've said, can you still ascertain whether it was Raven or George and Fred? After pondering Ron's words, Harry was struck with the realization that he could not be certain. He had already experienced the cunning of George and Fred, having been deceived by their first impersonation of Raven, and the audacity of their second attempt was alarming. Who could assert that this third instance was not their doing? Should we just let this fellow go? Harry's face reflected his reluctance as he looked at Ron. Yet in Ron's eyes, there was a glimmer of a different emotion. Not necessarily. Ron spoke in a near whisper, then continued regardless of Harry's presence. Although we cannot confirm whether it was George, Fred, or Raven, everyone seemed to agree that it was indeed George or Fred. Ron paused for effect, eager for Harry to inquire further. From this first-hand experience, he realized that Raven's riddle-like demeanor was indeed quite comforting. And what else? Harry urged impatiently. Satisfied, Ron continued, moreover, George and Fred have impersonated Raven on 2 previous occasions, as everyone knows. So let us consider this their third attempt. This time, however, they accidentally revealed their true selves, leaving behind incriminating evidence. As long as we remain silent, who would suspect that it was Raven? Elated, Ron felt certain that it was indeed Raven. This meant that George and Fred would be forever tainted, unable to cleanse themselves even if they plunged into the Black Lake. Was this the sensation of collaborating with Raven? The grievances of the past 11 years seemed to have been avenged today, filling Ron with a sense of delightful relief. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Harry observed Ron's glinting gaze and the barely concealed glee at the corners of his mouth, shivering involuntarily. Was this another side of Ron? Was the environment of the Weasley household truly this ruthless? Even brothers could be so treacherous. Harry foresaw that George and Fred would bear the brunt of this blame, enduring scorn for the remaining 6 years of their education. The moniker of the ones who dropped 4 dung bombs in their common room was firmly affixed to them. Meanwhile, Raven transformed back to his original appearance, donned Hufflepuff attire, and wandered the campus with a cage containing the sleeping Scabbers. As Scabbers had just awakened, the little wizards on the path grew sparse. Upon reaching an empty corridor, Raven quietly gripped his wand. Soul extraction, unforgivable curse. The killing curse. So close. Yet it was a sneak attack. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, could not revert to his original form in time to evade it. The killing curse struck its target. Wormtail, get Chapter 39, The Study of Animagi. The unforgivable curses, such as the killing curse, could control others, inflicting profound pain and torment. The killing curse, commonly referred to as Avada Kedavra, resulted in instant death. Thus, in confrontations, one must either evade it, use an object to shield against it, or cast another spell to counteract it. The only known defense against this magic is the love magic residing within the savior, Harry Potter. Even Voldemort was rebuffed by the killing curse, resulting in his demise. Horcruxes could not withstand this magic, though they could cleverly evade the finality of death. A part of oneself perishing is still a form of death. Raven felt no moral burden in wielding the unforgivable curses, as his innate abilities included enhancements for each of the 3 unforgivable curses. However, compared to the realms of herbology and potions, these spells were not particularly practical. As long as one can aim accurately, a bullet is no different from the killing curse. It is not an elevated or incomprehensible form of magic. Rather, the unforgivable curses are distinguished from other dark spells, such as the Fiendfire and the Killing Curse, precisely because of their low threshold. A sufficient amount of conviction, or rather malice, is all that is required to prevent the proliferation of such easily wielded and significantly detrimental dark magic. These 3 spells have been categorized separately. The Ministry of Magic enforces stringent regulations regarding the unforgivable curses, and it is an unspoken understanding among the powerful that they will keep a separate wand for casting unspeakable spells, even without innate talent. Raven is a master of these 3 incantations. One cannot waste their biting cabbage on mere foot soldiers. While cabbages can be cultivated swiftly, deploying them against common foes is rather extravagant. Thus, Raven's approach to offensive magic development leans towards synergy, designed to eliminate lesser adversaries, as magical energy is abundant and free. However, those days are now behind him. Presently, Raven seeks to investigate the research specimen known as Peter Pettigrew. Although Dumbledore has permitted him to participate in the research conducted by other professors on Peter, those professors belong to the lawful good faction of wizards. Severus Snape, while neutral, cannot escape his alignment with this moral stance. When these wizards convene, they will inevitably refrain from conducting more ruthless experiments. Even if they could effortlessly eliminate a Death Eater who betrayed his friend, they would certainly not sanction Raven's torment of him. Animagus, I am coming. It has been previously stated that ancient magic is predicated on innate talent. One either possesses it by birth or does not. Modern magic, however, revolves around conviction, with subjective idealism being of significant importance. Potion making emphasizes components, as the elements within the ingredients are crucial. Yet in the process of becoming an animagus, neither belief nor composition holds paramount importance, establishing it as a third system that intertwines the 2 major magical paradigms of modernity. After confirming that no one was in the vicinity, Raven, connected to the Hogwarts magical network, stepped into the void with Peter Pettigrew, who remained in his rodent form, but had become a puppet in Raven's grasp. It was still the first week of October, and next week Professor McGonagall would begin teaching second-year students the art of transfiguring living beings into inanimate objects, granting Raven a full week to familiarize himself with Pettigrew. The following week, this method would not be feasible, lest Professor McGonagall detect the signs of control on Pettigrew. One must never underestimate any head of house. Raven designated the experiment's location at Noontide Coast. Hazel despises dark magic, the cemetery is too somber, and Phineas's domain is overly noisy. Even if Pettigrew, in his rodent form, wished to escape, there were 40 or 50 purple-horned beasts to assist Raven in capturing him. Finding a long, white stone, the mouse-shaped Pettigrew, under Raven's control, walked to the experimental platform. As if recalling something, Raven addressed the air. Dyko, please bring the stock of Invigoration Draft and White Fresh to my current location. Understood, young master. Dick's voice echoed around him. Soon, hundreds of test tubes and dozens of neatly stacked White Fresh leaves appeared behind Raven. Raven stretched his body and drew forth the crystalline wand, atop which a vibrant spectrum of colors coalesced into the shape of a scalpel. Let us begin by dissecting the mouse form, he murmured as he approached the puppet-like creature. Little Peter, the dwarf star, felt as though he were ensnared in a delightful dream. He had hidden in the Weasley household for over a decade, living like a mouse, far removed from the pleasures of humanity. Exposure was perilous, Not only would the members of the Order of the Phoenix not spare him, but the Death Eaters would surely torment him to death, for the information he provided had led to the demise of their master. Yet now, he felt enveloped in a long-lost sense of security, the passage of time rendered insignificant. That tranquility shattered abruptly as a wave of pain surged through him, dispelling the dreamlike state. Before he could process his thoughts, a torrent of agony flooded his mind. Sharp, excruciating pain, the loss of sensation, the tearing anguish. A chaotic swirl of torment, and the pain of extraction. All sensations had finally found their long-lost master, rushing into his consciousness. A rasping sound emerged from his vocal cords, though it did not escape his lips into the air. With great effort, little Peter opened his eyes, only to behold a young wizard wielding a wand, manipulating a bloodied organ cloaked in brown fur. He recognized this young wizard as Raven Nicholas Weasley, the heir of a legendary alchemist and a member of the Weasley family, whom he had only seen prior to the commencement of the academic year. "Oh, Peter, you're awake. Look, this is your pancreas," Raven remarked. "Years of living as a mouse have caused it to sprout fur." "Pancreas? Where's that?" Peter glanced at his torso. His heart thudded, his lungs expanded and contracted. And a withered organ, was that the stomach? Was indeed covered in brown fur. That missing piece must be the pancreas. What was amiss? Confusion welled within him. Why did he feel so strange? He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he lay upon a dark stone, surrounded by various test tubes reminiscent of those from his potions class and discarded white fresh leaves. Knowledge and understanding began to resurface in the mind of this animagus, recently freed from the soul-sucking curse. Still perplexed, he turned to Raven, seeking to inquire about his location. Just then, Raven tossed the fur-covered organ onto the ground, where several similar pieces had already accumulated. These familiar objects, however, lay still and lifeless. Then came the words, "Is the enhancement of resistance to the soul-sucking curse a result of partial animal transformation? Let's add another. Do not worry. You will not retain this memory." Chapter 40, Pets. A week later, at noon by the coast, Raven gazed at little Peter, who lay upon a stone that had shifted from white to black. Although Peter had awoken once, it was evident that he could not entirely disregard the effects of the soul-sucking curse. Raven pondered whether he had left any psychological scars on him. In truth, if Peter had not awakened, he would have comfortably slumbered for an entire week in a delightful dream, and Raven would not have damaged his body, which was already a commodity sold to Dumbledore. Should old Dumble discover that he had inflicted irreversible harm on this item, it would not bode well. 7 days for Raven, who did not require sleep, was ample time, even with the obligation of attending classes during the day. Through his study of the diminutive Peter, Raven had gained a rough understanding of the mechanisms behind the animagus transformation. All that remained was to confer with several heads of houses on how to harness this power. Raven summoned Phineas and fed the fiend fire to the phoenix. As a man who nurtured a phoenix, it was only natural for Raven to master the fiend fire curse, especially since it could incinerate anything completely. In his previous life, Raven had utilized it to eliminate poachers, followers of Lawnlock, and the Ash Snake Gang. In that medical environment, neglecting to address such threats could lead to grave consequences. Thus, he had disposed of the experimental remains, glass vials, and white ash leaves by incinerating them in fiend fire. Phineas was indifferent to the source of the fire. He could barely discern between life-affirming flames and those that heralded death. With the refuse disposed of, it was time to address the diminutive Peter. Raven relinquished his control over Peter, and upon the casting of the counter curse, Peter's consciousness returned swiftly, unlike the delayed awakening experienced after battling a curse. Memories of the recent days flooded Peter's mind, being dragged from beneath the bed by Ron, being taken away by Raven, ambushed by the soul-sucking curse, and the horrific experiments endured during that time. The look in Peter's eyes shifted to one of terror, distinct from the fear he had felt in the presence of Voldemort. Was it not this very fear of Voldemort's might that had led to his betrayal? This kind of dread had become familiar to him. To him, Raven appeared as an unknown source of horror. Beneath that facade, there could not possibly be flesh and blood. Nor could it be a mere young wizard, but something far more sinister. Engaged in the legitimacy, Raven felt unjustly wronged. He had indeed become flesh and blood. The skin he possessed was his own. The blood coursing through him was his own, not some alchemical fabrication. The cost and effort to achieve this transformation were immense. Raven felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Thus, he cast the spell, all is petrified, to immobilize Peter, while continuing to sift through his memories with legitimacy. At last, the review of the past 7 days concluded, and after confirming the precise moment to sever, Raven waved his wand and uttered, "Obliviate." He excised Peter's memories of that week. He then retrieved a small vial containing memories he had prepared in advance, those of an ordinary mouse. With his wand dipped into the vial, he directed it toward Peter's temple, bestowing this fresh memory upon him. The stone pedestal, once pristine white, was intentionally left untended by Raven after being stained black by the diminutive star Peter. Such a perfectly squared stone is a rarity. It is best to leave it be, for one never knows when it might be required. In the Hufflepuff common room, within Raven's small chamber, he had never actually slept here, yet in Peter's recollection, he had spent 7 days in this very space. Although the reason for Raven shrouding his cage with a black cloth at night remained a mystery, Peter had no intention of uncovering it. After all, the current speckled creature was merely a mouse until Raven exited the common room with the cage in hand. On Tuesday, in the hall, at the Hufflepuff long table, Raven had established a routine of preparing breakfast at precisely 5 o'clock every morning. Consequently, Jack and Pobby began to mimic him, reserving their own breakfasts. By merely instructing the house elves in the kitchen, they could have meals tailored to their individual tastes, but no later than 6 o'clock, as the elves also had the duty of preparing breakfast for the other young wizards. Raven, this book of yours is extraordinarily convenient. How does it manage to present whatever book you wish to read? Jack finally uncovered one of Raven's little secrets. This book could display content in accordance with Raven's desires. Can I say that 30 years from now, everyone will possess something even more remarkable than this? In my future, books 1T require physical copies to be inserted into a reading space. Resources can be located directly online without the need for downloads. After aligning his thoughts, Raven elucidated. This concept originates from Muggles. I merely emulated their approach to amalgamate the content of books into a singular entity. Jack, nearly choking on a taco due to the spiciness, and Pobby, who set down her knife and fork while enjoying Eggs Benedict, turned to Raven with curiosity. So, did you create this book yourself? Does that mean you're an alchemist? This time, it was Raven who was taken aback. What? Did I not mention this to you before? His face softened with reminiscence as he recalled conversations with his 2 friends since the beginning of the term. Topics ranging from breakfast and late-night snacks to the delightful taste of tiger skin chicken feet and the authenticity of century eggs. I indeed forgot to mention, he continued, those books from our previous gathering were all gifts from my teacher. Before this year, I was in France, studying under a renowned alchemist. Pobby nodded in understanding. I've heard from my family that the alchemy course at Beauxbatons is world-class. The legendary alchemist Nicolaim is one of the board members at Beauxbatons, and French wizards have always excelled in alchemy. Frustrated, Jack interjected. Could you perhaps speak in a manner that is more comprehensible? After a sip of water to quell his cough, Jack sought to divert the topic. Raven, are you joining us for Transfiguration class today? 1T you bring your Phineas? He would surely attract attention. Jack pointed towards Raven's cage, as both Poppy and Jack had brought their respective pets for the Transfiguration class. Jack's companion was a groundhog, standing idly with its small, astute eyes, exuding an air of intelligence. Poppy's pet was unexpectedly unconventional. Unlike other girls who favored soft, cuddly creatures, she owned a red iguana. Are you foolish, Jack? Using transfiguration on magical creatures is strictly prohibited by Professor McGonagall, Poppy remarked, stroking her lethargic iguana, which was sluggish due to the cold temperature, while casting a disdainful glance at Jack. Chapter 41, Tarot Cards. The morning sunlight streamed onto the desks, and as October ushered in cooler weather, the little wizards felt drowsy beneath the glass windows. Professor McGonagall's dignified and authoritative voice resonated from the podium, where a hornbill perched on her desk. Ladies and gentlemen, in this lesson, we shall attempt to transform an animal into a goblet. Do you remember the incantation? Pay attention to my demonstration. Vera Verdo. Under the guidance of Professor McGonagall's wand, the hornbill transformed into a goblet adorned with golden edges. A wave of excitement rippled through the classroom. Today, the Hufflepuff students were joined by a group of Ravenclaw wizards eager to engage. Professor McGonagall descended from the podium and addressed the young wizards. Last year, we focused on transforming objects into other objects. This year, our goal is to transfigure living beings into inanimate items. Do you recall the theoretical knowledge from the past month? Imagination, belief, and determination. Now, I shall select a volunteer to demonstrate. Miss Trelawney, please step forward. Misty Trelawney set aside her tarot cards and picked up her wand, directing it towards the chameleon resting before her. Vera Verto. The chameleon transformed, albeit not as swiftly as Professor McGonagall, ultimately becoming a rather ordinary goblet. Excellent class. Miss Trelawney has demonstrated a technique. If the spell feels unfamiliar, simplify the target to the most basic, standard object. Outstanding transfiguration spell. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Bored. Raven nudged Jack with her elbow. Jack wore a smile, his gaze still fixated on the Ravenclaw witch. Hey Jack, how's it going with Miss Trelawney? Is what I taught you proving useful? Raven began to pry into her friend's romantic life. Jack, caught off guard by a glance from Misty, sheepishly averted his eyes, scratching the back of his head as he replied to Raven. I'm not sure how it's going, but I feel optimistic. The moment I saw her, it was as if I had known her from a previous life. I approached her as you suggested, asking about studies, but instead of a direct answer, she performed a tarot reading for herself, and then we chatted normally. This revelation piqued Raven's curiosity. Do tell me more. Does her family specialize in divination? Which card did she draw? Jack wore a contemplative expression, resembling a figure brandishing a scepter. His right hand raised the staff, while his left pointed towards the ground. Raven, do you understand what this signifies? Raven shook her head repeatedly. I recognize this card. It is the magician from the tarot deck. However, tarot is a complex divination system that intertwines one's thoughts with various interpretative directions. Misty, excellent work. Miss Poppy, 5 points to Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated. Poppy was indeed commendable. This might be related to the Switten's abundant vigor. Prior to the Dark Dragon, which, their family were poachers, facing not only magical creatures, but also the threat of rival poachers. Following the upheaval a century ago, the Switten family established a magical creature sanctuary. While they no longer battled magical beasts, the frequency of confrontations with newly emerged poacher wizards increased significantly. Fortunately, these new poachers lacked organization and legacy. Otherwise, even with the assistance of a Dark Dragon clan, the beleaguered Swittens would find themselves in dire straits. Transfiguration spells constitute the most effective combat system among wizards. Centered on transformation, coupled with charms and potions, such wizards excel in conflicts with their peers. Professor McGonagall called out names, prompting the young wizards to cast transfiguration spells on their pets. It soon became evident that only a few could perfectly transform animals into goblets at this stage. The majority of the young wizards managed only imperfect transformations. Before long, Professor McGonagall approached the table of Raven and Jack. Fidelius, Jack was the first to showcase his work, successfully transfiguring a groundhog into a goblet, albeit one that retained 2 prominent front teeth. Even so, this accomplishment was sufficient to astonish Professor McGonagall, as Jack's execution was remarkably proficient. Raven noticed Misty observing them. Upon witnessing Jack's success, she turned back to her textbook, picking up her quill to write and sketch. After Jack's demonstration, it was Raven's turn. She steadied her mind, envisioning the goblet she wished to create. Truth be told, partial transformations posed a slight challenge for Raven. As a spell frequently employed in combat, she had long ingrained the incantation into her instinct, allowing her to act with a fraction of a second's advantage in battles. In duels, that fleeting moment could mean life or death. Imagination, conviction, and determination. Fidelius, under the guidance of her shimmering wand, the mottled upper half transformed into the shape of a goblet's body, yet it still bore the fur of a mouse, and the stem of the goblet was utterly absent, resembling the mouse instead. Raven let out a sigh, appearing to exert herself. Professor McGonagall remained silent, refraining from offering judgment, as she found it difficult to feign praise. Yet, she had grown accustomed to this child. Despite excelling in most subjects, her performance in Transfiguration always seemed to falter. Fortunately, this was a diligent child, always capable of catching up. Professor McGonagall strode directly toward the next group, while Raven feigned taking notes on some questions, intending to waste Professor McGonagall's time after class, a practice that had become routine. After the lesson, Raven continued her relentless pursuit of McGonagall, and under her encouragement, Jack decided to invite Misty to join him at the Hufflepuff table for dinner. To Jack's astonishment, having mentally prepared himself for rejection, Misty surprisingly accepted. Within Ravenclaw, Misty lacked genuine friends. As a member of the Trelawney family, though not as unfortunate as her relatives, her prophecies were seldom believed. Nevertheless, Misty, who seemed out of place in the entire Hogwarts setting, was not particularly well-liked in Ravenclaw. Compared to the other 3 houses, the proud little eagles of Ravenclaw were averse to those who were unconventional. Otherwise, Luna's shoes would not frequently go missing. Naturally, being from a family of seers, Misty preferred to consult her tarot cards before making friends, and this time, she had Poppy draw a card. The tarot card was Judgment. Hey, have you heard about those 2 geniuses from Gryffindor? One student exclaimed. Can you believe they threw dung bombs in their own common room? And not just one, but 4 of them. I heard they even disguised themselves as our Ravenclaw students to carry out this mischief. Indeed, had those 2 not been unfortunate enough to acquire subpar Polyjuice potion, We Hufflepuffs might have been in serious trouble with that Gryffindor bunch, another student added. At the Hufflepuff table, two upperclassmen discussed the incident that had transpired a week prior in the Gryffindor common room. At that moment, another young wizard interjected. What you're discussing is old news. I have the latest scoop. My uncle's eldest son's girlfriend is in Gryffindor, and she told me that the two of them are adamant in their denial, insisting on dragging our very own Mr. Weasley into a confrontation. The matter has even reached Professor Pomona Sprout. However, their first-year brother stepped forward to identify them, and their mother sent a howler that echoed throughout Gryffindor, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. Yes, I've also heard that they will be spending the entire next year in detention with that Filch fellow. Chimed in a fourth wizard who had joined the conversation. Though the incident was a week old, it continued to captivate the young wizards, with new details emerging continually. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley of Hufflepuff, holding a book in his left hand and a teacup in his right, struggled to contain his laughter. After all, only those who wronged you know the extent of your injustice. George and Fred had the audacity to impersonate him as Ravenclaw. They must be prepared for Ravenclaw's retaliation. With this thought, Raven hastily swallowed her tea, fearing that a careless laugh might cause her choke, having already experienced several such mishaps that week. Poppy, ever considerate, suggested she might want to pay a visit to Madame Pomfrey. How troublesome it is. What will Madame Pomfrey say when she inquires about his laughter? He cannot simply confess that he was reminded of something joyous, especially as he has no wife or children. How delightful. Young Ron originally. Raven was prepared to confront the situation, even having meticulously arranged an alibi. However, Ron's recent actions were akin to adding fuel to the fire, exacerbating the already tense atmosphere. Consequently, Raven resolved to take the opportunity to enhance Ron's Christmas gift, ensuring he would usher in a gratifying new year. Throughout this week, Raven utilized his course selection privileges, attending every single class of first-year Transfiguration without fail. Each session concluded with a customary display, seemingly wasting Professor McGonagall's time, yet she dutifully endured it. Raven's inquiries were consistently substantial, and after each question, he would advance his proficiency in Transfiguration spells, preventing Professor McGonagall from abandoning her post. Nonetheless, Raven encountered a few incidents that nearly startled little Peter. Professor McGonagall had begun to suspect that the mouse might harbor some issues. The prohibition against casting Transfiguration spells on magical creatures stemmed from the fact that such beings possess innate magical properties that could interfere with the transformation process. For elite wizards like young Barty Crouch, casting spells on magical creatures, such as Malfoy, posed no challenge. However, for young wizards, transforming a magically endowed creature was a daunting task, reserved for advanced students. In truth, Professor McGonagall recalled Percy, remembering how he had faced difficulties in Transfiguration class during his year. Transforming that very mouse had been quite a challenge for him. Yet he ultimately completed his second-year Transfiguration exam with an outstanding grade, allowing everyone to forget the incident until now. Professor McGonagall was now suspicious that the mouse might carry the bloodline of a magical creature, which was not uncommon in the wizarding world. She intended to examine the mouse. But Raven, in an effort to maintain his persona, borrowed Pabby's red iguana. Even then, he still failed to achieve a complete transformation, which ultimately alleviated Professor McGonagall's concerns and calmed the previously agitated little Peter. As time passed into the third week, Professor McGonagall announced the end of class and awaited Raven, who was carrying the cage, to enter her office. To her surprise, an elderly wizard was already seated on the sofa, savoring the newly developed tofu daifuku from the kitchen, none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. Oh, my apologies, Minerva. I was too lazy to walk, so I had Fox bring me in. I hope I did not startle you. I have matters to discuss regarding those two Gryffindor twins. Oh, Raven, you are here as well. This concerns you too, so do stay. Professor McGonagall was not frightened. Rather, she displayed a sincere smile. Professor Dumbledore, your arrival is quite fortuitous. Mr. Weasley is experiencing some difficulties with Transfiguration, and I find myself ill-equipped to assist him. In this magical realm, there exists no one who can surpass your prowess in Transfiguration. Might you lend your expertise to Mr. Weasley? Mr. Weasley, please proceed to demonstrate. Raven promptly extracted Scabbers from the cage, sensing the mouse's body was somewhat rigid. Peter Pettigrew was engulfed in fear, terrified of being discovered. Both individuals present were masters of Transfiguration. Any wizard of renown would hesitate to claim superiority over Professor McGonagall in this art, let alone with Dumbledore by her side. Should an ambush be attempted, the likelihood of eliminating even one would be uncertain, and it was clear that his own demise was inevitable. If discovered, he had a narrative prepared, and surely they would refrain from employing cruel measures against the purported holder of the Order of Merlin. Of course, Remaining undetected would be the ideal outcome. Thus Peter chose to persist in feigning the guise of a mouse. Raven produced his wand, diligently casting the spell without the flair and elegance that had transformed a teapot that very morning with just a glance. This display of skill garnered Dumbledore's admiration. Conversely, the Animagus exhibited poor performance. It was evident that Minerva had likely noticed him as well, as she was signaling to Dumbledore from the mouse's blind spot. Peter voluntarily suppressed his magical essence, endeavoring to facilitate Raven's spellcasting. However, was Raven's transfiguration intended to transform him into a cup? Certainly not. Raven's transfiguration had always aimed to deliberately place him in a semi-transformed state. Yet, Raven's proficiency and naturalness rendered Peter oblivious to any anomalies in the process. As magical energy coursed into the mouse's form, Scabbers began to transform slowly, yet resolutely, into a goblet. Peter silently prayed to Merlin for success this time. A goblet materialized upon the table, crystal clear, perfectly shaped, and of standard height. Had it not been for that tail, it would have been a flawless spellcasting. Peter inwardly cursed, but dared not dwell on his thoughts too long. After all, he had once been a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Their headmaster was not one to shy away from employing methods that diverged from white magic, particularly given Peter's awareness of this adept practitioner of legilimency. Any significant fluctuation in his emotions could trigger the activation of that spell in the old man's repertoire. Meanwhile, Dumbledore found himself lost in reminiscence. This Animagus had once been a member of the Order. Furthermore, he possessed skills to counter legilimency. This revelation left Dumbledore unable to glean further key insights, unless the individual was a natural legilimens. Otherwise, extracting thoughts that were deliberately resisted would prove exceedingly difficult without wand or incantation. Raven passed the goblet to Dumbledore. While Peter intentionally stifled his thoughts, the remaining tail of the cup drooped helplessly, as if lifeless. Under the enchantment of Raven's magical perception, Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore quietly donned their protective armor. The cup was placed into Dumbledore's hands, while Professor McGonagall stepped forward, shielding Raven at her side. Now it was the moment. A wand suddenly materialized from Professor McGonagall's grasp. Her incantation of confinement transformed into a spell directed towards Dumbledore. Peter Pettigrew sensed the impending danger and immediately sought to break free from the transformation spell, attempting to escape in his mouse form. Straining against the magical bindings, he struggled to liberate himself. The first attempt yielded no success, nor did the second. On the third attempt, he felt a slight loosening, yet it was already too late. He found himself unable to swiftly dispel the transformation spell cast by Raven. At that moment, McGonagall's confinement was poised to strike him. Abandoning the use of his magic, Peter concentrated all his strength into his tail, pushing forcefully. The cup fell from Dumbledore's hands. Would it shatter upon impact? Certainly. However, if the subject of the transformation spell remained intact, what would ensue? It would create a logical contradiction, thus nullifying the magic. He would revert to his Animagus form. Even if Dumbledore were to fall prey to McGonagall's confinement unawares, he would be unable to extricate himself in a short span, presenting a prime opportunity for Peter Pettigrew to escape. Human talent is difficult to generalize. In times of crisis, Peter becomes remarkably astute, which is precisely why he has survived this long. He possesses an intimate understanding of Sirius, his former ally. Under his calculations, this wizard, the only one besides him aware of the Secret Keeper's change, chose self-exile. Everything unfolded according to Peter's script, yet now the performance seemed to stretch on. McGonagall's confinement was countered by Dumbledore's protective armor, while the cup, destined to fall, was ensnared by a stone chain. More chains arose from the ground, lifting the half-transformed chalice high. Seeing the dangerous Animagus subdued, Dumbledore and McGonagall both breathed a sigh of relief. McGonagall exchanged a meaningful glance with Raven. They had all witnessed the Animagus's futile attempts to escape the transformation spell. It was astonishing that an immature spell from a young wizard could bind an elite sorcerer for such an extended period. Minerva, it is your task to unravel this Animagus. Let's ascertain his motives for infiltrating Hogwarts, Dumbledore instructed McGonagall. Despite being a master of transfiguration, he had never fully grasped the principles underlying Animagus magic. He hoped that capturing this individual would yield clues to dispel the veil of mystery surrounding this enchantment. Before McGonagall could take action, the bound Animagus began to undergo a transformation. After enduring numerous magical shocks, Peter Pettigrew finally broke free from the incomplete transformation spell, reverting to his rat form. He then voluntarily relinquished his Animagus status, his body expanding. The transformation chains conjured by Dumbledore did not shatter as Peter returned to human form. Instead, they adapted to his changing shape, binding the wizard tightly. Peter dared not dwell on his thoughts, suppressing them, for he was uncertain whether Dumbledore's legitimacy had been deactivated. With his beady eyes, he glanced at Professor Dumbledore and then at Professor McGonagall, emptying his mind and collapsing to the ground in a fit of sobs. This was his strategy. Dumbledore would not pry into the memories of his colleagues using legitimacy, and only by first ensuring that Dumbledore ceased his probing could his deceit take effect. Raven looked at the repugnant man with disgust. Although she had meticulously analyzed both Peter's human and rat forms, witnessing Peter Pettigrew in a self-aware state for the first time was truly a painful sight. A stout, middle-aged man clad in a tight, old-fashioned suit, with small eyes, a small mouth, and prominently bucked teeth, his most striking feature being his bald head, sat on the ground weeping like a child. Raven could hardly bear to look. In contrast, Professor McGonagall, upon recognizing this animagus as her former student, Peter Pettigrew, had already put her wand aside. In her memory, Peter had always been a commendable student, never the instigator among his formidable Gryffindor companions, and he kept pace with their achievements. Moreover, his transformation skills were indeed remarkable, making him Professor McGonagall's second favorite in their so-called Marauders group. Regrettably, Peter ultimately fell in his confrontation with the traitor Sirius Black, for which the Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him a first-class Merlin Medal. Now, witnessing this once promising student appear before her after an 11-year absence filled Professor McGonagall with immense joy. She approached, assisting the sobbing Peter to his feet and guiding him to the couch, offering solace to this middle-aged pupil. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, as if none of this had transpired. He merely released the magical chains and settled onto another couch. Chapter 43. Lies. Peter wept for quite some time, as if trying to shed the grievances of the past 11 years. Once he sensed that Dumbledore had deactivated his legitimacy, he began to compose himself and recounted the experiences of the years gone by. Looking at Raven, he sincerely expressed, "Raven, dear child, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to your family. For the past 11 years, I have resided in your home. Arthur and Molly, we were comrades in the fight against the mysterious one, yet I had to feign my own death, living in your household as scabbers. I watched young Percy and Ron grow up, and I will always consider you my family." He then turned his gaze toward Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. "The professors must be eager to understand the reasons behind my faked death and my concealment within Hogwarts as scabbers. I shall elucidate everything to you, but I implore you to keep this secret thereafter." Professor McGonagall wore a gentle smile. "I am unaware of what you are evading, Peter. This is Hogwarts. Both Dumbledore and I are here. Even in the most tumultuous times, the Dark Lord could not penetrate these walls. I believe you have your reasons, but rest assured, we shall protect you." A look of nostalgia crossed Peter's face. In those days, the Dark Lord was relentlessly searching for the family foretold in the prophecy. The Potters fell victim to a tragic fate, and Sirius proposed the use of the Fidelius charm. Naturally, he became the secret keeper for James and Lily. As he spoke, Peter's expression morphed into one of hatred and regret. Yet we were all mistaken in our judgment of him. James should never have placed his trust in Sirius Black. Like his brother Regulus, was a Death Eater, an infiltrator hidden within the Order of the Phoenix. He betrayed the Potter's location to the Dark Lord. James and Lily met their demise. Tears streamed down Peter's face, tracing the remnants of earlier sorrow. He continued, "I and Lupin separated to hunt down that traitor. Ultimately, it was I who encountered him. Fortunately, it was I, for I am an animagus. Even if I could not overpower that Death Eater, I managed to escape. After I had secretly healed my wounds, I learned of his arrest, but..." Peter paused momentarily. "But I knew that Azkaban could not contain this traitor. He, like me, is an animagus. His presence in Azkaban is merely because he believes his master will return. He will undoubtedly pledge his loyalty to his master using Harry's life. Thus, I conceal my identity, quietly watching over Harry. The poor child has lost his parents to that villain since he was young, and now he is threatened by that same fiend. I am his Uncle Peter. I once held him as a child. Yet, I find myself powerless against that monster. I can only bide my time and strike covertly to avenge James, Lily, and all those colleagues who perished due to betrayal." Peter clenched his teeth with fervor, and Professor McGonagall's eyes glistened with tears as she covered her mouth with her hand. Yet, being an exceptional witch, she discerned the flaws in Peter's narrative. "Peter, you need not bear this burden alone. We are the victors. We shall bring punishment upon Sirius Black. You need not fight alone." Peter resolutely shook his head, attempting to amend his words. "Professor McGonagall, you are unaware of the sordid dealings among these pureblood families. I do not refer to your Weasley family, Raven." Peter was mindful to exclude the Weasleys from his condemnation. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, too many Death Eaters have evaded justice. They not only managed to escape themselves, but they also vowed to protect the members of other families. They would never resort to killing Sirius Black, for such an act would extinguish the long-standing lineage of the Black family. Sirius must endure. Even in the absence of direct heirs, his blood relatives could adopt a child, thereby perpetuating the name Black and claiming the ancient family's legacy. How despicable, those filthy Death Eaters. To achieve my ambitions, I must continue to endure. I have already borne this burden for 11 years, and I can endure many more such spans. The conviction of Peter Pettigrew's desire for vengeance profoundly moved Professor McGonagall, tears cascading from the corners of her noble eyes. She had witnessed the tragedies of Lily Evans, James Potter, and Peter Pettigrew. They were akin to her own children, nurtured under her care as the headmistress. Now, one child seeks vengeance for the others, paying such a heavy price. How could this not wrench the heart of the headmistress? While she was curious to hear the excuses Peter would concoct, it was evident that Professor McGonagall genuinely empathized with the situation. Should she discover him laughing at her plight, it would not bode well for Dumbledore during his brief respite. The justifications Peter crafted appeared somewhat plausible. However, he was tragically unaware of the monumental blunder he had committed. Dumbledore's legitimacy had never been turned off, having been active since Raven entered the room. Naturally, he could discern the faint malice that had lingered within Peter Pettigrew. Even if Peter reverted to his original form, Dumbledore would not deactivate his legitimacy, for his curiosity was piqued. What could prompt the once heroic Peter Pettigrew to harbor ill will towards the three individuals in the room? Peter's initial reasoning was not entirely flawed. However, Dumbledore had not fortuitously stumbled upon him. He had arranged to confront an illegal animagus with Raven at that very location. This was the fatal gap in timing. Had Dumbledore truly discovered Peter by chance, he would have found it challenging to employ unfriendly measures against a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, a recipient of Merlin's first-class honor. Yet, now that malevolence had been detected, it was clear that Peter Pettigrew was indeed suspect, and no matter how intricately woven his lies, they would prove futile against a wizard. Chains coiled once more around Peter Pettigrew, depriving this dramatist of any chance of escape. Both Peter and Professor McGonagall regarded Dumbledore with incredulous eyes. "Professor Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this?" McGonagall inquired, astonished. Dumbledore was not surprised by his old colleague's reaction. "Trust me, Minerva, this Mr. Pettigrew requires further examination." He then addressed Peter directly. "Peter, if you are innocent, I shall offer you a formal apology. However, I must request your cooperation. As headmaster, I am responsible for all young wizards." With that, Dumbledore retrieved a wand from his sleeve. The wand, aged and brown, was crafted from elder wood, its joints distinctly visible. It was none other than the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. Upon witnessing the wand, Peter Pettigrew was utterly disheartened, his previously generous expression vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained undeterred, brandishing his wand and reciting incantations. Chapter 44, Luring Tom. In the face of the formidable curse, Peter's mental defenses proved futile. As Dumbledore wielded the Elder Wand, meticulously executing the spell, even Severus Snape, an adept at mind-closing techniques, could not safeguard his memories. Dumbledore closed his eyes, allowing the spell to sift through Peter Pettigrew's mind. "No, help! Is anyone there? James? Lupin? Where are you? Professor Dumbledore, please save me." The memories were arranged by their profundity, and the first scene Dumbledore encountered was one of bed shadow, the room's dimensions towering as if it belonged to a giant. The memory's owner cowered in the shadows at the foot of the bed, silent. Yet the inner turmoil and cries reverberated deep within Dumbledore's heart. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps approached ever closer, and the heartbeat of the memory's owner quickened, as if one could hear the very flow of blood. Suddenly, a colossal visage materialized before him. Dumbledore recognized this face. It belonged to Tom during the era of Voldemort. A visage that had cast a shadow over the wizarding world for years. The memory's owner's breath seemed to freeze, and soon it truly did, as Voldemort's hand constricted the air, choking the rat's neck. The perspective wavered, the rat's body writhing in violent struggle, until unable to endure any longer, he transformed back into human form, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. "Who permitted you to breathe, you sewer rat?" Cruciatus. With a flick of Voldemort's wand, Peter's body contorted into unimaginable angles. "Cruciatus! Cruciatus! Cruciatus!" The wails echoed outward, yet no one dared to utter a sound, not even laughter. The Death Eaters outside refrained from disturbing their master during his torment of the wizard. "Little rat, did not Dumbledore teach you to maintain silence of thought in the presence of a legilimens?" "Oh, of course, he would not disclose that to you. For he himself is a legilimens. How could a white wizard engage in such vile and malevolent magic? Let me tell you, how else could he ascertain your loyalty? Following a fit of sinister laughter, Voldemort continued, I must thank Dumbledore. It is precisely because he withholds this knowledge from you that I can capture so many concealed wizards. Your thoughts are like fireworks in the night, illuminating your hiding places for me. Unbelievable feelings of doubt and resentment surge from the depths of Peter's heart, while Dumbledore, as an observer, discerned the manipulations Voldemort was enacting upon Peter. He was inciting the negative emotions of the diminutive Peter, manipulating this member of the Order of the Phoenix, torturing and killing. Voldemort had grown somewhat weary of the game. He sought to distort the minds of these individuals. At that moment, Peter remained oblivious to the influence upon him. Indeed, resentment and hatred swirled within him. Dumbledore is exploiting you. He never cared for your well-being, nor did he intend to rescue you. Voldemort's voice softened, taking on a gentle tone. You're Peter, are you not? The wizard from Gryffindor, of whose excellence I have heard tales. Your mother was a witch. I am aware of this. You are not a mudblood. You belong to our side. Voldemort's palm rested upon Peter's bald head. Do not fret about your friends. Potter is of noble Peverell lineage, and Sirius is a member of the Black family. Look, there is his younger brother, Regulus Black. You can feel it, can't you? He often berates Regulus, does he not? Because he loves his brother. He will join our ranks. Peter's defenses were crumbling, Voldemort's voice slithering through his thoughts like the serpent in Eden. I am not your enemy. I am Dumbledore's adversary. Dumbledore is using you, sacrificing the lives of my fellow wizards to save those mudbloods he holds dear. Who knows what peculiarities he harbors? Did you know? His brother has an unusual fondness for sheep. All those Dumbledores are peculiar. At that moment, Voldemort shed the sinister guise he had worn while tormenting Peter, appearing instead as a friend. Under the influence of a potion akin to love, Dumbledore sensed Peter's body gradually relax until he lay prostrate on the ground. Thank you for your mercy, my master. Please allow Peter to serve you. What was a sharp, mocking laugh resonated in Peter's ears as a cheerful sound. Two entirely different sensations clashed in Dumbledore's ears as an observer, both emanating from the same laughter. Yet how could this affect Dumbledore, who frequently employed the pensive? He quickly dispelled those thoughts, moving on to the next memory. The seers knew one rule: do not be swayed by the emotions extracted. Peter, I hope you can assist us, my friend, spoke James Potter, while his wife, Lily Potter, gently cradled their infant. Dumbledore certainly recognized this couple. It was this tender woman who, at the cost of her life, had defeated Voldemort at the height of his power. As a wizard of Muggle descent, she accomplished what numerous pure-blood families cannot. As headmaster, Dumbledore held great admiration for this child, always feeling pride in being the leader of such exceptional students. The Dark Lord is hunting us. He has foreseen his nemesis and wishes to harm Harry. Sirius possesses a spell that can conceal secrets within a person's soul. If we use this spell, the Dark Lord will not find us, James implored earnestly. Sirius has remained actively engaged on the front lines of battle, harboring concerns that his soul might be manipulated by a sinister figure. If you could clandestinely become our confidant, the mysterious individual would never suspect such a development. Memories flowed forth as Dumbledore incessantly perused recollections of betrayals that resulted in the deaths of Order of the Phoenix members at the hands of Voldemort. He witnessed the torment of being deprived of crucial intelligence and the pangs of regret, until yet another memory surfaced. Peter Pettigrew was penning a note. Dear Master, it began. The Longbottoms visit their child at number 12, Grimmauld Place, every Saturday. The Potters are in hiding. At this juncture, Pettigrew's quill hesitated momentarily, but upon reflecting on the numerous secrets he had already betrayed, indirectly or directly causing the demise of many comrades, his pen resumed its writing. The Potters are concealed at number 11, Godric's Hollow. Your humble servant. No signature followed. As Dumbledore sifted through this memory, he found himself unwilling to continue. Notions of avenging friends and eliminating Sirius were mere fabrications. Peter Pettigrew was a cowardly, self-preserving traitor, a pitiful wretch. The sight of Peter's recollections filled Dumbledore with revulsion and fury. Yet he could not cease. He needed to uncover what Peter had been engaged in over the subsequent 11 years. Explosions, faking death, transforming into a rat and hiding at the Weasley residence, becoming Percy's pet, becoming Ron's pet, occasionally sensing his master's presence through the young wizard, being borrowed by Ravenclaw, among other revelations, sensing his master's presence through the young wizard. As Voldemort's infiltrator within the Order, Peter Pettigrew bore no dark mark. However, prolonged exposure had instilled in this second coward an almost instinctual awareness of Voldemort, who symbolized death. This suggested that Voldemort had indeed infiltrated the school. Dumbledore began to think rapidly. He indeed had plans to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to draw out the concealed Tom and eliminate him once more. Over the past 11 years, Tom had attempted to regain power several times, only to be discreetly thwarted by Dumbledore himself, which had rendered Tom wary of revealing himself. By concealing his vulnerabilities from Tom, Dumbledore ensured that Tom would remain hesitant to surface. If Tom did not appear this year and continue to hide, he would lack the materials necessary to maintain his protective enchantments for the year. It was preferable for Tom to manifest within the school. Chapter 45, The Interrogation Unfolds. Quickly, find him. Concluding the legilimency, Dumbledore cast an additional spell upon Peter Pettigrew. Professor McGonagall, witnessing the headmaster's actions, realized that she had just been deceived. Professor Dumbledore, is there something amiss with Mr. Pettigrew? Dumbledore sighed, appearing considerably older and devoid of his usual vigor. Minerva, we have all been deceived. This Mr. Pettigrew is indeed a Death Eater. Dumbledore gazed meaningfully at Raven, who was feigning the demeanor of a well-behaved student while observing the unfolding drama. The astonishment on his face had yet to dissipate. How ostentatious. It appeared that this informant intended to play dead to the very end. Nevertheless, who could blame him? After all, Dumbledore was the headmaster. Minerva, I recall your cordial relationship with the editor of the Daily Prophet. I would like you to invite him and a few journalists to Hogwarts. We must unveil this matter swiftly. The true hero languishes in Azkaban. I shall seek Severus. He has recently brewed a batch of Veritaserum. His gaze shifted towards Raven. As for Mr. Weasley, this affair concerns your family as well. I wonder if you would be willing to partake in the upcoming interview? In jest, Raven shook his head vigorously, clearly disinterested in exposing himself, preferring to remain in the shadows like Voldemort. I merely borrowed this Mr. Rat for Transfiguration class. My brothers Percy and Ron are the ones who spend the most time with Mr. Pettigrew. Dumbledore did not press the matter further, perhaps muttering a few curses under his breath at the cunning little rascal. Fawkes, after dinner, kindly summon the 2 Weasley gentlemen to my office. Young wizards must nourish themselves for healthy growth. A cry of a hawk echoed from the ceiling, where Fawkes perched in some hidden corner. The calls of these phoenixes were indeed capricious. Some imitated doves, others hawks. What, one might wonder, is the true call of Phoenix? Perhaps it resonates within one's heart? Coughing, Dumbledore realized that since the matter no longer involved Raven, his thoughts were wandering quite aimlessly. However, he eventually found himself in the headmaster's office, compelled by Percy and Ron's insistence to include him. The portraits of former headmasters, unusually alert, were not dozing off today. The events unfolding in the office would provide them with stories to recount for the next few centuries. Percy and Ron stood awkwardly to the side, aware of the multitude of individuals in the room. Dumbledore, along with the heads of the 4 houses, occupied the space. And in the center of the room sat a balding, stout, middle-aged man bound to a chair. Though he was not particularly old, perhaps in his 30s, he bore the weight of life heavily, appearing more haggard than his peers. In this atmosphere, which clearly foreshadowed significant developments, Percy endeavored to maintain a semblance of decorum while urging Ron to do the same. Suddenly, Ron, wide-eyed with astonishment, pointed a finger, nearly exclaiming. Percy, quick-witted, swiftly covered Ron's mouth, then followed the direction of his brother's gaze, only to discover that Raven had seized the tip of the sorting hat with his left hand. Exasperated, Percy pondered the futility of controlling Ron, let alone Raven. Even the threat of contacting their parents bore no weight with Raven, who had been overly indulged by Mrs. Weasley, having been forced to leave his familial life at such a young age. The professors, though aware of Raven's antics, found themselves preoccupied with more pressing matters. Moreover, the sorting hat seemed to be feigning its own demise, allowing them to temporarily overlook that corner, should anything truly go awry. The old hat would certainly make its voice heard. Amidst the indulgence of the crowd, Raven inserted his right hand into his hat, rummaging around before producing a one-handed sword adorned with a hilt and guard embellished with red gemstones, the blade crafted entirely from mithril. The hilt was intricately engraved with ornate patterns, while the blade bore the etchings of enchanting runes. After refreshing himself, Raven donned the old hat and, with his left hand, retrieved a wand, performing an elaborate flourish. Godric's flow. An image of the headmaster recognized this ancient dueling technique. However, the moment was not opportune for such displays. The young wizard, unmistakably a Weasley of tender years, would not be graduating imminently. Thus, akin to the professors, they redirected their focus upon the diminutive Peter Pettigrew seated in the chair. Except for Headmaster Neofer and Headmaster Phineas Black, they were acutely aware that Raven's involvement was inevitable. He was no stranger to mischief. Raven removed the hat and bowed towards the two, returning the old hat to its perch. Phineas Nigellus Black held the sword of Gryffindor, playfully toying with it as he approached Ron and Percy, eager to flaunt his newly acquired treasure before his fellow Gryffindors. Ownership? As the heir of Gryffindor, possessing the sword was merely his due right. As he neared his brothers, the others were poised to embark on the day as pivotal undertaking. Under the gaze of the photographer from the Daily Prophet, Dumbledore administered a potion to Peter Pettigrew. The truth serum took effect, rendering Peter sluggish and disoriented. The reporter accepted the list of questions provided by Dumbledore, yet his expression conveyed disbelief upon reading them. Out of respect for the venerable wizard, he proceeded to recite the contents. Peter Pettigrew, what is your relationship with the Dark Lord? The reporter promptly rephrased. He is my master, Peter replied. The heads of the houses and the accompanying editor were taken aback, for in their minds, Peter Pettigrew was a recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin, a hero who had perished in a duel against the Death Eater Sirius Black. They could hardly fathom that he was, in fact, a minion of the Dark Lord. No one doubted the authenticity of the truth serum. Snape was a recognized master of potions. His reputation held considerable weight. The reporter proceeded with a second inquiry. Peter Pettigrew, why did you engage in a duel with Sirius Black, who is also a Death Eater? Sirius sought to kill me because I betrayed the Potter's whereabouts to my master. I was their secret keeper. Were it not for my treachery, my master would never have found them, and thus Sirius wished to avenge the Potters by killing me. The reporter intended to press further, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden altercation between Headmaster Dumbledore and Slytherin's head of house, Severus Snape. Dumbledore was attempting to restrain Snape, who had drawn his wand, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Had it not been for Dumbledore's firm grip on his wand, the Death Eater, currently facing interrogation, would likely have perished under the weight of a curse. Severus, remain composed. Wormtail shall receive his due judgment. His transgressions are sufficient to warrant a Dementor's kiss. Yet, we must deliver him to the Wisengamot to free the true hero, Sirius. However, Snape's countenance twisted in ghastly fury. If Sirius were indeed a hero, he would not have died that fateful day. Trusting such a scoundrel had led to this dire outcome. Sirius ought to atone in Azkaban. Percy appeared to be encountering Professor Snape for the first time, taken aback by the extreme turbulence etched upon the usually inscrutable face of the Slytherin head. Dumbledore silenced the room, and after a brief discussion, Snape gradually lowered his wand. The interrogation resumed. Wormtail, are you connected to the injuries and fatalities of the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors, such as the Longbottoms, Ferdinand Diggory, and Marlene McKinnon? Indeed, I compiled their intelligence for my master. The malevolence of this villain's actions elicited no surprise. James Potter, Wormtail's erstwhile friend, had saved his life on multiple occasions. If he could betray such a close companion, it was only natural that he would betray others as well. A litany of crimes was confirmed. Wormtail, divulge the reason behind your transformation into the animagus form of Scabbers and your 11-year infiltration of the Weasley household. At this inquiry, all eyes turned towards the Weasley trio present, save for Raven, who was preoccupied with his own antics. Ron and Percy exchanged glances, finally realizing that they were indeed part of this unfolding drama, for they were the very subject of it. Scabbers was none other than Wormtail, the balding middle-aged man in their midst. He was a Death Eater, a spy within the Order, who had betrayed countless comrades and caused the demise of his closest friend. Such revelations made Ron and Percy feel nauseated, particularly Ron. Percy may not have cared for the rat, having sought to replace him as soon as the opportunity arose. But Ron had grown quite fond of the pet that had been passed down from his brother. Raven gently patted the tearful Ron. Be strong. Chapter 46. The Ministry of Magic. At the Ministry of Magic, in the office of the minister, an assistant was reporting to the minister, Cornelius Fudge, who was sipping tea. Were it not for the office's antiquated decor and the various documents converging upon the assistant in the form of paper airplanes, one might easily mistake it for an office on Downing Street. Minister, an urgent letter from the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore has apprehended the holder of the First-Class Order of Merlin, a figure presumed dead by the wizarding community, Wormtail. He has invited the editor of the Daily Prophet to witness the interrogation, conducted under Veritaserum, revealing Wormtail as the Death Eater spy and concluding that Sirius Black is an innocent man wrongfully imprisoned. Today's front page of the Daily Prophet will feature this explosive revelation. Fudge nearly lost his grip on the teacup, placing it heavily upon the saucer, instinctively exclaiming, Dumbledore dares to use Veritaserum on a recipient of the Merlin Medal. Wait, are you referring to Peter Pettigrew? What year was that? If memory serves, Sirius, Herald, fetch Director Scrimgeour and bring Sirius Black's file. The assistant nodded in affirmation and made his way to the Auror office. Fudge retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the spilled tea from the cup, murmuring, "In that case, Millicent Bagnold, you are in trouble again." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he called out, "Ignatius. Ignatius Jenkins." Outside, at the long table near the minister's office, a brown-haired wizard, upon hearing the minister's summons, immediately set aside his work. "Ignatius, you two must go to the Auror office. Take a few Aurors to Azkaban and await my instructions." Fudge handed his subordinate a piece of paper. "This is the permit. Without it, you cannot request anyone from Director Scrimgeour. Off you go." Being summoned by the Minister of Magic, Ignatius was no fool. He sensed the urgency of the matter and hastily gathered some essentials from his desk before rushing after Assistant Herald. In the great hall, at the Gryffindor table, the atmosphere among the three young lions felt rather peculiar. Ron was in a poor state. Both he and Percy had been summoned to the headmaster's office the previous day. Harry feared that their involvement in the predicament surrounding George and Fred had been exposed. However, when they returned, they bore no signs of disappointment, appearing rather unperturbed. Harry intended to console Ron and uncover what had transpired, but Ron rebuffed him. Instead, Harry observed Ron pulling out his bed sheets, blankets, and even the mat that belonged to their house elf, before handing them over to Percy, who was similarly sorting through a pile of belongings. Finally, nearing midnight, a weary Ron, having finished his tasks, noticed his concerned friend and sighed heavily, addressing Harry with a grave tone. "Harry, you will know about this tomorrow. You should really check the Daily Prophet." With that, Ron lay down on the bedding that the house elves had retrieved, but sleep eluded him, even with the change of linens. He felt an unsettling sensation akin to sharing a bed with a middle-aged, balding Death Eater. With a sigh, Ron, clad in his pajamas, quietly opened the door to avoid waking his slumbering roommates and made his way to the fireplace in the common room. Unfortunately, the sofa closest to the fire was already occupied by Percy, also attired in a matching set of his mother-esque pajamas. After enduring such a tumultuous night, Ron certainly did not rest well. Thus, when morning arrived at the long table, he found himself overwhelmed by fatigue. Even the buttered corn on the cob he usually relished tasted like cardboard. The stagnant atmosphere among the three young wizards did not persist for long. As soon the owls arrived, bearing the latest edition of the Daily Prophet in search of their masters. The owl, Pigwidgeon, expertly dropped the newspaper in front of its owner and then alighted upon his head, gently pecking at the top of his skull in an attempt to coax a few nuts from the fiery locks of hair. Harry had been holding in his anticipation all night. At their age, young wizards could hardly endure such suspense. Noticing that Ron showed no inclination to open the newspaper, Harry seized it and beckoned Hermione to join him in reading. Upon unfolding the paper, the front page headline featured a familiar face, Professor Dumbledore accepting a vial from Snape and pouring its contents into the mouth of a bald, stout middle-aged man. The main headline proclaimed, "After years of fake death, Peter Pettigrew is the true Death Eater." A cursory glance revealed to Harry and Hermione the reason behind Ron's expression from the previous day. After 11 years of feigned death, hiding in the guise of a rat among the Ministry of Magic's officials, an undercover agent for the Order of the Phoenix, betraying friends and leading to the demise of the Potters. The true hero, Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned, captured by the Ministry without trial by the Wisegamot. Former Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold, must be held accountable for this matter. Chief Wizard Dumbledore announces a retrial of this case on the 23rd of this month. Although the text omitted the surname Weasley, true friends of the family understood that the so-called Ministry official referred to Arthur Weasley. Scabbers, the very rat Ron often cuddled and held aloft. Now, Hermione too shared in Ron's disgust. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. It was the emergence of other key terms that held significance. The Potters, Sirius Black. No one would divulge to a child the harrowing manner in which their parents perished. They were not yet of an age to confront such brutal realities, which left Harry largely unaware of the events of that fateful time. He only knew that his parents had fallen victim to Voldemort's wand, like many wizarding families of that era. In fact, Harry was oblivious to the identities of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Adults consistently refrained from mentioning these matters in his presence. Yet, it was evident that he could no longer remain ignorant. Indeed, the summons to the Wisegamot trial arrived in the hands of Harry and the Weasley family, along with invitations received by the Longbottoms and the Diggories. They were all required to attend the Wisegamot trial on the 23rd. While no one would doubt the authenticity of the Veritaserum used by Dumbledore and Snape, it could only serve as supplementary evidence. In order to convict the villain and liberate the innocent hero who had been wrongfully imprisoned for 11 years, a verdict must be rendered in the presence of the Wisegamot, providing it with legal authority. Chapter 47. The finale. On the 23rd, within the hallowed halls of the Wisegamot, the members were seated, and Dumbledore occupied the highest position at the judge's bench. For as chief wizard, he would preside over the day's proceedings. The other invited wizards occupied the jury seats, participating in the trial as representatives of the victim's family. Harry sat beside Neville and Ron, both first-year Gryffindors, while Raven was seated with Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff seeker, unlike the socially reserved Raven, who busied himself with personal affairs. Cedric was a prominent scorer for the Hufflepuff team, known for his integrity and enthusiasm, earning a commendable reputation not only within Hufflepuff but across the other three houses as well. Ferdinand Diggory, a member of the Order of the Phoenix and Cedric's uncle, attended in the capacity of a victim's relative, since Cedric was not yet of an age to remember when Ferdinand sacrificed himself. He found himself in a position to converse with Raven, unlike his parents, who glared furiously at the defendant, Peter Pettigrew, seated in the dock. It was rumored that Sirius Black was Harry Potter's godfather, and many had previously believed him to be the traitor who betrayed his comrades, leading to widespread animosity towards him. This was also the reason why the former Minister of Magic had imprisoned him in Azkaban without trial. Cedric initiated a conversation with Raven, noting that the firebolt had been entrusted to him by this younger student. Raven shared his intelligence with him, contemplating that if Sirius truly was Harry's godfather, Harry's circumstances would significantly improve. Over the years, Harry had endured a miserable existence at his aunt's home, with the wizarding world unable to intervene in his domestic life. Sirius had once been quite renowned, and being a descendant of the Blacks, he hoped that with his godfather's assistance, that Muggle couple would learn to treat their nephew with the care he deserved. Minister Fudge was among the last to enter the courtroom, accompanied by an Auror leading Sirius, recently emerged from Azkaban, to the witness stand. Fudge himself escorted a silver-haired lady to a prominent position in the jury box. Millicent Banu, the former Minister of Magic, chose to attend alongside Fudge, signifying her voluntary renunciation of her status as a member of the Wisingamot, her last remaining honor. Upon seeing Peter Pettigrew bound and silenced by magical restraints, Sirius instinctively reached for his wand, yearning to unleash the most malevolent curses from the Black family's legacy upon this traitor. During those agonizing days spent under the Dementor's influence, such hallucinations frequently plagued him. However, this was no longer Azkaban, and the illusions had dissipated. His wand lay shattered, and this traitor, Peter Pettigrew, was still alive for the time being. Realizing this, Sirius abruptly turned his gaze towards the jury, scanning for familiar faces. Red hair? No. A snotty brat? No. Then he spotted the two children seated beside Ron, Harry. Inheriting the dark hair of the Peverell family, and excluding the golden-haired Neville, Sirius finally located Harry's position. Soon, Sirius felt that his earlier actions were utterly foolish, for he could recognize Harry at a glance, resembling nothing more than a younger version of James from their first year. Harry, in turn, beheld the man who was said to be his godfather, since Sirius had been summoned by Fudge, who had taken the thoughtful step of arranging for him to freshen up. He now bore a semblance of the youthful handsomeness he once possessed, having always been the most admired among Gryffindor. The photograph from today would surely find its way into the Daily Prophet, as Fudge would not shy away from fostering a closer relationship with the current head of the Black family. Moreover, this was a tragic hero, and maintaining a good rapport with him would bolster Fudge's image in the eyes of ordinary wizards. However, to Harry, Sirius's complexion still appeared sallow and haggard. Having endured imprisonment in Azkaban, he had never sought refuge from the Dementors in his animagus form. He was there to atone for his sins, and such accumulated losses could not be easily rectified. Before long, the trial commenced, a high-level proceeding at the Wisingamot, executed through magical means. A group of wizards bore a massive golden scale into the courtroom. Instead of traditional pans, the scale featured two spheres, each embossed with a rune. All present, being wizards, recognized the meanings of the runes. The left symbol signified truth, while the right symbol denoted falsehood. At the center of the scale stood a golden sculpture of a human head with closed eyes. A wizard brought the defendant, Peter Pettigrew, before the scale. As Dumbledore raised the golden gavel and struck it, the head on the scale opened its eyes, fixating intently on Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore solemnly proclaimed, "Peter Pettigrew, are you a servant of Voldemort?" The accused was not afforded an opportunity to speak. The sphere on the left descended. Yes. Dumbledore continued to strike the gavel, resetting the scale. "Peter Pettigrew, did you betray the Potters?" The left sphere fell once more. Yes. Following a series of inquiries, Dumbledore concluded the questioning, allowing the members of the Wisingamot to prepare their own questions, ensuring impartiality and guarding against any potential bias in the proceedings. Nevertheless, it was unequivocal that Peter Pettigrew was indeed the criminal. Once the questioning concluded, Dumbledore rose to announce the verdict. By the judgment of the Wisengamot, the defendant, Peter Pettigrew, is stripped of all honors and rights, and is sentenced to the kiss of a Dementor, to be escorted by the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic to Azkaban for execution. Furthermore, I declare that, due to the confirmation of Peter Pettigrew's crimes, Sirius Black is hereby exonerated. The courtroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. The Weasley couple could hardly contain their eagerness to reunite with his comrade and family member, having attended as witnesses. Alas, the irrefutable evidence against Peter Pettigrew had sealed his fate even before the witnesses took the stand, condemning him to the fate of the Dementor's kiss. However, they were well aware that Sirius had far too many individuals to attend to. Although they were comrades on the same side as Sirius, he had even more significant persons to greet. To their astonishment, Dumbledore had brought Sirius and Harry to their residence. Sirius, your exoneration is largely thanks to the Weasley family. It was this Raven Weasley who brought the perpetrator before us, granting us the opportunity to deliver justice. Dumbledore introduced to Sirius. Sirius bowed deeply to Raven, having promised Raven not to reveal his identity. Dumbledore's decision to have Sirius express his gratitude in this manner was a well-considered one. After all, he understood that Raven played the most pivotal role in this affair, while the others merely acted under his orchestration. As the beneficiary, Sirius could not remain without acknowledgement. Raven quickly assisted Sirius to his feet, allowing Arthur and Molly to reminisce with the Black family. However, their conversation was short-lived, as many others were eager to meet Sirius. Thus, the Weasley family gracefully withdrew. Chapter 48, The Research Group. For those uninvolved, the animosities between Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black were merely remnants of a bygone generation. The young wizard's focus lay elsewhere. Say, do you think my family's groundhog might also be an animagus? I haven't dared to leave him in my room while sleeping these days. Jack complained as he handed a cup of pumpkin juice to Raven. Thank you, Raven replied, taking a sip, feeling the warmth flow from his chest to his stomach, invigorating his sense of being alive. He continued, Animagus transformation is an intricate form of transfiguration. Only 7 registered wizards in this century possess such a skill, and the unregistered ones likely do not exceed that number. If one has that ability, there is no need to masquerade as a pet. Jack poured himself a cup of pumpkin juice and added a splash of milk from the jug on the table. But I heard that the Gryffindor prefect has already begun organizing a special room for their pets, he said. Raven paused, suddenly recalling that this so-called Gryffindor prefect was none other than his beloved brother, Percy Weasley, and he hadn't had the chance to tease him about it yet. Pabby, sipping her red tea, set down her cup and interjected, he has spent 11 years with Peter Pettigrew, even bringing him to school for 4 years. He is the greatest victim here. But Pabby, what do you mean by covering your mouth? Is it really that amusing? Raven laughed heartily after swallowing the pumpkin juice. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had chosen Hufflepuff. Otherwise, he might be the next topic of conversation. The past 2 weeks have been filled with discussions about George and Fred, and now it was Percy and Ron. The Weasley family's presence in Gryffindor was overwhelmingly strong. He, Raven Nicholas Weasley, merely wished to lead a low-key and joyful life. After a leisurely breakfast, Raven chose not to follow his companions and instead made his way alone to the headmaster's office. Cherry Cola. Raven uttered the password to the gargoyle. Yet the guardian remained unresponsive. Durian-filled candy, biting into bitter cabbage juice. Alas, this old fellow seems to have no appetite. What sort of password has been established? Raven mumbled to himself while retrieving an unremarkable, antiquated wand from the practical guide, an ancient magical wand acquired from Ollivander. He pointed the wand at the gargoyle and enunciated a phrase in a foreign accent. Open sesame. At last, the gargoyle ceased feigning lifelessness, as the door swung open of its own accord, forcefully nudging him against the wall, thus granting Raven passage. The guardian longed to utter something, yet was helpless against its duty as a sentinel, passively experiencing Raven's invitation into the headmaster's office. Is an invitation unfeasible in the absence of the headmaster? This is Hogwarts, an ancient bastion of magic, a place once under close scrutiny, and Raven himself was unaware of the myriad secret passages embedded within this castle. In any case, these passages were rooted in ancient magic, accessible solely to him. How familiar this place felt. Raven nonchalantly seized a scuttling cockroach from the headmaster's desk, biting it in half, the cheese oozing forth mingling with the bitterness of dark chocolate. Approaching the portraits of past headmasters, he exchanged pleasantries with old acquaintances. Though it was not Headmaster Black he encountered, for he had been absent from the school these past few days, retreating to 12 Grimmauld Place. His great-great-grandson had been exonerated, yet remained a solitary bachelor. As an ancestor, he felt compelled to offer counsel, ideally encouraging him to father a brood of 10 or 8. In truth, the absence of the headmaster brought joy to the portraits adorning the walls. Each wizard who had held the title of headmaster at Hogwarts bore a surname of considerable prestige, fitting the standards of this old pure-blood zealot. Thus, he found himself preoccupied with the eligible offspring of these illustrious wizards, pondering which family would be willing to wed their promising heirs to that old man, Sirius Black. There was something Riven had previously overlooked, which he discovered during a recent conversation between the Weasley couple and Sirius. Mrs. Molly's birth name was Molly Pruitt, and her uncle, Ignatius Pruitt, had wed Sirius's aunt. Hence Sirius referred to her as cousin. Riven was aware of this, believing it to be the closest connection between his family and the Blacks. Yet he was blindsided by a revelation from Arthur's side. Arthur's mother, Cinderella Weasley, was originally a Black, the granddaughter of Phineas Black, though she had been disowned due to her marriage to Arthur's father. Thus, in terms of lineage, Arthur was actually even closer to Sirius. However, this bore little significance to Riven. His sense of familial identity had never stemmed from bloodlines. He was, by nature, a spiritual entity with a body crafted by his teacher. As for legal matters, his grandmother had not only adopted the Weasley surname, but had also been removed from the Black family tree, rendering any connection to that old fellow entirely moot. Riven sought out Principal Neophore Fitzgerald, who, along with 3 other guardians, had graciously guided her in mastering ancient magic. A matter of great concern occupied Riven's thoughts. The principal's soul was absent from the realm of the deceased. In her previous life, Riven had endured the trials of several guardians, among which Principal Neophore's challenge involved utilizing 3 Deathly Hallows to vanquish the personified concept of the Black Plague that plagued a village. This trial included a scenario where a resurrection stone was employed to bring someone back to life, at which point Riven had scoffed internally, believing that the stone merely summoned a being that was both real and not real. Hence, even after experiencing the invisibility cloak and the Elder Wand, Riven felt that Neophore's trials were merely a manifestation of his understanding of the Deathly Hallows. Yet, within the realm of the deceased, she encountered the other 3 guardians, all of whom claimed never to have seen Principal Neophore, a peculiar revelation indeed. Thus, Riven was determined to seek a conversation with the portrait of this wizard, even if she was merely a specter of memory. Perhaps, in her return from death, Riven might uncover clues that eluded her in her previous life. "Greetings, Principal Neophore." Riven bowed, to which the principal responded with a smile. "Hello, heir. You shall not glean anything further from me. I am but a remnant of memory." Her insight had been discerned. Riven was not taken aback, fully aware of the principal's enigmatic nature. However, casual conversation could yield something, and she remained skeptical that it would contain no hints at all. Before long, the door to the principal's office swung open, revealing Riven engaged in discussion with a certain headmaster about the correlation between celestial phenomena and harvests. This did not surprise him greatly, as he had surmised that Riven possessed considerable authority within the castle, perhaps even more than he did as the principal. "Good morning, Mr. Weasley. Shortly, I shall escort you to the Animagus Research Group. The professors are still enjoying their breakfast. Would you care for some cockroach clusters?" Dumbledore reached for the table, attempting to grasp the candies that moved like cockroaches, a playful treat he delighted in using to tease young wizards. However, his hand met only emptiness. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Riven expressed her delight. "Oh, splendid. Although, I must confess, I've already devoured all your cheese-filled ones. Shall we venture to Honeyduke's to procure some more?" A smile froze on the elder's face. Chapter 49, Halloween. "Pardon the interruption, everyone," Dumbledore announced, knocking on the door and breaking the discussion within the laboratory. Potions Master Snape had generously cleared out one of his storerooms to serve as a temporary laboratory. However, due to the number of wizards participating in the experiment, the room felt somewhat cramped. Though this was of little concern, they were still in the theoretical phase, and it was believed that Hogwarts would soon provide them with adequate space. Animagus transformation had long remained a mysterious art for wizards, who knew only to follow specific steps for a chance of success, yet were unaware of its underlying principles. This implied that the magic was not subject to improvement, much like the transformation of magical creatures. However, there exists a ready experimental subject, fortuitously a death row inmate. Thus, the wizarding world may indeed make significant strides in this magical endeavor. Apart from Professor Flitwick, who must attend classes in the morning, the other 3 heads of houses are present. The rather weary-looking lady is Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor at Hogwarts. Of course, our crucial experimental specimen, Peter Pettigrew, now finds himself under the influence of the Dementor's kiss. What? The Dementor's kiss is an unforgivable curse? Indeed, but the unforgivable curses are intended for use against wizards. While Pettigrew has been stripped of his rights as a wizard during the trial at Wisengamot, rendering him akin to a mere post, the Ministry of Magic has also dispatched an apprentice Auror to oversee the specimen, primarily to bear the blame should anything go awry. For no one could remove this criminal from Hogwarts. Should someone possess the capability to do so, even a handful of ordinary Aurors would not suffice. Considering these factors, Rufus Scrimgeour opted to send a recent Hogwarts graduate still undergoing Auror training. This particular student of Professor Pomona Sprout happens to possess the remarkable talent of Polyjuice transformation, thus garnering no objections from the Hogwarts faculty. Observe, everyone is quite content. This is the seasoned veteran of the ministry. Attention, please, this is Geoffrey Berlian, a young man of considerable expertise in alchemy, whom I have invited to partake in our project, as he may prove invaluable in unraveling the complexities of the Animagus transformation. Entering is a young man in his 20s, not yet 30, who, of course, is not the illustrious Geoffrey himself, but a figure with dark hair and sunglasses. His visage as chiseled as stone, known as Raven Replica No. 1. This is an automaton of Raven's own design, developed during his time in Devon, France. While its capabilities do not match those of old Nicholas, it suffices admirably as a decoy. Dumbledore introduces Raven to the assembly. The distinction of Animagus transformations from transfiguration lies in its incorporation of details from herbology, potion-making, and astronomy. Only at Hogwarts could such a distinguished team be assembled. Initially, the professors were indifferent to Dumbledore's inclusion of an alchemist, as the connection between Animagus transformations and alchemy seemed tenuous. However, days later, as various apparatuses were conjured by the alchemist's skilled hands, the professors found themselves rather impressed. Temperature-controlling flasks, catalyst incubators for plants, and astrolabes capable of recording, observing, and predicting celestial phenomena. Moreover, with Raven's guidance and Professor McGonagall's first-hand experience as an Animagus, the group reached a consensus. The Animagus transformation is a ritualistic magic. The correct materials, the appropriate time, the suitable subject, and the proper rites must all align. If all these elements are in place, the previous steps to become an Animagus become inconsequential. At this time each year, my own heartbeat quickens with particular intensity. I believed I was alone in this sentiment. But Professor McGonagall echoed the same sentiment. This characteristic is also manifested in the experimental subject Peter, under the guidance of the intern Auror, Nymphadora Tonks. The diminutive Peter has transformed into a mouse form, evidently in much better health. Thus, the appropriate time has been confirmed, and speculation arises that it is Halloween. Is this a magic associated with death and ghosts? What precisely do the correct materials refer to? Why is the Mandrake potion deemed suitable? Why the storm? Who is the intended recipient of the incantation recited daily at sunrise and sunset? The research has encountered a perplexing impasse. However, Raven, instead of harboring doubts, finds all her questions answered. Professor McGonagall's words have opened the gateway to becoming an Animagus. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Raven will attain this transformation after Halloween. With her objective achieved, she informed Dumbledore that she need not participate in the subsequent experiments involving Peter. The professors had no objections, for Geoffrey Balleris had already made significant contributions to the project, generously leaving behind the experimental instruments he crafted for the professors at Hogwarts. This generosity evoked a certain envy in the more theoretical-minded professors Flitwick and McGonagall. As for the amount of candy Raven confiscated from a centenarian, that matter is separate. The candy was a treat from Dumbledore, and thus distinct. Due to the unexpectedly swift progress of the project, the professors no longer needed to attend classes as they had on the first day. They could manage their schedules by dedicating a few hours each evening. As for the pacing of the project, it is unrelated to its duration. In research, inspiration surpasses effort. Fortuitously, Raven was still able to attend classes with her friends and witness the memorable scene of the three young lions in discord. In fact, rather than merely witnessing, when Ron and Harry were lamenting, Raven accompanied Malfoy alongside them. When Hermione overheard Ron asserting that she had no friends, she was right behind them and gave him a sharp shove, storming off in anger. "I think you should apologize to her, Ron. She meant no harm, you know," spoke Malfoy. Recently, the Malfoy family had been basking in glory as Lucius's former associates began to curry favor due to the booming carpet business. With Sirius's release from prison, yet another familial connection emerged between the Weasleys and the Malfoys, prompting Malfoy to integrate himself into this little group while Raven attended her second-year classes. At this moment, Ron felt a twinge of regret. Accustomed to complaining about his brothers at home, he sometimes failed to recognize the gravity of his words with friends. He sighed softly. All right, I will. As for Raven, the children seemed to be managing quite well. They could resolve matters on their own. Chapter 50. The Centaur. The Forbidden Forest in autumn remains dense and profound. The drop in temperature merely drives ordinary insects into hiding, while its true inhabitants are the wondrous creatures. Moonlight barely filters through the branches, casting a small patch of silvery glow, yet this faint illumination is sufficient to guide visitors. A sudden clatter of hooves echoes, as a silvery shadow obstructs the path of the visitor. He widened his sapphire-like eyes, drawing back his wooden bow, the arrowhead aimed at the empty space beside the visitor. The centaurs regarded this time as a significant festival, and thus they would not yield. The centaurs did not fear death or injury, even with the Night King's protection. Their realm would not be trampled upon. Although lacking whites, Firenze discerned a hint of disdain in the eyes of the Night Steed. Consequently, he tightened his grip on the bow. On an ordinary night, the Night King might have traversed the centaur territory without opposition. For the past century, she had never been unreasonable, and the centaurs had frequently interacted with her. However, these days were different. This was the tribe's most vital harvest festival, and the embodiment of death must not approach the high priest. Firenze was prepared for a bloody confrontation. At that moment, the wizard's little steed stepped forth. Firenze observed as it whispered something in the Night King's ear, causing the once aloof Queen of the Night to retract her menacing stance, merely giving the little steed a gentle nudge before vanishing into thin air. Raven rubbed his chest, acknowledging the restraint of the funeral queen. It was merely a slight bump. Nothing to be concerned about. He then addressed the somewhat overreacting centaur. Greetings, son of Chiron. I mean no intrusion upon your harvest festival. I am here to visit a friend. Raven then produced a stone from his pocket, its perforated surface indicating it was once a pendant. Firenze accepted the stone, scrutinizing it carefully. This hunting token indeed belongs to our tribe and bears our clan emblem. Yet, I do not recall any of our kin bestowing such a token upon another in recent years. However, the markings suggest it can only be issued upon gifting. Curious. Which of our brethren are you seeking, little steed? Never mind. I shall escort you. After all, the hunting token resonates with its owner's bloodline. Seemingly recalling something, Firenze turned back to Raven. Little steed, with the Night King absent and our settlement still some distance away, do you require my assistance? Raven, engrossed in his search for a whistle in the practical guide, shook his head vigorously and inquired of Firenze. No need. The unicorn can manage, right? I recall it being permissible, as they're sacred beings. Firenze remained silent. The fact that the Night King personally escorted this little steed indicated its remarkable identity. Could it be that he was capable of riding a unicorn? Surely not the King of Light, for his temperament was notoriously volatile. The whistle was silently blown, summoning Shea, who bowed its head, preparing to pass between Raven's legs and directly hoist him onto its back. Startled, Raven leapt aside. Brother, you are a unicorn, not a horse. It would be disastrous to be gored by that horn. With lingering trepidation, Raven kicked at the unreliable creature, nearly suffering an injury. Shea displayed a cheeky grin, yet complied, lying down and awaiting Raven's ascent. Firenze was undoubtedly acquainted with Shea, the younger brother of the King of Light and the true ruler of a unicorn clan in the Forbidden Forest. While the King of Light often remained in seclusion, this golden adult unicorn stood as her representative. Leading the way, Firenze moved swiftly, with Shea following closely behind. The swiftness of the two unicorns was well known throughout the Forbidden Forest, prompting Firenze to let loose and run. The wind howled as it swept aside the obstructive branches and vines. Soon, a settlement of primitive design came into view, perched on the edge of a cliff beside a babbling brook. Several bonfires illuminated the camp, casting a warm glow, while a myriad of flowers flourished around the tents, adorning the ground. However, one must not forget that autumn had already passed its midpoint, and thus, the blooming flowers were undoubtedly nourished by the power of magic. Firenze greeted the centaur guarding the entrance and led Raven inside. His standing within the clan was respectable. As a practitioner of astrology, which was the most vital knowledge passed down in the centaur tribe, Firenze was among the new generation of leaders. The 15 individuals and 15 steeds, traversed the narrow path of the centaur camp, following the guidance of the hunting token towards the person Raven sought. Firenze, you ought to be patrolling. This is not your place. A wild-looking centaur with a scruffy beard and dark hair blocked Firenze's path. His gaze was filled with provocation, and the scar from a piercing wound on his shoulder added an air of ferocity. Bane, a master of hunting and the strongest warrior among the centaurs, held a deep-seated rivalry with Firenze, whose lineage in astrology would shape the future direction of their clan. With a vigilant eye, he scrutinized the unicorn Shea. "Especially since you brought this one. What are you planning for our harvest festival?" Approaching the high priest, Bane had already begun to draw his bow, but Shea maintained a nonchalant demeanor, playfully swaying his sharp horn towards Bane. Before Firenze could offer an explanation, a gentle, aged voice interrupted, dissipating the growing tension. "Tonight, Jupiter shines particularly bright, despite his equine form shifting from silver to brown, with patches of bark emerging on his human body and his right hand entirely petrified." Raven recognized his old friend, the centaur Doran. Once, Doran had been a vibrant figure. In the astrology of the centaurs, Jupiter represented fortune, and the meanings of the planets were as fundamental to their knowledge as letters themselves. So even Bane understood the implication of the figure before him. The high priest. Raven smiled as he tossed the hunting token to Doran. Bane moved to intervene, but halted upon recognizing the true nature of the object. The hunting token was the most significant credential for every centaur hunter, requiring the first prey taken during the coming-of-age ceremony to be ritually offered to the spirit of nature alongside their own blood to obtain such a token. Moreover, the hunting token is not merely a certificate. It symbolizes the intricate dance of life and death in which the equine folk engage with nature's creatures. As a reward, it possesses the ability to harness a fragment of the prey's essence, bestowing strength upon its bearer. Thus, hunters seldom part with such a treasure. Within the tribe, the hunters cannot fathom the experiences that would compel a horseman to relinquish such a precious item. The sentiment surrounding the hunting token is one that an astrologer like Falun's cannot comprehend. The token radiates a green luminescence, signifying its return to its rightful owner. Undoubtedly, this young colt of the sorcerers is a guest of the high priest. At Dolan's gesture, two young horsemen withdrew, allowing space for the high priest. "Long time no see." Dolan, Raven spoke first, concerned that this friend might not recognize him. Dolan circled around Raven slowly. "You merely told me to visit that place for a bit of fun. Yet here you are returning in such a manner? Speak up. It is evident that you are laden with the essence of the material world. Surely, you must have something on your mind, considering you remembered me. Spit it out. The harvest festival is imminent, and I am rather occupied," he added. Chapter 51. The Ceremony, Revelation of the Mystery. To preface, the following is official lore. The druidic sorceress and priestess Cleona. Magic stone P62, the witch who scratches her nose. Animagus. She is also adept in transformation, capable of becoming a seabird or the waves of the ocean. Now, to the main text. Yes. The ceremony, Raven declared, feeling no need for pleasantries with an old friend. "I require a ceremony. I previously entrusted you with a special moonstone, and I must retrieve it now for a significant purpose." Dolan eyed Raven with a peculiar gaze, nodding as he scrutinized him. "Hey, old man, what are you staring at? I might report you to Headmaster Dumbledore, you know." Raven feigned a look of indignation. Dolan remained gentle and composed. "The moonstone? The ceremony? Why not simply join our equine kin? We too revere the spirits of nature. As High Priest, I can facilitate your transformation into a horseman." Raven, for once, displayed a serious demeanor. "Your faction leans too heavily toward vitality. Death is also a part of nature's cycle. Dolan, my friend. This is something I have come to discern only through rebirth." Given the earnest counsel from a friend, Dolan took it to heart. "I shall. After this harvest festival, I will delve into it thoroughly." This moment is crucial for both Raven and Dolan, as they each have ceremonies to attend to, thus avoiding further idle chatter. Dolan handed the moonstone and hunting token to Raven before attending to his own affairs. Raven acquired what he sought. Everything was set, and he led Shea to a stone circle. The stone circle was once the site where the druidic order conducted their ceremonies, and Raven fortuitously knew of a specific circle, the very place where he and Pobby witnessed the dance of the moonstruck beast. Placing the moonstone into the recess of the stone circle, it began to release its inner magic in a continuous flow, thereby activating the entire magical array. Raven wore a serious expression, for the outcome hinged on this moment. As she drank a full cup of biting kale juice, she reflected on the fruits of cultivation and harvest. This was the season of abundance, coinciding with the night of Samhain, a time for the convergence of all things to celebrate the spirit of nature. The trials of metamorphosis and transformation lay buried deep within the earth, awaiting the emergence of butterflies. This is the path of the druids. After reciting the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, Raven immersed herself into the soil, as the stone circle absorbed the moonstone's magic, channeling it underground to nourish the druid apprentices undergoing their trials. To Muggles, Druids are mere ancient legends. However, in the wizarding world, they are a tangible part of history, with many ancestors having participated in the wars of yore. As Muggles know, the Celtic hero King Arthur ultimately faced defeat, and the Anglo-Saxons became the rulers of the land. Yet, the wizarding realm tells a different tale. For the Druids are a faction of wizards, having historically constituted the backbone of the British magical community. They simply adopted a new name, the Order of Sir Merlin. They pledged allegiance to King Arthur, who shared his glory with the knights. This is why the Weasley family, despite their poverty, commands respect even from figures like Fudge. The Celts represent the true lineage of the British wizarding world. Even in their diminished state, they cannot be dismissed lightly. For the interests of pure-blooded Celtic wizards are deeply intertwined with the Order of Sir Merlin. However, that is a bygone era. The current Order of Sir Merlin lacks genuine druids, as the path of the druids is fraught with significant constraints. In the druidic hierarchy, the ovates constitute the largest group, representing the most common wizards. The bards serve as priests within the druidic sect, forming the core of its membership. This level is the pinnacle for ordinary wizards. As for the esteemed archdruids, they must possess the gift of ancient magic. This ancient magical talent may have been commonplace before the age of Arthur, but over time, especially during his reign, such individuals became increasingly rare, and those who could ascend to the rank of archdruid were even fewer. If the druid path were to continue, the extinction of the archdruids would be the inevitable outcome. Thus, the last great druid, Merlin, announced the dissolution of the order and the establishment of the Order of Sir Merlin. The magical system of the wizarding world began to transform, integrating the magic of invaders and establishing a contemporary magical framework. As the possessors of ancient magical gifts dwindled, just as Merlin had foreseen, the very magic they once wielded became utterly lost. Animagus is a vivid example of this, having evolved from the ritual magic of the druidic order. Those druids who underwent trials could master the art of animal transformation. The owls, after rigorous training, have mastered the art of transformation into small and medium-sized creatures. At the bard level, one can metamorphose into any familiar ordinary animal. However, magical creatures inherently possess their own magic, allowing only ancient, gifted individuals, typically the great druids, to transform. Yet, this is all within the realm of ancient magical systems, which are incompatible with contemporary spells, wands, and belief-based magic. Where then can one learn authentic druidic magic today? Until a prodigy emerged, simplifying the druidic rituals of the ancient magical system, distilling various elements, and merging spells, potions, celestial phenomena, and rituals into a modern magical framework, resulting in the birth of Animagus, a contemporary ritual magic. Though not the original, the ability to transform into one animal is already quite remarkable. The entire metamorphosis requires 2 nights and a day. Alas, Raven will miss the Halloween feast at the castle. You see, even British wizards now refer to Samhain as Halloween. Chapter 52, The Troll Assault. Hogwarts, Great Hall. Enormous pumpkin heads float in lieu of candles. Is it truly wise for someone to be so audaciously employing the enlargement charm? The Halloween feast is particularly bountiful, although British wizards have forgotten Samhain. The celebrations have not waned. The tables are laden with jelly beans, cakes, and donuts. Have the house elves raided the headmaster's storeroom? Ron, with cake in one hand and a lollipop in the other, has entirely cast aside his earlier intentions of apologizing to someone that afternoon. Where has Hermione gone? Realizing his dear friend is absent from the banquet, Harry begins to inquire at the table, wondering if anyone in the house has seen her. Indeed, Neville speaks up, revealing that Parvati spotted her in the girls' restroom, where she had been crying all afternoon. Who could have upset her? Harry? Neville has always regarded Hermione as a good friend. Although ultimately, it was Raven who found her, Hermione's efforts in searching through the compartments have left Neville feeling grateful. Under the table, Harry gives a nudge to the cake-eating redhead, who, despite having caused someone distress, remains blissfully indulging in the feast. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell bursts through the door in a panic. Troll! A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know, he exclaims before collapsing face down. Unfortunately, his face meets the floor, and he will face the consequences of his own folly. Ron's mind buzzes, consumed by Raven's words. Each year, young wizards perish at the hands of trolls, and Headmaster Dumbledore solemnly attends to their remains, expressing his sorrow. Ron is momentarily stunned, but others react swiftly. Neville hurls the 2 cupcakes he was holding behind him, screaming as he frantically seeks an escape. This sort of chaos spreads like wildfire through the hall, yet their innate respect for the professor tempers the panic. Otherwise, someone might inadvertently step upon the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Alas, this unfortunate mule is once again destined to face the whip of its master. Silence. The word, imbued with a resonant authority, is evidently not as tranquil as its meaning suggests. However, the young wizards have fallen silent. Children, do not panic. Please follow your prefect back to the dormitory, while the teachers accompany me to the basement. Having observed that the young wizards had regained their composure, Dumbledore moderated his tone, proceeding with an air of nonchalance as he organized the subsequent arrangements. A mere troll, easily dealt with by the professors of Hogwarts. Raven had taken leave, citing other commitments, and the remaining young wizards were likely at dinner. Thus, the troll posed little threat, and as for the food on the table, it was of little concern. Sweets are easily preserved and can be enjoyed tomorrow. As if struck by a thought, Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, and the understanding was mutual. Professor Snape then excused himself through a side door, separating from the group of professors. The Gryffindor students followed Percy along the path back to the dormitory. Harry scanned the surroundings and ultimately confirmed his suspicion. Hermione had not returned with them. He grasped Ron's arm and turned away from the crowd. Hermione is still unaware of the situation. We must find her. Ron did not protest, merely following Harry to seek out Hermione, as he was not being asked to confront the troll. However, before they could reach the girls' restroom, a colossal shadow wielding a club emerged in the corridor. The sound of heavy breathing echoed clearly in the hushed passage, and Harry felt his heart race in sync with each breath, swelling to the point of nearly leaping from his chest. Do not go to the restroom. Do not go to the restroom, Harry and Ron fervently wished, yet the troll did not obey their silent plea. Instead, it advanced directly toward the restroom, its mind guided by the magic within. A gust of wind swept overhead, and before they could discern the identity of the newcomer, Harry and Ron heard a voice call out, "Come here, you great oaf!" It was Malfoy, charging toward the troll on his firebolt, a satchel slung over his shoulder, flinging a mass of something dark at the troll's forehead. It was chocolate cake. The scent of high-calorie food instinctively drew the troll's attention toward Malfoy, causing the enchantment in its mind to falter. It ceased to obey its previous directives and began to pursue its primal instinct for food. Malfoy executed a spin on his broom, narrowly evading the troll's left-handed swipe, but instinctual attacks are not so easily evaded. The troll's wooden club swung toward the young wizard on the broom. Should it land a blow, Malfoy would be fortunate to remain in one piece. The corridor was hardly a suitable battlefield for the firebolt, offering insufficient space for the renowned speedster to maneuver. Thus, the runes engraved upon the broom fulfilled their purpose, propelling the rider away while absorbing the brunt of the troll's strike. Wood shavings scattered through the air, and the firebolt was rendered useless. As Malfoy landed beside Harry and Ron, "Draco, what are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed, astonished. They had come to seek Hermione, never expecting to encounter Malfoy in this place. As a Slytherin, he should have been resting in his dormitory, likely closer than Gryffindor's common room. "I came to show this troll a thing or two. And you? What are you doing out here?" Malfoy retorted, luring the troll with the scent of food. He tossed morsels while pulling Harry and Ron away. However, without the aid of the firebolt, the diminutive wizards stood no chance against a 12-foot behemoth, and soon they found themselves cornered in the corridor. The troll raised its club high, ready to smash down upon the three small creatures emanating the aroma of food. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation rang out just in time, striking the troll's raised club. Yet, despite the spell, the club remained steadfast in the troll's grip, slipping from its hand instead. Hermione, having dispelled the charm, watched as the club fell, unimpeded, and struck the troll's forehead. The creature stilled, seemingly stunned by the blow. Hermione exhaled, relieved to have arrived in time, while Harry and Malfoy displayed expressions of narrow escape. However, a flicker of fear crossed Ron's face as he shouted to Hermione, "Run." "Hermione, quickly." Ron recalled the words spoken during his sorting at Ravenclaw. The troll's weakness lay in the back of its head. A miscalculated strike to its forehead could render it dazed for a few seconds, only to erupt into a furious rampage. Each year, young wizards met their demise due to such missteps, leaving Dumbledore to offer his condolences. The troll's eyes glazed over, bloodshot and brimming with primal fury. The troll has gone berserk. Chapter 53. The Fierce Battle. The troll roared and lunged toward Hermione, its mind consumed by wrath. The guidance of the mysterious wizard and the allure of food faded from its thoughts. All it desired was to shred the audacious little creature that dared to attack it. Yet, as if the entirety of Hogwarts conspired against it, the troll's attempts to seize its prey repeatedly faltered, thwarted by various obstacles: a pit in the ground, a misplaced foot upon a stone, rendering it ineffective. Meanwhile, sensing that his protective enchantment had been triggered, Dumbledore's expression shifted as he, along with his fellow professors, made their way towards the lavatory. All of these events transpired in less than a second, leaving even Hermione momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she brandished her wand and cast the spell she had been practicing most recently, Petrificus Totalis. Yet, this spell, ineffective against the troll's formidable magical resistance, merely served to awaken its awareness a fraction more. The giant reached for the spot where its wooden club had fallen, seizing it with a powerful grip and hurling it towards Hermione. A clash resounded as would met metal. It was the armor. The suits of armor at Hogwarts were animated, springing into action when young witches and wizards were under threat. With the armor blocking the giant, Hermione was able to reunite with her three companions. However, as the giant swung the club, two suits of armor were shattered, and once more, the club was directed at Hermione. The four armors that had fallen grasped the giant's right leg, using their last remnants of strength. Regaining her composure, Hermione cast a spell, Wingardium Leviosa, aiming once again at the club. Yet, in its furious state, the giant's strength was formidable, unlike before when the club had slipped from its grasp. This time it merely slowed down, but continued its relentless assault towards Hermione. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry's spell struck the club, causing it to decelerate once more. Wingardium Leviosa. Draco's incantation hit the club, and after 3 floating charms, it finally began to halt, resisting the giant's furious power. The three of them turned their eyes towards Ron, filled with encouragement, anticipation, and panic. Gathering his resolve, Ron spoke firmly and recited the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. At that moment, it seemed as though the wand sensed its master's courage, draining its power to enhance the spell. The control of the club was wrested from the giant's hands, and under Ron's guidance, it struck a precise point at the back of the giant's head. With a powerful blow, the club snapped. The bloodshot eyes of the giant remained unyielding, akin to a jester who had stumbled and fallen as it began to spin in place. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the giant collapsed to the ground, its blood mingling with white brain matter, pooling upon the floor. Remarkably, it had only been 10 seconds since the giant had gone berserk. By the 15th second, Dumbledore, accompanied by the professors, arrived at the scene. The terror in the eyes of the 4 young witches and wizards had not yet faded. They exchanged glances, relishing the joy of having survived. Perhaps someone ought to explain to me what transpired here. Professor McGonagall's voice was stern among those present. 3 were Gryffindor students, and she could scarcely fathom the consequences had they all met with disaster. Before the boys could offer any explanation, Hermione interjected. I was arrogant. I thought I could handle the giant. Were it not for the 3 of them, I might have perished. Professor Snape displayed a rare expression of perplexity mixed with amusement. Is that so, Mr. Malfoy? Malfoy glanced at his companions, exchanged knowing looks, and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Professor. Seemingly poised to inquire further, Snape cast a glance at Harry's leg, which had inadvertently revealed an injury beneath his robes. Due to your reckless actions, Miss Granger, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. I had always believed you to be a sensible child. It is truly disheartening to witness you placing yourself in such perilous circumstances. Professor McGonagall, the acting deputy headmistress, characterized the incident, noting that while the young wizards exhibited a touch of mischief, the absence of any unfortunate outcomes was the most favorable result. Allow me to elaborate. Since Dumbledore's entrance, he had been meticulously examining the remnants of the battle in the corridor, particularly focusing on the giant's wounds and the wooden stick that had been struck by 5 levitation spells. Due to your exceptional teamwork, both Gryffindor and Slytherin are awarded an additional 15 points. Through the reconstruction of events, the headmaster had already deduced how these 4 children managed to vanquish a rampaging giant. The 4 levitation spells that struck the stick, guided by the final spellcaster's direction, allowed the 4 first-year wizards to triumph over an adversary that even ordinary adult wizards would find formidable. Whatever the case, just don't say I'm sorry, Ron mumbled. However, his voice was too faint for anyone to hear. Then let us all return to our respective places. I leave the rest to Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore instructed, arranging the subsequent matters with his fellow professors. Just as the young wizards were about to exit the corridor, Dumbledore suddenly called out to them. Wait, children, as your headmaster. I must express my sincerest apologies for having subjected you to such a distressing experience. With that, he winked, and the other 3 accepted his sentiments with grace while Ron, startled, let out a cry, as though the courage he had displayed moments ago had been entirely depleted, replaced by a wave of fear. The 4 young wizards, who had just survived a life-threatening ordeal, walked side by side on their way back to the dormitory, their oppressive moods finally dissipating as they began to chat and laugh. What will you do about your broken firebolt, Draco? Harry inquired. Malfoy, nonchalantly distributing the remaining treats from his pouch, merely shrugged. I'll just have my family send me another one. You needn't worry about your next opponent, Harry. Then I shall remain untroubled, provided you are not the Slytherin Seeker. The group erupted into further banter and laughter. After bidding farewell to Malfoy at the intersection leading to Slytherin dormitory, the three young lions continued on their path back to Gryffindor. I apologize, Hermione, I spoke incorrectly this afternoon, Ron said, demonstrating a rare courage to admit his mistake under the affectionate corrective influence of his friend. Hermione did not respond directly, but remarked, you executed that spell quite well. Urgent. How should I respond? I haven't learned it. Ron cast a pleading glance at Harry, who merely chuckled and shook his head. Hasn't she already forgiven you? Chapter 54, Metamorphosis. November 2nd, 1991. Forbidden Forest. A right fist broke through the layer of earth, grasping at the air and stretching in a few motions. Estimating by the size of the fist, its owner should be buried approximately 15 feet beneath the surface. For an ordinary wizard of the Howard level, this indeed presents a formidable trial. However, for Raven, who is closely related to the descendant of the Iron Monkey, it was merely a standard jab. With a swift motion, her left fist sent a spray of earth flying. Pressing both hands against the ground, she leveraged enough force to rise, akin to lifting a blanket. Raven effortlessly pushed aside the soil that had covered her, stretching luxuriously before reclining back onto the earth. The serene morning in the Forbidden Forest was truly comforting. In her drowsy state, Raven longed to indulge in another nap, just as she had done before. Yet, she no longer required sleep. The previous state she had mistaken for slumber was merely an illusion born from her metamorphosis, immersed in the pulsing heartbeat of the earth. After a few breaths, Raven was fully awake. Each day, a brief moment of relaxation provided her brain with sufficient rest. This was a regimen she had devised for herself. While sleep was undoubtedly delightful, the prospect of utilizing that time for pursuits she cherished was far more alluring. Remaining still, Raven lay quietly in the pit, reflecting on her recent accomplishments. By emulating the ancient gifted ones, she had undergone a simple ritual of animal transformation, enduring merely a day and night buried underground. The ability she had acquired was the Howard-level animal transformation, allowing her to morph into any creature smaller than herself. However, as an ancient magical prodigy, Raven could also transform into fantastical beasts. To transcend the size limitation, another ritual would be necessary, with heightened demands, as the evaluators would be the bard-level druids. Each day, she could assume only one form, with the cycles of the moon resetting her shape monthly. Unlocking the forms required either a profound understanding of the creature, a prerequisite for the druidic clergy who must study animal lore, or acquiring the creature's blood to inscribe upon her body. In comparison to contemporary magic, the ritualistic magic of the druids was considerably more intricate, which was to be expected, as rituals are synonymous with complexity. Yo-yo, baby, come on. Raven accomplished a long-held desire to transform into a phoenix. With her familiarity with the creature, she merely needed to focus her thoughts to complete the metamorphosis. Selecting a unique cry for her phoenix, baby, come on, slipped out inadvertently. In her animagus form, all her belongings morphed into the animal's patterns. As a novice animagus, one would typically require a wand to cast spells, causing it to fall to the ground. However, Raven, not needing a wand, found hers transformed into a part of the phoenix's plumage, resting upon her leg, where she could still distinctly sense it. The practical guide that usually rests in his pocket has transformed into a feather beneath his wings, momentarily obscured when they retract. Raven extracted a mirror from the guide, finally able to behold his transformed visage. He bore a striking resemblance to an eagle, yet his form was adorned with resplendent crimson plumage, complemented by elongated golden tail feathers, a golden beak and claws. There were no issues, save for the fact that due to his attire, a relic of Hufflepuff Academy, Raven's back was embellished with a golden pattern resembling a massive acorn, encircled by a design reminiscent of a badger. Very well, your druidic magic holds sway. Content. He stowed away the mirror and began to flap his wings, learning the art of flight. While the phoenix could instantaneously return to Hogwarts, today was Saturday, and thus Raven felt no urgency to rush back. This sky over the Forbidden Forest was not unfamiliar to him. However, riding upon the back of the funeral princess offered a sensation distinctly different from flapping his own wings, a novelty Raven had never experienced before. At this moment, he felt as though even the sky could not contain him. No wonder Swiftwing and Darkwing were always skipping class to frolic outside, often evading capture, leaving their offspring unattended. The funeral princess nodded. Yes, they chose to run away themselves. After familiarizing himself with the flight, enduring a few tumbles, Raven mastered the Cobra maneuver and prepared to soar back to Hogwarts. As he approached the ancient castle, even before nearing the campus, the Phoenix's superior eyesight, far exceeding that of any hawk, spotted Hagrid clearing frost from the Quidditch pitch broomsticks. Despite donning rabbit fur gloves and beaver skin boots, Raven sensed that this gentle giant was not particularly cold, as he still wore the moleskin coat from September. With his wings forming 8W shape, a pose inspired by the hunting stance of a golden eagle, Raven, constrained by his size, could not match the speed of a falcon. But a golden eagle's dive, reaching 223 feet per second, was impressively swift. With a graceful spiral, he landed steadily before Hagrid, waving his right wing in greeting. "Hey there, Hagrid." Hagrid removed the windproof goggles from his face, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Wow, another phoenix. Never seen one like that before. Hagrid possessed an uncanny ability to distinguish between phoenixes, effortlessly recognizing the differences between Phineas and Fawkes. Although eager to share the delightful news of his newfound animagus form with his friend, Raven reconsidered, aware that this particular companion had a penchant for consuming truth serum daily, which might inadvertently complicate matters. Thus, he resolved to weave a small deception. Surely Hagrid would believe him? "Hey there, Hagrid, it's Raven, communicating through Phineas." Hagrid undoubtedly accepted this as truth. That's incredible, Raven. You can inhabit magical creatures? What an enviable ability. I've only dreamt of such a thing. The speaker's casual remark seemed to resonate with Hagrid, who appeared to possess the makings of a fine druid. Becoming a bard is more than sufficient. It is certainly preferable to engaging in hand-to-hand combat during a grand battle. Perhaps there lies a chance for you to acquire such abilities, Hagrid. I have come to request something from you. Has Professor Dumbledore lent you the dog, Rufus? Recently, I have been spending time with Rufus, who has expressed a desire for your special smoked mole meat sausages. I shall visit you this afternoon to retrieve them, and I have other matters to discuss as well. Hagrid was taken aback to hear Rufus's name from Raven. Rufus? Isn't he guarding the important area that Dumbledore borrowed from Nicole? In any case, Rufus is safeguarding a significant location, Raven. I shall deliver the sausages to Rufus, so you need not concern yourself further. Raven tilted her head in great confusion. Had Dumbledore not disclosed his relationship with Hagrid? Indeed, it is Hagrid. Fearing that their conversation might lead Hagrid to divulge more secrets and thus feel guilt, Raven chose not to press further and bid farewell to Hagrid. We shall converse more this afternoon, Hagrid. With that, she flapped her wings and soared towards the highest tower. The highest tower, the headmaster's office. Chapter 55, The Imminent. Initially, Raven had intended to speak with Dumbledore, but to her surprise, he was not in his office, for the old man had yet to rise. Raven, who did not require sleep, had overlooked this fact, especially since Hagrid had been busy removing frost from the brooms early in the morning. While the old man might be idly studying the 12 uses of dragon blood, he likely possessed a considerable amount of magical creature blood, including but not limited to that of dragons. In truth, dragon blood had become secondary. Not to mention Hagrid was on the verge of acquiring a Norwegian Ridgeback, as well as the black dragon from the Hebrides that the Pabbies had cooperated with for generations. The fire dragon that Raven had reserved from Charlie was already en route to Hogwarts, where she would be responsible for hatching it. Wizards have long upheld the tradition and techniques of raising fire dragons, though these perilous beasts are ill-suited for personal care. Raven had ordered the dragon egg under the guise of the Tooth and Claw Company's mascot from the Dragon Sanctuary, where Charlie worked. The divergence in aesthetic preferences between Raven and Hagrid lay in the fact that Hagrid favored the fierce, while Raven appreciated both beauty and ferocity, particularly as she would soon transform into one of these magnificent creatures. Thus, she had reserved an Australian white-eyed dragon, renowned for its beauty, which she hoped would not disappoint her. Realizing that time was still ample, Raven sensed the magical network enveloping the school and directly transported herself to a secluded cabin near the Great Hall, shedding her animagus form. She pushed open the door and made her way toward the Great Hall. "Oh, well, hello there, Pabby. Why are you the only one here this morning?" Approaching the long table in the hall, Raven greeted Pabby while locating her designated spot based on the pre-ordered food. When he requests leave, in addition to informing the dean and the principal, he also makes it a point to notify the kitchen. Each morning, the kitchen prepares breakfast according to Raven's arrangements. And if a meal is prepared but left uneaten, it would be an act of wastefulness. Consequently, the kitchen did not prepare his breakfast yesterday, which was rather commendable. He gently blew away the chopped green onions floating atop the seaweed and shrimp soup, savoring a sip. The richness of lard was harmonized by the seaweed. allowing only the fragrant essence of animal fat and the freshness imparted by the shrimp to come forth. He scooped a small wonton with a spoon, and upon taking a modest bite, he was greeted with an exquisite flavor. At that moment, Poppy, having just swallowed her food, sipped her red tea and remarked that Jack had spent the previous night stargazing with Misty. Misty had mentioned that the celestial alignment was particularly unusual, with the moon undergoing strange transformations, prompting them to observe it at the observatory all night long. Raven felt a pang of nostalgia for the days when he could converse while eating. Now, such a combination could easily lead to choking. Jack and Misty would inform them later, and Poppy inquired, "I recall your family has been raising dragons for a century, correct?" Poppy pondered briefly before replying. The term raising dragons is somewhat misleading. The small population of black dragons from the Heshidalai Isles, which resides near the Switten family, are companions that my great-aunt rescued from poachers long ago. Thus, we have coexisted and supported each other for the past century. What brings this topic to your mind, Raven? In response to Poppy's question, Raven gestured for her to lean closer. The allure of such creatures to young wizards is undeniably immense. At this hour, aside from him and Poppy, members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were also dining in the hall. He was reluctant to let them overhear, as they included a future employee, 3 brothers, and a prospective brother-in-law. He dreaded the prospect of them pestering him to see a fire dragon. In the name of the Sharpfawn Company, I acquired a dragon egg, and it should arrive next week. I wanted to ask if you have any tips on hatching dragon eggs and caring for hatchlings. Poppy gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with both hands. Her reaction undoubtedly caught the attention of the table nearby. George and Fred had been relatively subdued lately, but anyone with familial experience would know that if the 2 troublemakers fell silent for an extended period, they were undoubtedly plotting mischief. They were determined to pull off something grand for Raven, having had their sights set on him since he entered the hall. Unfortunately, being in such close proximity allowed for an intuitive sense of their ill intentions. Sensing their mischief, Raven shot them both a disapproving glance before returning his attention to Poppy. Lowering her voice, Poppy leaned closer to Raven and inquired, "What breed of fire dragon is it?" "I am aware of the destructive potential of the Heshidalai Isles black dragon hatchlings. I witnessed their mother's weight drop from 3 tons to 2 tons. If it is one of those energetic giants, you may have quite the challenge ahead." Raven reminisced about the image of the Australian protein-eye dragon from his memories. Despite its impressive length of approximately 40 feet, ranking among the top 3 in the dragon species, it is renowned for its gentle nature, only hunting herbivores like sheep when hunger strikes. When satiated, it might not even bother with the sheep. Although it is 10 feet longer than the black dragon of the Hester Islands, its weight remains comparable, illustrating its slender form, complemented by iridescent, pearl-like scales that make it a truly captivating species. Thus, he nodded reassuringly at Poppy. "Rest assured, it is the Australian protein-eye dragon. They are a remarkably gentle and beautiful breed." Upon hearing Raven's words, Poppy appeared considerably relieved. Although a century may not seem extensive in the wizarding world, the accumulated experience spanning 100 years undoubtedly grants the Switten family a profound understanding of dragons that surpasses that of ordinary wizards. The prospect of caring for such a gentle, beautiful dragon sparked a longing in Poppy, especially given the exhausting task of tending to her own black hatchlings. She imagined how envious her siblings in the Switten family would be if she could personally nurture such a creature. Chapter 56, The Quidditch Season. More imminent than the arrival of the young dragons was the much-anticipated Quidditch season. After several weeks of intensive training, Harry initially felt nervous about his debut weekend, but his anxiety diminished upon learning that Slytherin's opponent was Malfoy. "We are all first years. I, Harry Potter, am no less formidable." Wood's original plan to use Harry as a secret weapon against the other house teams was extinguished when he penned a letter to Lucius outlining his promotional strategy. Thus, a brand new photograph emerged, set against the backdrop of Hogwarts Trophy Room, specifically the Quidditch area. Any Quidditch enthusiast raised in England would find this location familiar. Every native-born Quidditch player would leave their mark here during their student years. The 4 seekers from the respective houses, as the protagonists, struck poses as directed by the on-site director. "Harry, you and Draco in the middle, a bit closer, yes. Then your expressions need to be fierce, igniting sparks. As you are the rivals in the season's opening match, you must convey the feeling of competition." Riven, the director, had not forgotten to position Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory on either side of Harry and Malfoy. "You two, don't look at me. Gaze at each other. Make eye contact, understand? After Gryffindor and Slytherin's match, it will be your turn." "Wait, Cedric, that's not the aloof expression I asked for. Are you trying to play a vampire?" Cedric, who had been maintaining his composure, suddenly faltered, feeling somewhat bashful. Yes, just like that, Cedric, be natural. You should embody the spirit of worthy opponents, rivals on the field, friends off it. As for Miss Chong, your expression is splendid. It exudes the essence of Ravenclaw. All right, everyone hold your positions. 3, 2, 1, click. The following day, Wood approached Raven with a freshly printed edition of the Daily Prophet. Initially, he intended to focus solely on media related to Quidditch, such as the complete guide to flying brooms. However, after being bombarded with various advertisements, Raven waved his hand nonchalantly and declared he would invest in any publication. Thus, whether it was the esteemed Daily Prophet or the more frivolous Singing in Discord, even magazines entirely unrelated to Quidditch, like Transfiguration Today and Witch Weekly, found themselves adorned with advertisements purchased by Raven with great extravagance. Raven would question, does such publicity truly yield results? The image depicted Harry and Malfoy at the center, both mounted on their flying brooms, engaged in a playful tug-of-war, while young men and women on either side held crossbows, exchanging glances. Wood felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although the initial proposal was his, he could at least assure that with precise targeting, the expenditure would be minimal and results promising. However, with Raven seizing this opportunity, every publication across Britain had received generous donations from this benefactor. Some conscientious magazines, like Transfiguration Today, hesitated, reluctant to be tarnished by monetary influence. Yet, upon hearing that others had accepted advertisements, they too succumbed to Raven's onslaught of galleons. When everyone advertises, it renders the act insignificant. This editor clearly had studied the Muggle theory of relativity. How could Raven ascertain the effectiveness of the campaign? He merely sought to enjoy the spectacle alongside others. Whether to advertise or not was inconsequential. He even requested these publications to send him 4 copies each, intending to compile a grand gift package to present when these individuals eventually wed. Nevertheless, Wood, dedicated to his work, deserved encouragement, so Raven reassured him, Oliver, have confidence. Promotion does not necessarily equate to immediate financial returns. Reputation and recognition hold substantial importance as well. Do not fixate solely on galleons. This notion resonated with Wood, lacking formal education in Muggle advertising, found himself unable to dispute Raven's assertions. To Raven's surprise, the advertisement garnered an excellent response. Take Autumn Zhang as an example. Not only did her father, a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast, write to inquire about his daughter's experience with the crossbow and encourage her to triumph over her rival school, but even her mother, a woman indifferent to Quidditch, sent her a letter asking about Cedric, the young gentleman, and subtly probing about her daughter's impressions of him. This lady had encountered that information in Witch Weekly. It was evident that the influence of the crossbow was subtly permeating through wizarding families, or so Raven explained to Wood. As the day of the match approached, Harry initially believed he would remain unperturbed, yet due to unforeseen circumstances, he found himself increasingly anxious. What were these unforeseen circumstances? Naturally, they stemmed from his opponent's headmaster, Professor Snape. Harry did not harbor any animosity towards Snape. A child shaped by an unfortunate upbringing tends to be more attuned to the emotions of others, which elucidates why Ron often appeared wooden. While Harry possessed a deeper understanding of those around him, he could sense that Snape genuinely wished to impart his knowledge of potions. After each class, Snape would toss 2 potions textbooks to Harry, subsequently quizzing him the following lesson. Recently, with the imminent Quidditch match, Harry had shifted his focus towards training, thus slowing his progress in potions. As a master of the subject, Snape easily discerned this change, leading to Harry's misfortune as Snape began to scrutinize him more closely. Fortunately, Harry's innate talent proved reliable. Snape refrained from posing questions beyond the scope of the assigned readings. Whenever Snape caught him off guard, Harry was able to respond correctly to his inquiries. Nevertheless, certain matters were inevitably uncovered, such as Harry secretly reading The Magical Quidditch Ball, a book lent to him by Hermione, which detailed over 700 fouls and could be deemed a codex of Quidditch. This book sparked Harry's first argument with Snape. On that day, Harry and 2 fellow Gryffindors were roasting Hermione's spell-infused flames in the courtyard, a concoction she had whimsically bottled in a jam jar, clearly violating school regulations. Following the recent troll incident, Hermione quickly grasped how Gryffindors adhered to the rules. Evading detection was paramount. Just then, Snape approached, and Harry realized he was about to be interrogated. He stealthily concealed the jam jar within his robes, hoping to keep it from the professor's view. However, he failed to notice that the magical Quidditch ball had been inadvertently exposed, and at that moment, Harry had yet to grasp the implications of this. Chapter 57, on Education. Less than a week had passed since the Halloween feast, and Harry's leg injury was evidently not yet fully healed. Snape limped towards the young wizards in the courtyard. "What is this, Potter?" Snape inquired, pointing at the book at Harry's side, his expression darkening, a hint of anger brewing beneath the surface. "This is the magical Quidditch, sir," Harry replied, handing the book over to Snape. "Oh, our so-called savior believes that potions is too trivial? Has he thus diverted his attention to such frivolities?" Snape sneered. Yet for Harry, Quidditch was far from mere amusement. The title of the savior, which had been thrust upon him, felt undeserved. It was not a title he had earned, but rather one born from his mother-esque sacrifice. In stark contrast, the validation he experienced through Quidditch was profoundly cherished, as it was the first recognition he received for his own merit. The same could be said for potions. Both pursuits filled the void within Harry's heart, a void created by the bullying he endured during his childhood. "It's not like that, sir. It's because we have a match against Slytherin coming up." Harry attempted to defend himself, due to his continuous interactions with Snape being solely related to potions. He overlooked a crucial detail in a moment of urgency. The individual before him was the head of Slytherin House. Snape's gaze was vacant as he regarded Harry, then coldly articulated a statement. "It was astonishing that Slytherin could exert such pressure on our dear Mr. Potter. In truth, with your Quidditch prowess, you could easily surpass the Slytherin team. I am utterly convinced of your potential in Quidditch, only to be tormented and ultimately slain by your adversaries. Much like your remarkably skilled father, Potter." Snape never hesitated to employ venomous words to wound others, for he had long been torturing himself with the same acrid language. If only he and James Potter could have been of greater utility. Had James not placed such undue importance on Quidditch and become stronger, perhaps he could have delayed Voldemort's advance, if only for a while longer. Would that have afforded Lily a chance to survive? Although the dark mark on his left arm had lain dormant for many years, Snape had recently begun to sense its unsettling stir. Voldemort's tendrils had already infiltrated Hogwarts, a truth Snape was acutely aware of. Thanks to Lily's protective spell, Harry had survived to adulthood. What Snape desired was to assume this responsibility, ensuring that this child could continue to live beyond his coming of age. Books from a library are not to be removed from the castle. For your violation of school rules, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Potter, conceal this book within your robes. Harry, perhaps fueled by Snape's insult towards James, or perhaps recognizing the apparent fabrication of this rule, glared furiously at Snape, his face flushed. However, their previous interactions had quelled Harry's impulse to retort against the professor's arrogance. Ignoring the young wizard's venomous glare, Snape turned away, limping towards his office. At that moment, Snape contemplated writing a letter to Narcissa, inquiring how to interact with a child. Later that evening, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry vented to his friends. "You should not have spoken of my father in that manner. It was utterly outrageous." Even Ron could perceive Snape's favoritism towards Harry. It seemed this man wished to mold you into a version of himself. Clearly, he disapproved of your involvement in Quidditch. "But have you noticed? What happened to his leg?" Ron inquired. Harry recalled the scene after their battle with the troll, when he had observed the injury on Snape's leg. He had been wounded for some time, yet it had not healed, although he was perfectly capable of brewing a healing potion. "Forget him. I think I should retrieve that book. Because of Snape, I am beginning to feel anxious." Upon hearing Harry's bold declaration, Ron rolled his eyes. Go on. It is only through having been on the receiving end of Snape's wrath that you will truly understand the nature of this professor." As Harry approached the entrance to the staff lounge, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Well, Harry, what are you up to in this stealthy manner?" Startled, Harry turned around to find Raven, who had recently developed a penchant for starting conversations with much to the amusement of their peers. "I'm here to see Professor Snape. What about you?" Raven raised the vial of potion in his hand. "I'm also here to see Snape. I heard he was injured, and I've brought him some medicine." Without knocking, Raven pushed the door open. Inside, Harry saw Filch tending to Snape, who was replacing a bandage soaked in dark, congealed blood. Snape appeared to be scribbling something. Under the piercing gaze of Snape, Raven approached him, handing over a small vial. "Here, this is a special potion for the wounds inflicted by the augury." Snape accepted the potion without haste, his voice laced with menace as he addressed Raven. "Perhaps, Mr. Weasley, you ought to explain why a dangerous creature, presumed extinct, is being kept at Hogwarts. If that creature is not under Raven's care, he would be using the Potter's shampoo while standing on his head tomorrow." Raven, unfazed, replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Then they'd better capture Dumbledore first. My adorable little creatures are merely substituting for the 3-headed dog that Dumbledore left in the corridor." Noticing Harry's presence, Snape refrained from delving deeper into the subject. Unlike the involved parties, Harry was not yet privy to this information. After sniffing the potion vial Raven had provided, Snape opened it and poured some onto his leg. where the wound began to hiss and smoke. Harry winced at the sight, yet Snape did not display the pain Raven had anticipated. Instead, he gritted his teeth and turned to Harry, his voice gravelly as if emanating from the depths of his gums. "And you, Potter? What brings you here?" Faced with Snape's intimidating demeanor, Harry's earlier courage dwindled to a mere fragment. He murmured, "The book, give it back." To Harry's surprise, Snape did not react with the anger he had expected. Instead, a faint smile flickered across his face, akin to that of a fisherman who has noticed his float moving. Coupled with the sight of his smoking leg, Harry found the situation increasingly alarming. Snape retrieved the enchanted Quidditch from his drawer and placed it into Harry's hands. He then took a thick stack of completed papers from the table and set them atop the book. After a moment's contemplation, he added a partially written sheet to the pile. Gritting his teeth, with a frigid smile, he addressed Harry with deliberate clarity. "These are called examination papers. I expect them by next Monday. Should you fail to complete them, prepare for dire consequences, Potter." Observing the irony of his own advanced tactics being employed against Harry, someone remained silently amused. Chapter 58, The Firebolt Cup. "I never anticipated Snape would return this book to you. Harry, you truly are fortunate." Ron gazed in astonishment at Harry, who returned with a book, yet he failed to notice the pallor of Harry's face. It was Hermione who first observed it. "What happened, Harry? Did Snape cast a dark curse upon you?" she inquired with concern. Harry's wandering gaze shifted toward Hermione as he handed her a stack of papers from his other hand. Hermione received them and began to scrutinize them earnestly. These were familiar to both her and Harry, exams, which occurred every year at the end of term. However, in her recollection, exams were solely linked to testing. Upon flipping through the questions on the papers, Hermione's expression grew grave. "What are the various antidotes for the venom of the venomous tentacula? If one were to concoct a potion, please elucidate the process and key points in detail. During the preparation of the draft of living death, what occurs if daffodil root powder is added?" The papers were replete with such elaborate questions, alongside numerous multiple choice and true or false queries. The stack of papers was a full inch thick. Hermione swallowed hard. "This must pertain to upper year content. I have already finished the third-year potions textbook, yet it is still insufficient to address the material contained within these papers. Why would Snape make you bring these back? The exams are still far off, aren't they?" Harry replied in a dismal tone. He said, "I must complete these papers by Monday and submit them to him for grading. If my performance is unsatisfactory, more papers will await me." What a maddening and terrifying notion, to treat these papers as assignments, subject to grading, with the threat of additional work for poor performance. Such an ordeal was unprecedented for these young wizards. Even a top student like Hermione would be daunted by Snape's pedagogical methods. The following day, burdened by the dread of the exams, Harry was spearing a sausage with his fork. The night before, Ron had suggested seeking Percy's assistance, but upon seeing the papers, Percy stated that these questions were drawn from past OWL's examinations. He could not confidently assure Harry that he would easily manage the paper before the term concluded. Thus, Harry was left to tackle it alone. Given Snape's acumen, he would undoubtedly discern which answers were within Harry's capability and which were not. Acknowledging the high caliber of the papers, Percy even used a copying spell to replicate a set for himself. At the dining table, Ron and Hermione urged Harry to eat more, as today marked his debut in Quidditch. Snape approached Harry with an unusually cheerful demeanor, wishing him good luck. A hint of a smile graced his face. Although Ron suspected it to be a mere smirk, it was certainly an improvement from his earlier wrathful disposition. "Playing Quidditch is fine, as long as you complete the papers. You may play as long as you wish, but remember to hand them in to me by Monday." This educational approach was purportedly derived from the Malfoy family's business associates, as Narcissa employed it to instruct Draco, who dared to recklessly challenge a troll. Not even Lucius escaped her sharp reprimand, particularly for having given his son a firebolt. Completing the papers would grant him the privilege to play Quidditch. Severus Snape genuinely applauded the obscure gentleman behind the brilliant idea. Whether the examination papers could be completed was ultimately decided by those who issued them. With this thought, Snape's spirits lifted further as he swept his cloak dramatically and exited the hall with an air of confidence. Although he was an experienced professor, he recognized the necessity of learning from his old friends regarding the nuances of nurturing children. Harry was taken aback by Snape's encouragement. While the mention of the exam caused a flutter of anxiety, the realization that Snape would not impede his pursuit of Quidditch eased Harry's tension considerably. With his mood lightened, his appetite returned, and he consumed a modest selection of high-calorie fare, such as sausages and bacon, which would sustain him through the morning's match. "Are you feeling nervous?" Wood inquired of his fellow seeker in the pre-match preparation area. In truth, Harry was not anxious. Not only because he was aware that Malfoy was his opponent, but also because he knew that others would not interfere in the duel between the two Seekers wielding their firebolts. Before Harry could respond, Wood continued, "I was a teen nervous my first time on the field. Although 2 minutes later, I was struck on the head by a bludger and spent a week in the hospital unconscious." At this, Harry felt a flicker of anxiety. Just then, a familiar voice resonated through the loudspeaker. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural match of the 1991 Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, sponsored by the Fong Company's Household Flying Devices. I'm your commentator, Riven Nicholas Weasley. This year, S champions will not only receive a prize of 500 galleons each, but the Fong Company will also craft a customized firebolt broom engraved with the names of the winning team. The players from both teams then entered the field in succession, taking to the skies and strategizing in the air." The commentary continued. Each year, veteran players depart, while new members join their respective teams. This season, both Slytherin and Gryffindor have enlisted first-year Seekers. Slytherin S is Draco Malfoy, while Gryffindor S is Harry Potter. They are currently equipped with a much-coveted latest model of broomsticks in the Quidditch League, the Firebolt. The Fong Company generously provided each Team S Seeker with this broom, hoping it would enhance the viewing experience this year. Riven passionately narrated the unfolding events, while Professor McGonagall discreetly nudged him, signaling him to tone down the advertisements. Although Fong sponsored the event, an excessive number of commercials was not ideal. Riven understood and resumed his commentary earnestly. His sponsorship was not merely for advertising purposes, but rather for the sheer enjoyment of narrating the exploits of the Seekers from the Four Houses. Madame Ho Chi has entered the arena, unpacked her equipment, missed a shot, and blown the whistle. The spectators in the stands momentarily fell silent, forgetting to cheer for the team they supported. This lackadaisical commentary was a first for them, yet they would soon appreciate the charm of the commentary style. Gryffindor Seeker, Angelina Johnson, launched a fierce attack, deftly evading the chasers, beaters, and goalkeeper of Slytherin, and scored the first goal. Gryffindor earned 10 points. Slytherin regained possession, led by their captain, the buck-toothed gorilla. The captain made an offensive move, but failed to score. The ball was intercepted by the Wood captain. Once again, Angelina Johnson seized the ball, attacked, and scored beautifully for Gryffindor, adding another 10 points. Oh dear. Slytherin altered their strategy. Oliver Wood was struck by a rogue ball, reducing Gryffindor's numbers. What on earth were the Dungbomb twins doing? Suddenly called out the Dungbomb twins. George and Fred waved their bats toward the commentary booth. They felt wronged by the nickname that had been bestowed upon them, and they would not forget this slight. The Dungbomb twins rallied, executing a magnificent synchronized strike that shattered the broom of Slytherin's chaser, a testament to the strength of their brotherhood. Witnessing George and Fred avenge Wood, the Gryffindors erupted in cheers. However, Wood's departure, as the key player, significantly impacted the team. Despite George and Fred's relentless efforts to diminish Slytherin's ranks, the disadvantage remained palpable. The match was intense, with both teams tied in score. Chapter 59, The Dungbomb Twins Unite. Angelina Johnson was out, leaving Gryffindor with only the two beaters, the Dungbomb twins, and Seeker Harry Potter. Beater George Weasley was furious, sensing a telepathic connection with the commentary. "Believe me, well played, Dungbomb twins, George." The Slytherin captain also fell from the skies. Having successfully avenged his teammate, George flew past the commentary booth, eager to confront the one who had mocked them with peculiar nicknames. Yet his loyal brother, attuned to his thoughts, swiftly darted to Professor McGonagall's side, urging him to focus on flying. Currently, the score stood at 50-100, with Gryffindor down to 2 beaters and 1 Seeker, while Slytherin was left with only Seeker Draco Malfoy. The scores were unlikely to change. If the Golden Snitch were captured by Slytherin, Gryffindor would suffer a defeat with a 200-point margin. Would Slytherin's Seeker seize the opportunity amidst the onslaught from the 3 Gryffindors? In the midst of the current Quidditch match, Malfoy swiftly maneuvered to evade the bludgers hurled by George and Fred, all the while keenly observing Harry's movements. In his rapid motion, his vision was insufficient to detect the Golden Snitch. Instead, he opted to infer its location based on Harry's trajectory. True to Malfoy's expectations, Harry located the snitch and propelled himself forward on his firebolt. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A crimson glow emanated from Harry's broom, accompanied by a palpable surge of magical energy. Madame Hooch was about to call for a halt when Ravenclaw interjected, explaining, "Look, Harry Potter's firebolt is radiating red light, indicating that it is resisting a curse placed upon it. However, Harry, fret not. This will not affect your performance in the match." Soon, the crimson light dissipated, as the caster relinquished their influence over the firebolt. In its stead, the 2 bludgers began to exhibit erratic behavior. Initially, George and Fred had been striking the bludgers, preventing Malfoy from pursuing the snitch. However, once the glow from Harry's broom ceased, the bludgers veered towards Harry's head, intent on converging upon him. George and Fred, acting swiftly, abandoned their offensive and pursued the rogue bludgers. Just as the bludgers were about to collide with Harry, they swung their bats with extraordinary strength, sending the balls flying, albeit at the cost of splintering their bats. Witnesses marveled as the bludgers were sent soaring by the extraordinary force of the twins, yet their bats lay shattered. What would unfold next? Malfoy caught up to Harry, and the two prepared to seize the snitch. Unable to catch up, George and Fred could only watch helplessly, their chances to assist Harry thwarted as the bludgers returned. Exchanging glances, the twins mounted a single broomstick, one piloted while the other prepared to strike. The ingenious plan of the Weasley twins re-entered the fray, but with only one broomstick available for striking, they found it challenging to keep track of the other bludger. Fortunately, the individual casting the curse seemed somewhat overwhelmed, causing one of the bludgers to spin chaotically in the air, offering Harry a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in the stands, Hermione, peering through her binoculars, noticed Snape, who was muttering incantations under his breath. It must be Snape. He still disapproves of Harry playing Quidditch. Ron, stay here. I'll handle him. With that, she handed the binoculars to Ron and dashed to another section of the stands. Ever since the incident with the troll, this little witch had been more audacious in breaking school rules than even Harry, using the fire-making spell she had learned from her books. Hermione ignited Snape's robe before stealthily retreating. Wow, the stands at 9 o'clock are on fire. Are you having a barbecue? Can I join? As the commentary drew the collective gaze of the spectators towards the stands occupied by Snape, Quirrell, who had initially intended to continue his covert spell casting, abandoned his scheme. Oh, behold, the bludger has resumed its normal course, and the amalgamated creature has regained its dominion. They are now advancing towards the Slytherin Seeker, he declared. What? Is he not evading? Is he still pursuing the golden snitch? He has been struck. Yet, Draco Malfoy skillfully utilized the firebolt's acceleration to mitigate the damage inflicted by the bludger. This Slytherin Seeker remains vigilant for an opportunity. Alas, just moments ago, Harry Potter seized the golden snitch, granting Gryffindor an additional 150 points. The match concludes with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin, 200 to 100. The Gryffindor supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting Weasley, Weasley, Weasley. Undoubtedly, they were the MVPs of the match. Although they did not succeed in capturing the final Seeker, their efforts significantly influenced the game, assisting Harry in acquiring the golden snitch. Bludger, bludger, bludger. Suddenly, an unusual chant echoed, prompting other Gryffindors to join in. This left George and Fred somewhat perplexed. Should they cheer or join in the chant? They exchanged glances, grabbed Harry, and both shouted bludger as they plunged into the jubilant crowd. While the chant was undeniably cacophonous, it appeared that the Gryffindors were no longer holding a grudge against the twins for their earlier antics in the common room. However, a lingering sense of unease settled over George and Fred. Chapter 60, Flammel. It must be Snape's doing. He still disapproves of your participation in Quidditch, Ron exclaimed indignantly. At that moment, they were gathered in Hagrid's cozy abode, celebrating Harry's successful debut. The host was preparing tea, fetching an assortment of wooden cups of varying shapes from the cupboard, and serving them to the young wizards. Notably, Ron recognized the cloth Hagrid used to wipe his hands. Although it had darkened with use, hints of its original golden plush texture remained visible. The Weasley family possessed a scarf of similar fabric. Hagrid settled into his specially crafted, oversized sofa, took a sip of hot tea, and addressed the young wizards. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. He would not obstruct a Gryffindor from playing Quidditch. Hermione recounted in detail the events of that afternoon in the courtyard, while Harry supplemented the narrative with his encounter with Snape later that night regarding the book. In truth, I believe Professor Snape did not intend to hinder my participation in Quidditch. He was merely concerned that I might neglect my potion studies due to my revelries, Harry asserted, instinctively defending Snape, convinced that the professor did not wish him harm. In truth, he was half correct. Snape harbored no intentions of causing him any injury. That evening, Raven was also present, delivering a potion to treat the injuries sustained by the unicorn. He was aware that Snape had returned the book The Marvelous Quidditch without uttering a word. Ron added with a hint of disappointment that perhaps Snape was too pained to speak. From your description of the healing scenario, it sounds excruciating. At that moment, Hagrid interjected. A unicorn? Are you certain? This magical creature has not been sighted for a century. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures declared it extinct years ago. He turned to Harry. Are you sure it was the creature with the body of a lion, skin like a rhinoceros, an octopus head, and 2 purple horns? As a connoisseur of magical creatures, the substitute professor of care of magical creatures, and a reserve druid appointed by Raven, Hagrid was well-versed in the lore of various magical beings, particularly those as formidable and perilous as the unicorn, which held a special place in his heart. At this, Ron, Hermione, and Harry exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "A massive lion with an octopus face." They had indeed encountered it in the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor. Thus, they began to converse among themselves. "Is that the unicorn? The one in the corridor on the 3rd floor?" Raven claimed it as his pet, substituting for Dumbledore's 3-headed dog. Why had Snape been injured by the unicorn? Was he attempting to steal something from Dumbledore? The implications of the young wizard's dialogue overwhelmed Hagrid, prompting him to interrupt their spiraling thoughts. "Slow down, let me process this. I can hardly keep up." The trio ceased their unfounded speculations, awaiting questions from their larger friend. "Are you saying you have seen a unicorn? Here, at Hogwarts? In a corridor on the 3rd floor? Or is it Ravens?" The 3 young wizards nodded vigorously. Hagrid donned a contemplative expression, lowering his head and muttering, "That shouldn't be possible. Isn't that corridor where Fluffy is? Didn't Raven say he was playing with Fluffy? Surely he hasn't taken Fluffy away?" Catching a crucial keyword, Harry quickly spoke up to prevent Hagrid from rushing out to find Raven. Observing Hagrid's demeanor, he realized the man was nearly ready to don his moleskin coat and set off. "What is Fluffy? Is he the 3-headed dog?" Hagrid settled back, nodding, successfully thwarting Hagrid's imminent departure. "Yes, Fluffy is my 3-headed dog, a delightful little creature. I'll let you meet him someday, but not now. He has been borrowed by Professor Dumbledore for guarding duties." "No, that is top secret. Don't ask any further. We didn't even inquire," shouted the trio in their hearts, eager to prevent their large friend from feeling guilty for any inadvertent revelations. To divert the conversation, Hermione continued with other questions. "So, is Raven's unicorn guarding that area now? Is Snape injured because he attempted to pass through there?" Hagrid inhaled deeply, regarding the 3 with a serious expression. "Listen to me. Severus Snape is a professor at the school, and Dumbledore places great trust in him. You should cease your inquiries into the mysteries of that corridor. It is a matter for Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel to concern themselves with." Upon hearing the newly mentioned name, Harry and Hermione refrained from further discussion, as they hoped to glean more information from Hagrid. However, Ron instinctively began to mumble to himself, "Nicholas Flamel, where have I heard that name before?" Hagrid suddenly realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. His displeasure grew. After all, Dumbledore valued him highly and entrusted him with such confidential information. Yet he had failed to keep it to himself. A wave of despondency washed over him. Noticing the young wizards had finished their tea, Hagrid collected the cups and addressed them. "Go and celebrate your victory with your friends. I must seek out Ravenclaw. Remember, do not pry into the secrets of that corridor. It is far too perilous for you. Now, off you go, and be sure to close the door behind you. Fong is quite sensitive to the cold." The large Neapolitan Mastiff, nestled by the fireplace, seemed to stir at the sound of his name, snoring even louder. With that, Hagrid turned to leave, intending to wash the cups before heading out. Since their guardian had spoken, the 3 young lions chose not to linger, departing together. Nicholas Flamel, Nicholas Flamel." Ron continued to murmur as they made their way back to the castle. He did not connect the name to Ravenclaw. After all, Ravenclaw's middle name was derived from his professor, and Ron often referred to the old man as Grandfather Nicholas. Yet, the name Nicholas was rather common in European culture. Much like the name Ignatius, which was Percy S.'s middle name, derived from Miss Molly S.'s uncle. Many bore the name, but the emphasis lay upon one S surname. The surname Flamel was less familiar to Ron. The elderly gentleman lived in seclusion, and his family seldom mentioned his name or accomplishments. "Ron, you are the only one among us who grew up in a wizarding family. Have you ever heard of this name?" Hermione inquired, to which Harry had no objections, for he was still less informed about the wizarding world than Hermione. Ron nodded. "I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Let us investigate and see what Snape is truly up to." Suddenly, Harry froze. "Snape, the assignment. It's due on Monday." He promptly dismissed thoughts of Flamel and the celebration, grabbing his 2 companions and racing toward the common room. Chapter 61. Good Things. Yet, that afternoon, Hagrid did not manage to locate Ravenclaw, who seemed to have vanished. His classes were erratic, and not all subjects were scheduled. Nevertheless, through Hagrid's relentless search, he finally found Ravenclaw within the castle, albeit it was already 4 days after the Quidditch match. Raven was traversing the corridor with 3 second-year young wizards, their pace hurried and their silence palpable, as if they were burdened by an urgent matter. Hagrid intercepted Raven, startling the other young wizards. "Sneaking about, are we?" If it had been another faculty member, they might have sensed the unusual tension among the group. However, it was Hagrid. Upon seeing him, a look of surprise crossed Raven's face, and he refrained from engaging in idle chatter. "Hagrid, you're just in time. Come, let me show you something marvelous." without giving Hagrid a chance to respond. He pulled him into their little entourage. Hagrid made no objections. He understood Raven well. When he claimed to possess something remarkable, it truly was remarkable. The group paused in an empty classroom, where Raven produced his practical guide, enlarging the tome, crafted from sheepskin, to a size even greater than before. He finally lowered his wand. "I will go first. Follow me closely. Hagrid, be careful when you descend. The stairs may not accommodate your stature." With that, Raven led the way down. Hagrid felt a surge of anticipation. He had once had the honor of accompanying Dumbledore to visit his esteemed mentor, Professor Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and one of the most renowned magizoologists of modern times. Professor Scamander possessed a suitcase with a similar functional design. He had once shown Dumbledore and Hagrid the interior of that suitcase, where Hagrid had the rare opportunity to observe the Thunderbird and other magical creatures native to lands beyond Britain, as well as the last surviving pair of Occamy, which resided with Professor Scamander. After hearing Harry's account of the unicorn, Hagrid had ventured to the third-floor corridor to investigate, discovering that indeed, the unicorn had vanished for a century, 3 of them, to be precise. Yet those unicorns had rebuffed Hagrid's approach, diligently fulfilling their duty of guarding the wooden door. He had a premonition that today he would have a chance to connect with these magnificent creatures. As Hagrid landed, the environment unfolded before them. It was not the attic of the Dawn Pastures where Raven had previously hosted a feast, but rather a cave, with a beach outside where the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a soothing cacophony. At this moment, Raven finally had the leisure to introduce the attendees. "Hagrid, everyone knows you as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I would like to introduce you to my companions. Hagrid, this is Poppy Sweeting. Perhaps you have heard of the Sweeting family?" Hagrid burst into hearty laughter, extending his hand. Of course, the Sweetings of Hogsmeade, providers of nearly 50% of the renewable magical creature materials available in Britain. Their family has conjured various ecologically diverse islands to protect magical creatures thriving in different environments. Poppy extended her hand to shake Hagrid's, sharing in the warmth of the moment. "In the enchanted grounds of Hogwarts, the steadfast keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid, is known to me through the tales spun by my family. It is said that an array of 40 magical materials, derived from remarkable creatures, originates from the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Among these, the venom of the acromantula is particularly abundant. Our family has long endeavored to domesticate these formidable beings, yet to no avail." Then, Raven introduced Hagrid to Jack Wells and Misty Trelawney, who have recently found their affections blossoming. Jack had intended to break away from the group to court Misty, but Raven insisted on their presence, claiming there was something extraordinary that had arrived the previous day. After the introductions, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and Hagrid soon forgot the purpose of his visit to Raven, engaging in jovial conversation as they exited the cave. As Hagrid stepped out, something nudged against his calf. Being well acquainted with the nurturing of magical creature offspring, he recognized this as a sign of affection from a creature. Looking down, he was delighted to discover a brown, fluffy foal of a thestral, its baby fur still intact, tugging at the hem of his coat. Overjoyed, Hagrid lifted the young thestral, examining it closely. After a moment of recognition, he affectionately rubbed his bushy beard against it. "Oh, Windwing, since your feathers grew. I haven't seen you around the Forbidden Forest. So, you've been here all along. I am the one who assisted in your birth, dear little one. Surely, you remember me." With a playful flick of his beard, he teased the little thestral, nearly provoking a sneeze, before turning his attention back to Raven. Raven raised his hands in explanation. "In truth, this is the home of the Swiftwing and Darkwing. Yet they often leave their young in this area under the care of Old Purple, while they roam freely each day." "Darkwing, Swiftwing," Hagrid mused. Let me take you to meet Old Purple. That remarkable creature is currently with him." Thus, he led the group onward, the thestral foal, exhibiting its proud nature, soon scampered ahead, strutting with an air of confidence. Pabby and Misty were utterly enchanted by the little creature. Before long, the sound of heavy yet leisurely footsteps reached their ears, akin to a herd of elephants taking a post-meal stroll, towering at an average height of 12 feet. Some slightly taller and others a tad shorter, they were nearly level with Hagrid. The herd of Erumpents busied themselves along the beach. Some engaged in playful combat, while others observed, and a few young ones frolicked with the adults. In the distance, several were seen fishing in the sea. "Erumpent herd!" Hagrid exclaimed in awe, utterly captivated. He had not anticipated witnessing such a multitude of these creatures, long believed to be extinct within Raven's domain. The other young wizards, too, were taken aback by the spectacle, their nerves tinged with excitement. Sensing the intrusion, the Erumpents paused in their activities, turning their attention to Raven and the newcomers. Upon recognizing their master's arrival, the magnificent beasts bowed their massive heads in a gesture of respect towards Raven, embodying the noble demeanor of true knights. Raven returned their greetings and led the group across the beach to a secluded valley, in contrast to his usual presence lounging on the sands. The lord of this domain was found idly tending to a fire pit, where a pot simmered with a pale yellow broth, infused with herbal fragrances and a hint of alcohol. Within the bubbling liquid, a grayish-white, oval stone was discernible, gently cooking, before Hagrid could step into the valley. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and a massive black figure knocked him to the ground, while three dog-headed creatures, resembling first-year wizards in size, drooled eagerly towards him. The trio of young wizards gasped in fright, but Poppy, quick to respond, remembered that the Swittens had long interacted with magical beasts. She cautioned everyone, "Be careful. It's a three-headed dog, a level 5, extremely dangerous magical creature." Following her lead, the others instinctively distanced themselves and drew their wands, recalling lessons from their dark arts defense class. Seeing the misunderstanding, Raven, who had intended to introduce Old Purple to the group, halted in bemusement and said, No, you've misunderstood. This is Hagrid's dog. I have ample space here, and he often comes to play." "You call that a dog?" Jack exclaimed, his straightforward nature matching his appearance, voicing the sentiments of the two girls alongside him. At that moment, Lewis had finished his affectionate encounter with Hagrid and stood up. Hagrid, attempting to locate his small umbrella, regrettably realized he had not brought it along. It was not Raven, but Poppy, the little witch who skillfully dispelled the danger alert with a cleaning charm, a task she often performed at home. "Oh, thank you, Poppy. Otherwise, I would have had to avoid everyone on my way back," Hagrid said, intending to address Lewis, but finding his mood dissipated at the sight of the goofy dog heads grinning at him. With the misunderstanding cleared, Raven formally introduced Old Purple to the group. "This is the last recorded unicorn, once known as the Lord of the Coast." Poppy, astonished, inquired, "The Lord of the Coast? I read about him in Mr. Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but he has been missing for a century. Where did the other unicorns come from?" Raven recounted the past events, albeit blurring the timeline for clarity. Old Purple was the first to arrive in this realm, later embarking on a quest to find other hidden kin and bringing them here, where they now thrive. This was also why unicorns had become elusive in the outside world. Just as the last pair of breedable Erumpents resided with Newt, the group accepted Raven's explanation. Only Old Purple internally grumbled, recalling how the previous master had pressed him to summon his kin and urged his kind to reproduce, hoping for a white offspring. Damned collector's obsession. "Old Purple, how is the dragon egg faring?" Raven inquired of Old Purple. "Roar. Dragon egg? Woof. Louis, what are you shouting about?" Hagrid said, lightly tapping Kevin on the head before continuing. "Raven, are you suggesting this is a dragon egg? At first glance, I thought you were concocting stone soup." Raven shrugged. "That is precisely why I brought you all along. Poppy has experience in raising dragons, and Hagrid, you possess an almost instinctual understanding of magical creatures." Hagrid immediately regarded the young witch with newfound respect. After all, nurturing dragons had always been his aspiration. To discover that even a girl so young had dragon-rearing experience was astonishing, akin to a recent graduate boasting over a decade of professional experience. Poppy recalled the conversation she had with Raven last week. "So this is the egg of an Australian egg-eyed dragon?" Raven nodded, explaining that the egg had arrived the previous evening. Based on the book Raising Fire Dragons for Leisure and Profit, Raven had set up an appropriate environment, incorporating not only the necessary flames, but also some universal life potions to better nourish the hatchling within. "Roar." Old Purple called out again. This new landlord, much like the previous one, seemed to enjoy having him babysit, albeit with slightly impaired hearing. Raven's face flushed with embarrassment. "You mean it's ready to hatch today? I heard you mention that." Old Purple turned his head away, keeping an eye on the pot. Indeed, he was a capable caretaker. Sensing the life force emanating from the dragon egg, Raven estimated that it would be another 3 to 4 hours before the hatchling would break free. He beckoned to Old Deco, requesting some food and drink, emphasizing the need to bring the mahjong table over. Their party consisted of 5 individuals, and Hagrid, whose interest lay solely with the purple-horned beast, was content to let it roam about, with Louis following Hagrid. The other purple beasts were aware that this large dog had been introduced by their landlord and refrained from attacking them. Time slipped away amidst the sounds of shuffling cards. Estimating Hagrid's return journey, Raven advised his fellow players, "Remember to close your eyes." He then pointed his wand skyward, casting Lumos Maximum. A dazzling column of pure white light shot from the tip of his wand into the sky, its radiance surrounded by a faint dispersing rainbow aura. The brilliance surpassed even the imitation sun in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Soon, responding to the signal, Hagrid returned, riding Louis. The group gathered around the pot, which had absorbed all the potion, leaving only a solitary dragon egg resting at the bottom. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble violently, signaling that it was about to hatch. Raven instinctively reached out to grab it, only to be rebuffed by Poppy hot. She shot him a disapproving glance. Raven had made quite a few similar blunders recently. It was as if he had lived the past decade as a man of steel. Raven realized he had forgotten that his body was now flesh and blood. Any fall could result in injury, but that was the least of his concerns. What truly mattered was the pain. He then signaled to Old Purple. Old Z lowered his head, resting it upon the rim of the cauldron, as he delicately extended the tendrils from his face into the pot. Retrieving the dragon egg and placing it upon the nest he had meticulously prepared. With a gentle sway from side to side, the egg burst open with a resounding crack, as a tiny wing pushed through the shell. Soon, a slender, gray-white hatchling emerged, its body glistening with a viscous coating. Unlike other newly hatched dragons that immediately sought sustenance from their mother, this little creature, having absorbed ample medicinal essence within the egg, took its time licking the fragrant remnants from its body while surveying its surroundings. As a 5X level magical creature, dragons are devoid of imprinting instincts, a trait characteristic of lower-tier beings in the food chain. Even abandoned hatchlings, nourished by the nutrients absorbed within their shells, can grow to 3 feet within a week, sufficiently capable of hunting for other creatures. Once the hatchling had licked itself clean, Raven, who had been waiting patiently, scooped it up with great care, murmuring incantations. Let me see whether you are male or female. Chapter 63. Names. Ah, it's a little female dragon. The fiery hatchling struggled against Raven's grasp, its wings flapping in agitation, but it could not escape his hold. Its tiny claws flailed helplessly. You're being too rough. It has just been born. Such handling will hurt her. Poppy stepped forward, reaching out to take the hatchling from Raven. However, Raven brandished his wand with the incantation, Armor Charms, casting a protective shield around Poppy. Though Poppy was adept at caring for dragons, this was her first encounter with the Australian protein breed, and being scorched by dragon fire could be quite troublesome. Ordinary wizards lack the resilience of Hagrid. Once the shield was confirmed to be secure, Raven gently handed the fiery hatchling to Poppy, correcting her. You should refer to her as her. She's a girl. Poppy extended her arms, skillfully cradling the hatchling in the crook of her elbow, allowing its wings to rest comfortably. She then drew her arms close to her chest, making it much easier to hold. The little dragon wrapped its claws around Poppy's forearm, stretching its wings in a relaxed manner, a sign of reassurance. Seeing the hatchling finally at ease, the other 3 eager onlookers leaned in, their curious eyes inspecting this dangerous creature, a rarity that few wizards encounter in their lifetimes. Of course, for an ordinary wizard, encountering a fire dragon in the wild is far from a blessing, even if it belongs to the famously docile Australian protein breed. For to come across such a dragon in the wild signifies that it is hungry, and should one find themselves in its presence, it is prudent to carry ample provisions to satiate its appetite. Misty remarked on its beauty. Indeed, and so adorable. It's hard to imagine that this little one will grow to at least 40 feet long. How magnificent it will be. Jack echoed Misty's sentiment. Hagrid, meanwhile, was deep in thought, calculating. The young dragon experiences rapid growth during its infancy, reaching a height of 3 feet within the first week. With just over a month until Christmas, this little creature is poised to grow to a size comparable to that of an adult thunderwing before the holiday arrives. Not accounting for its tail. At this juncture, its growth rate will begin to decelerate as it transitions into its juvenile phase. Throughout the course of a year, various abilities and organs will gradually develop, such as the capacity for breathing fire and flight. After a year, when its organs are fully developed, it will enter its adolescent stage, followed by the youth phase 2 years later, signifying its coming of age. Hagrid, counting on his fingers, continued. I estimate that by the time you reach 5th grade, this little fellow will have entered the prolonged youth stage, which represents adulthood. Poppy affirmed Hagrid's statement. Indeed, the life of a fire dragon encompasses an extraordinarily lengthy youth and mature phase. The initial fire dragon of our Swinton family was lost over a century ago, having strayed from the MacFusty family's management in the Heshdari Isles. During its youth, it encountered my great-aunt, the Dark Dragon who, along with her companions, rescued that black dragon from poachers. In return, it bonded with our Swinton family, bringing its offspring along. Now, a century has passed, and according to the information provided by the MacFusty family, That black dragon has only just entered its mature phase. Upon hearing that the McFusty family not only refrained from reclaiming the black dragon, but was also willing to share information with the Swinton family, Jack couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that the McFusties are quite generous." However, Poppy shook her head in denial. The McFusties have never been renowned for their generosity. I've heard from my family that when my great-aunt went to negotiate, she brought along a considerable quantity of biting cabbages. While biting cabbages are perilous, can they truly intimidate a family that commands black dragons? I simply do not understand. Nearby, Old Purple snorted softly. Upon closer inspection, Poppy bore a striking resemblance to a close friend of her former keeper. Biting cabbages are not frightening. Rather, it is the individuals who wield them that pose a true threat. It is evident that in the wizarding world, connections run deep, and any incident quickly becomes common knowledge. The once rampant poachers had been eradicated by that individual, leaving the Swinton family to deal with the black dragon, which on their own. If the Swinton family claimed ignorance of that individual, the McFusty family would undoubtedly be skeptical. Old Purple and Hazel were unaware that Raven had been resurrected. Old Purple had entered into a pact with Raven, thereby becoming akin to family. As the primary party, Raven had shielded Old Purple's perception of his presence, allowing only Raven to sense him. The reason Raven had withheld this information was precisely for this moment. A soul link, a dialogue of minds. "You rascal. Did you think I was dead and were disparaging me?" A long-lost voice resonated from the depths of Old Purple's being, startling the great beast so profoundly that even its deep purple skin began to pale towards a grayish-white hue. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Hadn't this fellow ventured into the afterlife? Even the heir has appeared. Does this mean he is not dead? Wait, an heir. Old Purple slowly turned his head towards Raven. If that fellow were to return to life, then this successor would be a face that smiled on the surface yet concealed disdain. Resembling a teacher who had just overheard someone speaking ill of him. Old Purple was genuinely startled by that visage. The others were focused on the little dragon, oblivious to the stirrings of Old Purple. Raven, however, approached Old Purple with deliberate strides, displaying no outward signs of abnormality. Meanwhile, in Old Purple's inner world, Raven was laughing and rolling about on his back. For 2.5 months since the start of school, he had kept this secret from Old Purple. All for this moment. Old Purple gradually regained his composure, feeling a mixture of exasperation and incredulity. This master of his had managed to keep him in the dark for so long, and his sense of mischief was more pronounced than ever. Nevertheless, he straightened himself, ensuring the person on his back would not fall. The resurrection of his master was undoubtedly the best outcome, as this was the one to whom Old Purple had pledged his loyalty. The distinction between the master and the successor lay in the fact that if Raven had sought someone to replace Lu Wei, Old Purple would have intervened himself upon realizing it was his master. In contrast, for a successor, unless specifically summoned, Old Purple would simply send his offspring to handle the situation. In reality, Raven had taken up residence on Old Purple's back once more, and Old Purple carried him before the gathered crowd. The little dragon, having been the center of attention for quite some time, sensed a familiar aura, that of the being who had accompanied her for a considerable while, which brought her comfort. Thus, she sought to leave Pabby's embrace, climbing up the tendrils that hung from Old Purple to settle upon his head. Nestling between Old Purple's 2 horns, she found a spot to rest, awaiting the moment she would awaken for her first meal as a dragon. As Raven slid down from Old Purple, he addressed the onlookers. All right. You've all looked and touched enough. I have decided on a name for the little dragon." Hagrid had initially thought to suggest the name No Berta to Raven. Yet as Raven had his own idea, he refrained from voicing it further. "Her name shall be Orwin," he declared. "The other one shall be called Orwin as well." Chapter 64. The map. Recently, peculiar occurrences had transpired within Hogwarts. Items were mysteriously being incinerated. Caretaker Filch had reported to Professor Flitwick, suspecting that second-year students might have unleashed the newly learned spell, Fiendfire. However, after conducting a thorough investigation, Professor Flitwick dismissed this theory. The flames produced by the ordinary spell bore no distinction from those ignited by a Muggle lighter. The effects of such mundane flames starkly contrasted with those of magical fire, a difference that was, to Professor Flitwick, abundantly clear. Yet this conclusion did not narrow the search. Rather, it expanded it. Within the Hogwarts library, numerous specialized fire spells, such as Starfire Ignition and Bluebell Flames, existed. These spells were non-lethal, allowing every student access to them. Ultimately, due to the elusive nature of the suspect and the brevity of the incident, which lasted merely 2 weeks, the matter faded into obscurity. Aside from Felchi, no one would remember it. Meanwhile, The true culprit was indulging in a bottle of tequila, an enhanced version of the elixir of life. The young dragoness, Orwin, lay curled atop Raven's head, savoring the infant meal he had prepared for her. It was entirely natural for a dragon of her kind to unleash flames uncontrollably, much akin to how human infants might wet the bed. Fortunately, her diet included the elixir of life, a miraculous potion originally a byproduct of the immortality elixir, now exclusively crafted by Raven. With the potion's aid, the little creature grew even more rapidly than anticipated. In just half a month, she had mastered fire control and had grown to nearly the size of a hippogriff. Her growth would now decelerate until all her organs had fully developed. This growth required not only sustenance, but also a significant amount of magical energy, which led the young dragoness to rely heavily on Raven's abundant and pure magical essence. To avoid causing a commotion, Raven found himself carrying this little bundle of joy daily, employing spells such as Shrink Quickly and Disguise Charm, Presence Reduction. With these enchantments, no one would suspect that he was attending classes with a dragon perched upon him. December brought a tranquil period for Raven, who spent his days attending classes, tending to the dragon, and inviting Phineas to teach the new little sister to fly. Phineas bore no jealousy towards the young dragoness. Their roles and responsibilities were distinct. With him as a messenger, albeit reluctantly subjected to being cuddled, the arrival of a new companion to share the burden of being held was a welcome relief for him. It was the Reaper who ought to feel envious, considering they both served as flying mounts. Yet that creature had been beguiled by the owner's sweet talk, confused by metaphors likening one to a fighter jet and the other to a bomber. As night fell, Raven would retreat to his base, taking walks with the Reaper before returning to craft Christmas gifts. The other companions had their own lives and did not require Raven's additional concern. In the time leading up to Christmas, he devoted himself to gift-making. With Hedwig's wings slicing through the air, Hogwarts transformed into a winter wonderland, and Christmas quietly approached. The Weasley couple, accompanied by their eldest son and youngest daughter, visited Charlie, who was raising dragons in Romania. Thus, this year, the 5 redheads remained at Hogwarts for the holiday, naturally including Harry, who also stayed behind. Percy, after hastily finishing his meal, excused himself to write a letter to his girlfriend, leaving the remaining group at the table. "Harry, what is wrong? You seem rather worn out lately," Raven inquired, displaying concern, despite being the instigator of the situation. As anticipated, Ron answered on Harry's behalf, revealing the expected response. There have been numerous Quidditch matches recently, but Harry can only train once he completes the essay assigned by Snape. Harry sighed silently. However, George, with a chicken leg stuffed in his mouth, expressed a differing opinion. "But last week's match against Slytherin was rather impressive, wasn't it? Your performance was nearly on par with Draco's," Fred added. Harry then elucidated the reasons behind it. "You see, Draco, much like myself, has been inundated with an abundance of assignments at the behest of his family due to our recent encounter with the trolls. I've heard that Professor Snape learned this tactic of assigning work from his mother." At that moment, Harry turned to Raven, the silent observer indulging in snacks, and said, "You excel academically here. Could you possibly assist us?" Raven, eager to help, replied, "Of course, I will certainly assist. I had merely jested with Mrs. Malfoy, not anticipating it would ensnare both Draco and Harry in this predicament. A double whammy, indeed. I'm quite pleased." He then patted his chest and assured, "Fear not, Harry. The gifts I shall provide for both of you will undoubtedly aid in managing those assignments and save you considerable time." With Raven's assurance, Harry felt a sense of relief. After finishing dinner, Ron suggested a game of wizard chess. Yet, Raven was aware of the impending events. If he remained, feigning ignorance would become untenable. He wished to avoid direct involvement in Dumbledore's fishing escapade, so he departed. As for George and Fred, due to the holiday season, Professor McGonagall had graciously excused them from their duties, providing an opportunity to experiment with the item they had unearthed from Filch's office. For some time, they had been executing pranks according to the instructions of that magical object, successfully completing numerous tasks without detection. Having passed the test, they had now acquired the unlocking spell. Exiting the Great Hall, they reached a corner. With few students remaining at Hogwarts during Christmas, they seized the moment to unfurl a folded map. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." They watched as names appeared on the map, shifting in accordance with their owner's movements. Ron, Harry, and others were visible, and they noticed Hermione approaching Ron and Harry, while Raven made his way toward the outer corridor, his name overlapping with the peculiar one, Orwin. Before they could delve deeper into the mystery, Raven halted, and his name vanished from the map. "Well, it seems we have been discovered." Chapter 65, Christmas. The following day, children across England woke early, for it was the day of gift unwrapping. For the past several years, Harry had only received a single 50-pence coin from his Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. He had already opened the letters sent by his aunt's family, as was customary. Yet, these matters paled in significance compared to what gifts his newfound friends might have sent him this year. He opened a large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, recalling that her family resided in the outskirts of London. Did she make a special trip to Diagon Alley for this? Harry mused before unwrapping the next gift. Inside was a small vial of potion. Is this Felix Felici's? Wow. Inside the packaging containing the potion vials, there lay a small card inscribed with the words, "It will help you in the Quidditch match and triumph over Slytherin." Undoubtedly, it was from Snape. Harry mused that he must not have read the magical Quidditch. Otherwise, how could he be unaware that the use of Felix Felici's in a match was strictly prohibited? In any case, it was not an exam paper, which was a relief, as Harry truly dreaded the thought of receiving a comprehensive exam package from Snape. Draco had sent a flying carpet embroidered with the name Potter. Hagrid had gifted him a flute that, when blown, emitted a sound reminiscent of an owl's call, which was quite amusing. To Harry's delight, Mrs. Weasley had also sent him a present, a hand-knitted green sweater, the same hue as his eyes, along with a packet of creamy fudge. 2 more parcels remained, one of which resembled a wand box, adorned with a pentagram design. Harry recognized it as belonging to Ravenclaw, as many Ravenclaw items bore such an emblem. Eagerly, he opened it to reveal a beautifully crafted red-encased pen. Surely, this would assist him in tackling Snape's exam, a pen that could answer questions automatically. Inside the box was a handwritten instruction manual from Ravenclaw, which Harry read attentively. He still had not completed the exam that Snape had assigned before the holidays, and he hoped to put this pen to good use. The magical pen. It possesses an endless supply of ink, allowing users of quills to save time by eliminating the need for dipping. This was what Ravenclaw meant by saving time by not having to dip ink. The world around Harry faded to a dull gray as he felt the cold wind and snow from outside the castle seeping into the tower. Was there still trust among people? Nevertheless, Harry clenched his teeth and carefully stowed away the pen. After all, it would indeed save him a considerable amount of time. Ha! Ah! Ron burst into laughter from his seat nearby. He had just finished unwrapping his own gifts and was now watching Harry. Noticing that the wrappings Ron had torn apart also bore the Ravenclaw emblem, curiosity got the better of Harry, and he inquired, "Did Ravenclaw send you something as well?" "What is it?" Ron raised the box in his hand, which appeared to be a set of chess pieces, likely enchanted by Ravenclaw, given that he was an alchemist. "I haven't read the instructions yet. Let us look together." Thus, the two gathered closer, as wizard chess required each player to bring their own pieces. A set comprised 16 for one side. Opening the manual, they examined the introduction regarding this set of chess pieces. Indestructible wizard chess. 8 knight pieces representing soldiers. Crafted from bronze, also known as orichalcum, possessing formidable physical defense. 2 unicorn pieces representing chariots, made from O'Hara steel, renowned for its magical defense. And 2 sage pieces, representing bishops, forged from mithril, possessing the ability to counter magic. 2 unicorn chess pieces, representing knights, crafted from gold, possess the ability to shatter physical defenses. A single witch chess piece, symbolizing the queen, is made of eternal ice, allowing the king to cast spells through the witch, who enhances magical prowess. 1 throne chess piece, representing the king, is forged from ithrium, capable of forming a protective barrier around the king. Gazing at this impressive introduction, Harry swallowed hard. Fortunately, this was merely a set of chess pieces, Ron. Otherwise, it would be utterly terrifying. Ron nodded and discovered another instruction manual behind the first one. Storage chess box. The chess box will retrieve the pieces daily at midnight and restore them. During the storage period, the box will cast the spell Shrink swiftly on the pieces. This chess box can only be utilized by Ron Weasley. The holder may prematurely lift the shrinking spell applied to the pieces. The command is Mobilize Stone Golem. Ron, do you think what Raven gave you is genuine? This genuinely startled Harry. If the information on this manual is accurate, it signifies that these are not merely a set of trickster wizard chess pieces, but rather an arsenal of formidable magical automatons, adept in both offense and defense. Is this the treatment afforded to a younger brother? Ron felt no discomfort now, although Raven had promised to compensate him at Christmas, Chapter 31. She had also gifted him a flying carpet. Ron assumed the Christmas gift would not be extravagant, yet had exceeded all expectations. Raven originally intended to present a set resembling those Professor McGonagall kept in the basement, just a token gesture. However, after Ron's excellent cooperation last time, which tricked those two fellows quite well, Raven decided to enhance these chess pieces. The art of alchemical automatons was something he had mastered in his previous life. Ancient magic was inherently strong in creation. The trial spaces constructed by those guardians, along with various automaton sentinels, all attested to this fact. What Ron received was merely a slight enchantment utilizing this era's alchemical techniques, supplemented with quality materials. Though immensely excited, Ron refrained from hastily testing them, and instead carefully stored the chest box. "Oh, by the way, Harry, their essay package on the floor. It seems to belong to you," Ron reminded. Harry approached, picked it up, and felt its substantial weight, clearly a garment. Upon opening it, he found a shimmering silver fabric. After being cleansed by the chest box, Ron was no longer surprised, no matter how astonishing it was. "If I am not mistaken, this is an exceptionally precious item, Harry. You should try it on." Harry complied, and his body vanished in a thin air. Indeed, it was an invisibility cloak. Just then, a note fell from Harry's grasp. "Take a look." As Harry twirled before the mirror, his gaze fell upon the note, prompting him to remove the cloak and retrieve it. "This was entrusted to me by your father before his demise. I return it to you now. Use it wisely." The handwriting was unfamiliar. As Harry pondered this, the door swung open, prompting him to stow away the invisibility cloak. George and Fred entered, both adorned in identical blue sweaters. However, one bore the letter G intricately stitched in yellow thread, while the other displayed F. At that moment, Harry could easily envision Raven clad in a similar garment, with the letter R embellishing his attire. Their arrival signified an intent to apprehend, and it was unlikely they would venture forth alone. "Harry, you two possess a sweater crafted by the Weasley family. Clearly, your mother devoted even more effort to this one," remarked the wearer of the G sweater, whom Harry suspected to be Fred. "Put on quickly, Harry, and you too, little Ron. Hurry up. We must go see Percy." "I dislike dark burgundy," Ron mumbled. Yet he donned the sweater nonetheless, shortly before Percy was brought forth, proudly displaying the letter P. The following constitutes additional content, not included in today's word count. Raven's Christmas gift list. Arthur, a magical television capable of broadcasting Muggle programs. Since Arthur works in the Office of Muggle Artifact Regulation, it is indeed a magical television, not a Muggle object. Molly, a magical phoenix feather duster, its handle capable of delivering discomfort without causing injury. Bill, a packet of biting cabbage seeds. Charlie, a robe enchanted with ancient magic for protective armor. Percy, a copy of I, Struggle signed by Cornelius Fudge. George and Fred, 2 indestructible bats. Ron, a set of chess pieces with a storage box. Ginny, a firebolt with the number in 0000000, while Harry's is numbered in 0000001. Professor McGonagall, a magical notebook. Professor Dumbledore, a pair of woolen socks containing durian candy. Professor Pomona Sprout, a thriving specimen of a venomous tentacula. Professor Flitwick, a Ravenclaw sword fashioned to resemble the Gryffindor sword. Professor McGonagall, a signed poster of her favorite Quidditch team. Filk, a Kadgruminkit. Old Gudge, a golden shovel. Habity, a golden sniffler. Jack, a magical motorcycle. Misty, a deck of tarot cards made from Faucongeal dust. Draco, a green case pen that requires no ink. Harry, a red case pen that requires no ink. Hermione, a leather-bound book replicating the reading feature of Practical Guide. Old Dyko, a plethora of sweets. Morning Queen, a mane comb. Hazel, a set of horseshoes that leave magical footprints. Shea, a set of jet-propelling horseshoes. Old Purple, a basketball. Phineas, a seed of goblin fire. Origin, a toy. Old Dyko enjoys sweets. Chapter 66, The Invisible Man. This marked the finest Christmas of Harry's life. Beyond the sumptuous feast, it was the first time he truly felt the warmth of home. The Weasley family embraced him, treating him as one of their own, just as they did Ron. Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of chess, with Percy offering guidance from the sidelines. Had it not been for Percy's intervention, Harry might not have suffered such a crushing defeat. After one round, not a single piece capable of movement remained on the board, yet he remained in high spirits. Meanwhile, Raven was clad in a matching blue sweater, proudly displaying in Ron's chest, as he played a little game called Russian roulette with George. Yes, not Tetris, but Russian roulette. Although the names may sound similar, the distinction between the two games is vast. One is merely a pastime, while the other carries the potential for fatality. Initially, Harry presumed they were using a modified wizarding toy, but when a gunshot echoed through the hall and a shower of sparks erupted from Raven's head, he realized it was the genuine article, a Colt Python, the very model that had sold out upon its release last year. Muggle weaponry would typically become ineffective upon entering Hogwarts. So how Raven managed to activate this lethal device remained a mystery. After losing the game, Raven wiped the gunpowder residue from his forehead and proceeded to reload. Clearly, He intended to continue the game. Dumbledore, adorned with a floral witch's hat, cast a glance in their direction. Upon recognizing Raven's involvement, he offered no further attention, returning to jovial conversation with the other professors and sharing a drink with Hagrid. That evening, Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, clutching a collection of small gifts procured from a firecracker, while George and Fred, having conceded defeat in their match against Raven, made their way back to the dormitory sporting clown-like faces painted with gray and white. The emptiness following the revelry was particularly tormenting. Harry tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After much contemplation, he retrieved the invisibility cloak he had just acquired, deciding to embark on a nocturnal adventure. George and Fred had previously informed him that Filch would also be on duty on Christmas Eve, the last time they had overlooked this detail. They had been caught returning from the Forbidden Forest. Thus, Harry meticulously prepared himself, determined to explore the restricted section. For some time, they had been searching for clues regarding Nicholas Flamel, yet to no avail. Hermione had suggested that Ron check the restricted section before leaving school. As Harry briskly made his way down the corridor, he was compelled to quicken his pace after inadvertently opening a book that emitted a piercing scream. The sudden noise startling him so much that he forgot to carry his lantern. At that moment, he heard further commotion in the corridor, prompting him to slow his steps once more. Severus Snape was grasping Quirrell by the collar. The unfortunate professor having been struck in the back of the head by a snowball thrown by George and Fred earlier in the afternoon. Now, in the evening, he found himself ensnared by Snape. Severus, perhaps there's a misunderstanding between us? Quirrell stammered, maintaining his usual timid demeanor. Snape, however, wore a stern expression, replying, "There is no misunderstanding, Quirrell. We should discuss for whom you're working." Suddenly, Snape's left hand shot out, seemingly sensing something, and as he did so, he unwittingly reached for Harry, cloaked in invisibility. Harry, taken aback, did not react in time, but Snape's grasp met only empty air. It was only when Filch approached with the lantern that Harry had left behind that the two professors finally departed. However, at that moment, Harry, fortunate enough not to have been caught, felt that being apprehended by Snape would have been preferable. Just moments ago, he had been tugged by something, preventing Snape from seizing him. It was an invisible entity even Snape could not perceive. This very entity was now pulling him into an abandoned room containing nothing but a solitary mirror. Suddenly, the invisible figure yanked off Harry's cloak, exposing his form, leaving Harry's complexion pale with fright. He was about to scream, hoping to summon Snape, who he assumed was still nearby, when a hand clamped over his mouth, muffling his cries to mere whimpers. At this juncture, Harry began to faintly sense the presence of the invisible being. Reflecting back, he realized he had always been able to detect that person in his memories. Though the individual had employed the disillusionment charm, their body did not vanish entirely like a cloak. He could still discern subtle ripples in the air. Yet, for reasons unknown, he, along with Snape and Quirrell, had overlooked their presence. As the air shimmered, Harry could clearly see the figure's face, adorned with the painted visage of a clown. How utterly terrifying! Startled, Harry struggled to free himself from the grasp of the entity. But as the figure's red hair and blue sweater materialized, he slowly recognized the identity. Raven? Who else could it be? If I hadn't stumbled upon this scene, you would have been caught by Snape. You have yet to master the use of that invisibility cloak. Raven's words bore weight. How could the fabled Deathly Hallows be discovered by Malfoy? Raven had indeed encountered that old man, Peveril, and even had dealings with the three legendary wizards whose magical artifacts concealed deeper mysteries. Raven, how did you come to be here? Harry inquired, gesturing to his own face, indicating that Raven still bore traces of face paint. "Oh, this?" Raven replied. "I just won against those two earlier. In the new year, I'll continue my reign as the king." They remained the younger brothers. Harry thought of George and Fred's faces, painted in gray and white, resembling the little kings from a deck of cards. Well, those three brothers certainly knew how to have fun, being the bold types who dare to play Russian roulette. Then Raven added, "As for my presence here, it's because there is something amusing inside. You see, that mirror." Raven gestured towards the most prominent object in the room. A full-length mirror almost indistinguishable from the wooden door, its frame adorned with exquisite metalwork. "What is this?" Harry asked Raven, clearly aware that this was the reason for Raven's visit. "This is a self-service ordering station," Raven replied without hesitation, while simultaneously retrieving peculiar items from a practical guide, such as a table, 2 chairs, a tablecloth, and the trappings of a fine dining establishment. Regardless of the true nature of this object, Harry was convinced that Raven must have erred. The environment and the manner in which it was stored were undeniably unfit for a dining apparatus. Chapter 67. Beneath the Shadow. "What? Do you not believe me?" Noticing the skepticism etched upon Harry's face, Raven produced a meticulously prepared box from the practical guide and introduced it to Harry. This box and that table were developed in tandem, utilizing the properties of this mirror. Harry then observed as Raven seamlessly affixed the box to a certain part of the mirror's base. He continued, "Within this box lies galleons. As long as I stand before this mirror and envision the food I desire, then press the button on the box, just like this." Raven demonstrated by pressing the button, and to Harry's astonishment, a glass of icy cola materialized upon the table, exuding a chilling aura. With another press, a steaming triangular piece of finger-licking chicken appeared. Raven handed the cola to Harry, encouraging him to take a sip. Harry glanced at the packaging, noting its classic flavor, and took a drink, only to sputter it out immediately. "Why does it taste like cherry again?" Raven poured himself a glass as he savored the fried chicken, remarking, "This is known as the mirror of a Reist. It reveals the innermost desires of a person's heart. And my two devices allow me to exchange galleons for the food I wish for, albeit limited to culinary delights. Thus, what you tasted was cherry because it is my favorite." Harry, though somewhat perplexed, grasped Raven's meaning. "So this mirror can unveil one's deepest cravings?" Raven nodded affirmatively, "Yes, which is why I frequently come here to order. Would you care to try?" He stepped aside, inviting Harry to approach. Unlike Raven, who could deftly control his thoughts, Harry found himself unable to conjure images of his own desires. "Who are they? They look so familiar." Habitually, Harry inquired of Raven, aware that he often possessed more knowledge despite his lack of seriousness. Raven, while munching on his food, glanced at the mirror. "You already know. This is what your heart yearns for most." Harry gazed into the mirror at the gentle woman whose eyes mirrored his own. The distinction lay in her red hair, contrasting with his black locks, akin to the man beside her, who also bore short black hair. Undoubtedly, they were his parents. "I have never seen them before. How could I behold their faces in this mirror?" Harry pondered aloud. However, Raven corrected him. "You have indeed seen them. They did not perish at your birth. In truth, remnants of recognition linger in your mind, enabling you to perceive them still." Harry stared blankly at the mirror, where he stood alongside his father and mother. He had never experienced such proximity to family, nor had he anticipated that spending Christmas with several of the Weasley brothers would awaken such a longing within him. In the mirror, Lily and James rested their hands upon Harry's shoulder, a warmth that enveloped him in an intoxicating embrace. "Raven, is it possible to resurrect someone with this mirror?" Harry pondered, a notion that seemed natural to him. This time, Raven responded with unwavering certainty, "No, death is final. Their souls have departed to the Underworld. Do not be misled by the mere reflections of the mind's memories in the mirror of a Reist. Even the fabled resurrection stone among the Deathly Hallows cannot defy this truth." Having satisfied his hunger, Raven wiped his hands and gathered his belongings, addressing Harry. "This is merely a mirror. Do not become too enamored with it, and remember to return home early." He then took his leave, heading to Dawn Ranch. Summoning Shea with a whistle, he noticed the well-fitted horseshoes on the creature's hooves, and a wave of unease washed over him. Heaven knows whether Shea could properly manage this apparatus. With a heart full of trepidation, he mounted Shea's back. "Take me to Hazel. I have matters to discuss with both of you." Raven's expression was initially solemn, but Shea turned its head and grinned mischievously. "Oh no, what is this creature up to?" Before Raven could react, Shea reared up, its forehooves releasing a gust of air, launching into the air towards a grove of red pines. They soared through the skies, traversing rivers and plains, as Shea's hooves thundered towards the forest. With a resounding crash, they landed, carving a gully through the woodland and snapping trees in their wake. As Shea spread its hooves to the ground, preparing to rise, a hapless red pine was ensnared by its horn. Fortunately, the rider was well protected. Otherwise, he might have bid farewell to his proud antlers. Hearing the commotion, Hazel rushed over, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored hoofprints in her wake. "Of course, it's this fool again," she exclaimed, irked beyond measure, and in a fit of frustration, she stamped a hoof on Shea's face, leaving a vibrant imprint. Once Hazel had settled, Raven cleared his throat to address the duo with pressing news. "Have you sensed any malevolent presence in the Forbidden Forest recently?" he inquired, knowing that unicorns, as beings of light, are particularly attuned to evil. Hazel remained silent, yet Shea nodded in understanding. "Indeed, this creature is a recluse, while Shea gallivants outdoors. I've sensed it at Hogwarts as well, and the malevolent life force is waning rapidly. I fear it may soon take action against your kin." Hazel, agitated, stamped her front hooves and snorted. Raven understood her sentiment, defiance and a desire to fight. "Are you familiar with legendary wizards? In my perception, That evil carries the essence of legend. Though it is weak and chaotic, are you prepared to pay the price for confronting a legendary being? The term legend is straightforward. A person capable of changing the course of history is deemed legendary. A legendary wizard can reshape reality and conjure existence from nothing. Even a weakened legendary wizard cannot be dealt with by a mere herd of unicorns. Hazel and Shea exchange a glance, seeking Shea's counsel. Although the golden unicorn was quite mischievous, as Hazel's proxy responsible for the daily management of their clan, she would certainly heed Shea's opinion. After receiving Shea's input, Hazel turned to Raven and nodded in affirmation. This reassured Raven. He had made his move, and now it was a matter of how the others would respond. Meanwhile, on the other side, having been struck on the head by a snowball in the afternoon and later troubled by Snape, Mr. Tang was venting his fury on his steed, mercilessly draining its life force, causing Chilo's decay to worsen, drawing him closer to death. Voldemort, hesitant to acknowledge Snape, understood all too well that mere potions could not save him. With Dumbledore already scrutinizing him, it sufficed to have Chilo around. Why expose him as well? Moreover, the intentions of his subordinates remained uncertain. Chapter 68, Turmoil. The day after Christmas, Raven found himself compelled to journey to France, for old Nicholas was nearing his end. This peculiar phrasing stemmed from the fact that this was a date chosen by Nicholas himself, as the timing of the funeral was to be considerate of his friends, allowing them to enjoy the new year without interruption. In truth, there was still a substantial supply of the elixir of life. Yet the elderly gentleman was troubled about his wife. Madame Perenelle had long since bid farewell to him and Raven at the beginning of the year, embarking on her journey to the afterlife, and was presently managing Raven's enterprises. The final task of old Nicholas was to remove the wedding photograph he had retaken with his wife from the wall of the living room and place it into the Athelian iron box filled with his cherished memories. This box, along with the magical cabinet gifted by Raven, were the only two possessions he would take with him. The 20-sided die was naturally left to Raven, symbolizing the control center of all Nicholas's bases, now wholly belonging to Raven. The atmosphere of the elderly gentleman's funeral remained relatively lighthearted, attended by friends such as Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, the Scamanders, and the Kowalskis, with Dumbledore assisting Raven in managing these matters. He brought along an elderly man whose presence made some guests uneasy. His white hair and mismatched eyes were striking. Having been imprisoned for 46 years had not weakened him. His aura still remarkably resolute. Fortunately, he was merely there to pay his respects to Nicholas, refraining from engaging with anyone, and after presenting his flowers, he returned with Dumbledore to his castle. As the deceased gradually faded, apart from Nicholas, who had long grown accustomed to immortality, the others could hardly escape the melancholic atmosphere. Is this ink made from the blood of the nightmare? Is this pen crafted from its tail feather? And this paper, Egyptian papyrus? Spoke an elderly gentleman who appeared somewhat evasive, yet exuded a gentle demeanor. Having just laid down his flowers, he followed Raven's custom, where each guest who had offered flowers could inscribe a message for Nicholas using the paper, ink, and pen prepared by Raven. Newt Scamander, the venerable master of magical creatures, is on the cusp of his 95th year. The freckles upon his visage have, with the passage of time, nearly merged with age spots. Yet, when it comes to matters of expertise, his gaze remains as fervent and expectant as ever. He inquires of Raven, who affirms, indeed, my mentor once expressed a tinge of regret at not being able to attend his own funeral, so I wish to involve him in this manner. In doing so, our teacher, residing in the afterlife, may still sense the sentiments of all present. In truth, these notes are intended for old Nicholas, as the cabinet he gifted to his mentor requires a complementary counterpart. The other resides with him, capable of transmitting items. However, only those imbued with a strong essence of mortality can endure in that realm. He is acutely aware of old Nicholas's fondness for preserving letters exchanged with friends. The funeral concluded with simplicity, attended solely by old Nicholas's friends, with even the Arthur couple absent. How many true friends could he claim in life? Nevertheless, the aftermath necessitated Raven's attention, such as Lucius's invitation to visit Malfoy Manor. Draco is Draco, and Lucius is Lucius. Raven has always maintained a clear distinction. He comprehends Lucius's intentions, which are merely a test. Currently, the Snapjaw Company stands as a titan in Europe's transportation manufacturing sector. The Firebolt is a drastic underestimation against their innovations, and the Clean Sweep brand, now under Snapjaw's control, has been rendered obsolete by technological advancements. On the front of flying carpets, Lucius, alongside other pureblood families, exploits their monopolistic advantage in Britain to consistently bolster their subsidiaries, claiming a substantial share of the market. The only family capable of rivaling Snapjaw is the Smith family, who possessed the coveted recipe for flying dust. Historically, Snapjaw was held in trust by Old Nicholas, but now its stewardship has passed to Raven. The news of this transfer has stirred some discontent among certain individuals. Malfoy, by virtue of Snapjaw, has subtly positioned himself as a leader among the collective interests of pureblood families, albeit at the cost of becoming a vessel for their collective will. Raven muses, I hope Lucius is not so foolish. On December 27th, Lucius and Narcissa stood impeccably at the entrance, awaiting Raven. Draco was absent, having gone to school. Their appointed meeting was set for 9 o'clock in the morning, with a mere 15 minutes remaining until the agreed hour. Though it was a regular school day, Malfoy, as a board member, had access to exclusive channels of communication with Hogwarts, easily securing Raven an additional day off. As the clock struck 9, Lucius and Narcissa still found no sign of Raven. Suddenly, with a soft pop, a house elf clad in a tattered pillowcase appeared beside the couple. Master and mistress, a guest has just materialized in the parlor, inquiring as to your whereabouts. Lucius and Narcissa were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance before the old-fashioned gentleman, with beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, hastily made his way back to the manor's drawing room. Malfoy Manor, a bastion of a pure-blood family, was fortified with layers of protective enchantments. Yet, Raven had effortlessly operated inside, without triggering a single alarm. Ah, is that not our most esteemed partner, Mr. Weasley? It is indeed a pity that my wife and I could not be here to welcome you. Lucius extended his hands toward Raven, who was casually seated on the sofa. With Draco absent, the two could engage in a conversation of the utmost businesslike nature. As you know, Mr. Malfoy, I am still a student and in a hurry, which is why I opted for apparition. I hope you do not mind my abruptness. Seeking you out on the first day after Christmas indicates that your matter must be rather urgent, Raven stated, shaking Lucius's hand directly. Lucius feigned a sigh, saying, It concerns Ali Bashir. He informed me that due to recent circumstances, he appeared to hesitate. The supply of flying carpets in Britain has surged, and he is struggling to meet demand, unless. Observing Lucius's demeanor, Raven felt a slight easing of tension, recognizing that it was Alabashir's antics causing the disturbance. The pureblood families were merely observing for the time being, so it seemed wise not to involve them just yet. Unless what? Raven inquired, his tone light and untroubled, prompting a sense of foreboding in Lucius. Unless you share the technology you possess with him, enabling him to expedite production. Understood. I will handle this. You should reach out to Sirius. We will reconvene here tomorrow, Raven replied, maintaining an air of serene composure. Lucius now realized that this was not a matter of hostility, but rather a casual approach to eliminate trivial obstacles. Ali Bashir was indeed a threat. Chapter 69, Equilibrium. On December 28th, as the dawn of a new year approached, the setting remained Malfoy Manor, specifically the drawing room. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Raven appeared punctually in the very chair he occupied the day prior, despite Lucius having discreetly altered the counter-apparition charm. Today, in contrast to yesterday, Sirius Black was also present. He was well aware of the toothsome wizard's flying apparatus company, as many pureblood families held shares in it. Raven Weasley was familiar to him too. He was the child of the Arthur household, and Dumbledore had hinted at his release from prison, indicating that this Raven Weasley had been of considerable assistance. However, he had not anticipated discussing matters regarding the toothsome company with Raven. Sirius and Lucius had once been adversaries. Had it not been for Lucius's assurance that Raven had invited him to negotiate, he would not have accepted the invitation from his cousin-in-law. Having recently emerged from incarceration, he finds himself not only confronting the press, but also reclaiming his family's diverse assets. In the immediate future, he must engage in discussions with Weasley concerning the imminent awarding of the Sir Merlin Medal from 1991, a duty he cannot decline. Sirius has been so occupied that he hasn't even had the chance to celebrate Christmas, let alone spend time with Harry. Harry, being a perceptive child, does not blame his unfit godfather for his shortcomings, and he intends to make amends. The fact that Sirius could carve out time to accept Raven's invitation is a testament to his sincerity. Raven is aware of this. Hence he greets Sirius with a smile and a nod. Unlike Malfoy, this Black is more closely aligned with the Weasleys, which is precisely why Raven seeks to cultivate his alliance. The need for balance within the teeth necessitates the inclusion of a broader array of factions. With Sirius in their ranks, the pureblood families that once rallied under Dumbledore's banner will naturally gravitate towards him, even those who initially entered alongside the Malfoys. Following the unfortunate demise of Ali Bashir, a supplier for the teeth, we find ourselves in need of a formidable new vendor. Thus, I have asked Mr. Malfoy to extend an invitation to you. Raven speaks candidly, Yet the implications of his words are startling. Even if Lucius was aware of this matter in advance, he did not anticipate that Raven would resolve the situation with Ali Bashir so swiftly. House elf, house elf, bring me today's Daily Prophet, Lucius commanded. With a snap, a freshly delivered edition of the Daily Prophet landed on the coffee table. The Daily Prophet is distributed daily at 9 o'clock, and Raven arrived alongside the newspaper, which Lucius had yet to open. The front page headline read, Breaking, supplier and shareholder of teeth, Ali Bashir, found horrifically deceased at Manor. Beneath it, the subheading proclaimed, Ali Bashir, the rising tycoon in Britain's transportation industry, met an appalling fate, his body torn to shreds. This affluent merchant had a penchant for biting cabbages, and his home was filled with them. A goblin informant has contacted reporters willing to provide information. Tragically, this informant met a fate strikingly similar to Bashir's. It seems this informant shared Bashir's affinity for cabbages, but their family has declined to meet with the press. Such peculiar circumstances of death seem oddly familiar, Lucius mused. Speaking of goblins, Lucius feels compelled to express his gratitude towards them. The foolish pure-blood families, upon hearing the news of the major shareholder's demise, banded together, urging Lucius to probe Raven, the heir. As a Malfoy, Lucius is not so easily manipulated into being a pawn. Thus, he contemplated inciting the goblins, who are also shareholders in teeth. Goblins are notoriously greedy, and given the opportunity to see some benefits from a major shareholder, it is unlikely they would refuse. However, the fairies' reaction was entirely unexpected for Lucius. Not only did they refuse him, but upon hearing his intentions, they promptly had him escorted out of Gringotts, completely disregarding the matter as if they wished to remain untainted by any involvement. Sensing the peculiarity of the situation, Lucius became immediately alert. Just as he contemplated how to manipulate those pure-blood imbeciles, a more foolish individual emerged, Ali Bashir. Indeed, this fool had been silenced, and now the pure-blood faction was left to confront Raven's reprimand. Lucius was acutely aware that Raven would indeed reprimand them. After all, in this affair, the pure-bloods had remained aloof, failing to demonstrate their loyalty. Had it been his former employer, a fortunate few among them would have been randomly chosen to receive the killing curse long ago. And so, the reprimand had arrived. Me? A supplier? Sirius was perplexed by Raven's invitation. The Black family possesses several alchemical workshops, but supplying flying carpets to Fong seems rather excessive. Having recently taken over the family estate, Sirius was acutely aware of their production capacity and knew that they could not meet Raven's demand for supplying carpets. Raven clarified, it is not merely your family. You have friends as well, the Potters, the Longbottoms, and so forth. These ancient families each own their own alchemical workshops. I hope you can take the initiative to consolidate the resources of these families. Do not worry about the technical aspects. I will handle those for you. Upon hearing those surnames, Sirius understood. Although he had spent over a decade in prison, he had not forgotten the tactics employed by those pure-blood families. Malfoy, Goyle, Greengrass, Parkinson, who among Malfoy's acquaintances lacked a few alchemical workshops. Why was this task entrusted to him? Was it not because these individuals had fallen out of favor with Raven? Would he refuse? Certainly not. The Potter family was left with only Harry, while the Longbottoms consisted of an elderly lady and her not-so-bright grandson, both residing in St. Mungo's and having lost their sanity for many years. His dear friend, Lupin, was still in self-imposed exile. The enterprises once held by these old companions were merely low-end products like shampoo. Now, having their workshops produce flying carpets would undoubtedly be a boon for them. Though Lupin might resist accepting charity from Sirius, if it were for the sake of Fong, he could easily hire Lupin as the manager of the workshop, fully aware of his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius agreed. There was no reason not to. Raven was also quite pleased. The reprimand of the pure bloods was secondary. They were merely a band of weaklings. Raven was far more satisfied with the expansion of his influence, as this would provide him with more pawns to utilize, which was undeniably convenient. Lucius had no objections. The pure bloods had not lost any benefits, while the only casualty was the deceased Ali Bashir. Such an outcome, Lucius believed, would likely elicit no dissent from those fools. Lucius thoughtfully inquired, should we seek the opinion of the fairies on this matter? No, simply disregard the existence of fairies. Your indifference will be met with their gratitude. With a verbal agreement reached, the subsequent matters may be entrusted to Lucius, which is precisely what pleases Raven the most about him. Having uttered this, Raven rose and, with a swift transformation, returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 70. In the works, Raven was in the midst of composing a letter, addressing it. Dear Professor, how is life in the afterworld? Do emotions return to the soul? Your funeral was conducted appropriately. In addition to the invited guests, Gellert Grindelwald came to pay his respects, leaving behind a letter. I shall subsequently place the letters from all guests, along with the day's captured memories in crystal, into the transmission cabinet. The contents of the memory crystal must be transcribed into the material of the underworld promptly. Otherwise, the essence from the realm of the living will be eroded by the rules of death, rendering it unusable. I possess assets in various realms of the deceased, entrusted to local friends, much like Joan of Arc. They are all individuals I trust, and I shall provide a list of these friends shortly. The secrets of traversing these realms lie within my assets. I trust they shall pose no challenge for you. Should you find the time to visit the realm of the deceased in Britain, please extend my regards to Arthur Pendragon. He arranged the reincarnation process. Although there were some complications at birth, the outcome has been favorable. Wishing you a pleasant existence in the afterlife. Your student, Raven Nicholas Weasley. Raven placed all letters and the day's memory crystal into the transmission cabinet, where dark mist emanated, engulfing these items. It was due to his reckless manipulation of the rules of death that the will of the world had urgently expelled him. Sending something over should be a trivial matter. The poor Grim Reaper is likely still debugging, truly a pitiable state. Raven took a sip of his icy soda, relishing the thought. Everything had returned to its proper course. Soon, Harry and his companions would unwittingly fall into the trap set by the old man, becoming Albus's bait. Mr. Tom, diligently orchestrating events, would soon be reeled in. With 7 Horcruxes, how could he possibly intend to resurrect for over a decade? It was merely a matter of the earlier resurrection being quietly extinguished by Albus, all the while hoping to outlast the old man. Dumbledore had no intention of vanquishing Voldemort this year. He was merely testing certain hypotheses, such as whether Voldemort had mastered the magic of Horcruxes. In a world where power is centralized, the legends see only one another, as long as Voldemort remains. The peace of these past years rests solely upon the fragile shoulders of Dumbledore. What aurors, what ministry of magic, are but trifling matters before legendary wizards. The International Confederation of Wizards? Mea Fodi. The two are now locked in a contest against time. The Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life are the crucial stakes in their rivalry. To Voldemort, if Dumbledore were to partake of the elixir first, he would have little hope of resurgence. Thus, this bait is one he must take, whether he desires to or not. What then is the reality? Dumbledore was never adept at concocting the elixir of life. He was far from a paragon of virtue. Hogwarts was both his sanctuary and his shackles. This is precisely why he steadfastly refused the position of Minister for Magic. Had he ascended to that role, unrestrained by limitations, it is conceivable that in a few years, a girl named Ariana Dumbledore might have been sorted into Gryffindor. Whether she would truly have been resurrected remains uncertain, yet it undoubtedly symbolizes a profound taboo. He feared the possession of power and the potential loss of his emotions. No one who has reached the echelon of legendary wizardry is a fool. Within the realm of power, distinguishing hierarchies becomes exceedingly challenging. Thus, the disparity of information emerged as their most formidable weapon. This was also the reason Ravenclaw refrained from meddling. They were merely spectators, deriving joy from the unfolding drama of the chess game, while others had different designs. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, the Master spoke. The unicorns remain elusive. My informants report a sudden disappearance of their kind. A diminutive figure cowered beneath the shadow of another cloaked in black, his voice trembling with fear. Although he had narrowly escaped death, his fate was no longer in his own hands. Maintaining a hoarse, yet elegant demeanor, the figure in black produced a wand and beckoned the smaller man forward. Aware of the impending consequences, yet understanding that refusal meant certain demise. The diminutive individual crawled forward on his knees, dirt clinging to his palms, hastily reaching the feet of the cloaked figure. Peter, you are a waste, yet a loyal one. This is why I saved you from the Dementor's grasp. Your master is merciful, and this time I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Wormtail exhaled in relief, only to be met with a sudden, excruciating pain that invaded his mind, causing him to wail in agony, a haunting sound amidst the dark, foreboding woods. The torment was relentless. As if sensing that a silent incantation lacked potency, the figure in black unleashed 3 full incantations upon Wormtail, allowing his servant to writhe and convulse on the ground. Tears and mucus streaming down his face, foaming at the mouth. Only then did the figure withdraw his wand with satisfaction. The judgment of the Wisengamot is absolute. Yet the timing of the sentence is negotiable, especially under the influence of those from pureblood families. These individuals were acutely aware that the new head of the Black family harbored an intense hatred for Wormtail. To curry favor with Sirius Black, they chose to spare Wormtail's life, intending that on the day Sirius received the first-class Order of Merlin, the Dementors would strip Peter of his sanity. thereby pleasing the esteemed gentleman. This was meant to be a mutually beneficial arrangement, but it all unraveled when Peter was rescued. Now, those individuals had no choice but to find a Muggle death row inmate to bear the brunt of that fateful kiss, and their plans to ingratiate themselves were left unfulfilled. As Voldemort pondered where to procure unicorn blood, the servant on the ground had ceased his lamentations, now merely gasping for breath. Using his tattered suit to wipe the fluids from his face, he resumed his position kneeling at his master's feet and spoke, "Great master, I once overheard a wretched member of the Order of the Phoenix mention that animagi and centaurs are variations of the same magic, with centaurs being the more vital of the two. There exists a substantial herd of centaurs within the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps I could offer their vitality to you, my master." The figure cloaked in black pondered this. "Vitality, you say?" Noticing that his suggestion had piqued his master's interest, Peter Pettigrew hastily added, "Indeed, my master. My informants have seen centaurs in connection with a young wizard named Ron Weasley, a child of the Weasley family. It was he who contributed to my ambush by Dumbledore. I could capture him for you and use the Imperius curse to manipulate him into gaining the trust of the centaurs." Voldemort, beneath the black robe, scoffed disdainfully. "Dumbledore ambushed you? You?" Despite his scorn, the reality was that the only resource at his disposal was this incompetent fool, and he could not afford to disregard him entirely. "Peter, I have great use for this young wizard. I shall accompany you to the centaurs. This Ron, he possesses a fragrance far richer than that of the centaurs." Chapter 71. In the Shadow of the Philosopher's Stone. While these thoughts lingered, Voldemort had not yet become so arrogant as to think he could venture into the centaur tribe with merely a fragment of his soul and 2 inept companions. As the Dark Lord, he was not emerging merely to eradicate the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest. His true aim was to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore. As long as the vitality sufficed until he secured the stone, that was all that mattered. Otherwise, an abundance of vitality would only serve to alert Dumbledore to the stone's relocation, which would be a grave misstep. Everything must transpire in secrecy. Thus, the Forbidden Forest became increasingly peculiar during this time. Under the deliberate machinations of certain individuals, all conspiracies unfolded beneath the surface, while the fishermen remained poised, awaiting the catch. Recently, Harry found himself with ample leisure time. Whether in potions or Quidditch, his progress surpassed all expectations, leading Snape and Wit to ease their burdensome expectations upon him. Due to Harry's frequent nocturnal escapades, captivated by the Mirror of Ariste, it was common knowledge that the mirror was a magical construct based on the user's memories, thus failing to provide any tangible enhancement to the user. However, if the user's desires aligned with those of a brilliant potions master and an exceptional seeker, both of whom were ever-present and unreserved in their guidance, it equated to a limitless Felix Felicis, capable of maximizing the user's memory and talent. After all, the teachings imparted by his mother were far superior to those of the old bat, were they not? Thus, Harry finally had the opportunity to spend time with his friends during the day. However, his condition caused considerable concern for Hermione and Ron. His dark hair had become greasy and unkempt, and the dark circles under his eyes were pronounced, clearly indicating a lack of restful sleep. "Mate, have you been spending too much time with Snape lately? Just look at your hair. It's far too greasy. Many girls who admire you will surely have their hearts broken." Ron teased, a typical way for boys to express their concern for one another. It was still breakfast time, and the first class had yet to commence. In such a state, how could they possibly proceed? Hermione then produced a box of chocolate frogs, which she had purchased in abundance before Christmas, and handed one to Harry. In a daze, Harry fumbled to extract the chocolate frog from its packaging and stuffed it into his mouth before deftly passing the box to Ron. Ron had a penchant for collecting the cards that accompanied the chocolates, and those that Hermione had gifted to Harry and Ron as Christmas presents had all been claimed by him. "Huh, another Dumbledore card," Ron exclaimed. "I remember, Harry, your very first pack of chocolate frogs contained this card, back when we were on the train a few months ago." In truth, Dumbledore cards were quite rare. At least Hermione had yet to collect one, a consequence of her dentist father's strict regulation of her sugar intake. Therefore, Hermione was eager to acquire this card, curious to discover how wizards regarded their headmaster. Suddenly she squealed, "Found it! You two, stop eating and come back to the tower with me," and rushed off in a flurry. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron awaited Hermione's return from the girls' dormitory. Prompted by Hermione's earlier comment, they also took note of the description on the Dumbledore card. Achieved remarkable success in alchemy with partner Nicholas Flamel. Ron then recalled where he had seen that name. On Dumbledore's card, boys were prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory, as the stairs would magically slide them back down. They could only wait for Hermione to reveal the history of the name's owner. After a short while, Hermione emerged carrying a hefty tome. Of course, we wouldn't find him, as this name does not belong to modern times. She lowered her voice and pointed to a passage. Nicholas Flamel, a Frenchman, is the only known alchemist to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. Harry and Ron remained utterly perplexed. The what stone? The Philosopher's Stone, you too. The Philosopher's Stone is the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. It is a wondrous creation that can transform any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. She continued, and this alchemist celebrated his 665th birthday last year, turning things into gold. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. The elixir of life? Ron echoed, equally astonished. Seeing Harry's bewildered reaction, Ron, understanding that his friend came from a muggle family, took it upon himself to explain. Turning metal into gold isn't difficult. Many alchemists can do it. After all, they all call themselves alchemists. Old Nicholas, Ravenclaw's professor, demonstrated it for us. Now, it was Hermione's turn to wear a look of disbelief. You mean Ravenclaw's professor? Old Nicholas? He can turn metal into gold? Hermione gasped. Ron was taken aback by her peculiar reaction. However, it was not surprising, considering she was raised in a muggle household. Indeed, Raven's mentor, a French alchemist, had been teaching her the art of alchemy since her childhood. Before she returned to her homeland, we would visit this venerable gentleman's residence annually. In France, many renowned alchemists adopt the name Nicholas, seemingly as a tribute to this legendary figure. Hermione regarded Ron with an expression of incredulity. While it is true that many esteemed alchemists in France incorporate the name Nicholas into their own as a mark of respect, only the original Nicholas can transmute metals into gold. You fool! Were you just belittling me and Harry? How dare you look down upon us? Although aware of the old Nicholas's advanced age, it is evident that humanity struggles to accurately quantify the unknown. For instance, Ron was uncertain of the true age of the elder, having always assumed he was merely 2 or 3 centuries old, thus excluding him from being the genuine Nicholas Flamel. The sudden revelation of such gossip rendered the 3 little lions disinterested in their lessons. Meanwhile, Malfoy, having successfully appeased Mrs. Narcissa during the Christmas break, found himself freed from the torment of examinations upon returning to school, thus having the leisure to engage in the affairs of his companions. Having faced a troll together, he and these 3 little lions now shared a bond of camaraderie. The pure-blooded scions of Slytherin had merely become his followers, and those who betrayed Malfoy could scarcely hope to be friends. Lucius had not raised Draco to tolerate such disloyalty. During dinner, as the 3 lions and a snake stealthily approached the Hufflepuff table, Raven was somewhat surprised to find them gossiping about Jack's escapades. Were they truly so idle? Especially Harry and Malfoy. Had they completed their exam papers? With such a meager amount of work, what worth did their gifts hold? This simply would not do. Chapter 72. In the Shadow of the Dragon Egg. At noon on the coast, the 4 young wizards wore expressions that suggested they harbored a grand secret, necessitating the avoidance of prying eyes. Hence, Raven led them to a suitable location. Coincidentally, after dinner was the time to play with the little dragon, so he brought them here. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he had never brought them to this place before. Thus, the seemingly perilous purple-horned beasts frightened them, and they were subsequently startled by urine. Raven lifted the shrinking and invisibility charms placed upon the little dragon. Urine appeared before them, unfurling her wings that refracted rainbow hues, and greeted the 4 young wizards with a friendly dragon roar. A dragon! Hermione shrieked, warning the others to retreat, while Ron, without a moment's hesitation, began to back away while opening his chest box. He had secretly tested the power of the Christmas gift Raven had given him and was quite confident in the strength of his chess set. A handful of pieces were released, the command already halfway spoken. Rook, advance! Raven hurriedly intervened to stop him. Do not dismiss Orwin as merely a juvenile dragon. Even an adult Ukrainian Iron Belly, when confronted with the array of pieces in Ron's possession, would undoubtedly earn him the title of Dragon Slayer. Hold on. This is my dragon. Fear not. She means you no harm. Observing the hesitation among the crowd, Raven added, I've been with her every day for the past month, and nothing has happened, so rest assured. A month ago, Malfoy pondered. Just a few days prior, while assisting my father with work documents at home, I noticed that a month ago, Fawn Company procured an Australian protein eye dragon egg from a Romanian dragon sanctuary as a company mascot. Could this be that very dragon? Raven nodded with confidence. Indeed, that is her. Her name is Orwin, a beautiful and lively little female dragon. Yet Ron's expression reflected disbelief. The Romanian dragon sanctuary? Isn't that where Charlie works? So Charlie helped you acquire a dragon? Goodness, isn't he afraid that your mother will reprimand you both? Raven, you could be in serious trouble. However, Raven shook her finger. No, 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 little Ron, you are mistaken. This dragon egg was procured through legitimate channels, albeit through a special arrangement that Charlie made for me. The sanctuary has never sold dragon eggs in this manner, but there is no doubt that the acquisition was lawful. As for myself, I am a dragon expert appointed by Gringotts, providing dragon training services to Fawn Company, so my dragon keeping is entirely legitimate. And those goblins have the documentation to prove it. Seeing Ron's incredulous expression, Raven sighed. This is just the beginning, little Ron. The true mastermind is Arthur. As the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Materials, he has ensured his own loopholes. Truly, what a morally ambiguous adult. Yet, the purpose of their visit remained at the forefront of their minds, at least for Hermione, who had not forgotten. You mentioned Nicodemus? Of course, I know him. He was my teacher. I took leave a few days ago to attend his funeral, Raven stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing the word funeral, Hermione appeared flustered, likely believing that Raven must be grieving immensely. I'm sorry, Raven. Was it because he lent the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore that he passed away? Raven smiled lightly. While I'm unsure where you heard about the Philosopher's Stone, you have it backwards. In truth, it was the very wish to meet his end that prompted him to lend the stone to Dumbledore. Among his old friends, only he truly needed it. Even in solitude, Raven was crafting a narrative to support old Dumbledore, maintaining a unified front. Then Hermione expressed her theory about Snape's intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and she called over the others who were still playing with the little female dragon to bolster her credibility. Impossible. Snape is one of the top potion masters in Britain. For him, a few galleons can easily be obtained by brewing a potion. As for the elixir of immortality, I suspect that Dumbledore has been attempting to concoct it himself, which is why he has yet to succeed. Had it been Snape undertaking the task, he would have undoubtedly achieved longevity by now. Raven, meanwhile, effortlessly assisted Dumbledore with a patch. Upon leaving Raven's domain, the three boys continued their discussion about what dragons consume and the size they attain in adulthood. While Hermione pondered that, indeed, Raven was unlike Hagrid, even as a disciple of Nicholas Flamel. The information they could glean from Raven paled in comparison to what they received from Hagrid. At this moment, Raven was occupied with sharpening the teeth of a small female dragon using a spare wand. As there was no magical stone to be found, the four young wizards resolved to visit Hagrid instead. Knock, knock, knock. Yaya, could you open the door? Only Harry knocks like that. Thus, Harry was greeted with a face full of Yaya's drool. How delightful. Hagrid was squatting beside the hearth, his expression serious and solemn, reminiscent of Old Purple. That day at Noon's Coast, he had exchanged a wealth of parenting experiences with Old Purple, though it remained a mystery how they communicated. Hagrid, what are you doing? Harry inquired. Without turning his head, Hagrid replied, Sorry, kids, I can't step away right now. The tea and rock cakes are on that table. Help yourselves, don't be shy. After their experience with Raven, there was little appetite left for anything else, especially not rock cakes. They had just witnessed that little female dragon using the very same cakes to sharpen her teeth. Malfoy approached Hagrid from behind, peering into the pot. An egg? Hagrid, what marvelous creature have you acquired this time? That egg is quite substantial. Observing the eggshell wobble, Hagrid quickly donned his gloves. Retrieving the egg from the pot and placing it on the table, the young wizards gathered around, witnessing a small dragon emerge from the eggshell, its fiery breath singeing Hagrid's beard. A fire dragon? Hagrid, where did you acquire such a creature? If it is unregistered, raising a fire dragon could lead to repercussions from the Ministry of Magic. Hermione exclaimed, eager to interject before the others could reveal Raven's own dragon-keeping endeavors. Though Raven had assured them that he was compliant with all regulations, possessing a fire dragon was inherently daunting. At her prompting glance, the others understood the need to avoid mentioning recent events, and after regrouping their thoughts, Ron remarked, This is a Norwegian Ridgeback, a rare breed in our region. Cradling the small dragon, Hagrid expressed his long-held desire to raise dragons. I have always wanted to raise one. After seeing Raven with an Australian opal eye, my desire only intensified. I won this egg from a Greek fellow at the pub. As if recalling something, Hagrid anxiously added, I accidentally let slip about Raven's dragon. Please don't disclose this to anyone. It's illegal. You are aware it's illegal, then? Rest assured, Raven's situation is lawful. The unlawful one here is you. Hermione contemplated this thought, though she hesitated to voice it aloud. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, approaching with alarming speed. The thunderous clatter drew near, encircling Hagrid's humble abode. A series of loud knocks reverberated against the door, rough and aggressive. Chapter 73. In the shadows of the Forbidden Forest. The visitors bore ill intent, signaling several young wizards to take refuge inside. Armed with a crossbow, Hagrid stepped outside. The The sound of hooves at the door could only herald the presence of centaurs, with whom he had clashed before. Centaurs, though numerous, wielded few metallic weapons. Given their numbers, they posed little immediate threat to Hagrid, and his cottage, nestled against the forest, held a safety net should trouble arise. The creatures he had cared for would heed his call. Thus, despite being alone, Hagrid maintained an imposing presence. Bane, what brings you and your companions to my doorstep at such a late hour? Bane, a centaur hunter and a distinguished member of the new generation of centaur hunting parties, regarded Hagrid with a distinct lack of cordiality. Though their hostility was limited, they could not truly best him. Hagrid was a figure of the wizarding world, a representative of Dumbledore, which was one reason for their restraint. More significant, however, was his influence within the Forbidden Forest itself. Centaurs held considerable power within the forest, yet they were not the most formidable. That honor belonged to the united tribes of the Winged Horses, the Unicorns of the Light King, and the Night King's Nocturnal Steeds, along with various other magical creatures that formed a powerful alliance, one whose origins remained a mystery. Additionally, there were the giant spiders, known as acromantulas, that had appeared in the forest over 40 years ago. All of these factions maintained amicable relations with Hagrid, not to mention the solitary, perilous beasts, many of which he had raised himself. Hagrid, you ought to rein in your acromantulas. Recently, several centaur hunters have met their demise at their hands, Bane stated grimly. When we discovered them, only their remains were left behind, alongside signs of acromantula activity. Hagrid, however, remained unperturbed. He understood the rules of the Forbidden Forest well. As long as Aragog lived, the acromantulas would abide by the established order. Oh, did they perish within your centaur territories, or in the hunting grounds? The Forbidden Forest adhered to its own regulations, established by its king. Other inhabitants who respected these rules were rewarded. The king would periodically replenish the hunting grounds with a bountiful supply of puffskeins. The increase in these lower-tier creatures would, in turn, provide sustenance for the other beings in the hunting grounds, fostering their rapid reproduction. Each species benefited from the king's actions. The centaur hunters, however, were sworn participants in the natural cycle of predation. They were both hunters and prey, a status that held no particular distinction within the Forbidden Forest. Bane, aware of his own shortcomings, recognized that the remains of the fallen centaurs had not been found in the hunting grounds, but rather within the territory of the acromantulas, implying that these fools had ventured into danger themselves. In order to draw such a conclusion, the hunter who ventured into the territory of the enormous spider to investigate the disappearance of his companions suffered a bite on his right arm from the spider, necessitating an amputation to save his life. Naturally, he could no longer continue hunting and withdrew from the hunting party. This incident was not in favor of the centaurs. However, the eight-eyed giant spider was a creature introduced into the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid, a fact he had not concealed from others. As the shining star of the centaur hunting team, Bane could not abide this, and thus he brought others to confront Hagrid. I am here to remind you not to introduce dangerous magical creatures into the Forbidden Forest. Cerberus, the manticore, and the eight-eyed giant spider have no place here. Then Bane witnessed Hagrid's coat catch fire, the culprit being a creature resembling an oversized bat. Yet it was evident that bats do not possess the iconic dragon head or have the ability to breathe fire. Hagrid hurriedly removed his coat and tossed it on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames with his feet, confident in his high resistance to heat. Yet, dragon fire is not easily quelled by conventional methods. Thus, Hagrid could only watch helplessly as his coat was reduced to a charred remnant beneath his feet. How could a hunter possibly lack knowledge of the characteristics of dangerous creatures like dragons? This was undeniably a Norwegian ridgeback. Bane was both astonished and furious. Furious that Hagrid was raising a dragon, which he surely intended to cast into the Forbidden Forest. Even if the trees within the forest possessed magic, they would struggle to withstand dragon fire. He was astonished by Hagrid's actions, as his trousers were already burned. Yet aside from singed leg hair and a sooty appearance, Hagrid bore no injuries. This was dragon fire. It must not be released into the forest. Otherwise, the inhabitants of the tribe would suffer. Hagrid, you plan to raise a dragon. Just wait. I shall return to inform the High Priest and summon Dumbledore tonight, Bane proclaimed, preparing to depart when a voice emerged from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Bane, you need not return. I've already arrived and notified Headmaster Dumbledore. He'll be here shortly. Initially, the speaker had merely intended to prevent a conflict between Bane and Hagrid, but was compelled to intervene upon discovering the additional matter at hand. The High Priest, whose body had partially turned to wood, approached Hagrid. Unlike Bane, who was impulsive, Durin had not participated in hunting for many years. He smiled gently at Hagrid and explained, Hagrid, I regret to say that the Forbidden Forest is our shared sanctuary, and the danger posed by dragons to this woodland is exceedingly grave. In the face of this kind elder, Hagrid did not exhibit his usual stubbornness. He was not inherently a hard-nosed individual, but dealing with a creature like Bane, whose mind was consumed by the law of the jungle, required a firmer stance to avoid harm. It was a conclusion he had drawn from many years of nurturing his little companions. With the wise centaur high priest, however, such firmness was unnecessary. When he had first taken on the role of guardian of Hogwarts hunting grounds, this elder had provided him with considerable assistance. Soon, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall appeared before Hagrid's hut in a blaze of light, accompanied by the Phoenix, Fawkes. The young wizards who had been peering curiously from the window quickly withdrew, seeking refuge, for it was not their place to be present at such a time. It has been a long while, Dorian. What has prompted you to contact me so urgently? Due to the limitations of their communication method, Dumbledore had only received the essential details regarding time and place. Upon reading this, he hastily instructed Fawkes to transport him and McGonagall to the location. Dorian cast a curious glance at Dumbledore, seemingly pleased with how well he had been faring lately. It appeared that his old friend had found a measure of contentment. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Mr. Dumbledore, and you too, Madam McGonagall. I remember when you frequently visited our centaur gathering, back when you were but a young girl. McGonagall, caught off guard by the mention of her youthful days 60 years hence, felt a blush creep to her cheeks. The revelation caused a stir among the young wizards inside Hagrid's hut. They had witnessed the hatching of a dragon egg, encountered centaurs, and now learned a little-known secret about the head of Gryffindor House. Tonight was indeed worth it. They pressed their ears closer to the wall, hoping for more intriguing revelations. Professor McGonagall's resonant voice echoed, seemingly to assert to the elder that after enduring the passage of over half a century, she was no longer the impulsive young girl of her past. It has been far too long, High Priest Dorian. I wonder what pressing matter has led you to urgently contact Headmaster Dumbledore at this late hour? Under the gaze of many centaurs, Dorian began to speak. Yes, it is not particularly grave, but it is something that you both ought to be aware of. Hagrid intends to keep a fire dragon. Naturally, he is a good lad, and it is his prerogative to care for any creature he wishes. We do not intend to interfere. However, as you are aware, the enchantments of the Forbidden Forest cannot contain dragon fire. Therefore, I hope Hogwarts will refrain from allowing this dragon to reside within the Forbidden Forest, as it is our shared home. Dumbledore glanced at the small dragon at Hagrid's feet, and then turned to Professor McGonagall. He was undoubtedly supportive of Hagrid's endeavors in caring for magical creatures, as Hagrid was the keeper of keys and grounds, and nurturing magical beasts was inherently part of his duties. Moreover, the creatures he tended to could yield significant benefits for Hogwarts, such as the venom from Acromantulas. However, Dorian's concerns were valid. The Forbidden Forest was home to countless magical creatures classified as 5X level, and while Hagrid was permitted to care for them, the centaur's refusal of the fire dragon stemmed from the fact that the forest could not withstand dragon fire. After a silent exchange of glances with the deputy headmistress, Dumbledore reached a decision. Hagrid, I understand your long-held desire to raise a fire dragon, but for the safety of the Forbidden Forest, such a creature poses too great a risk. Hagrid let out a heavy sigh. He had been unaware of this danger. But now that he understood the implications of housing a fire dragon in the forest, he recognized the gravity of the situation. What a predicament! Hagrid's dragon is to be sent away, and it is evident that he holds a deep affection for this magnificent creature. Hermione turned to her companions, aware that she was the only one among them without a lineage steeped in wizardry. Perhaps the others might possess some means of assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Harry pondered whether he could consult Sirius. With his imminent receipt of the Order of Merlin, first class, he might just have the connections needed. Draco also offered his insight. My family has stakes in several dragon sanctuaries, but establishing one near Hogwarts would prove exceedingly difficult. Dragons require vast territories, typically found in remote, uninhabited areas. At that moment, Ron chimed in, why not ask Raven? You may not know, but he has quite the collection. He already owns an Australian billy wig, and he certainly wouldn't mind acquiring a rare Norwegian ridgeback. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Ron continued, he would be even more delighted, as it might take him some time to procure a ridgeback on his own. His thoughts continue to flow. If he were to care for it, Hagrid could assist him with the little dragon, allowing him some reprieve. Hagrid could visit the dragon frequently. The young wizards considered this notion, finding it quite reasonable. After all, Hagrid was already aware of Raven's dragon-keeping endeavors. They pressed their ears against the wall, eager to hear Hagrid and Professor Dumbledore discuss the matter further. However, Hagrid remained silent. Having realized that Raven also kept dragons, Yet unlike him, Raven possessed the capability Hagrid lacked. With Hagrid's character, he would never actively betray a friend, though he was uncertain in a passive sense. Thus, he remained quiet, gently stroking the newly hatched dragon, wishing to take in its presence before it was whisked away. Professor Dumbledore was already in discussion with Professor McGonagall about the timing of the dragon's departure and who would contact Charlie. After all, Professor McGonagall had been a crucial ally for years, and their relationship was naturally strong. The four young wizards could not bear to witness Hagrid's dragon being taken away. With both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall present, their safety was assured. As for the loss of points, they all stood to lose equally. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Hiccup. Upon seeing the four young wizards burst forth, Dorian displayed no surprise. He was a bard-level druid priest and had long sensed the vibrant yet tender vitality of the young wizards. Professor McGonagall, however, appeared astonished. What a familiar sight. Are you here to battle a troll again? Before she could speak further, Hermione interjected, fearing she might falter under the weight of the headmaster's presence. Professors, and this esteemed gentleman, we have devised an excellent plan for handling the fire dragon. She nudged Ron's calf, as Raven was his brother, and such matters should naturally be addressed by the younger sibling. Reluctantly, Ron stepped forward, while Dorian curiously scrutinized the young wizard. Noting the red hair and a resemblance to an old friend, Ron stammered, "My brother, Riven Weasley, is a highly esteemed dragon tamer at Gringotts. He possesses ample space to house a dragon. Perhaps we could seek his counsel?" After uttering these words, Ron retreated among his companions under the watchful gaze of several elders. Dumbledore, seeking the opinions of the other two, found it surprising that the outsider, Dorian, had no input, while Professor McGonagall expressed her doubts. "Why not inquire? However, I cannot locate him," she remarked. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed, followed by a burst of flame that gracefully descended onto Dumbledore's shoulder. "I hope you can fetch Riven Weasley for me. He is your kindred master, and your kin should be able to find him." With a nod, Fawkes transformed into flames and vanished. After a brief interval, a sound pierced the air, accompanied by the flapping of wings, and dust billowed from the ground as Riven dismounted from a grayish-blue thestral. The creature let out a roar at the assembled company before abruptly disappearing. "Ah, good evening, everyone. I was just out for a stroll with my little foal." Riven greeted the familiar faces with a cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing the King of Night, the centaurs instinctively assumed defensive postures, though a few appeared somewhat awkward in their movements. Chapter 75. In Shadow of Flames, when one acquires a second flying mount, it is only fitting to compensate for the original one. Thus, after providing Orwin with necessary training, Riven would take the young dragon, Dusk, out for a walk. When Phineas found him, he was in the Forbidden Forest, discreetly observing Voldemort's activities. He was not far from Hagrid's hut, and with Dusk's swift sprint, he quickly spotted a group of people on the ground: Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and his old friend Dorian. Among the centaurs following Dorian, a few appeared familiar, including Bane, who had been pierced by Shea several times. After greeting them, Riven noticed the same familiar quartet, realizing they had come to elicit information from Hagrid when they could not extract it from him. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the elders, Ron stepped forward and said, "Riven, Hagrid has raised a Norwegian Ridgeback, but the Forbidden Forest cannot withstand dragonfire. I wonder if you could accommodate this little dragon?" With that, Ron pointed toward the small dragon in Hagrid's hands. Following Ron's gesture, Riven looked at the creature. "Hagrid, is this the little one you personally hatched?" Without hesitation, Riven took the small dragon from Hagrid, easily discerning its gender. The Norwegian Ridgeback resembles a juvenile Toothless and ranks among the top 3 most ferocious dragon breeds: aggressive, venomous, and capable of swimming. Its individual danger level even surpasses that of the Hungarian Horntail, though fortunately, their numbers are not as overwhelming. In Raven's hands, the small female dragon was quite obedient, sensing the atmosphere around her. Not long ago, a much more powerful counterpart had been severely beaten by this human. The scent of shattered scales lingered in the air. Lacking Hagrid's specially formulated life potion, the little creature appeared somewhat listless. The tremendous exertion of hatching had drained her vitality. Having just emerged into the world, surrounded by numerous onlookers, she was already exhausted. Raven retrieved a small bottle from her waist, filled with a vivid crimson liquid, which was meant to be Orwin's breakfast for the following day. The aroma of the liquor wafted from the bottle. Upon catching the scent of the blood wine, the young dragon became animated, attempting to please Raven, only to accidentally emit a burst of dragon fire that singed Raven's face. For a brief moment, everyone tensed, but the flames met the shield without consequence. Naturally, Raven was exceptionally meticulous. Her protective armor was constant and reliable. However, observing Raven's actions, Professor McGonagall suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Ron had merely mentioned that Raven possessed the qualifications and space to raise a dragon, but the fact that she carried a bottle containing the ideal nourishment for a hatchling raised suspicions. Moreover, her proficiency with the shield was rather impressive. If I may interject, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall glanced at Ron before continuing, Raven Weasley, why do you carry chicken blood tequila with you? Young witches and wizards are not permitted to consume alcohol. Her tone was delicately measured, as she truly wished to avoid hearing the answer. Professor McGonagall, this is food I've prepared for the dragon I'm raising. Rest assured, I do not have a habit of drinking, Raven replied thoughtfully. So you are indeed raising a dragon, McGonagall retorted. I must remind you, Mr. Raven, that Hogwarts does not permit. A cough from Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall's admonition. After all, the school rules did not explicitly prohibit dragon rearing. Moreover, Dumbledore mused, if Raven were to flaunt her authority before him, she would likely not mind relinquishing her privileges to the headmaster's office, where his cherished collection of various magical creatures would surely benefit. Minerva, let us discuss this little dragon. Raven, can you adopt this dragon through proper channels? Do you require me to contact my old friends for assistance? Dumbledore inquired. He too wished to keep the dragon, being somewhat of a dragon enthusiast himself, albeit with peculiar interests. What was wrong with using dragon blood to create a furnace cleaner? Studying the 12 applications of dragon blood was still a form of admiration for dragons. I can resolve all the official identity issues for this dragon, but I must admit that I am not in a position to raise a second dragon at the moment. You know, dragons are territorial, and the one I currently have is considerably larger than this little one. I cannot house them together, or the young dragon would be severely harmed. However, I do have some other thoughts regarding the Forbidden Forest. Raven paused, then turned her gaze to Dumbledore. Dumbledore recalled Old Nick's description of Raven, which included a particular term, the Riddler. Rubbing his temples, the elderly wizard inquired, what are your thoughts? Raven, evidently pleased, responded, surely you are familiar with the spell All Spells End. My mentor once collaborated with Aurors in France, utilizing this magic to thwart Grindelwald's blue flames and safeguard Paris. Dumbledore nodded slowly, reflecting on events from half a century ago, his mind drifting back to those years. Although he yearned to bask in nostalgia, the present circumstances demanded his attention to Raven's musings. The spell All Spells End requires a cadre of elite wizards and substantial magical energy, enabling the creation of a fleeting shield that can extinguish the majority of spells. However, if we narrow its focus solely to incantation flames, the requisite magical power would diminish significantly. Should I also identify a source of magic for this spell? It could be sustained within a fixed range. For instance, I once engaged in a discussion with my teacher on how to obliterate Hogwarts. Wait, something is amiss. What were you two discussing? Members of Hogwarts wore expressions of horror, while only Doran appeared unfazed, having heard his old friend's absurdities about blowing up the school and the headmaster in the past. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Raven continued his thoughts. I proposed using the Fiendfire curse, to which my teacher replied that he would employ all spells to extinguish the cursed flames. However, I countered that if I ignited the Room of Requirement, with its abundant magical energy, the Fiendfire could withstand the counteracting force of all spells and grow rapidly. In our simulations, Hogwarts was incinerated. Yet, with the modified spell All Flames End, the results would differ. Its efficiency in extinguishing flames is superior and requires less magical energy. If this spell were cast, Hogwarts would remain unscathed. Raven had initially intended to discuss this arrangement with Dumbledore and the others as a means to prevent the destruction of Hogwarts, but he had not anticipated the opportunity to utilize it here. Chapter 76. In the Shadow of the Fire Protection Spell. So, you intend to establish a magical zone in the Forbidden Forest that targets various incantation flames? We can gather elite wizards, but what about the source of magic? The magical energy of Hogwarts suffices only for the castle's vicinity. The cost of establishing a magical source in the Forbidden Forest would be considerable, would it not? Dumbledore surmised the nature of this magic. The spell itself was merely a variant of All Spells End. This was a fundamental subject for Aurors, and thus, it posed no challenge for him. As for the alchemy required for sustaining the magic, he was well versed in that, having been a research partner with Old Nick. Therefore, he pointed out the crux of the issue. The magical source of Hogwarts had demanded immense effort from the four founders, while Raven's own base relied on the emotional energy of the fairy community. For any magical base, the source of magic is paramount. The listening high priest, Dolan, stepped forward. The Forbidden Forest is imbued with magic. The trees within possess an innate ability to resist flames, rooted in the source of magic itself. However, their resistance to dragon fire is notably inferior. Are you intending to draw upon the magic of the Forbidden Forest? He inquired of Raven, who nodded in affirmation, stating that not only would he draw upon it, but he would utilize the magic source that already existed within the Forbidden Forest. There is no need to create a new when the resources are readily available. I shall use that to power the incantation of all spells end. No one comprehends the magic source of the Forbidden Forest better than Dolan. It is derived from the life force exuded by the forest flora, transformed into a source of magic. As a member of the Druids, it is Dolan's duty to protect it. However, this magic was established by ancient archdruids, which implies that it is ancient magic. This necessitates that the spell must be cast by you personally, requiring you to configure a large-scale, constant magic of all spells and caliber, the complexity of which increases significantly with the absence of even one individual. Dolan was genuinely curious to see how his old friend intended to resolve this predicament. Raven nonchalantly remarked, "It's not overly complicated. If you all agree, I can commence the arrangement of this magic." Even if they disagreed, Raven would proceed with the spell, for he had dragons to nurture, and the Forbidden Forest was his chosen hunting ground. In his 4 territories, Oruin could only remain with the purple-horned beasts. The Morning Princess was unwelcoming to outsiders. Hazel was particularly protective of her young and would react violently to dangerous creatures, and Phineas simply could not contend with Oruin, who would easily overpower him. However, the Noontide Coast could only sustain one group of purple-horned beasts, and introducing another gluttonous and indolent dragon would necessitate external food supplies, which contradicted Raven's philosophy. Thus, his arrangement with Oruin mirrored that of the eagle-horse-wyvern couple, treating the Forbidden Forest as a hunting ground. "Then you may proceed. We are all here and shall assist should you require it," Dumbledore declared. Consequently, before the gathered assembly, Raven produced 4 alchemical humanoids clad in Azure School uniforms, their features strikingly reminiscent of his own. "Were those?" Hermione whispered, nudging Ron. Malfoy scrutinized them closely, articulating his speculation. They appeared to be some form of puppet, crafted in Raven's likeness. "They're wearing Beauxbatons uniforms, correct?" "Indeed, they are Beauxbatons uniforms," Ron replied, pausing for effect. He wished to tease them as Raven would, urging them to inquire. "Ask me, go on, ask me." Yet, under the intense glares of the other 3, he divulged what he knew. Those were not puppets fashioned in Raven's image. Rather, they were discarded bodies of Raven himself, which he had utilized during his classes at Beauxbatons. After all, he was Raven's brother and had concealed certain truths, such as the fact that Raven had only possessed alchemical bodies at that time. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Raven pointed his wand at the foreheads of the alchemical humanoids, activating them one by one. Simultaneously, all versions of Raven, including the original, rubbed their temples and spoke in unison. It had been some time since he had linked with multiple bodies, and the sensation was somewhat unfamiliar. They exchanged glances, forming a circle, as the original drew forth his wand while the alchemical figures summoned their own wands from their palms, chanting together, "Incendia Finis." They then thrust their wands into the ground, releasing a surge of magical energy that created a peculiar atmosphere within the Forbidden Forest. As the magic continued to flow, the eyes of the 4 alchemical figures glimmered with red light before they all powered down and collapsed, a clear sign of depleted magical energy. At this moment, the spell had reached completion. The original Raven withdrew his wand and stood tall, pointing it toward the heavens. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and only the centaur High Priest Doran, connected to the magical source of the Forbidden Forest, could perceive what was invisible to others, a vast network woven from Mercury-like magic gradually materializing in the air. This network had a solitary magical tributary linking it to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the source of its magic. Suddenly, this tributary illuminated, followed by a wave of vibrant magical energy sweeping through the forest, causing all to sense an unusual presence. In a fleeting moment, a semicircular shield appeared in the sky before vanishing, signifying the successful solidification of the spell. Raven sheathed his wand and addressed the assembly. "It is accomplished. Shall we test its efficacy?" Although it did not yield extra points, Hermione was nonetheless enthusiastic about such matters. Noticing the surrounding individuals remained inactive, she took the initiative, conjuring a relatively safe bluebell flame. Upon Raven's nod, Hermione directed her incantation at a pile of hay outside Hagrid's hut, uttering Stellaris Ignis. Everyone witnessed the protective fire shield enveloping Hagrid's abode. The flames ignited, yet they only consumed the outermost layer, failing to penetrate the inner hay. Raven explained, "The spell fire is a predatory method employed by many wondrous creatures, from dragons to fire crabs. Therefore, I did not extinguish the flames. Instead, I altered it to prevent its spread, ensuring that even with a fire protection charm in place, it would not affect their survival. Dumbledore led the applause, acknowledging that extinguishing the spell fire merely required refining the incantation. However, establishing the precise intensity to extinguish flames necessitated exquisite control over the spell. The fiery incantation Gellert Grindelwald utilized in Paris exemplified such mastery, allowing the spell to obey the wizard's intent, far surpassing those who merely sought destructive power in their spells. Chapter 77. In the Shadows of Confinement. Judging by the spell Hermione had cast, the fire protection charm had indeed met its intended effect. Nevertheless, Raven did not forget the true purpose behind this enchantment. It was still imperative to test the spell's resistance against dragon fire. Thus, at the very spot where the spell was recently cast, Raven retracted several alchemical figures, creating a vacant patch on the ground. He placed the combat guide upon the earth and enlarged it. Extending his hand within, he began to explore diligently. After a considerable duration, as if grasping something, he pulled with vigor, and the first thing to emerge before the assembly was a robust tail, adorned with pearl-like, circular dragon scales. Following Raven's exertion, a young dragon was drawn forth, its length comparable to that of an eagle-horse hybrid. Urian had recently halted its growth in length to conserve energy for entering adolescence, giving it a somewhat plump appearance. A conspicuous bulge was evident on the dragon's head, likely not a congenital feature. As they observed that the scales in that area were shattered, Raven released the tail he had been holding. The creature had just completed its training, lying on the ground in a state of exhaustion. Although all present were acutely aware of the dangers posed by fire dragons, the sight of such a beautifully scaled, somewhat pudgy little being resting softly on the ground naturally tempered their apprehensions. Only the Norwegian Ridgeback, recently sated with blood and resting atop Hagrid's head, awoke with a start upon sensing the presence of its kin. Raven stepped forward, positioning himself within Urian's line of sight for easier command. He first gestured with a fist before issuing orders. Urian, unleash a fireball towards that thicket. The young dragon struggled to rise, utilizing its wings for support, having just finished training and now summoned to perform. After all, it was still a baby. A ball of flame erupted from the dragon's mouth. Raven's command specified a fireball, not dragon's breath. So the young dragon had to adhere to the techniques learned over the past few days, initiating slowly and then accelerating, ensuring the subsequent flames followed the initial blaze. Ultimately, this dragon fire coalesced into a basin-sized fireball, striking precisely at the point indicated by Raven's finger. As a scholar who had studied fire dragons and their blood, Dumbledore could perceive that the temperature and impact of this flame were no less formidable than that of an adult fire dragon. Logically, such a fireball should have effortlessly incinerated everything within a 30-foot radius. However, only the area directly enveloped by the fireball ignited. At this juncture, success could be declared. Hagrid would not need to relocate the Norwegian Ridgeback, and Raven could allow Urian to roam free next year. At that moment, Hagrid hesitantly spoke, Raven, could you lift the enchantment on my hut? I'm not afraid of dragon fire, but it leaves me unable to start a fire. Raven almost forgot that this fellow was also a dropout. It was understandable that he would be unaware of such matters. Thus, he demonstrated personally. Incendio. Flames roared forth as Raven cast the spell upon the haystack that Hermione had ignited on its outermost layer. This time, the haystack swiftly caught fire, expanding before contracting and extinguishing. Raven then proceeded to explain. The flames summoned by Flamebear are not cursed fire, but rather ordinary flames, which can be mended by restorative spells. Hagrid merely needed to ignite them using this magic. He coughed lightly to emphasize. Ahem, I am a dropout. My wand has been broken. However, he refrained from mentioning the cancellation of the spell again. Once the tasks were completed, Doran returned to the Forbidden Forest with the centaurs, their rightful domain. The elite members of the hunting party had suffered considerable losses lately, and several centaurs appeared particularly demoralized due to recent events. After Raven confirmed that there was no need for Dumbledore's assistance in registering the newly named Norwegian Ridgeback, Nobita, under her name, Hagrid felt a sense of relief. The notion of owing favors did not linger in their minds. If Raven required help, Hagrid would certainly risk himself to assist. With the main tasks accomplished, it was time to address some matters, such as the 4 little wizards who had sneaked out, excluding Raven, who had been invited. Professor McGonagall, with a stern expression, reprimanded them, as she had never anticipated that her promising new generation of Gryffindor students could cause such trouble. She truly did not wish to compete with Professor Pomona Sprout for the position of last place. Fortunately, these children had the sense to bring along a Slytherin, allowing her to deduct points justifiably. In the end, The result was a deduction of 5 points for each, alongside a week's detention, which involved accompanying Hagrid on patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Gryffindor lost 15 points, while Slytherin lost 5. She was concerned about her reputation and could not afford to deduct the same amount from each house. Subsequently, she escorted the 4 first years back to the castle. Meanwhile, Dumbledore led Raven into Hagrid's hut. Hagrid had yet to tidy up. He had just placed his crossbow aside and was now settling Nobita into her nest. The floor was littered with dragon egg shells, gloves, and pots, creating quite a disarray. The owner was preoccupied, and Dumbledore and Raven unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa. Dumbledore had no desire to take Raven to his office, for she was already noted in his little book, and taking her there would jeopardize his sweets. Raven retrieved a pot of hot tea from the practical guide and poured some for both the headmaster and herself. Suddenly, as Raven raised her hand, 2 rock cakes appeared, resembling shields. While calling them shields was somewhat of a stretch, the unbroken rock cakes could indeed serve that purpose. With her index finger, she deftly sliced the cake into strips the length of chopsticks. She handed this makeshift snack to the headmaster, who took it in a daze, contemplating the cookie before him. Raven, being a polite child, did not forget to offer him something to drink and eat, but one must acknowledge that even in his youth, it would have been difficult for a man over 100 years old to bite in a Hagrid's kind of biscuit. Raven nonchalantly stuffed the chew toy into his mouth, crunching away as if he were gnawing on stone. Despite being composed of flesh and blood, there exists a distinction between ordinary flesh and that which is transformed by magical metals. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before setting aside the chew toy and addressing Raven. Raven, you previously mentioned that casting a fiend fire in the Room of Requirement could potentially incinerate Hogwarts, correct? Might I request that you establish a fire protection charm within Hogwarts? Upon hearing the word reward, Raven abruptly interrupted Dumbledore. No need for a reward. It's merely a trifling task. Moreover, Hogwarts, as an ancient magical stronghold, could be considered my own. This thought remained unspoken. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded, then continued, shall we revisit the topic you discussed with old Nick and elaborate further? For instance, how to prevent Hogwarts from being destroyed, or even how to obliterate both batons. Chapter 78, In the Shadow of the Dark Robes. My goodness, Harry, and Draco as well. What on earth are you holding? Hagrid exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the little wizards sent by Filch. Having sneaked out at night, these 4 youngsters were now compelled to accompany him on a nocturnal patrol of the Forbidden Forest as a punishment. Under Hagrid's guidance, the Forbidden Forest was not nearly as perilous, for the centaurs forbade their magical creatures from attacking young wizards, while the rest fell under Hagrid's supervision. The young wizards, unaware of the reality, were understandably anxious about the forest dangers, yet the items held by the 2 boys seemed rather excessive. You are wizards. Harry brandished a pair of Desert Eagles, while Malfoy wielded an M500 Magnum revolver, both of them loaded, given that the ammunition was interchangeable. Was Harry not holding last year's model designed to fire 50 caliber Magnum rounds? The weight of these firearms was cumbersome for the boys, not to mention the recoil. Harry helplessly raised the twin pistols, stating, Raven gave us an impromptu lesson today. He warned us about the dangers of the Forbidden Forest and imparted some safety knowledge. However, only Hermione managed to master the fiend fire, so he handed us these 3 guns along with some alchemical bullets. Ron, having received a Desert Eagle from Raven as a Christmas gift, also lent me his. Though Harry felt slightly embarrassed, his demeanor shifted to excitement as he spoke, and Hagrid seemed to detect a gleeful spark in his expression. But I must say, Ron, this is far more thrilling than a wand. Are you sure you don't want to use it? Hermione covered her face, genuinely surprised by this side of Harry. Earlier, during their shooting practice with Raven, she had offered him some suggestions, expressing her thoughts on how the alchemical bullets lacked recoil and advising him to consider adding some kick to the firearm. Malfoy, observing the frenzied expression on Harry's face, silently opted for the revolver designed for controlling ammunition, realizing that he could not compete with Harry's offensive capabilities. The quartet, accompanied by a dog, ventured into the Forbidden Forest under Hagrid's guidance. Hagrid began to elucidate the purpose of their nocturnal patrol. Since they had all been present the previous night, they were already aware of the alarming occurrences. Centaur hunters had recently experienced a series of unnatural deaths. While it was not uncommon for centaurs to perish in hunting grounds due to failed pursuits, the sudden spike in fatalities, particularly within the territory of the Acromantula, was highly irregular. Hagrid decided against leading them into the Acromantula's domain that evening, focusing instead on uncovering clues in other areas. Ron felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention of the Acromantula, not merely a spider, but the most carnivorous and savage of its kind. He was relieved they would not be venturing there, hoping never to set foot in such a place. As the group delved deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon some evidence, a series of fresh hoofprints on the ground. Hagrid confirmed that these tracks belonged to centaurs, as only they would use dried vines to protect their hooves within the Forbidden Forest. Consequently, it was time to divide into teams, one to investigate the direction the centaurs had taken, and the other to trace their origin. Initially, Hagrid intended to deliberate over the group assignments, but after hearing Harry's introduction to the various alchemical ammunition types provided by Raven, he felt reassured. With options for control, purification, and offense, their arsenal was quite comprehensive. He designated Yaya to accompany the two gun wielders, fulfilling their reconnaissance and guiding roles, while he, along with Hermione and Ron, would take a different path. Before parting ways, Hagrid cautioned them. If Yaya ceased to move, or if they encountered any cobwebs ahead, they were to retrace their steps and wait for him to regroup with them. He assured them that he could lead them safely through those areas, but they must not venture there alone. Yaya trotted ahead, guiding the two young wizards, while Malfoy held a lantern in his left hand and the M500 revolver in his right. Harry brought up the rear, dual-wielding Desert Eagles, their muzzles pointed downward, ever ready to fire. Suddenly, movement in the underbrush to the left caught their attention, causing both Harry and Malfoy to tense and aim their weapons at the disturbance. Shortly thereafter, a round, furry creature with large eyes bounded into view from the foliage. Malfoy lowered his revolver and remarked, "It's a puffskein. How curious that it resides in the forest." "What is a puffskein?" Harry inquired, perplexed. Ignoring the creature that had emerged from the grass, Malfoy continued to follow Yaya, explaining to Harry, a puffskein is a magical creature classified as an XX level. Many wizarding families keep them as pets. They feast on leftovers and have a peculiar habit of extending their tongues into a wizard's nose while they sleep to consume dried nasal mucus. Though typically found in wizarding households, I never imagined they could thrive in the Forbidden Forest. Harry wrinkled his nose, finding the notion somewhat distasteful. The two continued their journey deeper into the woods. Upon reaching a tree that would require 3 individuals to encircle, Harry was poised to continue on his path when he unexpectedly collided with Malfoy's form. In that instant, Malfoy's left hand swiftly covered Harry's mouth, extinguishing the lantern he held. At Malfoy's subtle gesture, Harry directed his gaze toward the indicated direction. Yaya, agitated, circled on the ground before suddenly bolting away, seemingly startled by an unseen terror. Cautiously peeking out, Harry beheld a startling scene. A short, stout figure clad in black robes wielded a wand, directing it at a robust centaur whose body trembled in a desperate struggle against the control of the rotund figure. Meanwhile, another taller figure, also cloaked in black, sat astride the centaur's back, biting into its neck as crimson droplets trickled down, much of which was consumed by the dark-robed individual. Harry recognized this centaur. It was a member of the hunting party that had accompanied him to Hagrid's hut the previous night with Bane. The hunting party had not perished at the hands of the Acromantula, but rather had their life force drained by this black-robed figure. Indeed, the cloaked individual siphoned the essence of life, discarding the centaur's corpse into the territory of the Acromantula, those flesh-eating creatures serving to redirect attention away from him. Malfoy, the first to discern the horrifying truth, had shaken off his initial terror. Just as Harry nearly made a sound, Malfoy cleverly covered his mouth. The lantern had long been placed upon the ground as he raised his left hand, signaling Harry to remain silent and retreat along the same path. The two figures in black robes had evidently noticed Yaya, but paid little heed, their focus solely on draining the centaur's life force. Harry nodded in comprehension, yet they remained oblivious to the several rats observing them from the tree above. As the two young wizards prepared to turn and flee, the rats began to squeak in alarm. The black-robed figure, having been drinking the centaur's blood, leapt from its back, while the stout figure retracted his wand. The centaur, now too weakened to resist the soul-draining curse. Their attention shifted toward the trunk, where Harry and Malfoy were concealed. Chapter 79, In the Shadow of Battle. "Harry!" Malfoy shouted, and in that moment, Harry understood, promptly closing his eyes. Raven had previously suggested that in the midst of night, the best concealment lay in brilliant light. The first bullet in Malfoy's revolver was a flare round, essentially a bullet enchanted with a polarized fluorescent shimmer. Indeed, a brilliance several times more intense than direct sunlight erupted within the Forbidden Forest. During this time, Peter Pettigrew attempted several times to catch sight of the young wizards, but to no avail. He found himself unable to open his eyes. Damn it, how long will this fluorescence last? Silently, Harry counted down in his mind. 54:32. The enemy would be plunged into deeper darkness once the light extinguished. At that moment, there could be no hesitation. He must unleash every bullet he possessed. Raven's words resonated in his ears. Time's up. Calculating the duration, Harry opened his eyes, now accustomed to the darkness, allowing him to discern the silhouettes of the two adversaries even amidst the shadows. As an adept marksman, Harry's enchanted ammunition comprised merely two varieties, one designed to dispel magic and the other to explode. In simpler terms, these were the mithril bullets and the alchemical projectiles imbued with the spell Great Explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Harry unleashed a flurry of shots towards the two cloaked figures. Yet it was evident that they had undergone rigorous training. Even after losing their visual field and having their protective armor shattered by the initial dispelling bullet, they swiftly erected several earthen barriers from the ground, shielding themselves behind these makeshift walls. The explosive rounds detonated upon impact, creating gaps in the barriers. Yet they ultimately remained protected. Only the mithril dispelling bullets managed to penetrate the transfigured earthen walls, striking the two cloaked individuals. And all of this transpired within a mere second after they had detected Harry and his companion. With 5 rounds remaining in Malfoy's magazine, Harry emptied his own clip, successfully landing 2 dispelling bullets on each of the black-cloaked figures, rendering them incapable of using their protective enchantment for a brief moment. "I am reloading," Harry shouted to Malfoy. Understanding immediately, Malfoy fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Gravity bullet. It struck the ground with a resounding thud. Freezing bullet. The ground was encased in ice. Shockwave bullet. It repelled the enemies 3 paces back. The trio of control-oriented alchemical projectiles struck the ground beneath the 2 dark wizards, not aimed to hit them directly, but rather to create a zone of enchantment around them, thereby granting Harry the necessary time to reload. Seizing the opportunity, Harry and Malfoy retreated as Harry swiftly changed his ammunition. Soon, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the Forbidden Forest, announcing the approach of the tall, dark wizard. This figure, Voldemort, seethed with rage. His feeding ritual had been disrupted, only to be ambushed by 2 young wizards, one a subordinate's kin, the other a personal adversary. This combination intensified his fury. Being struck by 2 bullets was beyond his expectations. He had never held Muggle contraptions in high regard, believing they could never penetrate his protective enchantments. But who had the audacity to craft bullets with mithril? Such magical metals could only be forged by skilled alchemists, each gram costing a fortune of over a dozen galleons. Just as he prepared to evade the aim of the other young wizard, who was not targeting him but rather the ground, unleashing a wide area spell undoubtedly infused with eternal ice, a material that amplifies spells, Voldemort realized the peril. Any wizard ambushed by such expensive alchemical consumables within a couple of seconds would undoubtedly face dire consequences, especially considering his current parasitic state. Shattered to pieces, a massive blade of air formed, hurtling forward. Given the swift movements of the 2 young wizards and the multitude of obstacles in the forest, Voldemort opted for this spell. Even if it failed to strike them directly, clearing away the trees would permit him to cast his most favored killing curse. The summoned air blade possesses the remarkable qualities of swift movement, a vast striking surface, and the ability to be manipulated after its release, unequivocally indicating his murderous intent. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, a beam of light striking the spell aimed at the 2 young wizards. The collision resulted in a magnificent burst of blue light from the colossal air blade, extinguishing like fireflies in the air. Dispel bullet. Spell standstill. Mithril bullet enchanted. Voldemort nearly chuckled in amusement, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of these little creatures and their myriad of strange contraptions. Little mice, I am eager to discover the extent of your peculiarities. Thus, the power of a formidable wizard manifested as dozens of massive air blades gathered around him, poised to strike. Malfoy swallowed hard as he gazed at the wizard before him. Harry had already reloaded, holding off on acting hastily to make up for Malfoy's current vulnerability. Bang, 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 bang. Harry unleashed a rapid series of shots, forcing Voldemort to temper his arrogance, aware that these bullets possessed both anti-magic and explosive properties. He needed to preserve Quirrell's life to achieve his own ends. Consequently, he abandoned the coalescing air blades, darting back and forth between the ground and tree trunks. Without the aid of the guided bullets, Harry struggled to hit his battle-hardened adversary. At that moment, Wormtail also arrived, reverting from his rat form to human, seizing the opportunity to cast a spell. Polarise de Thunder Explosion. This was the very magic he had once used to obliterate a Muggle neighborhood. Malfoy, armed with a revolver, had been on high alert. Upon witnessing the volatile magic gathering at the tip of the enemy's wand, he could only place his hopes on the life-saving bullets that Raven had solemnly entrusted to them. This particular bullet, inscribed with enchantments drawn from blood, was crafted from a silver material, though unlike the opulent mithril, it was a more obscure silver that occasionally flickered with blue light. Fairy silver. This bullet could withstand ancient magic. As it struck the ground beneath them, a spherical shield with a diameter of approximately 9 feet materialized before them. Shield bullet. Armor shield, ancient magic enhanced. Fairy silver required a drop of Raven's blood as its medium. Raven had only crafted one such bullet. Wormtail spell did not directly strike the opponent, but instead created a series of explosions along its path, uprooting all trees in its wake. However, the amount of wood that should have ignited was not as abundant as anticipated, a detail unnoticed by both Wormtail and Voldemort at that moment. The spell collided with the shield, yet Wormtail did not cease his assault. A spectrum of spells continued to rain down, causing the shield formed by the armor shield to grow denser and more formidable. Unbeknownst to all, several small fragments had landed before the shield. Unable to tolerate the delay any longer, Voldemort kicked Wormtail aside, exasperated that they had yet to overpower 2 first-year wizards after such an extended struggle. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. The armor that provides protection cannot defend against the killing curse. Harry and Malfoy wore expressions of despair. Move, Stone Guardians. Ron's voice rang out as a multitude of towering statues emerged from thin air, shielding Harry and Malfoy behind them, absorbing the deadly curse. In Chapter 80, in the shadow of the centaurs, when Hagrid and his companions saw the white light emanating from Harry's group, they hastened towards that direction, not to mention encountering Yaya on their way back for assistance. Upon arriving at the scene, Ron immediately discarded all the chess pieces except for the king. While Harry and his companions had protective shields, the 3 who had rushed to their aid did not. They were there to provide support, not to become casualties. Move, Stone Guardians. Although it sounded like a spell, it was merely a command that released the shrinking charm on the pieces, restoring them to their original size. Fortunately, Ron had already sent the pieces forward, enabling them to block the killing curse aimed at Harry and Malfoy. This outcome was precisely what Ron had anticipated. He was an adept chess player, well prepared for any traps laid by the enemy, a testament to fundamental skills. The lethal strike was unexpectedly thwarted by the sudden appearance of the statues, igniting Voldemort's fury. What do you mean, Stone Guardians? Is that truly stone? The killing curse was radiant. Can your stone reflect light? The 2 12-foot-tall, perfectly proportioned statues of the purple horned beast had absorbed the curse without a trace. Voldemort was confident that even if his curse struck a steel plate, his concentrated magical power could dent it. Yet those 2 purple beasts showed no signs of damage. Their dark blue hue was undoubtedly O'Hara steel, copper, mithril, and fine gold. Voldemort swallowed hard, initially believing that encountering 2 beings using precious magical metals as mere expendables, casually costing thousands of galleons, was already absurd. The value of these chess pieces was even more ridiculous, nearly rivaling the wealth of the Lestrange family, even considering their various shares and property deeds. Unbeknownst to Ron, he had inadvertently intimidated the Dark Lord, albeit with the formidable powers bestowed upon him by Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, Ron continued to deploy the chess pieces according to his strategic vision. The armor pieces maintained their formation at the forefront, while the wisdom pieces designed to break curses and defenses, alongside the unicorn pieces, flanked the 2 purple horned beasts, charging towards Pettigrew and Voldemort. Meanwhile, the witch piece nestled within the shield surrounding Harry and Malfoy, both protecting them from potential killing curses and amplifying Ron's spells under his control. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron was most familiar with this, a seemingly rudimentary spell that, under the enhancement of the witch's chess, appeared particularly formidable. The tree trunk, previously blasted away by Peter Pettigrew, along with fragments of earth, floated in the air, propelled towards the enemy at high speed, as per Ron's design. Was this truly a first-year wizard? Is this the standard for first years now? How could they be so affluent? Peter Pettigrew had no choice but to revert to his mouse form, dodging amidst the exceedingly limited space. The Weasley family was truly extraordinary. Having lived with the Weasley family for over a decade, Peter had witnessed Ron's growth. This child, aside from his prowess in chess and his kind heart, paled in comparison to his peers. However, he never anticipated that if bestowed with a powerful set of chess pieces, or rather, if given the reins of command, Ron would radiate such brilliance. The young wizards left no openings for Peter to exploit, while the space for their survival was increasingly constricted by this young wizard's levitation spell. Faced with the approaching mound of gold, Peter found himself utterly helpless, pinning his hopes on his terrifying master. At that moment, Voldemort was equally at a loss. Transforming the ground into a fortress, he summoned earthen serpents, while a resplendent silver statue of an old wizard wielded its wand to shatter stone walls with its left hand and sever the serpents with a sword in its right. Intricate spells were extinguished by the silver chess pieces, while the grandiose spells were absorbed by the O'Hara steel-horned beast. The rising debris was shattered by the golden unicorn. As the survival space for both himself and his minions dwindled, with enemy attacks drawing ever nearer. To make matters worse, Voldemort felt his spells losing their fluidity. Having sustained 2 gunshot wounds from Silver, he was still casting spells with increasing frequency. Quirrell's life force was nearly depleted. He desperately needed some centaur essence to replenish his strength. If Quirrell were to perish here, Voldemort's plans would collapse into oblivion, thus disregarding the dignity of the Dark Lord. He clutched the mouse and fled towards the area that Ron had intentionally left open. Seeing the enemy retreat, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. This set of chess pieces was indeed powerful, but his own magical energy was insufficient to wield them fully. They fought relying on the magic charged within the chess box. In Ron's perception, the 2 chess pieces, having continuously shattered each other's spells, were already low on magical reserves. If they were to face even 10 more spells, he would be left to passively defend and await reinforcements from school. Fortunately, there were no what-ifs. This battle was unexpected, with both sides inadequately prepared and unaware of each other's capabilities. In this scenario, Ron had already gained the upper hand, as this set of chess pieces was a strategy developed by Ravenclaw specifically for wizards. Moreover, the essence of these chess pieces lay in the witch's chess. Without utilizing its full potential, the pieces could only ensure that Ron remained undefeated in the hands of a wizard of Snape's caliber, which was precisely why Ron had allowed the enemy to escape. The outcome remained uncertain, but before their reinforcements arrived, it was inevitable that someone from their group would perish here. Harry, Draco, come quickly. We must evacuate this place. Hermione beckoned to the 2 young wizards. After the wizard chess escorted them under the protection of the Knight's shield, they returned to Ron's chess box along with the other pieces. Ron maneuvered the chess set, guiding them out of the Forbidden Forest and a Hagrid's hut, which lay within the castle's bounds, safeguarded by ancient magic. The warm glow of the fireplace alleviated their unease. None of them had anticipated such an event. Malfoy appeared somewhat shaken, gently rubbing the M500 revolver that had saved their lives tonight with his robe. Harry accepted the tea Hagrid offered with a nod of gratitude before sharing his recent observations with the group. That person was Peter Pettigrew. I cannot be mistaken. He controlled the centaurs and allowed another figure in black robes to drain their blood. Undoubtedly, the tragedy that befell the centaurs was orchestrated by the 2 of them. Impossible. Peter Pettigrew has been executed. The Daily Prophet reported it. Ron exclaimed. There is not just one animagus who can transform into a rat. Harry, you must have seen wrong. Ron hesitated to accept this revelation, as he distinctly remembered Pettigrew showing great deference to the other figure in black robes. Yet Ron, the only one of such stature who could transform into a rat, is him. Although Harry had not clearly seen the faces of the 2, he could recognize Pettigrew, for Sirius had mentioned that villain countless times. Ceasing the futile bickering, Hermione proposed a course of action. We must do something, Hagrid. We should inform Professor Dumbledore that the centaurs are facing murder. Just then, a gentle yet firm voice echoed from outside the door. No need, I have arrived. Chapter 81, Shadows. Dumbledore's presence seemed to reassure everyone present. As long as this venerable old man was here, regardless of the origins of those 2 dark wizards, they would not dare to reappear. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, informed me of a white light and a tremendous noise emanating from the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps someone can provide me with a detailed account of what transpired this evening? Dumbledore entered, conjuring a chair intricately carved with a pig's head, and seated himself. He turned his gaze towards the young wizards. Thus, Harry recounted the events of the evening in earnest detail. Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation, yet no one could discern what thoughts occupied his mind. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Well, I would like to announce the lifting of the curfew. This matter has been decided by our deputy headmaster, and I cannot amend it. However, the Forbidden Forest is now deemed unsafe. Your confinement shall henceforth be with the other 2 Mr. Weasleys. Although he spoke of the forest's peril, the old man seemed to convey the news as casually as if mentioning a mouse in the house. As for your claim, Harry, regarding a dark wizard suspected to be Peter Pettigrew, I shall indeed see confirmation from the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid, I shall first return these children to the castle, and later, I would like you to accompany me to the Centaur tribe. The kind-hearted elder rose, yet at that moment, Dumbledore appeared more profound than usual, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable depth. No one could fathom his thoughts. The ensuing period seemed tranquil, with no alarming news from the centaurs. Everything remained as it should. Dumbledore conveyed the grave tidings of Peter Pettigrew's demise. Indeed, it was news of death, though he was meant to exist in a state akin to a living corpse. Peter met his end in Azkaban. Harry and his companions successfully concluded their confinement, returning George and Fred to their previous duties, as if the events of that fateful night had been but a fleeting dream. The only exception was Malfoy, who now carried an M500 revolver wherever he went. It was unclear from whence he procured a stock of Muggle-manufactured 50 Magnum ammunition, but he frequently dragged Harry to the room of requirement for target practice. The Quidditch matches saw alternating victories, yet the entanglements among the Force Seekers persisted. Harry and Malfoy became notorious within the school as a perilous duo. These two wizards, armed in class, were dubbed the Hogwarts gunmen. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were not idle. Aside from their fierce competition on the field, Cedric Diggory relentlessly pursued Cho Chang, though reports suggested his efforts had yet to bear fruit. And there was another matter. It was rumored that Dumbledore received a howling letter imbued with an aura of death, delivered directly to the headmaster's office by a thestral. According to eager informants, this letter was from Dumbledore's friend, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Ahem, this is irrelevant to Raven. If one wishes to remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. His correspondence with the professor could hardly be deemed a denunciation. It is entirely reasonable for a professor to send important letters to a friend, and opening the door to the headmaster's office for her was also quite justifiable. So, my friend, how are you preparing for your final examinations? At the familiar breakfast table, with the familiar voices, Jack finished the last bite of his taco before initiating today's dialogue. Mornings were their customary time to convene, and Misty, a Ravenclaw student, did not always share classes with Hufflepuff, compounded by Raven's casual approach to course selection, making breakfast the only time they could all gather. Exam. I shall leave it to fate. I am going in unprepared, Raven remarked, drowning a steamed bun in spicy soup as he spoke. He truly did not concern himself with the exams, as they were merely fundamental topics. According to his recollection, Voldemort's disturbances likely commenced after the final exams. Recently, he had been discreetly observing Quirrell, noting that Quirrell's condition seemed to be improving, which puzzled Raven greatly, despite the centaurs indicating all was well. What could be the source of his newfound vitality? No matter, it would be entertaining to observe. The examination arrived as anticipated. Upon receiving the test paper, Reuven felt a surge of relief, for it contained only the topics he was well versed in. Thankfully, he had not engaged in extensive revision. Otherwise, it would have been a futile expenditure of time. However, Reuven's plans to observe were abruptly interrupted by an unexpected message from Dolan, instructing Falunz to deliver a missive, summoning him to the Centaur settlement that very evening. As he accompanied Falunz along the path to the Centaur enclave, Reuven remained vigilant, for this woodland had recently been known to spawn legendary bosses. Should he chance upon one, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for an ambush. Here, would you care for a drink I made? Reuven inquired, producing a bottle, uncapping it, and inserting a straw before extending it towards Falunz. The latter exhibited no inclination to partake, prompting a light chuckle from Reuven. He bore no resentment, merely reclaiming the straw-adorned bottle and taking a modest sip himself. Perhaps it was due to his previous visit coinciding with a Centaur festival, but this time, upon entering the settlement, Reuven found it less dazzling than before. The tent still bore flowers, yet even in summer, the flora appeared excessively lush, with grass encroaching upon the pathways. Nonetheless, the centaurs continued their daily routines, engrossed in their respective tasks. Upon arriving at the high priest's tent, Reuven posed a query, whereas Bane ventured this time. Falunz momentarily faltered, seemingly caught off guard by the small wizardess inquiry at such a critical juncture. He then replied, he has accompanied the hunting party. Reuven nodded, taking a substantial sip of his beverage before stowing the bottle away and lifting the tent flap. His old friend Dolan was turned away, seemingly engrossed in some object of interest. Be wary. A voice filled with malice and delight erupted from behind Reuven, as Falunz remained poised at the entrance, allowing a spell to surge past him, striking Reuven squarely. Little Dwarf Star, Peter. Chapter 82, To Deceive, to Ambush. Peter, the diminutive star, was indeed an elite wizard. While perhaps those stronger than him might evade such a curse through armor or agility, he felt assured that, cloaked by the centaurs, an ambush on a mere wizard should present no flaws. It's been ages, hasn't it? I heard from Dumbledore that you perished in Azkaban, and I must admit, I felt a tinge of sorrow. Even if one's mind is consumed by a Dementor's kiss, at least one remains alive, does one not? Both Dolan and Falunz stood motionless akin to statues released from the puppeteer strings. Reuven turned to smile at Peter, who clearly witnessed the impact of his transformation spell upon the small wizard, to utter an audacious remark. One would expect a reaction from his master if struck by his curse. There is no need for such astonishment. I just ingested the Edra's potion. Peter, unfamiliar with its properties, lacked expertise in potion making. The Edra's potion augments the drinker's defenses, and your next inquiry would be, how did you know what I was thinking? How did you know what I was thinking? The words echoed in succession, sending a chill of sweat down Peter's spine. The sensation of being seen through was unnerving, akin to a form of mental intrusion. While Dumbledore, that old codger, attempted to mask his intentions, the individual before him, much like his master, displayed no such restraint. The master had tasked him with subduing the young wizard, yet given the peculiar proficiency exhibited by this anomaly, merely managing to hold him at bay would suffice. Fortunately, Peter had previously served as a spy for Voldemort, infiltrating the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort had imparted upon him certain techniques to counter mental intrusion, such as the art of mental shielding. As Peter invoked this technique, he appeared enigmatic and stoic, concealing all signs of emotion. He continued to hide behind Firenze, utilizing the centaur as a shield to intimidate Raven, whom he believed to have a favorable rapport with the centaur. Beneath the cloak of night, the centaur's settlement remained eerily quiet, save for the crackling of flames. With a flick of his wand, Peter conjured the sound of galloping hooves emanating from the stream, the tents, and the forest. The faint sound of bowstrings being drawn was discernible, indicating that the area outside the tents must be teeming with centaurs ready to strike. Raven listened intently, his expression shifting to one of surprise, as he could not help but applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Is this your result after 6 months? No wonder there was no news from the centaur settlement. You have managed to ensnare this place with a soul-binding curse, have you not? Modifying the spell to increase control numbers and prolong the duration. Raven then turned to glance at the ensnared Doran, prodding his arm with a finger. The cost involved a greater expenditure of magical energy, yet it appeared that life force was siphoned from those under control through a magical link to compensate. Such a clever method, enhancing the spell with a curse, I see. This must pose a significant challenge during the initial casting. You are not the one casting the spell, are you? You merely possess the power to command, which explains the months of effort you invested. Do not utter that name again. Even with his mind shielded, Peter was nearly pushed to the brink by the incessant taunts. While he had endured during his time as a rat, now that he had returned to his master's side, how dare anyone address him in such a manner? If his master were absent, these individuals would bully him. If his master returned, they would continue to torment him. What would that imply for his master's return? He had transformed. He was now the right hand of the Dark Lord, and he would not tolerate any further disdain. Seemingly emboldened by the encircling centaurs, Peter began to unleash a flurry of spells towards Raven. Voldemort had instructed him to retain the young wizardess life while subduing him, yet it appeared that some potent potion had rendered the spells ineffective. Nevertheless, Peter possessed a plethora of methods at his disposal, particularly his adeptness in transfiguration. Even if Raven had imbibed a defensive elixir, as long as Peter could subdue him, victory would be his. The lampstands, chairs, tables, and tablecloths within the room began to morph under Peter's command, all bending to his will. Some transformed into shackles, some into instruments of torture, and others into prison cages. They all lunged towards Raven, effectively binding him. His mouth was sealed, his hands were bound. And in a situation where he could neither cast spells nor wield his wand, few wizards possessed the capacity to resist. Even with the life-saving alchemical artifacts bestowed upon him by Nicodemus, he found himself incapable of activating them. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Raven's eyes. Was it true that Voldemort was not present? Had he truly underestimated him as a mere second-year wizard? Nonetheless, having Peter control a centaur settlement to ambush a second-year student seemed rather excessive. Could it be attributed to the favor of his teacher? Peter, wand in hand, advanced slowly, directing it at the young wizard. He relinquished his mental barriers, laying his cards on the table. He intended to humiliate this young wizard, the one responsible for his capture by Dumbledore, his trial by the Wisengamot, and ultimately his return to his master. He aimed to make this boy, who could extract memories, understand the torment that Lord Peter would inflict upon him. Bane, are your methods of torture lacking? Did I not demonstrate them for you? Oh, right. Your memories were stripped from you. At some point, the tablecloth that had covered Raven's mouth shifted, startling Peter. He attempted to cast Transfiguration once more, yet the objects remained unresponsive to his incantations. The transformed bindings that had ensnared Raven suddenly unraveled, coalescing into a cage that descended upon Peter. Reacting instinctively, he transformed into his animagus form, but the cage morphed accordingly, taking on a shape that was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of the one he had inhabited for over a decade. The tablecloth, intentionally left by Raven, shifted beneath him, transforming into a sofa upon which Raven seated himself comfortably. He addressed the floating cage and the mouse within it. Bane, look, you never learn. Do not attempt transfiguration in the presence of one who surpasses you in that art, or you shall lose control. What? You claim I'm not skilled? Of course, that was merely an act. Raven casually cast the soul extraction curse upon the diminutive Peter, hoping to wrest control of the centaurs from him, but to no avail. Transformed into a mouse, Peter could not speak, but understood that this young wizard had mastery over the memory extraction. Inwardly, he scoffed. Who gave you the delusion that the Dark Lord did not bestow upon me the soul extraction curse? These controlled centaurs are providing life force to the Dark Lord. Do you truly believe he would easily relinquish command to me? Raven nodded. Indeed, it was true. However, seizing control from a legendary master of the soul was no simple task, not due to a lack of strength, but because Peter could not withstand their struggle. Let us use that, he decided. Chapter 83, The Curse. System. Level up, Raven declared as he opened his combat manual. Upon discovering the talent titled Mastery of Soul Extraction on the talent page, I allocated a talent point that I had accumulated. Indeed, after 6 months, I had completed the collection of practical guide pages from Hogwarts, thus contributing yet another talent point to Raven. Mastery of Soul Extraction. Enemies controlled by the Soul Extraction curse will transmit a curse upon attacking. Frankly, from Raven's perspective, investing in this talent singularly feels somewhat wasteful. At the very least, it requires the accumulation of 4 or 5 talent points to form a proper combination. Eventually, he could curse with a basic attack, Disarm. And even with the Soul Extraction curse, alongside the heart-wrenching curse, the green light of the killing curse intertwines with the cursed, weaving a deadly net. This is far more effective than the singular killing curse, which can be obstructed by various oddities. This is the correct approach to engaging with the talent tree that is inscribed as the dark arts and read as curses. However, the notion of embedding curses within the soul extraction curse, a strategy purposed by Voldemort, is rather ingenious. Could it be that he learned something from Omenes? Previously, applying the soul extraction curse on Peter Pettigrew was merely a test, and indeed, he fell under its influence, belonging to the category of those whose minds have been liberated. This time, Raven was determined to proceed with seriousness. He drew forth an ancient wand, a gesture of respect toward the legendary wizard. The current limits are set. Even for Raven, adherence to this rule is essential. The collapse of such boundaries benefits no one. Nevertheless, legends possess varying strengths, and Voldemort, in his current state, stands as one of the weakest among them. The despicable Peter Pettigrew had deliberately unleashed an incomplete curse, causing significant harm. Once again, Raven cast the curse upon Peter Pettigrew. This time, he did not seek to seize control. The rationale remained the same. Peter's body could not withstand it. However, the points he had invested were not in vain. The curse infiltrated Peter's body and devoured the curses controlling the centaurs within him. Under the ancient magic curse, Voldemort's affliction was swiftly consumed, and this time, the recipient of the curse transformed into Raven. The immense vitality of the centaurs surged towards Raven, even after being drained by Voldemort for so long. This life totem race remained brimming with vigor. What did Raven intend to do with their life force? He retrieved a piece of grayish-white, irregularly shaped stone from his pocket. With a flick of his wand, the life force drawn from the curse entered the stone, as if he sought to restore it to a deep crimson hue, temporarily preserving it for the centaurs, intending to return it to them once the ordeal concluded. Storing life force was his forte. After all, it had once been the Philosopher's Stone. Peter Pettigrew remained oblivious to what this monstrous figure was concocting. A different wand was employed to cast the soul extraction curse upon him, followed by the retrieval of the stone. Finally, Peter witnessed the transformation of the stone into the coveted Philosopher's Stone. Yet, he found himself powerless, now a prisoner to this creature. A second-year wizard? Bah, who would believe such a thing? Unlike the diminutive Peter, who is ensnared in the soul-draining curse of the network, Voldemort, the true beneficiary of the curse, was currently seething with fury. Just as he was about to unleash a transfiguration curse, his movement faltered. He found himself in the basement, contending with Harry Potter and the red-haired lad. Initially, he had the upper hand, mercilessly bombarding the two young wizards with spells. Despite possessing valuable alchemical tools, they were merely first-year students, and given Voldemort's ample magical reserves, their endurance thus far was commendable. However, without warning, the continuous flow of magical energy ceased. This was the result of months of meticulous planning to control a centaur settlement right beneath Dumbledore's nose. The absence of this magical source meant he was once again shackled by Quirrell's inept body, which leaked magic indiscriminately. Time was of the essence. The Philosopher's Stone resided in Harry Potter's pocket, hidden within the mirror of a wreath by Dumbledore. Had he not lured the young wizard down, retrieving the stone would have been impossible. Yet, Voldemort could not directly touch Harry, for doing so would subject him to the revulsion of that loathsome spell, compelling him to persuade Harry to willingly hand over the stone. A cunning idea struck Voldemort, prompting a shift in strategy as he cast a soul-draining curse upon Quirrell's body, propelling himself towards Ron with astonishing speed. Quirrell's arm was severed by a sword wielded by the sage, his body pierced by a unicorn, and his legs ground into pulp by a purple beast. Ultimately, only his head remained, breaking through the armored defenses and with a deflected spell from a witch. The remaining skull crashed against the shield formed by the chess pieces. Quirrell's face, contorted in agony, was sacrificed to Voldemort's will. The last remnant of his head rapidly corroded, creating a small breach in the shield. Though this opening was swiftly mended, a patch of Quirrell's scalp fell upon the throne. Consequently, the shield dissipated. Voldemort's fragmented spirit transformed into a serpentine form, coiling around Ron's neck. "Potter, surrender the Philosopher's Stone to me, or I shall strangle this red-haired boy," he hissed. "You, red-haired one, have proven rather compliant. Last time, you did not impede my efforts, and upon capture, you even relinquished the shield." Voldemort was momentarily taken aback, pressed for time. He had abandoned Quirrell's body, which he had intended for the boy to release. Ron's face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The shield had not been dispelled by his own volition, but rather had vanished. He sensed the spell transmitted from the chess pieces, likely a safeguard set by Ravenclaw, designed to activate in the presence of enemies. Frantically, Ron signaled to Harry, convinced that with Ravenclaw's magic in play, he was secure. From Harry's perspective, it appeared as though his dear friend was seeking his aid. As Voldemort's soul tightened its grip, it seemed imminent that Ron would succumb to his grasp. From Harry's perspective, he was compelled to intervene. He called out to Voldemort, offering the Philosopher's Stone in exchange for Ron's release. With that, he tossed the stone into the air. Voldemort, in a state of urgency, had no intention of sparing Ron. He considered the young wizard to be rather sensible. In the future, he could even be regarded as a brother of sorts. The fragmented soul soared upwards, enveloping the stone before darting away. Voldemort needed to reach the body he had prepared. With a vibrant vessel and the stone's power, he would achieve resurrection and return to his peak state. Although Peter was unaware of the unfolding events, it was inconceivable that the Centaur tribe could fail to overpower a mere wizard. In the basement, Dumbledore arrived just in time. The urgent summons from the Wizengamot indicated Voldemort's involvement. While those imprisoned in Azkaban were indeed his devoted followers, it did not imply that the outside was devoid of threats. The external adversaries were simply less competent, lacking even the status of Death Eaters, thus unworthy of Azkaban's confines. Nonetheless, in this so-called era of peace, a wizard's self-sacrifice at the Ministry of Magic was a scandalous affair, inevitably drawing Dumbledore's attention. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Voldemort seizing the opportunity in his absence. He merely sought to gauge the situation. The Philosopher's Stone? Mea misinformation. He had never acknowledged its existence. Regarding student safety, the school was under the protection of a year-long charm, and as the epicenter of this turmoil, Harry bore the protective enchantment of love left by Lily. If Ron could harness the full potential of that chess set, the entire might of Hogwarts would be at his disposal. Even in his current state, Ron could manage to defend himself. Hermione Granger, lacking any means of self-defense, was tasked with notifying the school, while Draco Malfoy, caught off guard, had not yet joined the trio. Everything unfolded according to Dumbledore's script, though he had not anticipated Voldemort's swift abandonment of Quirrell's body, nor the gruesome nature of the scene. Hoping it hadn't frightened Harry. As for Ron, the bloodshed was indeed a result of his actions. Despite his retching, he commanded the scene with unwavering resolve, executing a seamless series of maneuvers. Dumbledore gathered Quirrell's dismembered remains, intending to return them to his family. Compensation needed to be arranged properly, or recruitment would prove challenging in the coming year. Professor Dumbledore? Professor Dumbledore? Harry, noticing Dumbledore's distraction, wondered if he had heard his previous words. Dumbledore snapped back to attention. Harry, you need not blame yourself. You handled this situation admirably. A friend is far more valuable than a mere Philosopher's Stone. Although that friend is indeed quite safe and possesses considerable cunning, such matters must remain unspoken. The magical stone shall be entrusted to us adults, for it is our solemn duty. You have all exerted yourselves today. It is time to return and rest. Subsequently, he produced an object resembling a timer, with a green screen adorned with numerous small squares. A star was moving away from the center of the screen, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. This was the magical stone radar, an accessory provided by Raven, capable of tracing the trajectory of the magical energy within the counterfeit stone, even if it had been siphoned away. At that moment, the radar displayed a star-like representation of Mr. Voldemort, who was reveling in the imminent completion of his resurrection. He could sense that the soul-stealing curse was still in effect, implying that a centaur battalion and an elite wizard remained at his disposal within the Forbidden Forest. Even if Dumbledore were to pursue him, he had ample opportunity to complete his parasitic endeavor. At that juncture, considering the physical prowess of the young wizard named Raven, it was uncertain whether the aged Dumbledore would be able to defeat him outright. However, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could vanquish Dumbledore without first concluding the parasitic process, absorbing the magical stone, and genuinely occupying the young wizard's body. Only then would he dare to claim superiority over Dumbledore. Yet, as he approached the Centaur High Priest's tent, he realized the situation was not as he had envisioned. Initially, when the magical energy from the centaurs ceased, he assumed he had simply exerted too much force. After all, as long as the soul-stealing curse remained effective, the centaurs should still be under his control. To his astonishment, the centaurs stood motionless, and upon entering the tent, he found that Peter Pettigrew had failed to capture the young wizard, who was still seated comfortably on a sofa, while the elite wizard he had entrusted with the task was confined in a cage nearby. Voldemort was genuinely taken aback by Peter's ineptitude. This individual was not without power, and even wizards lacking specialized combat training could not easily best him. Within the elite wizarding circles, he could even hold his own against Sirius. Voldemort could comprehend Peter's decision to hide for years, fearing retaliation from his subordinates. That was understandable. Yet, he had not anticipated that Peter would falter while attempting to ambush a second-year wizard. Through the memories transmitted by the soul-stealing curse, Voldemort realized that Peter had been outmaneuvered by the one called Raven, leading to his capture. Firstly, the path leading into the settlement of the Horsemen is fraught with too many vulnerabilities. To those with a discerning eye, it plainly signifies that I harbor ulterior motives. Not to mention, this is a master of mental manipulation. It is likely that he will detect something amiss and activate his powers of perception. Consequently, he would realize that the Horseman's thoughts are shrouded in silence. Thus, he preemptively consumed the Eldritch Potion, capable of resisting curses. That, in itself, would suffice. But what is more alarming is that he is also a wizard skilled in transfiguration. A mere novice wizard surpasses even an animagus in this regard. This revelation fills Voldemort with unrestrained delight, as this body was predetermined for him. Indeed, the more gifted, the better. Presently, his prowess manifests as little more than that of an elite wizard, still within Voldemort's grasp, while the method by which he severed his own curse remains unknown. It is not unusual for a disciple of Nicodemus to possess peculiar abilities. Voldemort intends to impress upon him that, in the presence of legendary wizards, elite wizards are insufficient. The expression of bewilderment on this young wizard's face presents the perfect opportunity for Voldemort to strike. Voldemort slipped into the cage, swiftly taking control of the body of Peter Pettigrew. As Peter was still under the influence of the soul-sucking curse, Voldemort easily gained dominion over this vessel. Just as he prepared to ambush the young wizard, unexpectedly, the cage flew to the ground before him, dispersing into the furnishings of the room, causing Voldemort to appear before Raven in a posture of reverent submission. "Greetings, Tom Riddle." Unlike his previous inquiries to Chilo, the young wizard's tone is now languorous, as if traversing through the annals of time. However, Voldemort is genuinely taken aback. Yes, he may indeed be called Tom Riddle, but even during his school days, no one could forget the name of Marvolo within it, a legacy from his grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt, an emblem of his heritage as the heir of Slytherin, a part of his glory. In contrast, Tom Riddle is derived from his loathsome Muggle father, a facet he despises most ardently. What shatters his composure is not merely the utterance of this name, but the deliberate omission of the noble Gaunt, opting instead for the Muggle lineage. This young wizard is intentional in his mockery. He seeks to humiliate him. Moreover, he occupies this vantage point while Voldemort is reduced to a rodent, a most egregious affront. Chapter 85, Collision. Peter Pettigrew relinquished his animagus form and turned away from Raven, while Voldemort's face loomed above Peter's bald head. "Do you know who you are speaking to, young wizard?" he questioned. "Even if your deceased mentor were alive, he would not dare address the Dark Lord in such a manner. I shall not kill you, but I will make you endure suffering more profound than death itself." Voldemort's expression was frigid, brimming with malice. Raven could not contain himself and erupted into laughter, so genuine that Voldemort began to doubt. "What are you laughing at?" Voldemort demanded furiously. Raven, ever considerate, endeavored to elucidate matters for him. The bald man, with a chuckle, seemed to be conversing from the crown of his head. To speak candidly, Voldemort's current state was indeed terrifying, his visage resembling that of a human face upon a bald pate. Yet, he was parasitically inhabiting the diminutive Peter, who was, after all, a balding individual. Thus, it appeared as though the top of the bald man's head was issuing threats. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. The great Dark Lord, cognizant of this irony, manipulated Peter's body to turn around once more. The face upon the bald crown vanished, replaced by Peter's own visage. "No worries, I forgive you. Soon, you shall be me," he proclaimed. Raven let out a derisive laugh, realizing his intention. "Is it possible that you cannot best me at all, Tom Riddle?" Once again, Raven's taunt struck a nerve, and Voldemort found it increasingly intolerable. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, "I await the expiration of your potion. What are you waiting for? Your weapon." Raven remained unmoved, a flicker of ethereal armor flashing around him. His protective enchantment, having enhanced his armor, it could absorb the opponent's magical energy to thicken the shield. However, for a wizard of legendary caliber, mastery over spells was profound, and thus, the armor could not fully absorb the magical power. This resulted in a depletion of the armor's integrity. Given Voldemort's current condition, it would take approximately 100 standard spells to achieve any significant impact, an utterly despairing scenario. Voldemort, recognizing this, took a step back, scrutinizing the young wizard. Raven grinned at him. "Of course, I am merely awaiting the proper arrangement of my biting cabbage." Unlike in games, in reality, employing the biting cabbage demanded meticulous attention. The adversary was agile. Relying solely on the built-in tracking of the biting cabbage would suffice only against ordinary fairies. To contend with wizardly foes, one must employ magic to restrain them, fall to the ground, freeze with ice. The familiar weightiness and stagnation enveloped the air. With a wave of his hand, the tent was soon brimming with biting cabbages, rolling forth towards the diminutive Peter. Initially, Voldemort had dismissed these cabbages, decades prior. They were often extolled as the world's foremost defensive flora. Yet, reality had proven them merely to inflict painful bites. It was baffling how those who praised them had the audacity to claim they could slay dragons. Utterly ludicrous. Thus, Voldemort merely donned a protective armor. For the great Dark Lord to utilize defensive spells, this little wizard had already exhibited sufficient arrogance. The sound of shattering shields echoed, followed by the sickening crack of Peter's arm being bitten. A soft pop signaled Peter's transformation into an animagus. It was not that Voldemort desired to change, nor was it out of affection for his subordinate. Rather, this peculiar cabbage was bizarrely effective. The bite not only claimed a small portion of flesh, but also drained a substantial amount of vitality. This single bite cost Peter 2 decades of his life. If Peter were to be bitten by these vicious, biting cabbages a few more times, he would surely succumb to the loss of life force. Should Peter perish, it would merely be his fate. However, this would compel the Dark Lord to possess a centaur, a creature regarded by the Ministry of Magic as a magical being. Could the Dark Lord endure such humiliation? A veil of white mist enveloped the cabbages, rendering Raven's controlling spell ineffective, allowing their speed to increase dramatically. Voldemort maneuvered through the air, evading the perilous cabbages. Finally, after a few minutes, these cabbages perished due to depletion of life force. Before Voldemort could continue his mocking laughter, Raven waved his robe and smiled as he uttered 2 words, "Continue." The second wave commenced, and the battle intensified. Voldemort, having shed his animagus form, shouted, "Enough!" He realized that this young wizard could summon an endless supply of biting cabbages. If he did not dismantle this tactic, the little sorcerer could play indefinitely. With his peculiar armor and these biting cabbages, he dared to challenge the Dark Lord. Today, he would demonstrate what true dark magic entailed. Fiendfire, though he continued to boast. He was acutely aware that this young wizard had not moved an inch, leaving him uncertain whether it was genuine confidence or mere bluster. Ultimately, Voldemort opted for this spell to turn the tide. The consuming flames of Fiendfire should eradicate both the shield and the room full of cabbages. He was eager to see how this young wizard would respond. A blaze erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, devouring the cabbages under his control, transforming into a 9-foot-tall, 3-headed serpent, its color shifting from orange to pale, the temperature rising ever higher. The serpent lunged towards Raven's shield, diminishing in size to 7 feet with 2 heads, then 4 feet with 1 head. By the time it reached Raven, it had dissipated into wisps of smoke and charred remnants upon the ground, signifying the magic that had once been. How could this be? Voldemort exclaimed, momentarily disregarding his Dark Lord demeanor. Peter, having been bitten by the biting cabbage, lost 13 life points. In a desperate attempt, he forcibly expended magic to conjure the searing fiend fire, incurring another 13 life points in the process. Even if Raven had stood up and utilized something to counter the flames, it would have been preferable to this inexplicable disappearance. Raven remained reclined on the sofa, gazing at Voldemort with a serious expression. Setting fire to mountains leads to imprisonment, and burning forests results in sorrow during the Qingming festival. Do you not comprehend the importance of forest fire prevention? Raven was quite aware, for the spell of fire was ever in motion. At this moment, Voldemort began to take the situation seriously, be it the super shield, potion, or those peculiar biting cabbages. This young wizard consistently relied on external aids. Yet, the highest tier of fiend fire had been extinguished, compelling him to acknowledge that he could no longer underestimate his opponent. The diminutive Peter's complexion turned an ashen hue, his body instantaneously aged, hair transformed into a white cascade, falling in large clumps, and his muscles withered, resembling a mere skeleton. 2 hands emerged from within his abdomen, forcefully tearing apart his form like an old shedding, revealing a dual-headed, socket-like Voldemort, who emerged from Peter's body. Naturally, he remained a spectral entity. This time, the Horcrux resurrected was crafted during his zenith, thus the form of the spirit was of peak quality. Swallowing the Philosopher's Stone with his right hand, he gradually solidified, taking on an almost corporeal semblance. Voldemort summoned Peter's wand, which, akin to its master, submitted to its true master. Allow me to introduce myself, Lord Voldemort. He performed a dual salute towards Raven. Chapter 86, The Battlefront. This time, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord approached the wizard before him with earnestness. Although he utilized a portion of the Philosopher's Stone's power and drained Peter's life force, this allowed him to temporarily confront his adversary in a state of full prowess. The consequence, however, was that he would need to transfer to a new host once the time came, ideally one devoid of resistance. Originally, this maneuver was intended for Dumbledore. He had planned to directly inhabit the body of Raven, which Peter had controlled. Yet, unexpectedly, Peter faltered and Raven proved formidable. Faced with Raven, he was compelled to deploy this trump card prematurely. Even if this young wizard was not subdued, Voldemort could still seize his body after slaying him. Compared to the previous flawless plan, it merely meant that Voldemort could not temporarily regain his peak state, which was acceptable. Unlike the legendary wizard Nicholas Flamel, who leaned towards research, Voldemort specialized in dark magic, souls, and curses, excelling in combat among wizards. In Raven's perception, he was indeed more formidable than the physically powerful Ranrock. At the legendary level, the upper limits of all were relatively similar. However, due to their respective areas of expertise, distinct hierarchies emerged. From a combat perspective, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort at his zenith formed the first tier of combat prowess. Nicholas Flamel, though not a combat specialist, possessed diverse means and a comprehensive skill set, placing him in the second tier. Ranrock, forcibly elevated by external power, bore significant flaws, categorizing him into the third tier. The weakest remained Voldemort, albeit in a residual soul form, endowed with legendary knowledge, yet constrained by his corporeal limitations. Targeted, he could also falter. In summary, a Voldemort at his peak was sufficient for Raven to flex his abilities. Rising from a sofa, it transformed back into a tablecloth, floating between the two. With the sword of Gryffindor in his right hand and a wand in his left, he positioned the blade upright before him, performing a dual salute. As the air thickened with a palpable tension in their gaze, the clash of minds against minds. A surprise attack against a surprise attack. A standoff. There are boundaries, albeit few. This is Voldemort's assessment of Raven. Despite being adversaries, he takes delight in having a kindred spirit. After all, they are both ancient foxes of a millennium, so such games are beneath them. Thus, as the tablecloth fell, the duel officially commenced. Voldemort had long attempted to exert control over the centaurs, yet they rejected his commands, and his soul-binding curse was thwarted. Although Raven's own soul-binding curse struggled to wrest control directly from Voldemort, it was adept at blocking all control signals. This effectively prevented Voldemort from infiltrating the centaur's body. Raven was acutely aware of Voldemort's lack of moral restraint. If pressed, he would not hesitate to invade even a pig's body. Currently, Voldemort found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Even in his prime, breaching Raven's shield would require a multitude of assaults. Meanwhile, Raven appeared to wield his spells with effortless grace, possessing a vast stockpile of biting cabbages. While he could lavish his magical energy without restraint and eliminate the biting cabbages in the short term, doing so would be a grave error. Time would inevitably lead to his defeat. Thus, a clear strategy emerged. With a resounding incantation, Voldemort tore apart the entire tent. Surrounded by centaurs, he intended to exploit the amicable rapport between the centaurs and Raven. As long as he concealed himself among them, Raven would refrain from deploying the ferocious biting cabbages. Indeed, Voldemort's prediction bore fruit. Although Raven could skillfully control the cabbages, should Voldemort shatter one, causing its teeth to pierce a centaur's flesh, the already weakened creature would surely perish on the spot. The primary concern remained the complications. Raven favored the cabbages not for their superiority, for there were stronger alternatives, but for their relative simplicity. He despised entanglements. Seeing Raven charge forward with sword in hand, Voldemort felt a surge of triumph as the ground rose to form earthen walls, sealing off Raven's escape routes. Only a frontal assault remained. Whether Raven chose to disregard the earthen walls or expend effort to dismantle them, both options granted Voldemort the opportunity to cast a spell, his sole means of inflicting harm upon Raven in his current state. He transformed the ground before Raven, disrupting his ability to levitate the earthen walls. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light surged toward Raven. Evading? The path was sealed. Transforming? The ground had been preemptively enchanted by Voldemort. Even if Raven summoned biting cabbages, they would be easily pierced by the killing curse, for plants lack souls. Yet, Raven showed no signs of slowing down. Go forth, Puffle! At Raven's command, a multitude of Puffless emerged, forming a wall to shield him from the oncoming curse. Unfortunately, one Puffle met its fate in defense of Raven, but there remained hundreds more poised and ready for action. In the realm of Raven's Dawn Ranch, there exists an abundance of the plush creatures known as Puffluffs. During the zenith of the Dark Lord's reign, the meticulously prepared combination of spells was intended to unleash the killing curse, an act that should have instilled fear in the hearts of all. Yet, did he merely eliminate a single Puffluff? Could this truly be the end of the game? Neither Fiend Fire proved effective, nor did the ordinary curses, and the killing curse remained unutilized. Observing Raven's earlier summoning of the Puffluffs, Voldemort could easily surmise the sheer number of these creatures at Raven's command was likely formidable. He had no desire to engage further. The Fiend Fire had already revealed its nature. A grand magical circle lay within this forbidden forest where spells would be countered. Retreat was the best course of action. After all, who would believe that a Dark Lord, presumed dead for over a decade, could be bested by a mere second-year wizard? This time, he had underestimated his adversary, believing himself well-prepared and luring the opponent into his trap. In truth, Raven had thoroughly countered his every move. It was clear that he could not afford to battle here, for this was Raven's domain. Wasn't his hesitation to seize the Philosopher's Stone from Nicodemus rooted in this very apprehension? Who would dare enter the stronghold of a legendary alchemist to confront him? Engaging with an alchemist is fraught with complications. One may fight them, but cannot issue a challenge. Indeed, Voldemort observed as Raven consumed another potion, his body shimmering with the essence of stone, charging forward with his sword drawn, battling against this master of magical creatures, enchanted flora, and advanced potions, along with the meticulously arranged magical formations, was an insurmountable challenge. However, retreat could not be overt. A distraction was necessary. Voldemort brandished his wand, transforming into a massive serpent to disrupt Raven, who skillfully severed the serpent with his sword, a characteristic of the Sword of Gryffindor, capable of absorbing and destroying magic. Seizing the opportunity, Voldemort unleashed several killing curses, searching for a moment to retaliate. To his dismay, Raven swiftly responded, summoning multiple Puffluff shields that enveloped him entirely, with several even positioned behind Voldemort himself. At last, Raven closed the distance, sword in hand, lunging toward Voldemort's head. Logically, Voldemort could have chosen to flee or attempt to counterattack with Avada Kedavra, yet he did neither. Instead, he grinned malevolently at Raven, his magical form boiling over, transforming into a corrosive yellow ichor that enveloped Raven. A remnant of his soul, meanwhile, detached from his corporeal body, securing the Philosopher's Stone. Raven raised his sword in defense. But the ichor was overwhelming, corroding his face and arm, severing his right hand, and causing the Sword of Gryffindor to clatter to the ground. The skin of his face eroded, revealing a metallic substance beneath. Metallic substance? Even at the severed arm, there lay a metallic composition. When Raven summoned the Puffluffs earlier, one that had settled behind Voldemort expelled a wand, thick as 2 fingers from its mouth. Avada Kedavra! The Animagus Puffluff form emerged, Chapter 87. The Red and White Sphere. Why engage directly when one can launch a surprise attack? Raven surmised that Voldemort harbored nefarious intentions, thus resolved to deceive him first. Drawing nearer to Voldemort, he awaited the opportune moment. As the plush shield obscured Voldemort's vision, he employed an alchemical homunculus as a decoy, wielding the sword of Gryffindor to attract his attention. Meanwhile, he transformed into a plush creature using a Nimigus, stealthily swallowing the magical stone wand and creeping behind Voldemort. What? Where did the homunculus come from? With an array of disguises at his disposal, Raven had undoubtedly prepared an identical alchemical body in advance. The decoy was visible, while his true self remained concealed. If the homunculus could vanquish Voldemort, that would be splendid. If Voldemort harbored any ulterior motives, Raven's hidden self would afford him greater options. Indeed, the spell Voldemort unleashed was perilous, a corrosive magic reminiscent of fiend fire, derived from the sacrifices of his own body during his prime. Should he fall victim to it, the consequences would mirror those faced by the homunculus. However, this scenario was purely hypothetical, for Raven would never act so recklessly. Stealthily circling behind for a surprise assault was far more appealing. What? A YB? Nonsense. Raven had learned this art from the so-called exuberant Hashirama and Naruto. Wizard duels were conducted in such a manner. If one finds it unpalatable, one should refrain from participating. The green light surged towards Voldemort's lingering soul, which instinctively sensed danger and attempted to evade. Yet, that green light deftly pursued the remnant, executing a sharp turn and striking true. Do you recall the soul-reaping curse and the curse of possession? Raven could have easily rejected Voldemort's attempt to inhabit Peter, yet he chose otherwise. After Voldemort consumed Peter's residual vitality, the curse that had lain dormant within Peter's body transferred to Voldemort's lingering essence along with the life force. Even if Raven had not activated the talent of the Chain of Life curse, this so-called talent tree was originally designed to endow his current self with ancient magical prowess. Once the curse talent was activated, the simple application of a curse was still within reach, such as a single target life-claiming curse. This is knowledge, not an unfair advantage. However, at that moment, the remnant of Voldemort struck by the life-claiming curse did not dissipate. Instead, it became ensnared within a magical stone. The stone shielded his lingering soul, yet simultaneously imprisoned him. Reverting from his plush form, Raven stepped forward and picked up the so-called magical stone. It was a crystal sphere the size of a fist, with its upper half red and the lower half transformed into a milky white due to the presence of a soul. A black ring separated the red from the white, adorned with a button that resembled a chain locking the magical stone. Voldemort, get dazed. Raven raised the red and white sphere in his right hand, executing a celebratory gesture. Clap, clap, clap. Dumbledore emerged from the woods, and in doing so, you have acquired what you desired. Thus, our transaction is settled. Raven, having successfully subdued Voldemort, was in high spirits and nodded in agreement without further ado. To understand this, we must rewind to July. At that time, Dumbledore sought to borrow the Philosopher's Stone from Nicholas Flamel. However, the stone could not be lent, not because the old Flamel couple required it to concoct the elixir of life, but rather due to its ability to replenish vitality. Long ago, Nicholas had utilized the powdered stone, mixed with water, to restore Raven's alchemical body's energy. It also served to help Raven acclimatize to the stone's unique magic. By August of the previous year, Raven had finally adapted to the stone's singular power, enabling Nicholas to realize a plan conceived over a decade prior. Utilizing the stone as a source of energy, he cast a flesh-and-blood curse upon Raven, allowing her to gain corporeal form. At that moment, the stone was entirely depleted, leaving only an empty shell as a memento for Raven. Dumbledore did not truly seek the stone. He merely required its name. Thus, Raven struck a bargain with the old man to create her own Philosopher's Stone, one that possessed some of its properties, crafted from her own blood. Within this stone, she devised an alchemical array to imprison Voldemort's soul. After all, Voldemort was unfamiliar with the red and white orb, having only known it by its color. If everyone insisted it was the Philosopher's Stone, then that was indeed what it was. Now, the season of harvest had arrived. The rare and powerful artifact was not merely a trinket, but the remnant soul of the legendary wizard, Voldemort, now in her grasp. Setting aside his arcane knowledge, the treasures he had secretly hoarded ignited Raven's intrigue. Not gold, of which she had an abundance, but rather the knowledge and ancient artifacts amassed by various families over generations. Unsure of how to utilize these treasures? Fear not. Unable to decipher their contents? Encountering cryptic codes? No matter. Raven could resolve all these mysteries. Eventually, she would send her teacher underground to England, seeking out the former owners of those treasures. What is networking, after all? She had no doubt that those old-timers would extend her due respect. As an old friend, Raven would surely take good care of their descendants. However, the exact nature of that care would depend on the sincerity of their ancestors. Though Raven had chosen to live again, she had heard tales of those who supported her departure. She remembered all these matters well. Raven held grudges. Chapter 88, Summer Vacation. If my calculations are correct, the decorations here require change. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore clapped his hands, replacing the Slytherin decorations with those of Gryffindor, and then continued. Congratulations to Gryffindor for winning the House Cup. The young lions of Gryffindor erupted into jubilant cheers, astonished that Dumbledore would grant them a staggering 160 points, enabling them to seize victory. Aside from the machinations of a certain headmaster, which prevented Slytherin from continuing their reign with a 7th consecutive win, the students from other houses rejoiced. Gryffindor's elation was self-evident, while the Ravenclaws were equally delighted that it was not Slytherin claiming the House Cup this time. As for the Badgers who finished in last place, their joy stemmed from the announcement of the feast. Let the banquet begin. What is the most cherished quality of Hufflepuff? Loyalty? Integrity? Perhaps, but the founder, Helga Hufflepuff, being a witch skilled in culinary magic, surely held in high regard those children who possessed their own unique perspectives on food. This appreciation was undoubtedly infused into the sorting hat as a significant criterion for evaluation. Thus, the Badgers could hardly contain their anticipation. Food has a prime tasting period, and each dish possesses its optimal moment for enjoyment. To delay the indulgence of the delectable fare on the table due to the triviality of the House Cup would be a violation of ancestral principles. The roasted lamb on the table, seemingly untouched, had in fact been subtly enchanted by Raven, waiting for Dumbledore's proclamation to commence the feast. The choicest morsels from a lamb would soon find their way onto his plate, and those of Jack and Poppy, with Raven and Poppy present. Even a mere lamb would suffice for their appetites. What plans do you all have for the summer? I, along with Misty, have arranged to go cycling, utilizing that motorcycle you gifted me, Raven. Jack attempted to sneak some dog food into the culinary delights of the two. His relationship with Misty had rapidly progressed, and they had confirmed their bond. Old Victor was also acquainted with Jack. This child, raised in Haywood, had always been trustworthy, and as a member of the Trelawney family, his lineage assured him that Jack and Misty were a destined pair, much to his approval. Raven patted his pocket, both aware that he had recently acquired a prized possession, which he cherished and took everywhere. Indeed, what Raven was about to share was related. I plan to refine this item in July and may roam throughout England in August, returning home only at the end of the month. Jack, perhaps we shall cross paths on our journeys. Raven's immediate priority remained the handling of Voldemort's lingering soul, needing to extract the essence of this Dark Lord at home. He also aimed to complete the trials of a druid, aspiring to ascend from the Ovade level to Bard level, thus allowing him to disregard size limitations and transform into a greater array of magical creatures. In battles among legendary wizards, the disparity of information could prove fatal, as exemplified in his confrontation with Voldemort. It was solely due to Voldemort's belief that no one could transform into magical creatures that Raven was able to approach him closely enough to trigger the connection between curses and the killing curse. Therefore, Raven required more aces up his sleeve. Unlocking more magical creature forms is one aspect, collecting pages from the practical guide is another, and exploring Voldemort's treasure trove is the third. All of these activities were crammed into the early to mid-August, while the latter part of the month was reserved for leisure. This is no longer a century ago. By 1992, many familiar things had emerged for Raven, which he had not encountered in a long time. What about you, Poppy? Jack inquired casually. My dragon at home has given birth again. Poppy sighed. I have to stay home this year to help the dragon mother care for her offspring. At this point, Poppy recalled Oruin, such a delightful little dragon. As long as it is well fed, it is far less troublesome than those temperamental little black dragons. It seems everyone will have a fulfilling summer. The next day, once again at the familiar platform, just a few months ago on this very platform, aboard this same train, Harry was ushered into this magical world. Here, he learned magic, made friends, embarked on adventures, encountered a phoenix, a three-headed dog, a giant, and various other wondrous creatures. Now, he was to return to the small house beneath the staircase, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. The magic world left him feeling profoundly reluctant to part. Sirius had proposed to take Harry to live with him, but Dumbledore had declined. Now Harry understood that the protective magic his mother had placed upon him required him to stay with blood relatives to remain charged. He hesitated to pass judgment on his aunt and uncle. Despite their mistreatment, they had taken him in, risking their lives. Yet, Harry, at just 11, nearly 12, though mature for his age, longed for familial affection. Rationally, he could comprehend his aunt and uncle's situation, but he truly did not wish to return there. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry walked back to the train. At least his godfather would be at King's Cross Station to greet him, which somewhat alleviated his melancholy. Joe! Harry! Raven had been consciously trying to shed this habit, but he couldn't help himself when greeting others. He had arrived early at Ron and the others' compartment to seek out Harry for a matter of importance. Harry was clearly taken aback that Raven was not with his friends, but had come to find him instead. He glanced at the others, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy, who all wore expressions of confusion. Raven got straight to the point. Harry, I heard you can talk to snakes. Is that true? Malfoy appeared startled. Parcel tongue? Raven, you must be mistaken. If Harry were a parcel mouth, he would certainly have been sorted into Slytherin. Ron quickly added, exactly. Parcel tongue is something only dark wizards possess. Harry looked utterly bewildered. Although he had never heard of anyone speaking to snakes, it seemed quite normal, didn't it? I can indeed. As for parcel tongue, I have never heard of it. Hermione chimed in. The ability to converse with serpents is known as parcel tongue, and it is rumored that Salazar, Slytherin himself, possessed this gift, with many of his bloodline descendants also endowed with such a talent. At this moment, Raven stepped forward, as the compartment felt rather cramped, and he wished to conclude matters swiftly. There is no need to demonize parcel tongue. It is merely an ancient ability revealed by a long-forgotten wizard. To my knowledge, Dumbledore is also a parcel mouth. He can communicate in Mermish and gobbledygook as well. Consider it as Harry naturally possessing a foreign language. Raven then produced a crystal ball and addressed Harry. Harry, this is for recording. I hope you can utter a couple of phrases in parcel tongue within it. Open with the greatest of Slytherin's 4 founders. Draco. Chapter 89. Upon the platform. The train came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Harry bid farewell to his friends, for, as indicated in previous correspondence, Sirius was waiting for him on the platform, holding a cage containing Hedwig. As Harry disembarked, he spotted Sirius, along with another unexpected figure, Professor Snape. The two appeared to be embroiled in a quarrel. Was he there to collect a child as well? From what Harry understood, this professor should be single. Harry had long been aware of the animosity between his godfather and his teacher, yet he was taken aback by the extent of their discord, which had escalated to public disputes on the platform. He could faintly hear phrases such as mangy dog being exchanged, and such undignified language emanating from a pure-blood patriarch and a Hogwarts professor certainly piqued the curiosity of passers-by, save for those parents who had shared the same school days with them. The potion master of Slytherin and the Gryffindor marauders had always been at odds, and seeing them argue, even after a decade and a half, evoked nostalgia in these middle-aged wizards, rekindling a sense of their youthful days. Regrettably, many of those who were once present have since departed. Upon seeing Harry disembark, both Sirius and Snape ceased their bickering and approached him together. Sirius, you've arrived. And Professor Snape, you are here as well. Harry felt a bit awkward greeting the two, one being his godfather and the other his mentor, leaving him uncertain about how to mediate their conflict. Harry, come with me. I'm here to pick you up. Today, I shall teach your uncle a lesson. He will not treat you thus in the future, Sirius declared. No sooner had he spoken than Snape retorted with a cold laugh. This is precisely why James Potter was not favored by the Dursleys. I have even heard of the altercation between him and Petunia's husband. Harry let out a soft exclamation. He had long known of the discord between his father and uncle, as his uncle had not been shy about disparaging his father. Thus, this revelation did not surprise him. Professor, do you know Aunt Petunia? Harry inquired. Snape did not conceal his intentions from Harry. I have long been acquainted with Penny, as our families have been neighbors for some time. However, this matter bears no relevance to you, Potter. In July, you shall reside at your aunt's house, and in August, you are to continue your studies in potions with me. I have already discussed this with Dumbledore. At this moment, Sirius Black interjected, asserting that while Professor Dumbledore is indeed a venerable elder, I am Harry's guardian and godfather, and I refuse to allow Harry to learn from you. The knowledge I possess will undoubtedly serve Harry far better than your mere trivialities. Severus Snape, not to be outdone, retorted, are you suggesting I teach him how to scavenge from a rubbish bin? As tensions escalated between the two, a righteous passerby could no longer bear to witness the spectacle. Ah, is that not Sirius Black and Professor Snape? Have you both come to collect Harry? He gestured to the couple beside him, introducing them as Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Hermione's parents, Raven, accompanied by the Granger family, approached, and Hermione winked at Harry. I was just about to invite them over for a gathering, Harry. Do not merely stand there. Look over there. Do you see who it is? Following Raven's pointing finger, Harry's gaze fell upon a family with striking red hair. The cheerful lady was none other than Mrs. Weasley, flanked by a multitude of Weasleys, alongside a couple engaged in jovial conversation. The gentleman, adorned in an elegant black robe with silver hair and holding a wand, was accompanied by a tall lady in a matching black gown with golden locks. By her side was her son, none other than Draco Malfoy. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Cousin Narcissa?" He turned to Raven, who replied, "Why not all go together? There are no outsiders here." He understood the implication. If Lucius, representing the pureblood faction, was forging closer ties with the Weasley family, then as a representative of the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius must also make an appearance to avoid seeming distant from the Weasleys, particularly in such a familial gathering. While it was indeed appropriate for Sirius to attend, he had yet to resolve matters with Snape. Therefore, Raven added, "Harry's friends are all gathered. You may choose whether to join us, but Harry will definitely accompany me. Right, Harry?" Harry nodded vigorously, eager to escape the brewing conflict. Seeing Harry's enthusiastic agreement, Snape and Sirius exchanged glances filled with disdain, but fell silent. Raven recognized their concession and led Harry toward his home. Although it was labeled a gathering of friends and families, in essence, it served merely as a facade. Otherwise, why would Jack and Poppy's families not be invited? This occasion was fortuitous for everyone to convene, and the individuals from the toothsome company gathering for discussion was indeed a splendid opportunity. With both Malfoy and Harry present, it would be rather inappropriate to exclude the Granger family, who, living within the Muggle community, would not hinder their discourse. Thus, Raven resolved to invite them, and on his return journey, he discreetly pulled Harry aside, the plans set into motion. Before long, several carriages descended from the sky. Some individuals were able to perceive them, while others were not. These carriages were drawn by nocturnal steeds, with the drivers being uniformed fairy attendants. Raven had already sent a message to Gringotts via Phineas. As the sole financial institution within the magical realm, the fairies had also diversified their operations significantly. Hosting a temporary banquet posed no challenge for them. For the fairy general manager, organizing an event at a Gringotts estate required merely a word to the subordinates. In contrast, receiving Raven's message on short notice was far more daunting, a sentiment many could likely relate to. The carriages delivered everyone to an estate where the butler had already arranged everything, allowing the guests to indulge in leisure. During the banquet, under the persuasion of various parties, Sirius Black ceased his objections to Harry and Snape's potion studies. He recognized that Snape was indeed a master in the field of potions, and it was advantageous for Harry to benefit from his expertise. However, Sirius insisted that Snape must instruct Harry at the Black family estate, where he himself also resided. The ancestral home at 12, Grimmauld Place, had become a place Sirius seldom revisited. Once referred to as home, it now resembled a tomb, entombing the memories of the Black family. Chapter 90, The Weasley Family Meal. July in England finds itself in the midst of the hottest weeks of the year, and the Weasley family's humble abode in Ottery St. Catchpole was no exception. The heat outside the stained glass windows scorched the weeds to a yellowed crisp, while the garden's gnomes sought refuge in their burrows, fortunate to be nocturnal by nature. Installing an air conditioning unit in an English household in 1992 was no trivial matter. However, the Weasley family, being wizards and Raven, an alchemist, were able to enjoy a respite from the heat. Raven removed his monocle and stretched languidly. It was a device akin to a microscope. Although Raven's eyes had adapted to such magic, prolonged use rendered the blood vessels in his eyes quite pronounced. Finally, it was complete. This enchanted orb, this magical stone sphere, was not the same as the one associated with Voldemort. The Voldemort of now was a fervent and upright spirit, wholly devoted to serving the Weasley family. He had forsaken his former name, a symbol of an immoral and depraved existence, understanding that only through serving the Weasleys could he cleanse himself of such a taint. Thus, he adopted a new name, Voldy. Never trust anything capable of independent thought unless you can see where it keeps its brain. This adage, born from Arthur's years of experience as the director of the Office for the Disposal of Muggle Artifacts, was shared with his family. He had also applied this wisdom to modify a rather quirky car capable of independent thought. In essence, the saying held considerable truth, a sentiment Raven wholeheartedly endorsed. Therefore, certain restrictions have been imposed on young Fu, who, having experienced a tarnished past, expresses understanding and agreement towards the myriad limitations set upon him by Raven. Raven cast a glance at the clock mounted on the wall, a cherished object possessed by each member of the Weasley family, present in the living room, dining area, or kitchen, with another situated outside. He had applied the disillusionment charm to their humble abode. However, due to the fervent requests of the others, he confined the enchantment solely to each individual's room. The communal living area, conversely, was to remain unchanged as it served as the gathering place for everyone, fostering a homely atmosphere. At present, the clock's hands indicated that Ron, George, Fred, and Mrs. Molly were all poised to dine in the dining room. Pocketing the red and white balls from the table, Raven rose to prepare for the meal. He did not reside with those two, but had opted for quarters akin to Harry S., nestled within the alcove beneath the staircase. Hence, when Raven opened his door, he could directly enter the dining area. Goo, goo, goo. Phineas flew from George and Fred's vicinity and alighted on Raven's shoulder, nudging his ear with his head. Lamenting about something, having grown considerably, he could no longer perch atop Raven's head. Due to the incessant noise, Raven often kept him outside while engaged in alchemical pursuits. Hence Phineas was likely miffed. Nevertheless, under Raven's gentle handling, Phineas remained somewhat tender, rendered limp and powerless. Within the confines of their home, everyone was clad in pajamas. Percy's hair was rather disheveled, but it mattered little, for it was summer, and one need not maintain an image while corresponding with a girlfriend. However, as a consequence, his owl, Hermes, had recently grown noticeably thinner. Mrs. Molly was distributing breakfast to her children when Mr. Weasley, donning a green cloak and a brown-pointed hat, appeared at the doorway, embodying the quintessential attire of a Ministry of Magic employee. "Good morning, children," he boomed heartily, despite having just concluded a night shift. Witnessing his little ones dutifully enjoying their breakfast brought a delightful joy to Arthur's heart. "Good morning, Dad." Regrettably, the eldest and second eldest were absent from home. Arthur made his way to the back of the house, preparing to remove his coat and set down his bag, while grumbling to the children, 9 raids in one night. 9. It was evident that a sudden directive from the ministry had kept the head of the office, an old wizard named Perkins, exceedingly occupied. Having shed his robe, Arthur leaned back in the main seat of the dining room, sipping the tea that Molly had kindly handed him, as their breakfast now provided ample fodder for conversation. "I accompanied old Perkins to investigate 9 families. Raven, you were right. Even in such a retirement department, a certain level of self-preservation is essential. That scoundrel Montague Fleitch dared to ambush me, and all of it was captured by the glasses you gifted me. He not only faces a trip to Azkaban, but I also brought this matter up when I visited Lucius's estate. The Fleitch family is in for trouble now." It seems as though the mind was awakened by the tea, or perhaps it was merely the mention of Lucius Malfoy, or perhaps both. Mr. Weasley, who had just finished his night shift, finally recalled Raven's instruction. From the breast pocket of his clothing, he retrieved an object wrapped in black fabric and handed it to Raven. "Is this the item you requested from Lucius? It appears rather perilous. Otherwise, you would not have gone to the trouble of wrapping it in this cloth," Raven remarked as he accepted the parcel with a nod. "It is indeed quite dangerous." "It was left to me by my former employer," Arthur replied, reflecting momentarily. "Your former employer? You mean your former employer's former employer?" After murmuring this several times, he suddenly realized the implications. Who else could Lucius's former employer be? He abruptly rose from his chair, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. "It cannot be what I think it is. This object is far too hazardous. We must destroy it." He extended his hand, hoping that Raven would relinquish the perilous item to him. Raven, however, placed a cup of tea into his hand, offering reassurance. "Rest easy, in my possession. It cannot stir up any trouble." At that moment, Arthur, now thoroughly alarmed, deciphered the underlying meaning of Raven's words, which only heightened his fear. "You still refer to it as it? Is it alive, perhaps?" Raven shrugged and tucked the black-wrapped object into his robe. "Ah, how wondrous is magic," he remarked, seeing Raven's demeanor. Arthur, resigned, accepted the cup of tea and sat down. As if recalling something, he added, "Never trust." "Stop right there," Raven interjected, clearly apprehensive about this topic. "Rest assured, Father, since this object is now in my hands, its fate rests solely in my hands." He then deftly shifted the conversation. "Today, I shall take care of this matter, and I plan to venture out tomorrow, expecting to return by the end of the month." Arthur and his wife exchanged glances. Though they felt confident in Raven's safety, he had demonstrated his ability to return from perilous situations before. Raven then turned to Ginny, reaching into his pocket to produce the magic sphere. "Ginny, this is little Voldemort. For the time being, you shall accompany him to begin your studies in magic." "Come, little Voldemort," greet Ginny. Thus, everyone heard the warm, composed, and charming voice of a middle-aged man. "Hello, Ginny. It is a pleasure to meet you."